we began the process of building a great economic base. And at the same time, we are putting pressure where it really hurts. I ask you to follow through here. Now let me say as I move
I'm run through religion, trying to find peace. Pirates living scenerism, digging, trying to find keys. Wicked little YGs. It could be one in a second if my clock with your timepiece. I'm with the fold of the curb. So with all else fails, I got my moves on my word. All I need to hold up rents is a flame of my herbs. See the man been doing noodles on the arms of an iron bird. Streets taught me hustle, life taught me loyalty. I'm good with life and all adversity. She hit me with us. Sat with killers and man justify a wickedness. And I felt it was genuine. The hood's anti-establishment, anti-bullshit, and anti-virus. Like fuck Corona, man's a soldier. I'm more worried about what normal's gonna look like when this lockdown's over. I had a dream that we could be free. Coffee is their only weapon and they don't scare me. I'm a warrior, physical and warfare, spiritual and physical. I'm good for all attacks, cause I know who I am and that's facts. And I know we can dodge and that's rats. So it's minimal talking, gotta watch you a week when I'm laughing. And there's no more marching to the man in a veg Martin. Get them, still we have it forward. Clear vision of who we are at war with. I pray for no more soakings in the name of the drip. And more riots over vaccines and microchips. Let's take the power from the government and give it to the streets. Let's do for the greedy, more power to the peeps. It's definitely war dog, it's definitely peak. So put your boots on walls, no place for the weak. Rise up, rise up. Big for you never say rise up. Before the time's up, tonight they can never fight up. Rise up, rise up. The power of the rise up. Before the time's up, come together they can never fight up.
We are exploited. We are downtrodden. We are denied not only civil rights, but even human rights. So the only way we're going to get some of this oppression and exploitation away from us or aside from us is come together against the common enemy. Who taught you to hate the texture of your hair?
I was raised in government-built housing. I know it's hard, but that's allow us, we're still drowning. We never rid on the brothers that killed Malcolm. Fuck it, all I need is a Masons, keep it 1,000. They're just here to rock you to sleep and keep it from rousing. Pass the net, trap you with webs and keep you browsing. Conflicted thoughts collide inside of my dome. The only time that I'm home is when my eyes close in my zone. My eyes on the flag home, way down the back of Black the Ripper, bigger than the Georgia Guidestones. How can we heal the earth? You looking for another black man to fill the hearse? The Bloods and Crips should be beefing with the Bilderbergs. Ain't trying to fund no revolution, they just build a church. Wish I could travel back in time and kill Bill McBurn. And I ain't getting vaccinated, have to kill me first. They say we have to reincarnate until we learn. Trying to correlate from a Stargate with a city burn. Monica broke up, killed. I had to sit with his top. He made me want to walk for love when we're just picking this stuff. Way before there was a virus, was sick on his block. Don't try to stunt around these kids, you get hit with a block. I'm running down your watch like hickory drop. I seen the roads turn into prison, I was literally shot. Only allowed to exercise and go visit the shops. While they take away your freedoms, we just sit there and watch, doing nothing. And I was raised in government-built housing. Don't know what's up, but that's another, we're still drowning. We never rid on the brothers that killed Malcolm. Fuck it, all our leaders and Masons keep it 1,000. Rise up, rise up. Before the time's up, they can never fight up. Rise up, rise up. The power of the rise up. Before the time's up, come together, they can never rise up.
Join us and take Yeah.
Oh, go on. You doing on this so early? You got trouble to start, right? You come here to start some trouble. Yeah, you never come here for nothing good. Big up yourself, everybody in the building. Come on, I'm gonna play one more track for you, man. Sneaks, you wanna request a track?
Yeah. If you've ever been in these streets, you would know.
Sing it out.
Oh.
We should do some karaoke. We should do some Red Pill and Todd's karaoke and see what tunes you lot know.
If you've ever been in these streets, you would know it's so hard to live.
Listen.
If you've ever been in these streets.
Live, Red-Pill-Trill, like, comment, share, subscribe. If you're new to the channel, please hit the notification bell so you know when we go live. And big up Sleeves because she's making a funny sound in the Rascal panel. Boom!
Yeah!
Why
am I so excited? Let me calm down. Let me go and do some deep breathing in the corner. Hold on.
Because you were sickie. All right, mum. Big up Trill Sneaky. Big up Trill Sneaky again. Like number
Thank you.
2.
Yes. Both
big
of us.
Mary Trilly Jen, like number 3. Old Tight. TN Zulu, like number 7. Music, like number 9. Sash Chill, like number 10. Old Tight Gabs. Gabs, click the link, brother. Let's get into this, man. We're gonna do a post debate little chat because I know we obviously we had a banging debate that was on yesterday, last night.
Can I just add? Because he knows. Okay, sorry, Karen.
And so yeah, we're gonna have a little chat, a little breakdown, maybe go over the debate itself, pick up on points that we maybe missed, like, you know, in the pressure of that, the time constraints and that, and maybe we can have a little convo to do with that subject and then move on. But first and foremost, while we wait for Gabs to hit the link and jump on.
Wave junkies. You ever been in these streets, you would know it's so hard to live. Ever been in these streets, you would know. Stop pausing it. Let Chanel sing.
You're just trying to bring me some peace when the rest of my life is at war. Then end on these streets, you always open your door. Remember I wrote it, you sang it for me. I scoped a lick and you planned it for me. If I gave you a stick, you would bang it for me. But I do my own, baby, hand it to me. I bang for the both of us. You know as a man, I'ma hold it up. I'm a soldier, it's cold and the roads are tough. On a hood track, kill me, you show me love. And that's when you're rated, you're actually sacred, your flat is a haven. From the trap to the pagans, from the trash, the rats, to the masons.
You are piecing when these streets got me in pieces. Cause these streets got me in pieces. These blood sucking bad mind at man like some leeches. Fake ones keeping secrets, but that's just how the streets is. Doggy, if you've ever been through what man's weathered, then you'll know that you can lose your soul to these streets. Enough times I have to sit up on a tree and think about why these streets are so hard to leave.
If you've ever been in these streets, you would know.
Wait. Why am I not getting flooded with messages about how smooth my voice is? I am Medicine Man. I know you're listening to this like, yo! You know, Riley. We got Riley out here. You don't?
Brother, them sweet harmonies, yeah? So, no.
I big at yourself, Gabs. What's going on, man?
Come on, bro. Man, good, man. I'm good, man. Long time. You get me? You know,
man.
just chilling, bro.
Yeah, man. So,
Mhm.
yeah, we had quite a good debate on yesterday. It was vibesy. It was very, very vibesy. Great audience. Two heavyweights. I think to borrow from Brother Kalam's lingua franca, I would call them titans. I would describe
There
them
you
as
go.
titans, you know.
Okay.
So it was impressive to see them step forward. Now, look, you know, I'm just gonna have to keep it 100% fucking real. Yeah. I feel like my uncle, the boy Sniper, he had a shaky start, man. He had a shaky start, man. Yeah, his start was shaky, man. I'm just gonna keep it 100. His start was shaky.
What I was gonna say, how did it start? Because remember, like I was saying to you, I only grasped like the I think the middle to the end bit.
Right,
what was his start like? What was his start like?
Well, obviously they started both with their 20-minute premise each, right? And I think Sniper had maybe planned to do a bit too much reading than he should have. Like, that's in my opinion. I don't think the reading thing worked for him. Like, either he hadn't familiarized himself with what he had written, so he just writ it and never went back over it because he was like basically stumbling on words and shit. Like, I think it was a bit of nerves. You know, a bit of nerves. You like kind of your mouth just turns to cotton. You start turning humble mouth. It happens sometimes. It happens.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah. So it took him a while to get into any form of stride. I believe he had 20 minutes. I believe it weren't until he got into like his last 5 minutes that he found some kind of stride pattern. So pretty much, I in my equations, I threw away that first round. Like, do you know what I mean? He just weren't comfortable yet. And I know how Sniper flows. He's a freestyler, and by freestyle, I don't mean just make shit up, but you know, he put himself under too stringent a structure.
Okay.
And couldn't really get away from it. Like, so it's better reading words and names that you can't pronounce, or like it's fucking up your presentation. You get me?
Yeah.
Shaka jumps in with some, hey, and welcome to Gush TV. I am your host, Shaka Ra.
At the beginning.
Hey, you know what was cracking at this day? Man said that he came in with the Arms Corleone intro. Like,
no.
Straight ancestral to the beginning.
Yeah, Dan, this is what I missed at the beginning, yeah?
Yeah. He done the Arms Corleone intro, bro. I was cracking.
Big up, everyone.
Big up, Sash.
Big up.
Hi, Sash.
Big up.
Thank you for taking your time to make this image for us as well, Sash, man. Big up, man. We appreciate it.
Oh, no.
JEDI, someone
how you gonna
remove this
blame
guy's
Sash?
face Photoshop from this guy's computer, please. Like, just take it away from him. Oh, my God. JEDI, you're a fucker, you know. You are. But anyways, what I wanted to jump on and say, right, is if you ever
Be in these streets,
you will know.
If you
ever
in these
bad boy
streets.
tune.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
You know, I have to go extra hard on Sniper, man. Pause. I have to.
Pause.
Yeah, big pause.
I got no choice, man. I got no choice.
Is he gonna come? Is he gonna come on? Is he gonna come on?
Of course he's gonna come on.
Yeah, he needs to be on, man. And Shaka, hopefully as well.
Just like Lazarus.
So from the dead, yeah, you're violating him. Trying to say him as a zombie now, yeah. Nah. You can't do him wrong like that. Yeah.
Nah, we gotta deal with what it is, man. Sniper's
he's got a. I thought he was dealing with it. From what the last bit that I heard, I thought he did his thing there to the end. The last bits I saw, but I know there was bits that he could have just went into.
I know why you're saying that because in the middle to the end, Sniper got into his flow. It was like more the question and answer and that thing, you know, that Sniper's, so Sniper got into it and he started saying key things. I'm like, why did you say this at the fucking beginning, bro?
This is what I'm
Do you know what
saying.
it is, though? Do you know what I think it is? Yeah, I think it's when you don't structure your argument. When you argue about something you're so passionate about, you want to bring all the links that you know of, that you're passionate about, that you've done your research before, and bring it into 5 minutes. And it's really hard. Do you know what I mean? Pause. But I think if you have to structure your argument around one theme, one thing. But I find that Maku had a lot of information, whereas Shaka didn't. I find he was quoting a lot of books that were opinion based.
Yeah, this is what
they were opinion based. They weren't information based. They was opinion based. So it was more of a convincing debate as opposed to like an information debate. So Maku definitely won on that side, I think.
No, good point, Jedi. See, that's why this is what I heard. See, because from what I was hearing, it sounded like, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounded like he was quoting a lot of like Zulu, and I heard him talking about some Zulu cultures and stuff like that. Right. And I was trying to understand, like,
it was other people's work, innit?
Yeah, not only that, but I was trying to understand, okay, he's bringing up other African cultures, but that was not the question. The question is, are the Abrahamic faiths, are they African? Yeah. Right. Right. So I didn't quite get why he was going into like African cultures, because it's like he was basically saying it's not because there's African cultures that are there. Now, are you saying that them African cultures predate the Abrahamic religions? Are you saying that them African cultures that you speak of predate ancient Kemet? Do you understand? Like, what avenue was he going with? Because he was talking about their concepts, but we don't need, the argument's not about their concepts and what they teach. It's about if the Abrahamic religions are African. Do you get it? It's like it was two different debates going on. So that's why.
Right. I did notice that still.
Do you get that? So that's why I thought when I left,
the demonization, which is, I think, in theory, he's trying to get you used to the idea that we have our thing, and anything that ain't, and this is something different. And just to prove that, look how this thing looks at our thing. Look how Abrahamic faiths look at the indigenous or whatever the other African faiths. So he's bringing up words like kufar, shirk, devil worship. Blah, blah, blah.
Is that what he did? Yeah, bro, he can't say. See, and now, see, I'm surprised at Sniper. He should have ate this up, because he could have just been like, but brother, you're forgetting the text. Oh yeah, sorry. the text. Yeah, remember these texts historically as well. We know that they've been tampered with. Do you understand? So we know that they're rooted in African origins, yeah. But we do know once it got into the hands of, you know, how can I say? I won't say oppressors. What's another word I can say? What's a word you can give someone that you know?
Imposters.
Yeah, that, kind of something like that, along that line. We know that it's been put into the hands of these people, and things have been changed and altered to fit certain narratives. You get, and it's like for instance, like you guys were singing the music. It's just like when someone copyrights someone's music, yeah, the original thing was there, but the original was there back in, let's just say back in the 90s, but now we're in 2022. Some of these young rappers are gonna use that old school music, but put their new flow and their new spin on it. It's kind of the same.
And if they hear the original, it won't even sound right to them.
It wouldn't even sound right. You'd be like, "Bruh, is that bruh?" Okay, but it just fits the genre of the people at the time. Do you get it? So I'm surprised Snipes didn't even get into bro.
I'm surprised, bro. Big up everyone. Big up, guys. Just big up. Listen, I'm very disappointed in Maki. And I know Maki knows a lot of shit. I'll tell you why. Maki knows a lot of shit, yeah. Because I've even sent him some stuff. Like, he knows about Africans in the Hebrews in Africa. Yeah, he could have done all of that. He could have done the whole thing about in the Bible, all the people marrying Cushites. The first kingdoms, they were built by Cushites in Arabia. Could have done all of that. He barely went to the Bible. He could have. There's a lot in the Bible about Africa. Like, he could have just gone over and over with it.
Thank you.
His whole angle was the whole angle of it comes from Kemetic religion, and I don't think he was gonna win from the audience perspective, because a lot of like the Muslims and Abrahamic people wouldn't agree with that. So that wasn't a good avenue to go by. I think he should have just gone through the Bible, through the Quran, proving that the people were black, first of all, proving that they went to Africa, proving that even the religious system had some inspirations from Africa, etc., 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 and he would have won.
Mm-hmm.
Simple. Because once you prove they're black, like, where's the argument? And then furthermore, Shaka already killed himself when he said Israel. He couldn't say Israel wasn't of the tectonic plates of Egypt because he kind of swerved over Israel. Did you notice that when he went over the map?
Yeah.
Like he already lost there as well. Like so many points you could. And then the paintings showed bare white Asiatics, like the same paintings that say the Egyptians were white.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Wikipedia.
Like,
Kemo was so angry in the chat.
I was a little bit confused with Shaka's stuff. So is Shaka asserting that these Ethiopians, the Hyksos, all these people are white people?
Basically. And then the out of Africa theory, bro. What was that all about?
What?
Huh?
Sorry, what? He said what?
Man was going into out of Africa. Man was going into out of Africa theory as well.
Saying what? Like, what was he saying? What was he saying about that?
No, he was just showing the people that went out of Africa to go to certain places. He showed like a map of like all the different early humans that went to different locations. It's all literally mainstream theory.
Yeah, but you know what as well though? You know what I think, yeah? Like if you're obviously if you're looking on and you don't have much knowledge on it, you don't know the full background, then if you're looking at someone who's completely ignorant, who would you have gone for? Like who do you know what I mean?
I would have gone for Shaka.
You'd have gone for Shaka because of the wordplay. Because of the wordplay.
Exactly.
I voted for Shaka.
Got mesmerized.
Yeah.
What if, like, in a few weeks from now, we all wake up from this spell he put us under and listen back to it?
Listen. Sash, that spell he did at the beginning, Sash. That spell he did at the beginning. I covered my ears.
I was going
I covered my ears, sis. I covered my ears, man.
I woke up feeling aggressive, so obviously I got possessed or something. I didn't protect myself.
Mate, that's funny.
The chats were hilarious, man. The chats were on fire, man. Oh my god.
Kemo was so
it was hilarious. It was hilarious.
That was good though. That was flipping fire.
It was fire, right?
It was amazing. It was amazing.
So look, man. Let's hear Mackie's opening round.
Okay. Let's hear. I didn't hear this.
Let's hear the opening round, man. Took a while for us to start up.
Oh, he color coded his presentation, man.
Yeah, when I saw this, I was like,
Okay.
yeah, this looks proper. Great minds. We're just happy that we get to listen and get a little bit of information from you. Big ups to both of you, man. Maximum respect, man. All right, your 20 minutes starts now.
Yes, big up everyone. Right, we're going.
All right, I'm gonna want you lot to stop me at any point. Yeah, anything you hear, to stop me. Right, so we go.
Say no.
Yeah, we go for it slowly.
I'll start right at the beginning. As you can see, I put in a little bit of work. Yeah, since Monday. But yeah. So we have it here, the great debate by Nuwabia Sniper. We'll show you the index.
He made an index.
I've got a color code here.
I love
so
you.
Anything you see in red is usually authorization or the person who wrote or is said to have wrote individual text. Blue for the texts, the scrolls, the manuscripts, etc. And the third one for important information. You get what I'm saying? Things that you should know or pick up. You'll just see highlighted, hopefully. Okay, and as you can see, we've got opening statement, all the bits and pieces and all of that I'll be covering in this session. Okay, let's start. Boom. So the question is, are the Abrahamic religions African? Okay, my response is, the simple answer would be yes, based on information collected over thousands of years. So let's start at the beginning with the oldest civilizations and people. My contention is that the Abrahamic religions came out of ancient Egypt. Came out of ancient Egypt. What's that? I don't pronounce that correctly.
Egyptos.
Egyptos.
Yeah, Egyptos.
That's a foul.
You helped him there, Jens. You helped him. You shouldn't have helped him, Jens. You shouldn't have helped him, bro.
I know.
Nah, you should have helped Jedi. You should have helped him now. But hold on, just quickly. That is a foul right there. That is already strike one.
Oh shit!
Maku. Did Maku set up this presentation? Is this his presentation? Did he write?
I don't even know, bro.
No, if he wrote it, no, I need Maku with it. If he wrote this, how can he be struggling on the first 3-4 lines of the word that he put in there?
And reading it in your head and reading it out loud are very different, though. Because in your head, it makes sense.
Huh?
No, but
when you're going to public speak, you practice what you're going to speak. Because sometimes when it's written on paper, you read it in your when you say it out loud, it's different. So I'm imagining.
But he wasn't even like trying to read it out loud. He was literally, he literally didn't even know what the word was. It's like Jedi had to help him. Do you understand?
And he was reading, not summarizing, reading. Literally just reading the whole time.
Just reading.
Like if you're having a one-on-one fight, obviously I can't jump in. But if man rolls over my side, I might do a little kick. You get me? Or like, you know when you go down, Gabs, and I'm like, no, stop. Might do one of them. Because I was just like, yo, first of all, I was looking at Egypt, I was like, did he write that? Is that an ancient spelling or something? Is it ancient spelling?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. That's what I said. I don't know what he was writing from. That's what I said. Did he literally put these texts in here, or did he get it from somewhere? But I'm thinking he did, because there's a couple spelling errors there anyway.
Yeah, Egyptos is definitely a spelling error there. It's from the Greek one. Yeah.
So this is just on this alone, it's already strike one, man. Seriously.
You know what? I'm not even gonna lie. I didn't even notice the pictures yesterday, but
the prayer.
It's hard, buddy.
It's hard, isn't it?
Like, visually, that shit like that works.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So do you see what I meant by like he set himself up with all this reading? This is what's gonna fuck him up for the next kind of 10 minutes, in my opinion. Just like he weren't familiar with what he'd written. Like he hadn't rehearsed it or whatever, or he was just nervous. And this shit happened. This shit happens, man. Like trust me. But I feel like after Sniper does a couple of these, he'd be unbeatable. But like now, he ain't debated in this format for a while. And Shaka just does presentations for jokes. He does presentations. You get me? This is what he does. I said this to everyone before the debate started. I said, boy, you go against Shaka Ra, make sure your PowerPoint and your presentation is A1. Don't leave no room for error, because Shaka Ra is a beast. He could convince you that the original banana was blue. If I was to give a little point, what point I would have given to Maku is going by his pictures. I think he should have did a slide and probably added a bit more pictures like these. Yeah. And then explain. Do you understand? And not have too much written text, because the type of person Sniper is, he can, off the pictures alone, he can flow off that and get into his argument. Do you understand? Because remember, a picture, sometimes, to the human mind, a picture's worth 1,000 words. We love pictures, we love imagery. The reading and writing, our brains start to drift off a bit. We like, oh, okay. But if you're showing me imagery like this, I'm like, what's that? It's hard to get around this.
There you go.
How are you gonna get around this? Like, you don't even need a back end.
Nah, you can't really.
You just say to them, yo, look, I just want you to pay attention to these two depictions. You get me? Exactly. And that's it. Just draw the eye to it. You know what I mean? No, it's I'm talking wicked, like I can do this. I don't know, man. I think, you know what I mean? I don't know, man. I'd actually love to, but I just can't think of a topic that I'd take on board.
Flat Earth.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That would be such a cool debate.
It would be a cool debate, but I need to watch. I can't be part of that, man. I need to watch. Take notes. Olive Brown said, I noticed he couldn't pronounce magenta, so he tried to stand out. Yeah, I leave my uncle alone, man. Yeah, he did, man.
Yeah, leave him alone.
But big up for the donations, Sedway, man. And look, man, we're not going to be super sensitive. Snipers are fam, but so is Shaka Ra, and we're not going to be super sensitive. We're just dealing with the facts and the truth, and it's all character building. And like I said, man, we can't cast any dispersions on any of the debaters if we know we wouldn't go up there and do it ourselves. So, you know, I still rate them. But yeah, you gotta get this work. And it's like, because you lost, you definitely gonna have to get some of this work. Sorry, brother. It's just the rules, man. I mean, where's my picture, man? I'm not having my picture today. Where's my picture?
Oh man,
you need to get your Photoshop confiscated, man.
I didn't make this.
It wasn't him.
Don't make me snitch. Don't make me snitch.
Oh, someone else made it.
All right, man. Yeah, let me play some more.
It's called Tamare, Tkemit, Mizria, Mitzra, Haka, Qatar, and Tamare, which is one you lot usually hear me saying. The same place, the same people, the same people, black-skinned Africans, us, our people, our blood, our genes, our culture, deities are who are us and look like us. All right, let's move on. Okay, first we start with the oldest people on the planet, which I'm saying is Homo erectus. Straight spine, erect man, pause. Yeah. And they're called Tahuti, Twa, Batwa, Tutsi, Watutsi, or Batutsi. Now, interesting point. Albert Churchwood's book, Symbols and Signs of the Primordial Man, states that the pygmies, Twa, Tar, Anu, Amnu, are the original people and the oldest living people on the face of the planet Earth. The Nile Negro were probably one of the first of the Anorak race, the race that was the first and oldest men after the pygmies. This also kills the Charles Darwin theory of humanity evoluting from apes. All right.
No.
Evoluting.
Can you put JEDI? Can you just pause that bit? Go back. Can you go back to that last slide, please?
Yeah, and I didn't agree with that as well. What was that?
Because I was on mute there. And I was talking. I didn't even clock. I was like, oh shit.
Evoluting from apes.
Okay.
After the pygmies.
Just a quick thing there. Yeah. What was Maku's link with the pygmies and Homo erectus? What was he trying to say with that? I didn't quite get that.
I think you're saying that Homo erectus is a pygmy. The original first.
No. Well, that already is not true. See,
exactly.
This is why I think what happened here. If I think I know what was going on. I think because Maku was trying to prove what he wanted to prove in this segment here was that African people are the oldest. He then went to go and use some of the Eurocentric scientific, not even scientific, but you know their theories about Homo erectus, and those type of upright walking apes or whatever they claim those things are, and now you're trying to attribute that to the pygmies, but the Twa pygmies are nothing to do with Homo erectus, because like we said, like there's small pygmy people that we had in Nigeria that's still around. Do you understand?
They're still around. Yeah,
they're still around.
And the Khoisan as well.
Yeah, Khoisan. They got the leg bar. They call leg bar. In Nigeria, the leg they're around. So I didn't quite get He didn't have to put Homo erectus in that at all. All he had to just deal with. So go on.
No, continue.
I was gonna say in this statement, all he really had to deal with is just the pygmy history. That's it. If you was gonna get into that, just deal with what you know about the pygmies and how old they are and what they say on it. You didn't need to add, because people will get confused when you're putting up Homo erectus and the pygmies in the same breath. They're not the same beings. You get it?
Yeah, and then 100%, bro. I agree with you 100%. And so another issue. Yeah, go on.
No, go on. No, go on.
Yeah, and another issue is like, and I've done this before when I'm doing research, is like sometimes when you're looking for something, you look at keywords without fully understanding, number one, the source. So like, who is writing this? What is their opinions? What is their credentials? And then also the full argument, the contextual argument that the book is making. It says signs and symbols of the primordial man. Okay, yeah. Primordial man, primordial soup. You know the whole story of abiogenesis.
I got this book still.
You
got it? Is it good?
Yeah, it's sick. Yeah, it's sick.
But does it have like a certain narrative, like the whole evolutionary kind of?
Not really. It's a speculative book. So
speculation.
It's just a compilation of different, literally signs and symbols, and like trying to speculate on their origins and stuff like that. So it's a good book. Okay. It's really good research book.
All right, never mind.
Sneaks, you writ something in the back chat. Do you want to ask these guys? You still there? Not if it takes you 50 years to come off mute.
Yeah, no, I'm just in a meeting, so I was just on mute. But yeah, I heard the word Legba. Is that where Papa Legba comes from?
Oh yeah. Yes. You know about that, yeah?
Yeah, I saw him. Is it American Gods? Or
American Gods. Yeah. You watched American Gods as well, yeah?
Hang on.
You got some of the ancient deities on it.
I don't know if it's American Gods or was it?
Or something that had Legba.
Or American Horror Story.
Oh, that's true. Because there's a few of them that's come out recently on Netflix, isn't it? So you got American Gods is on Prime, isn't it?
It's one of the later series. Yeah, American Gods is on Prime. Oh no. Do you know what's in American Gods? Anansi.
Anansi and the other one, yeah.
Anansi is in American Gods. Papa Legba was in American Horror Story.
American Horrors, yes.
So that was where I learned about that.
There you go.
So yeah, I'd love to hear more on it if you have more information on it while I'm in my meeting.
And I've got a quick question as well. You know when they say shit like, oh, the Khoisan is the oldest man or the Pygmy is the oldest man, like what narrative is that based on? Because as far as I see it, we're all existing today at the same time. So how can one be older than the other? If anything, the claim they're making is that they're on a mixed or less mixed, right? But how does that denote that they're the oldest?
It doesn't. That's the thing.
No, I would say it does, because the mixture is where you stray away from the origin. So if we're going to put these men closer to an origin and then say some of us came as about of two other tribes mixing them, our mix would be younger
than theirs.
In their original form. Clearly, yeah.
But we're not mixing with anything other than ourselves, right?
Yeah,
that's true.
You see what I'm trying to say? So again, the reason why I think it's suspicious is because it's trying to again fit the narrative of hunter and gatherers. People were primitive.
Yes, that's what they're trying to do.
But when you look at the actual history, we were civilized for thousands of years. Sumeria, Egypt, etc., etc. So I don't agree with. Yeah, go on.
No, sorry to cut you. I'm backing you up in that. One thing I will agree with that as well. The reason why I will agree with you on that as well is because even when it comes to when the scientists are starting to look at ancient DNA or genes that they have no idea of, I've noticed that that's when they tend to look at the cultures from West Africa. So a lot of West African knowledge that especially the scientists that they delve into, that doesn't get really shown, or it does get put out, but it's not like mainstream where you can go and see it. If you go looking for it, you'll find it, but it's not there for you to go and grasp it. So it's so basically, based on what you're saying, especially from the stuff that I've researched and looked at, when it comes to like genes and people being on a planet and modern humans and stuff, they tend to look at a lot of the West African tribes. Do you understand? West African tribes, some South African, but majority West Africa. And West Africa, to this day, there was a presentation I was going to do years back with Kalam, and that was delving into West African history, because have you not clocked with West Africa, the history is not as abundant as East. It's like if for some reason there's been a cloud or something put over West African history.
It's like that in South as well.
Yeah, it's like that in South, but it's it's cloaked. But yet a majority, not only from Egypt, because Egypt's one place where they, we know that they've taken a lot of artifacts and stuff, but another number one place where a lot of things was going on and things were taking place was in West Africa. Do you understand? Artifacts, kingdoms, things being destroyed, things being hidden, things being lost. Because remember, the thing with West Africa, that's where you get into the dense forests. Do you understand? Whereas when you're dealing with Egypt, it's more sand. You hear me? Everything's all open. They didn't want to deal with the forest because remember, certain people can't deal with going deep into the forest. They don't know what's lurking in the woods. You know that in horror films, you don't know what's in the woods. And it weren't a risk that you're willing to take. Do you get it?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's another topic and thing that we need to start looking into is West Africa, and that would also help with this whole hunter-gatherer, these hypotheses that they come up with. Because, like I said, the scientists, when it comes to dealing with genes and modern human beings, they always tend to do a lot of testing on the people from West Africa to find out the information about who the oldest genes is, why is there this ghost DNA, and I think I even spoke about it. Yeah, you know about that one. Ghost.
Like what the heck was that one
ghost
about?
DNA. Like what the heck? Do you understand all that madness? So, yeah, man, weird.
It's a wrap. It's a wrap.
All right, man. Family, keep hitting that like button as you come through. We're just doing a little post-debate analysis, a little quick chat with man like Medicine Man, TN Zulu, Sasha Trill, and Trill Sneaky. Feel free to jump on the panel and give you 2 pence in. Big up Olive Branch. He says, God of Jacob versus Shaka Ra next. Pan-Africanist versus individual black nation building. All right, man. Yeah, that sounds good, man. That sounds good.
Wicked and wild. Watch out. Laka.
It feels longer and longer each time, man. Fucking hell. I big up yourself, big up all the Indians, and yeah, let's go.
Also kills the Charles Darwin theory of humanity evoluting from apes. Right. So, okay. The origins of religion. The late Dr. Albert Churchward, in his work, The Origins and Evolution of a Religion, held that the African Pygmy and the Nubian Ethiopian Cushites were the originators of religion. Okay. The late Count C.F. Volner, in his book Ruins of Empire, wrote all religions originate in Africa. Keywords. The Ethiopians conceive themselves, says Diodorus, a Greek historian, to be of greater antiquity than any other nation. They support themselves also to be inventors of divine worship, festival, solemn assemblies, and sacrifices, and every other religious practice. We go to the Bible, Genesis 2:11, King James Version. And the name of the first river is Pion. That is that which encompasses the whole world of Havilah, where the gold is good. Verse 2, and the gold of that land is good there, and billion.
Yeah, I think Sniper must wear glasses, you know.
I think
you need glasses. I think you need glasses, you know.
It's Python, right? Not Peon.
It's Python. I don't know whether the S is silent though.
No, which one are you talking about? The Peon.
Yeah.
You know when you pronounce a word wrong, yeah, and it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. So you just gotta stay quiet for a minute to think.
Just gotta leave it, yeah. Just leave it, or just move on. Just move on. You know when they tell you to move on to the next.
Whatever that said, and
It will
jump over
pass.
it. Yeah. It just gets worse.
Egyptus blood.
I was like, Exhibit A. This is Exhibit A. Done. Oh, mate.
Yeah. Right, this is what I'm saying, man. Like, you just know your strengths. Listen, if reading fluently off a sheet while presenting ain't your strength, then yeah, you just gotta have them bullet points.
Yeah.
And, do you know what I
keep
mean?
it simple. Keep it simple.
Yeah, just keep it simple.
Keep as simple as possible.
As we realized that the reading wasn't going to be smooth, and you realize he's got a lot of reading to do, you kind of brace yourself in your head like, oh, okay, it's long, it's painful. Do you know what I mean? Whereas, I don't know, like only Sniper could tell us why he was struggling to read this. Either he hadn't rehearsed it, he just wrote it all down or got it all down and didn't go back over it, or he's got some form of dyslexia, or he's got bad eyesight, or he's just nerves. Nerves just fucked him over.
Got a better of him, boy.
Yeah, got the better of him.
Because it's debating, ain't it? Because no, do you know, it's probably the nerves. Because I think nerves may play a part. Remember, he's on your show. He's on the show. Yeah. This is a debate. Yeah. He's got his presentation, and now you're thinking. Remember, you want everything to go smoothly. You got people listening to you. So when this information goes out in your mind, you're thinking, right, this is going to be the information that goes out that people are going to say that I presented.
Right.
So that's a lot. That's a lot of pressure on your shoulders there, because you can't be whiffing waffling around, because boy, like what we're doing now, it can get gritty on the analysis.
On the analysis, man. And it has to be for fairness, for balance. It has to be.
Yeah, it has to be. We have to be hard. Yeah. Oh, pause. We have to. We have to get on the analysis.
Shit. And you like childish. Don't start this childishness.
In it, every other thing is pause.
You girls, I swear you girls started it. So
we learned from you. Where do you think we got this from?
That's right.
Spreading that, man.
Fair enough. But like, yeah. MD said, nah, don't do him like that. You gotta be specific. Don't do who like what. I mean, yeah, we're all human, man.
I wanted him to win, man. Like, I didn't want this to happen. I wanted him to win.
And if I'm honest with you, I want to reserve my judgment for a bit later. But if I'm honest with you, I don't feel Sniper lost in the way that I thought he was going to lose. When this round came, when he was going through this round, remember, bear in mind, I don't know, this is like what, 5 minutes into his round? Right, he's got 20 minutes. When I saw that this was the flow he was coming with, it didn't fill my heart with much hope. But once he got into the middle rounds and whatever, I was like, you know what, this brother might have won this, you know? Like, he might have scraped it. If the vote went for Sniper to win, I would have accepted that as well. I would have said, you know what, I see why. Because in the later rounds, he definitely picks it up. It is what it is. You had a shit round, bro. You had a shit round. Your first round was shit, man. What were you gonna say?
And another thing is, like with the rebuttal round, it's important to take notes of your opponent because, like, for example, when I mentioned the tectonic plates, Michael could have went back at him at that. There's a lot of things he could have went back at if he took notes.
Maku, do you know what it is? It's like Maku had all the gems and all the Infinity Stones, but it's like he didn't want to snap his fingers.
He didn't want to use
That's
them.
what it was like. He didn't want to use it because listen, bear in mind from what I'm seeing here and from what I did watch near the end, I already said he's won because I remember I already explained why he did, because from what I was hearing, what Shaka Ra was going into, it was not going with what the topic was really. It wasn't going with it. It didn't make sense.
And there's an elephant in the room. There's an elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is, like, I know we're skipping forward like hours now, or hour or something. The elephant in the room is Shaka Ra pretty much admitted the Kemetic origin of religions. Like, he literally said the words. I was like, oh shit.
He said the words. You remember? Yeah, he said it in there.
Yeah.
We're gonna get to that.
Remember the dance to God part? Like, what was that all about? And then it was like, oh no, it's symbolic. Like, what?
Yeah, that was bad. That was bad.
Nah,
but he actually admitted to the Cometian origin of certain religions, but he was talking about some lower, upper.
He said lower and upper Kemet. So he basically, from what I heard when I said it in my mind, I said this is checkmate. He just basically gave out. That's when I knew he lost. But then it's only when you told me, Ra, that Maku lost, I was like, huh? How? He basically said that all that stuff was happening in Egypt. So he mentioned Egypt. He said Egypt for the north, but then he said lower Kemet is where most of the stuff. He said the stuff, and he said it so quick and fast. Like if you didn't catch him, it's like deep that I think even in his mind he realized what he said.
He speaks really fast. Said, you have to catch him.
He said, the bases come from lower Kemet. He basically said it come from lower Kemet. So then that already.
You know what he said? He said that, and then he said something about. But we'll get to it. Hopefully, we'll get to it.
Yeah. Remember that?
Exactly.
That was checkmate.
And then he goes, but we got to discuss the politics.
See the mind game.
Wait.
See that?
Games, bro.
What he said was slick here because he was like, so we got to differentiate between something being on the African land and something being African. I was like, what?
Mad.
But you know, this is where Jedi. This is where you should coin this thing.
You should have done it.
Jedi mind trick. Not a Jedi mind trick. Not in Star Wars. Remember Star Wars when they do that Jedi trick when he said, they wave their hand over your face and it make you confused.
Yeah,
that's what happened. Trust me.
That's what he did. He was like, yo. So I was thinking. So then he just had this question in my head: can something be made in Africa but not be African? What we talking about?
African.
I don't know, bro.
I remember when I asked him about the African tribes and the Hebrew migrations. Man was talking about Islam and changing the whole subject. I had to bring it back. I knew he would do this. He would go for
it. He was rude. People said he was rude, Zulu, when he did.
I did feel rude, but it had to be done because there's a.
He was assertive, Zulu.
He didn't answer the question. He's very slick. Very slick.
Come on, man. Big up Shaka, man. He's not here to lose, man. It's like to you. He's not here to lose. He's here to win. Shaka's in it to win it, boy. One thing you better know about Shaka.
That Eddie Cuss.
Yeah. He's got a real competitive spirit. He ain't here to.
Yeah, Eddie Cuss. Eddie Cuss.
Like anything's necessary.
Trust me, bro. No holds barred. This is hardcore. This is a hardcore match.
Especially against Sniper, he's like, nah, you're not getting the W.
Yeah, there's no way.
Because you will kill me everywhere I go. It's like, nah.
Yeah.
Like, you get me?
Yeah.
Mad thing. This is gonna be Zulu. Zulu, you can't take an L when you step on this stage, you know.
100% no, especially on this topic.
Are you ready? Like, are you ready to debate though, man? Come on, man. What's going on?
I've got presentations ready, bro. Remember the video I posted like months ago about African?
What are they on? What are they on?
Like the ancient Hebrews being African and how black people.
Oh.
Remember the video? I think would have a really good debate. Yeah, I think Zulu versus S.
Oh my god!
Yeah, but on what subject? That's what makes sense.
I have no idea, but whatever subject it will be heated.
Crypto.
I would say who wants to debate Zulu on the African whether what the Israelites are African?
Hebrews, yeah.
Hebrews.
That'd
be a good debate still. That'd be good. Who wants to take that up?
I think S is good on like the consciousness stuff.
But I can
heard
debate
him
Shaka
speak
on
the
if
most
the
on that.
Hebrews are black because he thinks they're white. Remember all the images he's shown.
Right.
He thinks they're white. So
Oh,
I could debate him on that.
okay.
Yeah.
It wouldn't
What's
go
your
well for him.
stance on it, Gabs? Are they
About
black or white?
who? What the Hebrew? The Israelites?
Yeah.
Bro, those are Africans, bro.
Thank you, Shaka. Thank you, Gab. See?
Yeah,
It's
those are Africans.
standard, bro.
It's not even rocket science. Listen, you can just go straight into that would be so easy. You just have to just stay in the Bible, bro. Stay in the Old Testament. It's clear and
100%.
obvious to see. There's no other way to go, bro. Do you understand? As long as you stick to this is the thing. As long as you stick to the biblical text, especially anything to do with the Abrahamic religions, if you do know it, the scriptures well, you'll see that the answers are there. So even Maku, for instance, he could have won this debate by just dealing with the Bible. That was it. He could have used the Bible to show why those people, why it's African, why he said the culture, the origins are African. He could have just used that.
Egypt's my people.
Yep.
Blessed are my dispersed beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. Paul being confused from an Egyptian. Moses being confused from an Egyptian. When they went back to Israel, the Canaanites said that these guys are Egyptian when they
Egyptians,
came back. So it's all over the place, bro.
It's all over the place. It's all over the place. And what the game changer is this. Remember, the author of the Old Testament is they said is who? Moses. Once you deal with Moses and what he was doing in Egypt, it's game over. You just got to stick with that.
The author of the book is an Egyptian.
Yeah, that's it. You just stick there. That's it. That's why I didn't understand how Matthew could have lost it. Just stick on Moses. That it's game over. Moses, it says in the scripture, Moses was educated in all, not 50%, not 20%, not 5%, bro. All the wisdoms of ancient Kemet. Bro, the scientists today have not even uncovered all the wisdoms and knowledge. And look how much stuff they've given to the world. So imagine Moses now, growing up, knowing all that knowledge and wisdom of ancient Kemet, bro. Come on.
Imagine the libraries, guys.
Can I quickly say something?
The libraries. Come on, man.
Can I quickly say something? So it's basically
big up, God.
Big up, guys. Yeah, big up, man. Big up.
Big up.
I quickly want to say this. Yeah, it's basically, is it an Islamic thing created by Arabic people that has had conflict with Africa, or is it Africans that have created something that was conflicting against obviously other different spiritual belief systems? You know what I mean? So was it? See, this is the thing. This is the thing. Yeah, it's like what effectively what Sniper's claiming is that, all right, Africans had this theist belief system where Christianity and Islam was created by Africans, and they were actively against spiritual systems. So there's Africans in Africa that were actively distancing themselves and divided themselves from that particular thought process, right? And or is it the Arabs that actually were persistently going to obviously be against African spiritual systems? So it's like what?
Stop.
You know what I mean? Sorry, I'm confusing the thing.
Waffle Hour's not open for another half hour anyway. Yeah.
No, bro, but it's so wait, is he?
Check this. What Maki was saying, which I do agree with him, is just because something is originating from Africa and is practiced in Africa doesn't mean that all African people embraced it. And what he's saying is that native people from the land knew to stay away from black magic, basically.
Facts.
They knew to stay away from that, regardless of whether they were Christian, Muslim, or none of those religions. Certain practices, your grandpa, your granddad, and your mum and your dad would know not to get involved.
Let me ask you a question. Okay. Based on that, let me just say something based on that.
Fuck, man. Based on what, bro? Based on what I'm still saying. I'm not finished. And so Maku then went on to make the point, which I thought was really good, that we understood that is energetically what you take from the universe will require back. It's a loan of energy. So this loan of energy, if not considered, can fuck you up. This is why most people stay away from it. Because
but how do you know that though? How can you make that claim? How can you make that claim? How can you make that claim? How can you make the claim that that these spiritual systems weren't as widespread as Christianity is, say, for example, here in the UK.
No one's making the claim.
Islam...
What we're saying is, you say
Yeah,
spiritual systems. No, you say spiritual systems and all of that. And Mac is saying that most of what people are calling judge now, whatever, was actually a way of life, not a spiritual system, but just their culture and a way of life. But in that, there are certain practices that they know that not everyone fucks with.
100.
Certain man are channeling certain things, certain man are asking certain entities for certain abilities, and not everyone's on that because they consider those things to come with a price. And when we look in even in theology, when we look in mythology, when we look in ancient customs, we can see that there usually is a consequence to an action, right? And there usually is a price to pay when you're like this is why even if you went to Anansi and these kind of stories, the trickster, you were asking for something and you will, you know what I mean, you will get something, but it's not quite what you thought you was going to get. Like the genie story, like this theme is carried through and through history, where you can see that, you know what, in witchcraft, in Wicca, paganism, there's the threefold return.
Yeah.
So you know, like, so he's just pointing out that don't think because it's from Africa that everyone was just on it. Don't romanticize this judge thing, and don't think that it's just people that are brainwashed by the Abrahamic faiths that are not indulging in it.
And just to support that, as well, if you look at, for example, in individual African spiritualisms, they have concepts of evil spirits, right?
100.
For example, in Zulu, they call it Umoya or Umubi, right? Umoya just means spirit and Umubi means evil. So they had concepts of the tricksters, like Jez says, and the evil one. So, and they would also have the knowledge of the creator as well, and ancestors or whatever. So they stayed away from it even before colonization. Some people were like, we don't mess with certain evil spirits, and when the Sun Goma's doing certain things, we're not trying to mess with that. So that's just standard.
What was I just wanted to sorry, the brother that was just talking, I was trying to understand what was he basically trying to point and say. I didn't kind of
just
get
like ancestral, like look, from day dawn, okay, Africans really embrace their ancestral status, right? And ancestral worship is very much prominent. It's all down into the way they practice, the way they live. So so when I look at Africa in that sense, I think I understand what Maku's saying about there's things that people don't practice in it, like that they won't consider even spiritual system. So I think it's basically just he's saying that it's not as prominent, like this shirk thing, because that's the main thing. Is like clearly Islam is said for you not to kind of like give your ancestors the worship spiritual system.
I'm just gonna keep it moving. I'm gonna be real and keep it funky. Yo, you don't know King Gold. King Gold is a good guy, man, but he can waffle and he will talk for the next 10 minutes and you won't get anywhere. That's why I'm just being brutal with it. You're not gonna fuck up the format of what we're doing this morning just to waffle, bro. Allow it, man.
Billium, Debellium, sorry, and onyx stone. And the name of the second river is called Gion, the same that encompasses the whole of the land of Ethiopia. Now, the important thing about this is on the map here that I've shown in the first one is that the first river that they call Pion, which they call Pion, which is right here actually, which is actually one part of the Nile. The other part that's highlighted here, is the river Gion. And also in this diagram here, you can see the rivers that come out of the garden. But this one, the Pion, is definitely the one that goes down and encompasses the whole land of Kush or Ethiopia. Okay. The name Gion, written there in Hebrew, may be interpreted as bursting forth, gushing. The authors of Genesis describe Gion as encompassing the entire land of Kush, a name associated with Ethiopia. Elsewhere in the Bible, this is the reason that the Ethiopians have long identified the Gion with the Abe River, Blue Nile. So they're just acknowledging that the Nile is the Gion and Peon. One is the Blue Nile and one is the white. Right. Right. So we come to the etymology of the word God. Yeah. And for the Kemetans, it's classed as Netta. A Netta is a symbol of basically an axe. Yeah. And represents power. Right. 3 of them represent gods. 4 of them represents the hieroglyph for the God group family. 8, I think this one is. 8 represents the Ogdogs, the original gods of Nubia. Basically, the Ogdogs are older than the final set, which are the Anids, where you get your Ra, Shu, and Tefnut. As you can clearly see here,
can you pause that quick?
The 9 Anids, Nut, all of them.
Just to quickly because I just anything that Mackie puts, I'm gonna have to kind of rectify. So that thing that you put up there, really talking about the Netta, and he said it's an axe and it represents power. That's not true. That is actually a flag. Those are actually flags, and the reason why they had that flag is because the Neteru was seen as the hidden force.
We talking about this bit here, yeah?
Yeah, you see the top bit, see the flags there?
Yeah.
Matthew said those are axes and it represents power, but it's actually the hidden forces of the Neteru, of the creator of God. So, for instance, the reason why they symbolize it as a flag is you have something physical that you can see, but remember, the wind is seen as a force that you can't see. Remember, the flag starts moving. You can't see what's actually making the flag wave. Do you get it?
Right.
So they're showing you that is that's the hidden force of the Neteru. Do you understand? So that's what that symbolizes. The flags.
Okay. Yeah. And any chance that it could be both?
No, because it's actually a flag. It's not.
But where did you get that idea from, though?
What's this dude got in his hand?
Which one? I can't even see.
I know, man. It's like this little thing here.
Can you zoom in?
That doesn't look like a flag in the picture, though. It looks like he's holding a weapon. Like he's gonna hit something.
Zoom in now. Which one are you talking about? The top left?
Yeah, wait, hold on. This bit here, this little rectangle.
I can't even see it, man. I can't see it. It's hard to see. But literally, that is a flag, and like that one there. Those are definitely the flags.
But is Netta an appropriate etymology for God, though? Because I thought God came from Germanic.
No, remember the Neteru is what we so God is obviously the Germanic, but from Kemet, Neteru is just that kind of, you can just say it's their type of God creation kind of thing. Do you understand? But a Neteru is just the forces of God in nature, in the physical plane. Do you get it? Hence why they have that. They remember they explained how they explain the Neteru or God was by physical and animate things. So via animals, via food, via flags. Do you understand? All the things was based, or the human body, it was all based on physical things, because that's the only way human beings are going to be able to understand. If you start talking about spiritual things before you deal with the physical things, you're going to be confused. Hence why in school they teach you about the physical things. They show you the physical things, like a ball, apple. They make you play. Do you understand? Play with the physical things. Then the stories come afterwards. Do you get it? It's just a learning process of a human being. Do you understand? Yeah. So, and that was the easiest way people could learn at the same speed, keeping it simple. The moment you start getting into the unseen and things that you can't see and trying to explain that and trying to make a mass of people understand the unseen, that's where you're going to start losing tracks. And then obviously that's where you have today conflict with religion, because people are arguing about the unseen. Who's unseen does what better? Is it this? Is it that? No, our God is this. Do you understand? Whereas if you're dealing with things in nature, we can all come to a common ground because we can all see. Oh, there you go.
That's why I said nature is a Bible. Nature is a Bible.
Well, there you go.
That's my opinion.
Yeah. So that was the main teachers in Kemet. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
All of these Tefnot, you know what I'm saying? And then it comes down to Ra, the sun. But you see here where it says void, this is what you call the Nun, which is Nun. Nun is male and Nunet is female. So this space or this darkness or this void, yeah, is like space or infinity or that concept. So they already had these concepts well into the thing.
Sorry, Jeddah. Can you just pause that? Sorry. I'm just gassed. Sorry, you know me. I can't stop. I can't help myself.
Where is he getting this diagram from?
This is very important. I just want people to understand. Does everyone understand what he's talking about here?
This is cosmology.
No.
This is the ancient, right?
Okay.
Their worldview.
Okay, cool. So basically, this is basically what I was talking about. So you know, I said in ancient Kemet, the way how their full process was based on nature. So when you're seeing things like is it gone? Where's that thing gone?
No, that's not gone. It's not gone.
Oh, it's there. Where you see things like where it says the void, which is who and who het, yeah, that is literally space. The void in the space that you see up in the sky, yeah. You got Geb. Geb is dealing with the earth, yeah. Shu is dealing with the wind. That's the wind. That's the hidden force. That's the wind. Tefnut is moisture. Yeah. So basically what I'm saying, these are all the physical things that we have with our senses that we can all see and perceive. Yeah. The ancient Egyptians used this to try and understand and get closer to the creator. Do you understand? Because think about it. Even if you deal with the scripture, yeah, I'll use the Bible for example so everybody can kind of understand. God in the beginning in Genesis, for you to understand him, he had to create all the physical things, yeah, before we get to man. Yeah. Remember, God was a spiritual being. It was a spiritual being. Some would say he's physical at the same time, depending on which way you want to look at it. But then you have the stages. He went creating each physical thing before you get down to the physical man. Now, the ancestors had the approach that if you want to understand God, all you got to do is do the reverse. So the reverse is doing what? You do the reverse going back up. So the way God created things in that order, you go that way back up towards the creator. Do you understand? And that will then bring you closer to who the creator is and his mindset and who that thought process is. This was the thought process of the ancient Kemets. And I think that's
question, please.
Yeah.
So on like the what's on the screen now, were they known as gods and goddesses? So like they attributed a goddess to the wind or like a god to the waters. Do you know what I mean? Because it says, I don't know how to pronounce that word, but it says 8 gods.
Okay, so so the 8 gods. So no, that's basically that's European. What's the word? That's religious
translation
ideas being put on ancient African texts to try and understand something. Okay. Yeah. So these were basically, remember, like I said, you can still kind of class them as human beings. You still see them with animals. These are physical things. So what they did is they put the human beings or physical things on forces of nature. If you can understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So these were actual people, but the same people, they would entitle them with those things in nature. If you get what I'm saying. So for instance, look, there's a guy in that picture there. You can see a guy called there's Jehuti there. I think he's standing. Okay, you can see Asar that's sitting on a chair. That's Osiris, Asar. And then the guy next to him, there's a guy, he's kind of smaller. It looks like he's got a bird head. Can you see him? He's like he's holding a pencil.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is Jehuti. Now, Jehuti, yeah, is basically Thoth in the Greek. Thoth is where you get the word thought. That's the mind. So Jehuti represents the knowledge, the wisdom, the written knowledge. Yeah. And that's why you always see him with the pen, the pen, writing down things, writing down your good deeds, your bad deeds, writing down everything in creation. All this stuff is done by Jehuti, but still you'll see Jehuti is not God because he still has the body of what? Of a human being. So this is just showing you that when a man or woman get to that, they need to elevate their mind to the state of Jehuti. Do you understand? It's all about elevating your mind and getting the human body to get to a level of consciousness where where the creator or being wants you to be, to understand certain things in nature. If you get what I mean.
So do you think then that the point, because I was a little bit baffled yesterday. So is Maku saying then that the biblical stories are a remake of this?
Yeah. So the reason why it would be not a remake, it's basically what I said earlier this morning about like the old school 90s music, and then you have the new school guys, when they take some of the old school 90s music, because remember, it's hard. Remember, sometimes it's hard to create something from scratch. Every idea has come from something. Do you get? It's kind of hard. It's kind of rare that someone would really just create something out of nothing. They must have had some sort of idea or seen or heard something for them to want to do it. Do you understand? So all this is, we're not going to say that we're just going to say that they borrowed. Yeah, we're going to say that they took it and they use it, which is not this. And this is the thing that I think this is what religious people need to realize. And this is all we're saying. If it's okay to say that, we borrowed something and, we wanted to use this to start off our own, what's the word? A religious or spiritual journey with our people or wherever you're living. There's no problem with that. If you want to take something, if you looked at something and you think, you know what, I like the way they explain these certain things. This is good. I think I might use some of this information and this stuff and bring it to my people and see if we can live by these same rules. We might have to put a couple spin on it because we don't eat some of their foods, or we don't wear their type of clothes, but we'll just make it in our type of way. There's no harm in that. And that's all that is. And this is why I was saying Maku should have dealt with the Bible, because from the moment you got Moses, who they attribute to the first couple books of the Bible, and it says he was educated in all the wisdom of Egypt. That's going to include what we're looking at right now: the Neteru, Jehuti, Osar, Horus,
brother.
All of them beings. Do you understand? Anubis. Yeah. All of these things, all these stories, the Ogdoad, Amenet, Tefnut, Shu, all the stories that you're going to get, Ma'at, dealing with the laws. All these things are going to be part of the psyche and the mindset of Moses, because this is what he was educated under for 40 years. He took 40 years of education, astrology, knowing about the star system, because the pyramids are aligned with the stars. All this stuff he would have had. So just based on that alone.
But remember, Moses only had 10 commandments, though.
Now, but that's the thing. Just because, remember, I can have, let's just say, I can have 50 laws, yeah? You could look at my laws. You could be someone new and look at my laws, and you could now simplify them 50 laws into 10. Do you get it? Some people can do that.
But
you can simplify
them.
No, you can simplify
because you're saying simplify them, but the first four have got nothing to do with keeping the Sabbath.
That's very true.
Hold on, let me finish. Worshipping no other gods but me, making no statues of anything of the heavens above and the earth beneath. If you want to talk about thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, yes, you can say those are universal. You see that in most systems of law, but it's very unique when we get to the first four, because they're making statues, they're not keeping the Sabbath, they're worshipping many gods.
Sorry to cut you, but then that's why I said, remember what I said when I was just explaining this. It's still about, remember, when they take the information back to their people, they can then put their own spin on it, like I said, because remember, they might not eat the same foods as the people in Egypt. They might not wear the same clothes as the same people in Egypt. He's now going to put his own spin and decide to do what he wants with it. Remember, at the end of the day, all it is information. It's not, no one said this and that. in Kemet, they dealt with information. It was all about knowledge. That's why they had mystery schools and they were called universities and systems.
Do you see
It was
the point
basically
though?
schooling.
Do you see the point though in saying that, you know, like, I'll be honest with you, yeah, like, I still think that the debate was judged. I believe that it was judged unfairly yesterday, because I think that it should have been judged on points proven, not on the judges' opinions.
Yeah.
But that's my opinion on how a debate should be judged. So I can't enforce my opinion on a debate that wasn't run by me. If it was run by me, you would have had to judge it on points proven. But it wasn't me, you know, putting the stipulations out. So I'm going to say this now. Like, because Maku was trying to show an association between Kemet and the Bible, trying to show an association doesn't actually prove something. Whereas, you know, I think if he had focused more on the fact that the Bible here, there's no Bible before the Ten Commandments come before a Bible, correct?
Before the biblical the physical bit, the physical Bible, you talking?
All right.
Yeah, he's right.
Yeah, before having a biblical text.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
So if we focus on where those commandments were given, you know, Moses is in Africa.
He's in Africa, yeah.
And if we focus and zero in on that point, then yes, it's having its origin and its birth in that place, and it absolutely proves it, especially if we can prove Moses. So I think that, you know, if he had zeroed in on that more and focused more on proving the authenticity of Moses, who Moses was, or potentially it could have been, you know, proving, you know, that this tablet existed, X, Y, Z, you know, I think that that could have been one way of proving it. But then another way of proving it would be that when we deal with the Mesopotamian stuff, I would suggest to people that that comes before Kemet. And I'd suggest that a lot of what's coming out of Mesopotamia was borrowed by Kemet. So if we zero in on that point, it still does the same thing. It forces you into a situation where before there's a Bible, we have text. But once it becomes a Bible and the Bible is being compiled, it's being compiled by scholars who came out of Africa, which is Kemet. And once we zero in on that point, it absolutely proves it irrefutably. So I think that at that point, you know,
Shifa, the earliest manuscript of John was found in Egypt.
That's why that's not necessarily true.
Yeah.
I was going to say that the whole Mesopotamia thing is not necessarily true, because that is another ideal of a certain people trying to associate the Middle East as the cradle of civilization, and not really because they, you know, they really got that mindset that the Middle East is not of African. It's not of Africa. They're trying to take it out of Africa, and that's not necessarily true about Kemet or Mesopotamia being older or having an influence on them, because even to this day, even now, the science.
By what study?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to go to now. Even to this day, even to now, the scientists are still rewriting information on ancient Egypt, because they're still finding out that some of the ruins and stuff, the dates are even going further back than what expected. At one point, they thought, you know, certain things were there at 5,000 BC. Now they're saying that it might have been there 40,000 BC. So it's not really clear. We can't really say, because it's not.
Yeah, but
it's
they're
not
doing the same thing with Mesopotamia, remember? Exactly. And what I'm going to show you,
so that's why. No, so that's why I say we can't.
When they talk about first written language, that's where we start to get, you know, the inkling that the cuneiform begins. It has its beginnings in Mesopotamia, and then the reason why we'd say this is because, you know, remember, you can't carbon date a stone, but remember, paper is made from a living organism, so we can carbon date it. And that's how we've come to the conclusion that the oldest written languages are coming from Mesopotamia. Yeah.
No,
and once we can conclude that,
that's not true. That's not true. The papyrus, the papyrus is coming from, because the papyrus where people was writing on paper, papyrus is from Egypt, and cuneiform. The cuneiform, like you're talking about, the tablets from Mesopotamia, those are written on stone. Those are written
on stone. But hold on, wouldn't you write on stone before you write on paper?
That's right.
Wouldn't you write on stone before you write on paper?
No, but that depends on your environment. Because remember, if papyrus is not available in your area, in your location, you're gonna have to just deal with what you have. Do you get it? So if papyrus grows in,
remember only the religious texts in Mesopotamia are written in stone, i.e., like we said, things like commandments, X, Y, Z, what we would depict as religious. But they do have texts that are not written in stone, which are written with the type of things that the type of thing they use to actually write with the ink that they're using, comes from a living organism also. So this
from
is
where?
how they're able to.
This is what I'm saying. No, but from where? From where? Where did that come from?
From
If they weren't
Mesopotamia.
using, no.
From
See,
Mesopotamia.
and this is why, this is why I would say,
people were writing on walls as remember. People were writing on walls as well. They weren't just stone tablets in Mesopotamia.
brother.
You got
What I
wall
would say,
writings. You got all sorts of
what I would
things.
say, is
from.
that area of Mesopotamia and Egypt and which one came first and stuff. It's hard. What I'm saying is we can't put a definite saying that this one was here first or this one was there first, because even the archaeologists, every minute, every day, seriously, every day, they're finding out new information about which one came older. This was now older. We now have to change this because now we're finding out this was there. Loads of things get changed every day, and we can't really say it. Remember, these are still, the powers that be. There's certain information on Kemet that we still don't even know if that's trapped in the Vatican, in the libraries. There's loads of information that we don't know, even information about Mesopotamia.
We can go by what they said, though. But remember, we can go by what they said. For example, I'll give you an example by what the Kemetans themselves said. So, for example, I'll give you an example. And I tried to allude to this the other day, but I didn't want to give away I didn't want to seem like I was being biased. I still wanted Shaka and Maku to have a good debate, and I felt that if I shared too much with Maku, then it wouldn't have been fair on Shaka, because Shaka's still a brother in it. So I'm still trying to give him a chance. So I kind of had like a trolling debate, if you want to call it that, with Maku, where I was trying to point him in certain directions. Because, for instance, when we look at someone like Thoth, Thoth does not claim to be of Kemetan origins. And then once we can work out that he doesn't claim to be of Kemetan origins, and we can work out that he is one of the first, then all we have to do is look at his origins and start to look at the origins of other deities who may have been in Kemet but been in other places first. And once we can work out their origins, from their story, this is why the scholars are placing Mesopotamia first, because, for instance, Isis is they show the connection between Ishtar, but remember, Ishtar's original name is not Ishtar. In the Akkadian text, it's Ananu or something like that. But then if we go back, now if we go back older than the Akkadians, there's going to be another name, because remember, some of these tablets they still can't decipher, and this is how we can now come to the conclusion that either Mesopotamia is older, or whatever we've learned about cuneiform is all a lie. All
Who did they say?
Okay, they can read the language is a lying.
So who are you saying Jehuti is in Mesopotamia?
Well,
and even when you say Mesopotamia, which Mesopotamian culture, like which text, like which?
No, when we deal with Thoth, when we deal with Thoth, remember
Jehuti.
Thoth is known. You can call him Jehuti.
Thoth is the Greek.
You can
That's
call
the
him
Greek.
Jehuti. All right, cool. But
Thoth is Greek.
He is known to many as the leader of the Egyptian mystery schools. And in his story, he claims to be the Atlantean priest king. Wow. So if he's the Atlantean priest king, then he claims to be from some place called Atlantis.
Okay. Where's that?
It's down past Senegal or something, isn't it?
So that would I don't know, but it would just allude to the fact that, wherever these people, wherever these deities, I call them people, you can call them deities, but wherever they started off was not Kemet. So if we know that much, then we can, like I said, we can look at other deities and we can work out the region where other deities are getting their name and their attributes from. Then it would stand to reason that Thoth, knowing that and being connected with these other deities, would have some connection to that place also. And maybe all of them, maybe even the Mesopotamians weren't the first. Maybe Atlantis was the first. Who knows?
But then you're still going back to what I said. Yeah, but you're going back to what I just said. That's why I said we can't really pinpoint and said this one was first and this one was first, because, like I said, there's so much text and things that are hidden and missing. We can't really say these were the first people, or these one was the first scripture. This is why I said it's a gray area. It's hard to
But
say. So
you know what it is, bro. What they say, yeah, they say the
It's the
first
type of cuneiform.
recorded instance
you
of
don't
X,
know
Y, and
that.
Z. Well, they're never saying that it's the actual first ever. They're just saying, like, according to the information available today, records available, things that's been recorded or written, that's like, in other words, evidence. And then they'll say that's the first evidence to point towards X, Y, and Z. They can never say anything's the first, like you said, because obviously this goes back to before humans even had the ability to record stuff. Everything was oral traditions.
But it's the type of cuneiform as well. The reason I say it's the type of cuneiform is because language evolves. And what we find is that, you know, it's like, for instance, if we look at ancient Latin then, what we'll find is that letters were being used as numbers. But as we come into the modern day of speaking, you know, Latin derivatives, numbers are no longer letters. Numbers are a completely separated thing now.
Yeah, but that's
and
only
this is
because
what I'm
they
trying to
switched
say
to the
to you
Arabic.
with,
They switched to the Arabic numbers now, isn't it?
yeah, because they
Even
found
the
it to be
Latins
more.
are using the Arabic numbers now.
But that's because they found it easier for people to learn. So that would be deemed as more advanced. Now, what I'm trying to say to you with the cuneiform is, when you look at the Egyptian cuneiform, it seems to be a more advanced version. And it also has the addition of, you know, pictorial hieroglyph, which you don't find in Mesopotamia.
In
which
Mesopotamia,
is why
it's like
one.
little lines. It's like lines.
All right,
It's way more
that's right.
primitive. It's way more
That's
primitive,
right.
man. You can tell.
That's
You can tell where it
right.
came from. You can tell where it came from, man. Let's be real.
But remember, this is another thing, and this is why I keep saying there's a whole lot of history and things like that people, it's still hard to be able to pinpoint anything. So I'm gonna give you an example. You're talking about the Egyptian hieroglyphs here. Remember, the Egyptian hieroglyphs comes at a later stage, and you're right, it is at a later stage. It's still old, but it's at a later stage because that's dealing with upper Kemet. But then all you got to do is follow the trail back down Kemet. And then when you follow the trail back down into lower Kemet, which is the parents of upper Kemet, you start looking at the writing systems and the stuff they had back there.
Yeah,
and
they
that's
had the cuneiform.
And then
when
not
you look
only
at their
that,
cuneiform, it's a lot more advanced, like Zulu.
Hold on a sec. And then when you get into the writing systems of the things in lower Kemet, which is stuff is older than the hieroglyphs that you get in upper Kemet. For example, guess what they found in lower Kemet, which we would call is it like not Sudan? Like what's lower Kemet again? Nubia. Do you know what they found there? They found West African Adinkra symbols in Nubia, in ancient Nubia. Now, but West African, but them Adinkra symbols those are coming from West Africa. But then when you talk about Bess, and you get into the teachings of Bess, where does Bess say that he come from? Bess is saying he come from West Africa because that's where the densely populated forests are. These are where the pygmies live. So this is why I was saying this. And this is why I'm saying there's so much stuff. And this is why I don't know, you weren't here earlier. I don't know if you heard. I was saying even to do with the West African history, there's so much history that hasn't been foretold, or things that have definitely been hidden from us. That we're not going to know. We probably might not even know and get to the full truth unless they're going to reveal it to us. Do you understand? Because why is West African symbols in ancient Nubia? If West Africa's even, they say West Africa's even younger than ancient Egypt. They make it seem like the West Africans have only been about a couple hundred years, maybe, if that. West Africans. Do you understand?
Maybe
they don't really talk to you about ancient West Africa. They don't really go far back like that. So this is what I'm trying to say. It's hard to kind of pinpoint this stuff, but it's good though. I don't wanna. What should I say? Because I know we're going ham.
Yeah, I'm here, man. I was just waiting for you, man. All right, boom, let's go. Yo, can we get the likes up, please? I noticed that a man just said he's on like 54. I can't fathom how that's possible. An hour and a half into the game. So please, can we all make sure we take the time to hit the like button? Please, family. Yeah.
The next part is this, which is the procession of the gods and the judgment day scene. where the soul is weighed against the feather. Yeah, to see what you've done in your life, to see if you can pass on into the afterlife and then on into heaven. Interesting. Right. Now we go to Ptah. Ptah spelt Ptah in the Egyptian religion, a creator god and a maker of things, a patron of craftsmen, especially sculptors. His high priest was called chief controller of craftsmen. The Greeks identify Ptah with Escalapius, no, Philostophus, yeah, which is Vulcan, the deity, the divine blacksmith. Now, I wanted to show you something here, right, where it says the sanctity for the spirit of Ptah, right? If you look at this symbol here, you can see this is the image of that, the hieroglyphs that represent this statement here.
Sorry, 9 minutes. My bad, 9 minutes.
Right. This Hepcat Ptah, yeah, you see that the PT is represented by this mound here, right? Because obviously he's a builder, master craftsman, and the first original builders. So what they're telling us is that the Tar or the Twa or the Pygmies are the original mound builders, especially via Tar, their original ancestor, you might as well say. He was like the first king of the little people, right? And as you can see, KM, Kemet, basically, there is no ease in the Kemetan language, so it'll be just KMT, Kemt, yeah, or Kemet, yeah. So this is that, but that's interesting because what we had a discussion before, and Ptah, the P is silent, so it's Tar. Do you know what I'm saying? Where we get the words Tar Mare or Tar Seti or all of these things identifying the individuals who are making these statements. Right. Okay. We also have Kaloum. Yeah. Kaloum from the Egyptian unite, join, build, the ram-headed Netta created Ka, spirit of Eve, and Ba, soul of Adam. On a potter's wheel before a person birth. Kaloum is the third aspect of Ra. He is a god of rebirth, creating and the evening sun. Although it is usually the function of Atum, Kaloum has also been related to the Netta, Nature, Nin, or Amen. Let's say, okay, and it says, interesting note, in fact, that the other renowned scholars, such as Dr. Richard King, Imam Mustafa Al-Amin, and Mali P. Hall, all have agreed on that Ka Ba. Oh, damn, here we go. Go back. Where you go? Go back, man. Oh, come on, Mike. Oh, sorry, my bad. There we got it. Okay. Agreed that the Kaaba created on the potter's wheel by Kaloum is symbology. Sorry. What happened? Sorry. Symbolically, a later rendition in Al-Islam as the Kaaba. So yeah, anybody who's interested. Man said 9 minutes left. Okay, so what we're gonna do, I can't really go all
That
through
bit made
this.
me laugh a little bit.
You got 5.5 minutes.
Manly P. Hall, you know.
Diodorus Facilius.
Did I hear that?
In the 1st century BCE, stated that the Egyptian Tamar.
I was wondering if I heard that.
Man's got the goat-headed god and quoting Man P. Hall. Like,
man, what? Could you think he's a Mason or something? Or...
I'm not saying it. I'm not saying anything, bro. I'm just saying.
You know what though, guys?
I'm just saying.
Does anyone see my point here when I'm saying it's almost like, and this is what made me think that Maku, when he said he was nervous, I didn't disagree, because I thought that he was nervous in the sense that it's like the two of them are presenting information that they want us to hear and teaching us about, you know, things that they probably, this is their belief, this is what they believe in. But I didn't think they were zeroing in enough on proving the point of, you know, does this come out of Kemet or not? Does it come out of Africa or not? Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I said. This is what I was, and this is what you're saying is right. This is what I was saying to Jenna. We were saying this earlier. They weren't doing it. None of them was homing in on the actual title and the actual question, which didn't make sense. And this, like, it was just confused. Like I'm confused. I'm looking at the screen. I'm thinking, okay, I can see where Maku's trying to go with. He's trying to show, like, you know, like I can see the picture here. He's got a Set and Horus and then Mary and Jesus, but it's still not this type of stuff, unless it's not really breaking down. Like we're dealing with the origins. Like, are they African?
Towards the end, Maku did more though. Towards the end, I'll give that to Maku.
That's what
in the question, especially in the question round, and that's why I felt like, in my opinion, I felt like, you know, if the judgment was based on points proven, I feel like Maku should have won, because when it got to the end, he did start zeroing in, but I just felt that it was a bit late because of the way the judges were judging, if that makes sense.
No, you're right, because that's the bit that I caught up on. I didn't see all this beginning bit. I literally, when I came on, when Jedi sent me the link, I started watching from Shaka Ra's bit coming to the end into the questioning bit when he was firing. So when I left, I thought, yeah, Maku's definitely got this. It's only until this morning, Jedi's like, bro, Maku lost. I was like, what? I was like, how? So now that I'm seeing this now, I'm like, huh? Like, what? I'm like seeing this begin. His opening scene. He probably lost the masses with this opening scene.
This is why I didn't argue with the judges, you know, because once they've given their verdict on how they judge, I couldn't argue with them. But if their judgment was based on, like I said, just points proven, I thought that Maku had to be given the edge.
Can I say something? I don't think that combative element was there. These two had a lot of love and respect for each other and the subject matter, where it was more important to kind of like show the information and make sense, and everyone can sort of draw their own conclusion. I think they both put forward what they needed to, and I think they sort of relied on the fact that the audience sort of would have some sort of understanding. Like Schiffer, for example, knows a lot about these sort of things as well. So do you get me? Like, they're talking to people who know a lot of the material already, so they just had to raise the level. They just literally took it to university level, bro. In my opinion,
they showed too much respect as well, innit, Khan?
No, but it was good though. In a way, it was good though, bro. Because like it could have been like, bro.
There's no respect in the debate, bro. In the debate, listen, that's one thing that I'm good at. I'm good at still being your friend. You know, like that.
You would have come with a competition element.
That's what it is. I'm gonna bring that fire, B, because we gotta compete. And although we're friends, we'll be friends after that. Me and Maku's had many debates, and I realized that even though they wasn't put forward as a debate, I've never looked at him different afterwards. I still see him as a friend, and I hope he sees me the same. And I think that once we can understand that because some people don't like that competitive element in me, but like I said, that's the only way to sharpen your sword.
It's a little bit disrespectful though, Schiffer, because if you know these both you guys and what level of Maku, the C, literally going to Oxford and giving debates and like giving lectures and shit. Like, these people on a different level, so they don't need to come with the combative like battle rap kind of style. You get me? Because it's just
but in a debate you do. No, do you know what? You're in a
I know you think that. I'm just trying to show you that this is just a different style of you know, presentation.
No, but what you'll find is all of the best debaters, the people who win the most, are the ones that are combative.
But it's not about winning. In this, it's not about winning.
Why not?
Because they
Why
both
do you say
won.
that?
Because they both won.
No, Shaka Ra won. Don't say that, man. That's not fair.
No, you're saying Shaka Ra won, but look, the next two people that gave their opinion, me and you, if there was 5 judges instead of 3, Maku would have won. Because we both gave it to Maku.
If some buts, Cons, man.
I'm
It's
saying
some
it's not,
buts, mate.
that's not
Come
what's
on,
important,
brother.
that's not what's important here. It's not about winning and losing.
All right, let's ask Jedi. Jedi, can you give us a conclusive answer? I'm going to go with whatever you say. Did they both win or did Shaka Ra win?
For the interest of fairness, Shaka Ra won. For the interest of the fact that the 2 judges didn't have any knowledge whatsoever, I personally felt like Maku in the last rounds at least made it a tie. He definitely had a round where I felt made up for his intro. Doesn't mean he beat Shaka Ra though. You have to come harder to beat Shaka Ra. I'm just gonna be real. You can't have a shit first round against Shaka Ra. It's just like rap battle. You can't. You get me? Maku's a great debater and one of my favorites, but at the same time, he didn't deliver on this first round. Just being real. So you can't slip. Let's not act like Shaka Ra is really the kind of guy you can have a bad round against and think you're gonna win the debate. Come on, bro.
Yeah. It's made me more confident after seeing that, though. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I don't know. I feel like I could win every debate now after watching that. I'll be honest, bro. Listen, listen. I saw Shaka Ra as big competition before this debate. After watching that debate, I still think he's big competition, but I feel like his debate style, and even he said it. Listen to what he said at the end. He said it was more important to show people about certain information than it was to win the debate, which, like, I believe that gives me the edge. And I feel like, you know, unless, like, not to say that he's a rubbish debater or anything, because he's good at doing what he does. He's good at articulating himself and putting information across. But I feel like I'm going to go for the jugular, where he's not going to go for the jugular, which gives me the edge. That's my honest opinion.
Right? Can I just say something? If China create a computer, right, that came out of the West, is that a Western computer? Or is it Chinese? The reason why I say that, one second.
No.
Family. Give me a minute, family. Give me a minute.
No.
Why?
I just want to play my video. I want to play the video.
All right, my G. All right, cool. No, honestly, I thought I was making sense. Man.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Who got their laws, customs, burial riches, and statues, and their system of writing from Ethiopia. Therefore, the gods Netta of Egypt, Greece, Rome, and etc. were of Ethiopian ancestry. Right, so let me comment at this now. Boom. Right. So as you can see, I got loads there. I got loads of references and all of this type of stuff to stuff in the Bible. I've got Bible verses, all sorts I couldn't get to, but no worry. Let's get to, oops, where are we going? That's it. Okay. And I'll play for the rest of the video. Well, let me sum up. Yeah, just from that little piece. My thing is that all of the monotheistic religions or polytheistic or any type, yeah, came out of Egypt. And I can prove through texts, different texts, the coffin text, the pyramid text, all of these stories, whether it be Abraham, these are all stories taken out of Kemet. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I haven't had time to giving you too much evidence on that. But let me just play this little piece from Dr. Ben Yuckanan, a prominent scholar, rest in peace. Yeah, just listen to what he says.
No sound. No sound, brother. No sound.
No sound, yeah. All right.
No sound.
No problem. I've got this. Now we have to share it the conventional way. Where we go. 2 seconds.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Slavery was nothing that brought Christianity to you. The church started in Egypt with Pantius and Botius. Ethiopia had a Christian religion and a Christian church 150 years before Rome knew what Christianity was. Those are your people I'm talking about, yes? I am speaking about a religion that came out of the bowels of Central Africa. Because when we look at the Book of the Dead, the pyramid texts and the coffin texts and the Osirian drama, the 147 negative confessions that set the foundation for the 10 Commandments. When I look at Akhenaten, otherwise called Amenhotep IV, and his teaching of monotheism before another African named Moses was born.
Your work can feel much smoother with Monday.com.
Another African.
I could only rejoice in your second 32nd birthday today. To think of the fact that you, the people, where the Bible says, and the third river, this is Genesis, mind you, and the third river flows through the land of Ethiopia, and that river is Halima. And then you say, when you look in the mirror, you don't like what you see. This is a history. Your homecoming today, your celebration today, reaches out much farther than what it may seem. Certainly, when we speak of the Nile Valley, we must think and remember that it was there that the infant Jesus was held, was given haven. Just think back for one moment that Jimmy Carter, that's the present president, I understood, sent the United States Army, the Air Force and the Navy to look for a little blonde, blue-eyed boy.
Time. All right. Big up Sniper. That was your first 20 minutes.
Nice one.
Right.
Yeah, it went quick, boy.
Yeah,
Oh my
man.
God.
All right, big up yourself. Shaka, you ready, brother?
Hold on, let me just share up the screen still. One second.
Yo, Jedi, do you think that was? Do you feel that also that was a mistake playing that video during his debate? Because I honestly felt like him playing that video, it gave someone else's, point of view, but I don't think it really presented the information in a way where it was proving it. Like,
I think
like playing that video.
Yeah, I think you could have been better off maybe not reading some of the things, playing that video, and then when Dr. Ben is saying certain things, illustrating them out, what he's talking about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you're gonna go through a list of comparisons between Kemetan or ancient beliefs and Abrahamic, that could have been a good tool to just use. Like, while he's speaking, and you would, and then you also could have been like, "Yo," because I know Shaka Ra respects Dr. Ben.
100. Yeah, you see it.
Like, you know them ones there. Like, I know this is one of your master teachers, so I don't get how you're gonna go against your master teacher. Draw it in like that. Draw man in.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
And highlight to the crowd that don't know who the fuck Dr. Ben is, because I think
that's right.
If you knew who Dr. Ben was, you might put more credence on what he's saying or not.
Yeah, 100%.
You know?
Yeah.
But it's easy. We could say all of this after the debate, innit?
After it's done, innit? Yeah, that's what Matt is. You only see it afterwards, isn't it?
Yeah.
Only afterwards, bro. You could have won that.
Hindsight, innit? Hindsight.
Yeah, hindsight. We could critique the fuck out of everyone, but you know, when I came in with that 9 minutes, I know he didn't like that because he was like,
he didn't.
Yeah, same. I was like,
he was under pressure. He was like, he's like, okay, well, I can't do that. Let me.
I can't get through this. Can't get through that.
Yeah.
Mackie, that's what I said. I think Mackie lost the crowd, bro, in that these 20 minutes, bro.
Yeah.
That 20 minutes seemed like it went quick, though. Was that 20 minutes?
Bro, that was quick. Yeah, it was. I remember we're stopping it and reviewing it. So imagine just going straight from A to B, bro.
Bruh, that's mad.
You get me? He didn't know. Let's be real. Let's be real, yeah? Sniper didn't present 20 minutes worth of information.
You're right.
He didn't.
You're right. I remember when me and Ezra debated, we only had 10 minutes, you know. So for me, it felt long. It felt long, but obviously for people who ain't been in that situation, it might feel shorter than what it is.
Man is saying now half an hour should be the premise. I just don't know. I just need to
Nah, bro, nah.
Too long.
Shaka Ra takes long, blood.
That's too long.
If you give Shaka Ra half an hour, my God. Oh, Lord.
Half an hour of Shaka Ra speaking in double time speed as well. It's mad.
You know, like that?
Yeah.
Brethren, when they got to the question round, I was putting comments in the back, like I was trying to stop Zulu from like rephrasing this question as well, because it's like, you know, you're giving Shaka Ra more time now. He's now going to take half an hour with your second version of your question.
Yeah, Shaka, man. He's got techniques. I personally think that he answered the questions at a leisurely speed to burn out some of Mackie's time still.
Yeah, and take advantage. He took advantage. He took full advantage, bro. I thought that was unfair. I'm going to be honest.
Question, it's like 10-minute question answer round, right? Mackie went to answer my question. And it was, Jedi, how much time have we got? And I was like, about 5 minutes. Is it? Can I share my screen? I was like, oh no, Kalas. You gotta do a presentation to answer the question and kill out all the time. Mad thing. But
Bertrand, I'm not gonna lie, I was gonna say something yesterday because I felt like I don't feel like Shaka Ra was trying to cheat, but I thought it was unfair on Maku. But I respect the laws of debate, which says that, you know, we're not allowed to intercede, we're not allowed to intervene. You know, it's down to the judges and down to the moderator. It's not down to me, so that's why I didn't say anything yesterday. But yeah, big up to Shaka Ra though.
Come on, all right, let's go again. Shaka's round is about to start. This is his first round, and you can just hear from the speed of the fucking speech. And look out for the Arms Coolio intros.
I'm looking for that. I'm checking for that.
He's about to start now. He's not fucking around. Come on.
He's on fire. Johnny's flaming and way too much heat in my cranium. Like a hot boy push up geranium. Make the lava splash like I'm capable.
Boom. You ready?
Yeah. All right, can I see that?
Yes, bro. You want me to put it behind the scenes for that? Are you ready?
1 second. Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, let me set the timer, and your time starts now.
All right, cool.
Shango, Mojuba, Shango,
la 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 la.
No way. We started with you.
All right, greetings, family. Greetings, 10-9 Mwade, Kuzai Muzeo Makolo. Wait, I've got a. There we go. Something was going on wrong with my technology right there, sir. All right, Mojuba, Oludumare, Mojuba, Egungun, Mojuba, Olisha. I'm greeting you in 2 different African languages there, one from Southern East Africa.
Brother Shaka.
Brother
Shaka, can I get you to turn your mic down just a little bit? It's distorting a little bit.
Hold on, is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Right,
that's
cool.
better. Yeah.
All right. Yes, I've just greeted you in 2 different African languages, right? One spoken in Southern Eastern Africa, the country called Zimbabwe. The language is Shona, and the other is the Yoruba language, which is mostly spoken in Nigeria. And we've just given honor and praise to the Mother, Father, Creator of the universe, the great ancestors, and the forces of nature. Gonna get into this very quickly because I've got more to get through than I have time to get through it. All right. And so we give thanks for JEDI for hosting, and we give thanks to Naku for being the fellow interlocutor, and we also appreciate the audience for watching, and we hope you enjoy and full joy the conversation. All right, let's get into this thing. First and foremost, invoking the Pan-African spirit. I just want to say, that we're having a debate at the moment, but at the same time, I am a Pan-Africanist, which means that I affirm the principle of unity among all African people, and in the context of this debate, that includes regardless of religion. And so nothing that I say today is designed to foster division or insult anybody, but there is an honest conversation that needs to be had on these subjects, and I'm going to debate vigorously but respectfully. And within that context, I want you to consider 2 statements for me. The 2 statements are, African traditional religions are pagan, heathen, kuffar, shirk, demonic, and devil worship. That's the first statement. African traditional religions, as they are called often, are pagan, heathen, kuffar, shirk, demonic, or devil worship. That's the first statement. The second statement is Abrahamic religions are not African, which is the subject that we're discussing today. And I want you to ask yourself, which of these statements, carries the most weight? Which one of these?
Whoever put the MDMA in the sorrel, you're wrong for that. You're wrong.
Jedi, one question. Whose face was that on that dolly thing or teddy bear, whatever Shaka was showing? Whose face was that on there?
Nah. Shaka, that's not Shaka showing that. That's Jedi being a fucking dickhead. That's me showing.
Oh, okay. That got me good still. That got me, bro. I was upset when I saw that.
Was you upset? Nah, it's me being dumb. You're like, raw, what? Shaka really did voodoo, Like, really? When Sniper comes, I'm gonna say it was Mr. Lee that made it. But
one more question, Jedi. Is it just me, or Shaka's picture where he's got the hands over the drum? Did anyone else see the hands moving, or was it just me?
Bruh, Shaka's got you, bruh.
That is mad.
Shaka's got you.
I said the picture's moving.
One man said he's gonna invoke spirits. I was like, I'm nah.
I said the picture was moving.
Like, get behind me, Satan. As soon as he said I'm gonna invoke spirits.
Is that what you started imagining? You saw Shaka's hands beating the drum and that.
Bro, I saw the hands beating the drum. I was confused. Is it just me then? Is it just me that saw that?
Yeah. You might have had your volume up a bit too high, Shifa.
Trust me. Unless that picture was a GIF or something, I don't know, bro. That thing won't be.
Yo, Aki, the Most High is making my vision blurry right now. I don't know what's going on, cuz. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. That's like the movement in the picture. That's
beating drums and staring at that. Yeah, that.
No, I'm only joking. I didn't really, but it sounded funny, so I thought I'd say
it. Yeah, so as you can see, Shaka just hit the scene running.
Running.
Machine gun Shaka, like that?
Yeah, he's not playing around. He's trying to squeeze as much into this 20 minutes as he can. He's not here to mess around, bro. Here we go.
These statements carry consequences, for your life, as a human being. Which one of these statements, carries the most gravity in terms of who you are and what you stand for as a human being? The answer should be obvious to all, and I'm suggesting that this question should not even be controversial, because if I said that Buddhism is not African religion, or that Hinduism is not an African religion, yeah, or that the religions of the indigenous peoples of the Americas are not African, or Sikhi is not an African religion, nobody would consider this to be controversial. Nobody would consider these to be controversial statements. And the only reason, yeah, why it is controversial in this day and age is because of the history and experiences of African people. All right. And so we're going to get into some of the reasons why this statement is seen to be controversial, even over and above the idea that African traditional religions are pagan, heathen, kuffar, shirk, demonic, and devil worship. Because there are those, yeah, among my brothers and sisters who are in Abrahamic religions who would see nothing wrong with that statement, but would be very much offended by the statement that Abrahamic religions are not African. And I want you to consider the imbalance that is being perpetuated by that reality. As we move on, I am going to speak from the perspective of an African spiritualist, and we refer to African spirituality as Kimoyo. Don't have time to go into what Kimoyo means specifically, but just bear in mind that when we speak of African traditional religion or African spirituality, African spiritual systems, we are talking about the indigenous spiritual systems of Africa and African people considered collectively, yeah? And I know some people are fuming right about now that I've made that statement, but you can carry your fumes to the question and answer period, and we're going to get into it a little bit more. So we are asking, are the Abrahamic...
Look, he's doing sidebars, sending shots at the audience already, you know. He's not even 5 minutes in. He's already sending side shots to the audience, talking about questions and answer later. Do you know what I mean?
He's getting hard.
Yeah, he was waiting for us to go. Do you know what? When he said Kimoyo, I looked it up in it, and it was talking about some spiritual beads. So I was going to say something and ask him what he's talking about, but I thought it's pointless now. I know it's pointless asking him stuff I already looked up in it. And I also felt that, you know, like I said, Shaka Ra was emphasizing on trying to teach us about African spiritual systems more than he was emphasizing on debating. And I felt like, you know, when he said certain things, he was making, like you said, little sly attacks. When he said that, like the Hyksos, and he was showing us all of these pictures, but I knew the pictures he was showing were relatively new and updated versions of pictures. He weren't going to show us the primary sources. And if he'd showed us the primary, when he did show the primary, he made sure it was small enough that you couldn't really depict it. But if he'd blown that up, I think that people would have been like, hold on, they got afros.
I thought when he said Kimoyo beads, he was talking about Black Panther.
Okay, okay.
I ain't got time for this silliness. What are you doing, Zulu?
No, but that's where it's from. It's from Black Panther. If you actually look it up, it's from Black Panther.
No comment, no comment.
Yeah, I don't know what you're doing, Zulu. What are you trying to do? Okay. You don't want to be the next person with your face on the doll. You get me? So that
you know that. But Jedi, ratings to you as well. I have to give you ratings, yeah, because I felt like, you see, when I said to you, because I wanted, you see how Zulu rephrased this question. I wanted to rephrase my question. That's why I said, can I ask another question? Because I wanted to ask a different way. But you stopped me, and I felt like if you didn't stop me there, I could have turned the tide of that debate. I could have asked the wrong question, and I feel like it made it fair. It made it fair, man. So respect.
Nah, you know what? I was just thinking, let me just make it like this. Everyone gets one question and just keep it neat. And bare people was trying to jump in. So I just wanted to let you get your question, get you back out, and you can come back on afterwards, yeah? So it wasn't even that. The thing was, I felt like Zulu's question wasn't answered, right? We'll get there anyway. We'll get there. Because it was very important.
I thought that was my question, no. But do you know what, Jed? I felt like that. I felt like my question wasn't answered. But then when I thought about it, I thought, you know what? The rules of debate say that you're allowed to answer a question any way you see fit as the person answering. So yeah, I just left it alone.
Yeah, man. All right, let's go.
Abrahamic religions, African, yeah? I'm differentiating between African religions, religions with African influences, and religions with African expressions, yeah? This is the context in which I'm going to approach the conversation today. When we say religions with African influences, we understand, for example, that the Greek civilization and the Greek religion had an influence from Africa and African people, but we generally don't consider the Greek civilization or the Greek religion to be an African religion or an African civilization. So it's possible for a religion to have African influences and justifiable African influences, but not be an African religion. We're going to get into what is an African religion a little bit later on. Then we have religions with African expressions. Yeah, we include, for example, the Shanga Baptist tradition in the Caribbean. Yeah, these are African expressions of non-African religion. We will include the Monid or the Biafal sect in West Africa, yeah, who honor Sheikh Amadou Bamba. Yeah, Islam, I'm suggesting, is not an African religion, but that particular expression of Islam is Africanized. There are Africanisms, yeah, heavy Africanisms in that expression of Islam, and we don't reject wholeheartedly those expressions. In fact, many of us as African spiritualists came to African spirituality through a consideration of those expressions. But that in and of itself doesn't make the religions African. So we have to differentiate here, I'm suggesting. And as we move, yeah, I'm gonna just address two arguments very quickly. The first is the geography argument. The Middle East is in Africa, and the Middle East is on the African tectonic plate. These are some of the arguments that are made in order to justify this idea that Abrahamic religions are in fact African religions, because we know that the foundation of the Abrahamic religions, or most of it is centered around all of the Holy Lands, yeah, are in what is considered today to be the Middle East. It's a misnomer, but we use it for communication purposes. The Middle East, yeah. And so because of that, people who are adherents to Abrahamic religions are very sensitive about that era of the world, yeah. However, when brothers and sisters came up and started affirming themselves as African, yeah, and rejecting Abrahamic religions in the context of affirming indigenous African spiritual systems, one of the arguments that began to develop lately is that the Middle East is in fact in Africa. Yeah, so let's look at what a continent is. All right, a continent, Wikipedia definition. Yeah, a continent is any of several landmasses generally identified up to 7 geographical regions by convention, rather than any strict criteria, commonly regarded as continents. Yeah, I've highlighted what I want you to focus on there. By convention, rather than any strict criteria, yes, commonly regarded as continents. Ordered from the largest in area to the smallest, these are Asia, Africa, North America, South America, Antarctica, Europe, and Australia. All right, let's move forward very quickly because time is a precious gift from the Creator. So I want you to consider this right about now. Yeah, so they say to us, yeah, that all of this, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but everything from the western border of Saudi Arabia to the eastern border of Saudi Arabia and up here to Iraq and Syria is Africa. That's the argument. All right. So my question is, well, if that's Africa, based upon its connection to Kemet, yeah, why is Iran not Africa? Why is Afghanistan and Turkmenistan not Africa? Why is Turkey not Africa? And furthermore, why is Spain, yeah, all the way over here, not Africa? Yeah. By the argument, all of this could be considered Africa. So evidently, it's not simply a geographical argument in terms of connection to land. I'm going to skip this slide for the sake of time, but this just highlights a lot of the groups that are in the Bible and where they are said to have been originated or lived and set up civilization. Yeah. Then we have the tectonic plate argument, and we can see, for example, that Arabia has its own plate. You might get away with what they now call Israel. Yeah, you might get away with that. All right, but the rest of it is not on the African tectonic plate.
Any comments on this?
You might get away with.
Yeah, like, you know what he's trying to draw the border between Spain and Africa. It's funny because there's the piece of Africa that's still Spain. It goes against his argument.
Yeah, and also I think that where Shaka Ra was smart though, yeah, I'll tell you where Shaka Ra is very intelligent. Because he's using the machine gun technique, it doesn't give you much time to think about each point.
So told you, JEDI.
I think that you see, if I was Maku, yeah, in that debate, what I would have done, bro, I would have been sat there with a pen and paper, and each point he was reading off, you have to get down his points and attack his points at that point, because none of them were refutable. And if Maku had done that and refuted his points, that was another way he could have turned the tide. But I felt that Maku was, like I said, they was both focused more on presenting their information than tearing down the other person's argument, which that's why I said you can't be too respectful.
And who cares about tectonic plates? We're talking about movement of people, right? So there would have been a time where Persia, which is Iran now, would have been predominantly black people. And they would have been living there, yeah? And Turkmenistan wouldn't have been black people. So there is a line that we can draw of how far these African people ventured out. So when you want to make a hard line, you could say, yeah, the Euphrates River, yeah. So Turkey wasn't part of Africa, but Israel was. Iran was part of Africa based on the people, but Turkmenistan, which is the other side of Iran, wasn't based on the people.
I think he has got a good point. Yeah? What makes a continent? What's the criteria? I think
no one's arguing over what a continent is. We're arguing over.
Well, we are. We will do when we want to say if certain faiths are African. We are.
It's the people that are African.
It's the people that are African.
The people are carrying the faiths. It can be anywhere in the world, but they're African.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah,
there's that point.
Like we're African, but we're in the UK.
Yeah,
Zulu, do you know where I think Maku he missed out? Like I said, because Shaka was machine gunning, I think Maku maybe missed that part where he was talking about the Shangu Baptist. I remember when Motion asked the question at the end
with the Ethiopians.
All right, now watch
what
this.
Was that all about?
I feel like watch this. I feel like Shaka messed up there, but Maku never capitalized on it, and I feel like Motion tried to tip it. He tried to tip him off at the end. He was like, "Are there any other similarities between the Abrahamic faiths, maybe not even Muslim focusing on specifically, but between Abrahamic faiths and African traditional systems?" And I thought that was the point where Motion tried to help Maku so that he could capitalize on the argument, but he never capitalized. So it's like, we can't capitalize for you, innit? Otherwise, we're cheating.
As soon as he said he worshipped with Christians in Ethiopia, I was just like, bruh, like, what are we even doing now? Like, really? Like, come on.
What Shaka Ra's main gripe is that there's a disdain amongst the Abrahamic faiths for things like voodoo, right? But let's face it, these traditions live in strong within Christians and Muslims. They're all practicing these sort of witchcraft, dodgy things alongside their monotheism. So let's not get it twisted, isn't it?
Is that what you're doing, Khan?
So I'm saying to you, bro, like, you know, that's his main argument. He's saying that, you know, like,
no, you just said you practice
Christian and Muslim
witchcraft alongside your. You said you practice witchcraft alongside your Islam. Is that true?
He didn't say that.
Are you trying to act like Christianity?
Are we gonna have a serious conversation? Are we gonna have a serious conversation?
Let's move on. Let's move on because you don't fast. I do more fasting than you.
Wow, shit.
I'm playing. I'm only joking. Sorry, Khan. I won't attack you. I apologize.
It's all right, bro. I don't mind, bro. I'm a big boy. I can take it. Don't worry.
So wait, Somalia's got his own tectonic plate, yeah?
Man, look at that. Exactly. Look at that.
It might even have it. It might even.
Yeah.
Look at that.
And then I think Shaka Ra, interesting point. Like, and I'm sure some of you lot were thinking something, but obviously he was talking so quick and that, yeah. But he mentioned that he believes that there's a theory that in like 20 million years, East Africa's going to snap off the continent and be doing its own thing. And that's mad. That's mad for Somalia, Ethiopia.
20 million years, bro.
20 million years, East Africa's going to snap off the continent and be floating on its own. How did they feel about that? How did Habasha gang?
I think they'll be quite happy. They'll be over the moon.
Some people will, some people won't.
Yeah.
Mood best will be pissed. You get me? Mood best will be pissed. I know it will be.
So is it going to?
It's going to be like Ethiopia and Eritrea floating along with Somalia. Like, what's going on?
They're going to be going towards India then.
Yeah, and back to
India.
Back to India with you. They might end up floating and landing in Australia. It's peak,
in Australia.
Peak. We're going in different
I have to give Shaka Ra some points though, because he did lead us down a particular path from the beginning to the end of his speech. Like when he said,
though, isn't it?
You know, when he was talking about, you know, which one has more credence. African spiritual systems have been, you know, shirk or whatever we said, kafar and all of these things, or Abrahamic faiths are not African. Which one has more credence? Which one is more important then? And which one would be less damaging then as well? But that's what I'm saying. He used good
the debate wasn't whether is it kufar or is it demonic. it was the Abrahamic Africa. So it's like he's throwing in things in there that no one's really
Yeah,
trying
he's
you know what I mean?
bamboozling us. That's what I'm saying. He tried to bamboozle. He didn't bamboozle me, but I believe he bamboozled some of the audience and a couple of the judges by the sound of things. So he got away with it, cuz. You have to give him his prop, bro. He got away.
But his intro made sense, though. I don't understand why you don't try to make out confused. I tell you why. It's because you lot are theists. You lot are theists.
We didn't say it didn't make sense. We didn't say it don't make sense.
Like, respectively, though. I'm saying respectively.
Substantiate your claim, bro. Say something.
We didn't say it didn't make sense, Kingo. So please, can you explain why you don't think
what is you're mocking? You're kind of half mocking Shaka Ra's belief system, the way he presented his.
No, wrong.
No, you're mocking the way
we're analyzing.
That's all it is. Yeah, but you're mocking it at the same time, though.
They're not, bruv. All these people here are African. What are you on about? Why are they going to mock African spiritual systems?
No, but Kingo, all we're saying is that his question was leading. We're saying his question was leading, and that's all we're saying. We're not saying that he was. We're not disrespecting his belief system, bro.
Can I clarify?
We're just saying the question was leading.
I'm fucking snake trying to stir shit up on some line. I'm hearing what I'm hearing. And I'm saying
all about you again.
So now I'm saying it, bro. Yeah, so let me fucking say it.
And even where that is concerned, there's even a rift in African to what they now call Israel. Yeah, you might get away with that. All right, on plate, you might get away with what they now call Israel. Yeah, you might get away with that. All right, but the rest of it is not on the African tectonic plate. And even where that is concerned, there's even a rift in the African tectonic plate at the moment, which they say in 20 million years may get rid of East Africa in terms of its mainland of Africa. Would then East Africa no longer be Africa? And by the way, this particular rift, the Arabian from the African tectonic plate took place 20 million to 30 odd million years ago. So if you are a believer in the idea that the earth is no more than about 6,000-7,000 years old, then this was never together in the first place for you anyway. Okay, gonna skip that for the sake of time. Second argument, but they were black. Yeah, the people of these areas were black, and this is also. All
right, Gabs, this is your time now. This is because
gonna get.
This is what you just mentioned. This shit now. I don't know if you're still there. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm here, man.
All right, so yeah, we're getting into you lot's territory. I think Schiffer just mentioned it about Iraq or whatnot, the people being black. So let's see now. Let's see.
Yeah, let's see if it shows us the images, the real images. Yeah.
To give the
and the time period
because they were black, the religions themselves are African. Well, I put it to you that there were many Africans, millions in fact, present and in America in 1776 when America declared its independence from Great Britain, and many of them contributed to the independence of America, but we do not today regard America to have been an African civilization, an African nation built around African cultural values. All right, but let's get into this little piece more. Reading from the great book When We Rule by Robin Walker. Do you get it? If you have not got it, Sumer was the first civilization to emerge in Asia, called Chaldea in some of the literature, and primitive or proto-Babylonian elsewhere. It was situated between the Tigris and the Euphrates valleys of southern Iraq. Yeah. So why we're reading this, because a lot of the time the idea of Sumer and its relationship to black people is also an argument that is put forward in relation to justifying the Abrahamic religions as African. The rivers played an important part in the evolution of culture, much as it did in Africa's Nile Valley. The Greeks called the region Mesopotamia, meaning the land between the rivers. From the earliest times, the Tigris and the Euphrates deposited their alluvium on a bed of rocks between Arabia and Iran. 18 ancient cities-states emerged in the region, including Eridu, Kish, Langash, Nippur, Umma, Uruk, and Shuruppak. The Sumerians were succeeded by Semitic cultures in approximately the same region, but centered towards the north. Chief among these were the Akkadian, the Babylonian, and the Assyrian. These cultures were not contemporaneous, but followed each other in chronological fashion with long periods of overlap. Why is this important? Because there is no Abrahamic religion without the Semitic cultures. So when people try to connect Sumer to Abrahamic religions, we have to understand that Sumer was not a Semitic civilization. Yeah.
Can we pause, please?
That's important what you said. That is important what you said.
Yeah. So
Sumer was not found by Semitic people. It wasn't.
All right, cool. But what I'm gonna say to you is, yeah, he's made the claim, but he's not proven the claim. And like I said, the same for the previous claims. You know, Maku should have been picking up on all of these claims and you know,
and
at
hitting
least
it back.
point out that you've not proven it. Once I point out that you've not proven it, your point is a non-point now.
Yeah.
Even if I can't prove it, your point's a non-point. And also, what he does, Shaka Ra, is he's very good at using fallacy, yeah, and fantasy to bewilder people. Because watch this. I'm going to show you something, yeah. When he brought them up, the Uruk people. When we deal with the Akkadian Empire, the Akkadian Empire is founded by the Uruk people. But Shaka Ra does not, he fails to point out that the Uruk people are the last people group to come into the Mesopotamia region. And all of the people groups that were there before it, he doesn't mention. He totally disregards them, which is why I'm saying, I put in the chat yesterday, you know, it's the same as lying. Because what you've done is you've made out that these people are the people of that region, but hold on, they're all invaders.
Yeah, they're all
latecomers,
invaders. That's
newcomers.
facts. They're all invaders.
Yeah. All right. So he doesn't point none of that out. So it's like,
Yeah.
you know, it's very deceptive what he did there. But if Maku don't point it out, if I point it out, like, it's unfair,
Yeah,
really,
yeah,
because
yeah,
I'm not. Maku's smart enough to pick that up. I'm telling you.
I mean, he's very dismissive of Mesopotamian history generally. He just kind of sticks to Africa as if Mesopotamia there's like no connection. I've noticed that.
Basically, he's playing with the timeline. He's playing with the timeline.
Yeah.
At the time where you could say Sumerians and Kemetans had contact with each other and they kick-started off a civilization, there weren't no white people in that area. There weren't no South Persians coming down into Arabia or anything like that. That's a different timeline. What we're calling Mesopotamia is way, way, way after. Even these Akkadians and things that they're talking about, they didn't even speak the same language what the Sumerians that founded Sumeria were even speaking.
And Khan's
completely
right.
different race of people.
But this is why Khan's
right, you know.
I brought it up to Maku about when you go into the what is it called again? The Elamite tablets. They can't read it because those Akkadians and those people who came after, they couldn't read those languages. Those languages that no one can read them, bro. The oldest ones. So they were earlier. Go on.
Let Gabs in, please.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, basically you're right. Basically, yeah, where it is with this debate now that because obviously I'm starting to gather the first bit because I think I came in a bit after this bit. I started listening, tuning in. Shaka Ra is I don't think he knows too much about Mesopotamia. So he's basically only dealing with the timeline and the things that he knows. Do you understand? Or that he kind of knows. Not even that he knows, that what he kind of knows. And like you said, because he's good at speaking very fast and, you know, he's able to say these things quickly and make you believe that, right, okay, yeah. Because when you're hearing this, it sounds good. You be like, okay. So they can, okay. Boom. He knows what he's talking about. Do you understand? But I don't think he really knows about the timeline. And I think he doesn't really know about Mesopotamian history because even like what we was talking about earlier, like I said, Mesopotamian history is so vast here. There's so much things going on. It's hard to even get into it. Hence why the freaking archaeologists are still there trying to put things together. You understand? There's so much things going on. Like it's tough. So for him to try and break down and go into Mesopotamia, unless he knows exactly what area he's talking about and he's gonna bring in the proper facts and stuff, there's no point even going into that.
Do you know why I think he did know, my brother? Do you know why I think he did know? Because he directly targeted particular people groups from that region, and other ones he directly left out. I don't think that was by accident. I think an intelligent man does that. Because he knows.
Yeah, he knows.
If he brings up those other people groups and you look at an Elamite, you look at certain other people, you're going to say, hold on, but the oldest ones, they're all dark skinned. And the oldest ones, you can't read their languages. So it would suggest hold on. It would suggest you couldn't prove anything. That's what I'm saying.
To me, it looks like he was mainly going on the Eurocentric kind of thing because that viewpoint that he was kind of bringing, these are kind of the Eurocentric viewpoints that I get when I hear about people talking about the Middle East, trying to discredit Middle East and Africa. Do you understand? He was coming from that point of view. So, but what he was doing, he was covering his back because he didn't want to seem too bait. that he's actually coming with a Eurocentric viewpoint. He was covering his back by going into the African, saying, "Oh, but I'm an African spiritualist." And African spiritual, we do this. So he was giving you two bits, so you'll get confused. So he was coming with Eurocentric views on one side, but he was cleaning up his back by talking about his African spirituality, Kimoyo, all these different things, just to try,
100%.
dilute it and make it seem
that's
a bit.
why I think he knew, bro. That's why
he knew,
he knew.
When
And
he
he
went
left
into
certain
African,
parts on purpose.
100%. 100%.
bro, when he went
100%
into out of Africa, yeah, and when he showed the
Out
paintings,
to
I was
Africa, Eurocentric.
like that's when you know he was really like using that. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, Eurocentric, 100% Eurocentric. I've heard that text. Try and discredit Middle East from Africa. That's all they've been doing. That's the whole thing. That's their whole viewpoint. It's a separate entity. These people here ain't Africans. They're their own people group and blah blah blah. That's the Eurocentric viewpoint.
He knows they were black, bro. He knows this, man. He's playing games, man. He knows they were black.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see.
He definitely knows because I've shared this information
We've spoken
with him
to him about
before,
this.
and he's not challenged me on it because he knew what I was showing him. He couldn't refute it, but obviously he used it to his advantage. So I got to give him ratings, bro. Come on, man. You got to give him ratings for that, Joe.
I've sent him bare shit, man.
Mastered his craft.
You got to give a man ratings. Come on, you got to give him his ratings. Shaka Ra, man.
I'm moving like Doctor Strange, cuz fam, he's moving hard.
Doctor Strange.
hard. Yeah, wizardry. That is mad, fam. I'm just listening to the
But he done it well, though. He done it well, bro.
Yeah, he did. So hold on. Maku didn't even. Maku, man. He didn't come back and. I don't know. I think Maku was still probably going over his first opening statement.
That's why I say Maku was nervous.
He said he hasn't finished his presentation. He didn't finish his whole presentation. So maybe
I think he weren't listening. I think he was going. I think he was literally flicking back. He must have been flicking back at his notes and looking because because I know Maku. I've been around Maku, when people are debating and he's listening and he comes back straight snap.
He's a
like,
sniper,
bam, boom. Like, hold on.
That's it.
Yeah,
Maku,
so how can he work? This is what I'm trying to say. What happened? Like, you normally be like, hold on, wait a minute. What's this? No, hold on.
He was nervous.
Bro, he was nervous.
I'm
telling you. No, bro, listen to me. When I had the debate with Ezra, when I first got into debate, I was nervous. But what I realized with myself is because I'm used to jumping on stages, rapping in front of people. My nerves get me.
Yeah, you learn to ride the adrenaline buzz, innit?
The nerves they drop off after a minute. Yeah, after a moment, the nerves are gone. So that's what I'm used to. The nerves will go after about maybe 30 seconds. And I'm sure anyone who performs regularly in front of people, the nerves go quickly. But if you're not performing regularly, your nerves can take hold of you. Like, for instance, I saw Shaka Ra not just the other day doing some poetry thing online. Shaka Ra is good at controlling his nerves, hence why he could do that machine gunning thing. And he seems so calm, cool, calm, collected. Do you feel where I'm coming from? So I rate Brother Maku, though, for not using that as an excuse.
Yeah, it's a learning curve, man.
Bro. Yeah, he was he showed his humility in this debate, and it's given me a newfound respect for his humility.
And another thing that's hard though, Shifa, keeping track of time. Keeping track of time is difficult, because when you're under different influences like emotions, time
could just run away. You know what? It's good for anyone stepping up to debate. Hopefully, we get a few more people wanting to step up and try themselves out in the arena, right? But always perform your debate to a timer. You got to perform that. You got to do it. You got to read the notes, remember, so you know how long it takes you to do it. This is something that I realize a lot of people are not doing. They're compiling their information. They ain't even got a clue of how much time they've got. Like how much.
How long it takes to say a word or a sentence.
How long it takes them to get through their presentation. They don't even time themselves. It don't make sense. You got to time yourselves.
Practice runs, isn't it?
You know what? I'm talking about arcanating way too long. I need to cut this down to a minute. Look, we got 20 minutes, yeah? So you map out your 20 minutes. What are you trying to achieve in this 20 minutes?
Yeah, correct.
And then you can say how long you're going to spend on, obviously, this is my core point, so I'm going to spend 5 minutes on this one. but everything else, or you could choose to say, look, I got 20 minutes. I'm just gonna talk about 3 points, and I'm gonna break them the fuck down.
Yeah, that's it. Even one
the main
point,
one.
that's it, and just break it down, bro.
Yeah, the main one or the main ones. You're right.
Main one,
So then you can get people's focus. Once you got their focus,
yes,
you're more likely for them to understand and get where you're coming from. But if you lead them here, there, and everywhere, they're going to be more confused than they're zeroing in on your
this
argument.
is why. Okay, do you know, brother? This is why this is. This is why I said there was so much thing. This is why I was saying when I looked at Mackie's first presentation when he was getting into all them stuff, he didn't need to do. That's too much information. Way too much information.
Way too much.
He could have just stuck on the Bible. The moment you hear Abrahamic religions, if it's a debate about Abrahamic religions, you can just use the Bible, you know, as the source. Regardless if he wants to go into world history, at the end of the day, it's Abrahamic religion. So you could actually use Abrahamic religions. Do you understand? So if he had found a point in the Abrahamic religions text that helps with his argument, just stick there. The moment you start going outside to other people and you start remember, like I said, people's mindset, human beings, you know, some of us have a short attention span and too much information, writing text, you know, writing and typing or reading. Sometimes we're just like, nah, man. Do you know what I mean? Let's just get to the nitty gritty. So
I agree, but the only issue I feel like he would have had there, is the people who don't believe in the text. That's the only. So I think that it would have been good to do that.
No, but
it would have been good to do that, though. No, I get you, but it would have been good to do that as well as to zero in on the history that correlates the text.
That's what I mean. No, that's what I mean.
Correlate your things with history that people, you know, they might not respect the text, but they respect history and they respect science. So if you can correlate the two,
I hear that, but no, do you know what? I hear that, but you think about it. He could have done that. That would have been the icing on the cake. But remember, think about it. If it's about Abrahamic religions and if they have African origin, if you can show and prove in the actual text, the actual Abrahamic religion, that these people are African and there's African origins in it, you don't really need to go to the real world. Do you understand? It's there. It's right there in your face.
Claim, innit?
That's the most potent. Yeah, it's right there. Boom, boom, boom. There's nothing more you need to go into because he can go outside.
I agree.
When I was learning how to do presentations, they said to me, never read out your slides. Have your slides behind you, stand in front of your slides and speak them.
That's true.
And then just press the button, switch to the next one, and everything behind you is correlating. But I'm sorry to say, I don't want to diss the brother because obviously we're a home team, innit? So we're supporting Maku, but he was sort of reading the slides out a little bit, and I think he lost a little point there.
It was easy words, but I think the nervousness.
Yeah, you shouldn't be reading out your slides. You should know your material, in it. You should just bang it out.
Or just have notes.
Either you said it yesterday or someone else said it yesterday as well. So
shout out Maku though and Shaka Ra.
Now don't feel bad. Like I know man feel bad, but we gotta get used to, you know, critiquing
grilling your veterans,
Come on, and breaking each other down because then
come on, bro.
Then you know that those around you are not gonna poke at you to think you're wrong or whatever. It is what it is. Michael's a big man anyway. He's more than willing to. He's more than able to deal with this shit. And I want to know what his comeback, because I see by the end of it he was already trying to say to Shaka, "Oh yeah, we should do another debate about this." Like,
I know it's not.
He has it back in the arena.
Oh man.
But if Shaka Ra does allow him to run him back again, he's gonna come back with vengeance.
Yeah.
Or he's gonna pop like Deontay Wilder. Like,
see, Shaka's got honor, like when it comes to things like that, he will run the fade back. He's like, all right, you know what, rematch clause, cool. So he will run the fade back still, but just we gotta pick what they're talking about this time. You know, hopefully, I don't know if this was I don't know, because I would have thought this was a strength for Maku, like this particular subject.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
You know what it is? I don't think there's no jokes, no puns. You know what I mean? Like it kind of that's the Maku I'm used to. I don't know. Could be me.
Yeah, in a convo. And anyway, let me play some more. Because when it gets to the question bit, this is where you can see I'm trying to moderate. So, because it's like, yo, this ain't supposed to be a debate. It's supposed to be question answer. But that they're trying to have a conversation. And I don't think it was fair to let that happen. Like, do you know what I mean? So I had to try.
You was right. Yeah, you was right.
You know what I mean? All right, thank you. Next question. He said, Mackie's business. His business. Clearly. All right, cool.
This is the point, a little piece. Further, I'm gonna read from ancient Iraq by George's Rule. The second paragraph here says the Gwena culture was eventually replaced by Nineveh culture, characterized by well-made, rather attractive painted or incised pottery, and by Sumerian weapons and seals. But by that time, Sumer had already entered history, and the whole of early dynastic period was to elapse before first written documents appeared in the north in the wake of Akkadian conquerors. The Akkadians were the first recorded Semitic language and culture, in the world, recorded in the world, and in particular in that particular region. This just gives illustration to migrations out of Africa and back into Africa. The only thing I'm highlighting here is that by the time there's a back migration into Africa, all of these people are not black. They're all kinds of different people with all kinds of different cultures that later formulate into developing the Abrahamic religions. All right. We can also highlight, I'm just going to read the last sentence here, where, well, the last sentence and a half. He said the areas,
Did anyone else hear that, or was it just me? He just fucked up, you know.
In bands of...
Did you hear that?
What did
He said by the time they migrated back into Africa, if Maku had picked up on that point, debate done.
This time,
if they migrated back,
messed up.
If they migrated back, then where did they come from, bro? The argument.
Somehow I think it was brought up, you know, because I remember Sniper maybe slightly touching on that. Something I think in the question answer round, maybe Sniper did mention something on this.
Yeah, because that don't make sense, because that's because you know, because remember, it didn't make no sense what he said there, because that's like basically saying that he basically saying the people left Africa, they were in these places like Iraq and that, they left African, but it's like, but he's saying it's like they got some sort of wisdom and knowledge somewhere else and brought it back into Africa. What? It's like he's saying that they went out, got the info. It's like they were here in Africa doing their thing, had their culture and whatnot, left.
Oh no, he said they came back white. He said they came back white.
Let's remember, Africans left and Africans came back, right? Based on what he said.
Yeah, white. This is what I told you. Use it Eurocentric. Yeah, told you. Eurocentric Darwin. They left Africa black and then they came back European. Come on, man.
What kind of
Darwin, bro.
Come on, man.
Darwin and evolution. Yeah,
Eurocentric. Let me read the last line. Let me skip this. Let me skip that. What's that all about as well? What is he skipping?
You don't like that? He messed up there, but I think Maku should have capitalized that one there. I would have said that ended the debate for me. But obviously, you know, we need to hear where his attack of that point and if it was good enough. We need to hear that.
Because he is with
sorry. Another thing as well, what Maku should have pointed out to him is this time, the dating time periods, because you're saying the people left Africa black and they came back. When they came back, they were different. So what time period are you talking about here? Because you're talking about Akkadians and stuff like that. So which time period? Because are you saying it was just before the Akkadians that they left Africa and came back black? Like what? It doesn't make no sense, right? With what you're talking about. The dating, the time. Maku should have said, okay, brother, where's your date and timing for this Africans leaving and coming back? Where's the date? What year are you giving? What are you talking about?
They need to authenticate these claims.
Yeah, man, he should have been on to him. This should have been a whitewash. This should have been calm, like boom, boom, boom.
You see it now, fam. And I said it from day one. I said, you know what? I expect a whitewash for that reason, because there was no way. I kind of had an inference as to where I thought Shaka would go, and he went exactly where I thought he would go. So if I
didn't think he would.
That would have been my beginning. No, but that would have been my beginning premise. My beginning premise would have been that what Brother Shaka Ra is more than likely going to try and show us is a separation between the Akkadian culture and the Egyptian culture and the African culture. But what I'm going to present to you is that these are directly connected. That would have been my opening statement. Now, once I've said that, and then he comes with this information, it's going to make it look right, isn't it? It's gonna
on a
meld
B
together,
rabbit thing,
innit?
yeah? 8 Mile thing. Yeah, me. Papa that
Come
B
on,
rabbit.
come on, he's done,
You
he's
gotta go
done, he's
first.
done from there, guys.
Trust me. Yeah, you gotta get
Yo,
first.
can I ask this brother Gabs on the panel a question regarding this?
Yeah.
I think because like you're you're knowledgeable from what I can hear. Yeah,
I try, bro. I try.
Yeah, you are. You definitely done your research, but and yeah, I'm buying that. So, what do you believe that the Africans stayed in Africa then, but they were the progenitors or the people who championed theism?
What do you mean? Do I think that the Africans just stayed in Africa? What do you mean?
Yeah, because you just said Maku should have pulled Shaka up on the fact that he said Africans left out and they came back a different color or and that was from the migration patterns, right?
Yeah, because that's dealing. Yeah, no.
Yeah, so
the reason why
I'd
I'd say that is because he should have brought that up because remember, because he's mentioning the people like the Arcadians and stuff, yeah. But then he's mentioning out of Africa theory, yeah, which is to do with when Africans left and migrated and obviously evolved. This is the Eurocentric view about Africans leaving and evolving and coming back as different people. Hence, this is what Shaka Ra said. He said when they came back, they was different. There was different people. So it's like he's mixing different time periods because the out of Africa theory and Acadians are way different. They're two different timelines.
Of course.
Do you get what I'm saying? These are way different timelines because the out of Africa theory we're talking about. This is like prior Ice Age. This is during that type of time. You know when this is the time period that they give to the out of Africa when we was.
Yeah,
people would
before
argue
civilization. You're right.
People
right.
would argue that Islam was there back from when they first, you know what I mean, from back in them times. Yeah, back all the way back then. They said that it wasn't in writing in actually the Quran, but it was by thought, by their mindset.
Okay,
and
but
remember, out of Africa theory is hunter-gatherers. It's not Acadians. It's not a civilization. It's hunter-gatherers. So, Kingo,
this is why I'm
absolutely right.
Yeah, this is the point. This is why so that's why I hear what you're saying about Islam, but that doesn't really correlate because he's pinpointing a people group. He's talking about Acadians and he's talking about Africans, and then he's mixing Acadian with out of Africa. We just got to deal with that, and that already the timeline is two opposite things. It doesn't even make sense. Like I didn't get why he was even going into that, but I know why he was getting into that because he's trying to push the Eurocentric view of the separation of the Middle East and Africa. That's all that is. That's the only way he could debate Maku on this point is by going through that whole separation of the Middle East and Africa and why they can't be the same. Do you understand?
But that's why we got to give him more ratings because think how many times we've heard other people in similar debates about the same thing and been wiped the floor with. So the fact that he never got caught out on it, you got to give him ratings because he done it so slick that no one was Matthew at some point wasn't paying attention enough. You know,
he did it slick. I think Shaka Ra's presentation and all the colors and all the thing. I think that might have even just had him just like Ra. Maybe he was just in awe. I don't know. Who knows what was going on? Only Maku knows, but I was like, that's why I can't wait.
Yeah, it was a bit intimidating.
Maybe, and because he's got his his strong voice. He's quick with it. Everything.
When I saw the guy on the drums, bro, the drums was intimidating to me, bro. When I saw that picture with the drums, that was intimidating to me.
Bro,
I was like,
and he started invoking the ancestors in the prayer. Even that bit, I got shook, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Like that, all of that, that was all intimidating to me, guys.
Man had music, man had theme music at the beginning, Like this is nah. From that, I know.
We got Shaka Ra, man.
Yeah. Look at the picture. Look at his face. He can hear us. Nah, hey, take that picture off.
Hey, he's looking at you. He's looking at you, cuz.
He can hear us, bro.
He's taking notes, boy. He's taking notes. Just be careful, man.
He's taking notes. You can hear, man.
Don't think him too hard. He's taking names. Get me. He's taking names. I'll see you later.
Hey.
Schoolface, give me 1,000 deaths worse than this, man.
10 out of 10 though for the presentation. Presentation
was
great, bro. Great.
Immaculate.
Clean
presentation.
clean as fuck, man. Yeah, man. All right, I want to use the program he's using. Clean. You know,
there you go.
Done any book that he mentioned, he had a picture of it. These things just help. He don't mean shit, you know. Like,
don't mean nothing.
Right? I'll be like, yo, yeah, man. So the following excerpt is from a book from a historian named Dr. Gold from the Trilluminati College. Go out and get that book if you can, and then I just quote him.
Just quote him, yeah. And the moment you say go get that book, in your mind you're thinking, oh, well, it must be interesting because he's saying to go get it, so it must be true. You see,
he's got the book. He's got a little gif of the book spinning around doing a 360. Like, and you're like, yo, yeah, this is hard. That's all we want to see, bro. That's all we want. Give us some pictures and some nice shit to look at, bro.
Yeah. When I saw the introduction, and it said introduction from or presentation from Nubian Sniper, and I was like, yeah, it's on. I was like, all right, let me get my.
I got gas when I saw that. I got gas. I did get gas. The great debate. Boom, 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 boom. I was like, yeah. Maybe I did get gas. But yeah, let's keep going.
Yeah, let's see.
Of martial shepherds who had spread all over Europe. For the sentence here, where the last sentence and a half, he said the Aryans, all right. Later, between the 20th and the 25th century BC, came bands of martial shepherds who had spread all over Europe and Western Asia. The Aryans and the Semites. There is no clearly remarkable external difference between the Aryans and the Semites. Both are of the white race, having the oval face, regular features, clear skin, abundant hair, large eyes, thin lips, and the straight nose. Thank you very much. Both were originally nomad shepherds, fond of war. Yeah, and you can see the reference there. Why is this important? Because we understand that the Semites and those who were.
Well, sorry, the Semites are the descendants of Shem.
Yeah, who's the descendants of who?
They are the Shemitic. They're Shem.
We're getting to that old jazz, yeah.
So
That's right.
So who was
How
Shem's
has he
dad?
conflated the two?
Yeah, who was Shem's dad?
Shem's dad was Noah.
So how could Noah be Caucasian?
Yeah, Noah.
Yeah,
that's right.
Noah's not Caucasian.
Not Caucasian. That's the thing. Right. That's the main thing. He's not
and who built the first cities in the Mesopotamia? Is it not the son of Cush, Nimrod? Oops.
Nimrod, yeah.
The only issue is that we're not debating because Maku's debating. It's for him to pick up on these points.
Yeah,
so even if one of us jumps in with that point, I would have said to Jedi, I feel that that's unfair for someone else to pick up on.
Nah, no one could say that.
Asking a question. Yeah.
But in a question, that could have been one of the questions. And I was a little bit disappointed in the chat because you lot was shook of questions, like acting like you didn't have a pan to do the super chat and that. Like, don't listen. Next time, yeah, when I bring 100 of hold on, let me just talk to you lot. When I bring 100 of my mates, right, to watch us debate and that, don't embarrass me and make it look like we don't have a pound or 99p or something to put a super chat on. You lot trying to make me look silly out here.
Last time I put down £1.70, you cussed me out. You was like, why are you putting down £1.70?
Yeah, I said you might as well make it £2.
Wait, no, but you see Shaka's introduction. It was like I was watching WWF, bro. But like,
were you mesmerized?
No, yeah, bro, it was sick, because his introduction was like the Rock series. It was like an introduction, but it was like conscious African style. You know what I mean? Debate style.
Bro, it was more like the Undertaker or Papa Shango. I see the witch in there.
No. Look, God of Jacob said it. It is very important for you to get your audience on your side. Yeah? Mentally relax them and make them feel trusting towards you and warm. You know what I mean? Once they feel warm towards you, they're more receptive to your information. So good greetings, a declaration. Remember, he done a declaration of like, yo, I'm a Pan-African, so I'm all about all African people. I don't care what your religion is, but I'm just going to say a couple things. Don't feel no way. I'm not trying to trigger you. He done a disclaimer and all of that, which is nice. It's a good way to start, man.
What was the brother? One of the brothers was gonna say something here about Noah. I just caught that.
Yeah, I was gonna say like you can't say Noah was white or Caucasian because that's the whole point of the flood, innit? So they got on the boat, they ended up like somewhere else, and obviously they ended up white after.
They ended up in Turkey.
Mm.
And they went migrate through.
So the people who got on the boat were black, innit? Obviously.
I mean, when we talk about pre-flood civilizations, there's no white people. Like antediluvian period, there's no white people, bro. It's just black people.
But obviously, Shaka don't go by those kind of stories, so he didn't really take that into consideration.
But I mean, even in his Eurocentric model, Mesopotamia is littered with black people. I mean, the Sumerians are Cushites, so I don't know.
Who like? I know it's got nothing to do with that, but who predicted MJ snaking Sniper? Like, who?
I knew that was gonna happen. I knew it.
I'm just trying to get her in trouble. I'm trying to throw her under the bus. But yeah,
who was the only person that voted for Maki? Was it?
Yeah, that was wicked. Still, I'm not involved.
Who was it?
Was it Uncle Bane or something like that? Was he the only one that voted for him?
Did Bane give it to? No, I don't think Bane did give it to. I think Motion gave it to Sniper. Did he not?
To Sniper, yeah.
No, it was Bane. It was Bane. No, it was Bane. Motion went for Shaka Ra.
Motion went for Shaka Ra.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I was surprised. I was surprised too.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna go for Sniper.
Yeah, motion and MJ snaked Sniper, man. It's true, man. You're right.
I know, man.
I agree with you, man. Still.
What?
Yeah. You know what, Schiffer, you're right. You know, Motion did snake Sniper. You're right.
I would have gone.
Yo, brother.
Yeah. All right, it's peak for you, like when Sniper comes around, and I'm going.
He's like, which one of you did it both of you?
I'm playing, man. Sniper won the waffle round. Oh yeah, the waffle round. Hey, Motion was cracking up. Yeah, this round I called the waffle round. I was like, boy, I'm getting a mute. Waffle round with that.
Who were referred to as Hebrews were shepherds, and they had a shepherding culture, and this is associated with the Semites of that region also, and they are fond of war. Well, interestingly enough, people of Kemet also describe them in such a way. This is the Nesut Merikare, speaking of the people of Asia, the Asiatics, which are the Semites. He says, "Lo, the miserable Asiatics, he is wretched because of the place he is in, short of water and bare of wood. Its paths are many and painful because of the mountains. He does not dwell in one place. Food propels his legs. He fights since the time of Horus." So they're describing them as a warlike people, also as the historian prior to already did. But we know, we understand who they were also. I'm going to come back to this, but this speaks to the fact that the Sumer language is actually related to Proto-Bantu. Proto-Bantu as a language family is older than Kemet as a nation state. All right.
Another fuck up there.
Did you just say that the Bantu is Proto?
These are depictions of the people of Kemet.
You see, go back. Yeah, rewind that.
We need to address that, bro. We need to address that.
Yeah, rewind that.
What was Maki doing though?
Rewind that.
In Sumerian language.
But this speaks to the fact that also as the historian prior to
he called them wretched as well.
We know, we understand who they were also. I'm going to come back to this, but this speaks to the fact that the Sumer language is actually related to Proto-Bantu. Proto-Bantu.
Pause there. They came over that checkmate.
That's checkmate, man.
Yeah.
What are you doing, bro?
It's done. It's checkmate. That's checkmate. That's checkmate. That's done.
I would have smoked.
The debate's over, bro. The debate's over. The moment he said that, the debate's done, man. Checkmate.
This is what I mean.
Over with it.
That's done.
But why didn't he pick up on that?
He's not
He's not taking notes.
He's
not listening.
Bro,
no, it was the voodoo. I agree with Jedi. It was the hoodoo, man.
It's a voodoo at the beginning, isn't it? It's the chanting
I agree with Jedi, fam.
Bro, he said Proto-Bantu. I can't believe it.
I never said that.
Hey, Jedi, we heard you. Don't make Shaka Ra get you, fam. Don't make him get you.
I never said that. I said Shaka Ra is an enigmatic and talented winner. That's what I said.
I'm dead.
I say.
Nah, that's mate. Hey, Maku, come on, brother. You didn't clock that?
And
You
this
said
is
it
from
Alright, so hold
blatantly
on.
as well.
You know what? I know.
Hey, Jedi.
I know.
Hey, Jedi, quote me yesterday. Jedi, quote me if I'm wrong, yeah? I said I believe the voting system was a shambles yesterday.
It was. It must have been. It
And
must have
I didn't have a lot of time to explain it, but that was one of these are some of the points I was talking about, where it's like Shaka Ra has directly given away that this is an African thing, but then he's saying it's not African. So it's like
he's lost. He's lost.
killed your own argument.
Contradicting himself.
Yeah, he's actually lost. No, by him doing that,
time.
default, he's lost. He's lost. He's giving
I
it.
didn't
He's
even
giving
know
it
this
now.
was yesterday.
Wait, can we talk about it though? Can we talk about it? Like Proto-Bantu, Proto being early, Bantu being pre-Bantu. So there's pre-Bantu language. So the precursory Bantu dialect or languages are related to
Samaria.
But
Even the
like,
names of the Sumerian gods, it's all Bantu, like Enki, Hababa. In my language, this resonates even now. So what we doing? You know what I mean? It's Sumerian, bro.
It's checkmate,
I've been
bro.
saying this for time, fam.
What are you saying? Shaka chopped off a chicken's head before he did the
he paid off Motion and MJ. He paid Motion and MJ. I'm not sure how much he paid them, cuz, but hey, Motion and MJ, you got some explaining to me.
And Anana, it's all Bantu.
What is my thing is this? Unless Shaka Ra doesn't know what Bantu is, that's because I'm trying to think. Why would he say that? Did you not hear him say? He said they're similar, they're the same. He said it's actually that is it. So it's either he doesn't know what Bantu is, or he does, or maybe he was. I don't know. I'm trying because
he fucked up because he fucked up because he was flicking through screens, because he was flicking through screens. He started machine gunning information and he let it slip. He didn't mean to let that slip. I guarantee.
Bro, I didn't even notice
he did not mean to let that slip.
This until now.
I'm trying to look
away, bro.
Because I'm trying to look on this thing if he was reading it from somewhere, because there's no way he could have said. Is it on it?
No, I think he was referring to another slide that he cleverly omitted.
He moved quickly.
That's right.
Yeah, we'll come back to that.
Yeah. Now the quote is there. Look at the bottom right, guys. The quote is there. It's from something.
So everyone agrees now, yeah? We all agree that the voting was a shambles now, yeah? We all agree, because technically Maku's the only one who's proven a point.
But it can't just be information shift. It has to be presentation.
Look, Joseph Greenberg, the genetic relationship between the Semitic language and the Chadic. Even that, look, Semitic, then the Chadic. Look, there's a look. This is back in this. Isn't this not here back in Maku?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Is it Semitic, Afro, Asiatic?
There's so many times that,
Afro, Asiatic, Afro. Like
look, Chadic. Look, Hausa includes the Hausa, Cushitic, almost Somalian.
It's light work, man. Light work.
So what was he trying to explain? Hold on. Some point in the last 1,000 years, ancestral people left Africa and entered Asia. The question thus arises as to whether there were any other languages that left Africa for Asia within the last. This doesn't make sense. This here is going with Maku's point.
Why do you think he was skipping through, bro? That's what I was trying to say.
He was sliding.
Let me skip to the bottom. Remember what he said earlier. Let me just read.
Come on.
What do you mean?
I know you pointed it out.
Read the whole thing, bro. I'm like, read the whole thing. What are you doing? Very sneaky.
This is the part where
that's why I said
he's turning his hand round and round.
Very sneaky and selective.
Because look at the question look, if you look at the bottom of this, look at the bottom of this, yeah. Because it says that if you read the last little bit, it says the question that arises as to whether there are any other languages that left Africa for Asia within the last 10,000 years.
Where for Asia?
Left Africa for Asia.
All right, we're done arguing.
Look at the last bit. Is Sumerian one such example? Like, the question.
There you go, bro.
Come on, didn't. Nah. Hey, Jedi,
he killed
get the debate going again, bro.
We have to do part two, Jez. We have to do part two. I'll do part two.
I said it was a shambles, bro. I said it was a shambles.
Wait. I want to recommend something next time there's a debate like this. We should have VAR. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We have VAR, son, like three people on the,
behind.
Virtual reality. What's that?
The judges, isn't it? Nah, the judges. Analysis. Fact check. Is it fact check?
Yeah, we needed a score sheet, really. A score sheet.
What I was asking is, I think maybe we should get a bit more detailed with the scoring. Maybe just slightly. And I'm wondering whether 5 judges rather than 3 is better.
With mixed points of view.
There's normally more judges, to be fair.
There's normally more judges than 3 judges, yeah?
Yeah, normally more, yeah.
Yeah, because I think maybe 3 judges is a bit small.
Yeah, it is. More judges. And I think those judges as well, normally the judges will have you could have like a laptop or their phone. Yeah, or their phone or something to check some of the information. You know, mostly sometimes the judges are taking, because remember, the judges are looking at the info as well. Because remember, sometimes judges can ask the questions as well and say, this point that you arrived, boom, 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 boom. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It goes all part of the debate.
I mean, judges were free to do that. They're free to take notes, go Google, whatever.
Check the info, man. Because look at this here. This here, I don't know what's going on right here with Shaka posting this.
My problem is this, if there's 3 judges and the first 2 giving it to one person, the third person ain't going to turn around and give it to the other person. They're going to change their answer. So you need it on a score sheet and everyone submit it. And one adjudicator says, okay, this many votes went to this person, this many votes went to that person. Because the third person's always going to want to go with the winning team anyway.
Well, it never happened this time, but cool. Never happened.
Hey, Jed,
Two of them went for Chaka,
like a couple of weeks ago.
And then Bane went for Sniper.
Or maybe he gave it to him out of sympathy. You never know.
I mean, it doesn't matter at that point. He could give it to Shaka. He could give it to Matthew. It doesn't care at that point. You know what I mean?
The decision's already
Hey,
made.
Jed, can I watch the debate? You uploaded it yet?
Sorry?
I missed right the end. You know, I felt I had to. I was knackered. Right at the end, I missed it. But did you upload the debate? Have you got the debate?
We're looking at it now, bro.
No, I mean, like, can I watch it later? Can I go and watch it? Yeah, do you understand what I'm saying right now? Have you uploaded it?
Basically,
uploaded
it's a full debate out individually.
No, yes, is the debate there?
Stay naked. Hold on.
No, that's gay. No, that's wow. You need to for the advert. That was that's
what?
weird.
What are you saying right now, bro?
Someone just said naked. I didn't say nothing about naked. I just said, is it available?
What did you say?
It's uploaded, bruv.
Oh.
Yeah. No.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Talk back to the language, fam. Actually, also, I'm going to come back to this, but this speaks to the fact that the Sumer language is actually related to Proto-Bantu. Yeah, Proto-Bantu as a language family is older than Kemet as a nation state. All right.
Hold on. Does he mean that's older than Sumerian? Whoa. He said that the Bantu is similar to Sumerian and it's older than Kemet. What are we doing? What's that? What's that as well? Come on. What's that? Huh? Proto-Bantu is similar to Sumerian, and the Proto-Bantu is older than Kemet.
Wait. You guys,
I'm not gonna lie, yeah. I thought these pictures were naughty. See, these
Very
pictures these are fucking naughty.
Nah, but see, these are later. Look, these are later dynasties, though, man. These are later dynasties.
Yeah.
Why? What's wrong with Why would you say that?
What's that?
Because I just don't believe that this is the original art. I don't believe this original art. I don't believe this original coloring.
Nah.
No, this is naughty, man. This is just naughty. Why would the Libyans look like
cross-reference?
And the only black one is a Nubian. The only black one is a Nubian. Mad.
The only black one there.
Eurocentric.
And that's what
Eurocentric. This is what I told you. Eurocentric stuff. He was coming with.
So wait. What so the 3 judges saw all of this. So like, what's going on here,
brother? I'm not gonna lie here. It's very difficult selecting a judge. I don't know whether like the knowledgeable people are entrenched in the very thing being debated. So how can we get them to be non-biased? So I ended up getting laymen. And one guy that kind of described himself, Motion, who described himself as agnostic. But like, look, we're just building up the scene. I don't know.
True.
I think you're gonna have to get some people that are involved.
This one will build a better debate for next one and so on and so on.
Like I think I could have been unbiased. Because I voted for Shaka. I literally voted for Shaka. I could have been unbiased.
Right.
You admitted it. You admitted it, innit?
He got put in a mind trance. He voted for Shaka, yeah?
Like, you would have been a good judge as well. You would have been a brilliant judge. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
Zulu.
Like-
You let him put a spell. You let him put a trance on you, bro.
Nah,
done
I
at
have
the
to put
beginning of the
my
match.
bias away, man. Shaka won that stuff. I can't even lie, bro.
Oh
I have
my
to put my bias
god.
away. I have to.
Well, to be fair, he did, because the thing is, yeah, if Maku didn't pull up on these points, that's the thing. Is for him to pull him up.
Exactly.
The fact that he let this slide, yeah, he lost, man.
That's the only reason, because Maka didn't pull his weight how he should have. That's how he lost, in my opinion.
Nah, I would have been ruthless if I was a judge, Jedi. I would have been ruthless.
Maka was doing this, so each like and you summon. I was it's game.
Yeah, see, that's the difference. Yeah, when that's what I thought originally. I was like, yeah, it's the hungry, enthusiastic. You know what I mean? Cheeky, young. No offense to stuff. Obviously, Snipes is younger too, but yeah, and that was it. It was a good clash. It was a good clash, but
excellent clash.
I think the youthful guy on the road, maybe you could say. You know,
you see guy on the road?
You know what I mean? He seems like he's more active. When you're younger, when you're younger, innit? No, when you're younger.
Let's play the video, man.
I don't know Shaka Ra's on the road. I don't know Shaka Ra's on the road.
I don't want to say I'm
All right, well, we're gonna skip the whole of this, yeah, and maybe come back to it. These are depictions, and to my language was actually also. I'm gonna come back to this. This speaks to the fact that we understand who they were. Also, I'm gonna come back to this, but this speaks to the fact that the Sumer language is actually related to Proto-Bantu. Yeah, Proto-Bantu as a language family is older than Kemet as a nation state. All right, or we're gonna skip the whole of this, yeah, and maybe come back to it.
Oh, why?
These are depictions of the people of Kemet, of the Asiatics themselves. As you can see, Libyans. I'm not gonna read the all of the references here, but you can find where they got them from and where they are currently. And if they're in a European museum somewhere in New York, you'll find it on here. And when dates in black are the long chronology, because generally speaking, Western historians use a short chronology for ancient Kemet. Well, the dates here are long chronology as recorded by Robin Walker in the book When We Ruled. So we see a Libyan, Syrian, Habiru, and the Hittites, yeah, pictured here. And these are depictions of the ancient Kemetu people themselves, drawing these in relation to the people that lived around them and sometimes were invading Kemet. And we realize that.
Well, you're trying to beg Hittite. You're trying to beg Hittite over there.
Hittite, you know. Man said Habiru.
Man's got his 23 and me done, innit? So you get me.
So
no disputing it.
So what is it? What is a Hittite now?
Hittite Anatolian. Okay.
That may be the only one that probably looked like that. Maybe, possibly.
Yeah, they're the only ones that are that white.
Exactly. But the Habiru and the Syrian and the Libyan are definitely 100% not like that. That's a fact.
Yeah, definitely. The Libyans definitely mocking it.
I can show you bare painting, even in museums. I went to the British Museum. They don't look like this. I could show you bare shit, man. That's what I mean, man. Manipulative. Very manipulative.
You should have had you as a judge.
That's what I said. I did say that.
Too late. Maybe next time.
Too late now.
Boy, Rich, what are you doing?
That's a fake Rolex.
Boy, Rich, you're using pictures. How you repping Italians? 8 years ago. Boy, Rich, this is an 8-year-old picture, bro.
Yeah, you don't look like this now.
That's when Italy won the World Cup.
You're not this guy anymore, Boy, Rich. What are you
is it hard to have dry lips? Is it gang to have dry lips?
You got some dry lips.
Is it gang to have dry lips?
What's going on?
Hey, y'all know what's funny? Let me tell y'all what's funny. I never seen 3-4 men get that excited to analyze.
You know you got fucking carpet burning the
lips. Rich, now let me ask you a question.
Y'all talking
brother,
to each other?
Is that Puma or Slazenger?
Nah, that's Italian. That's Italian.
You got purple lips. You got purple lips.
Nah.
Oh shit! I clicked that.
Yeah, what is that? Puma or Slazenger?
That's a malnourished Puma, man.
Now you gotta make. I clocked that. That's
a retarded tiger.
That Puma looking slim.
I want the audience to listen how excited these
men are. But someone punch your glasses off, bro, because
everybody's talking over each other.
You got better glasses.
Everybody's talking over each other. Look how excited men are.
Your glasses off.
You see
that Puma looks colonized.
I think that's weird. Fellas, y'all are being super weird right now, bro.
Hold on. Why's your Rolex dirty?
Look, why's your Rolex dirty? Why's your Rolex dirty? And you shut up. Why is it dirty? You so excited.
Go watch your watch. Go watch your watch.
Is that around your neck or is that necklace? Which one is it?
That is it looks hella thin, isn't it? The chain is hella thin.
Very thin chain.
Very thin chain.
You're bad.
And what's up with the sunglasses, bro? Like what?
Let me know when y'all
I Rich got his football swagger. Like, what's going
What team is that anyway? What the hell?
You see, you see them type of chains that are thin like that. You know, you got to lay them out properly because if it clumps up together, it's a wrap.
That's a problem. Tangled. That should get tangled in that.
Tangled up.
You at least could have cleaned your sunglasses, bro.
You know what I noticed? Every time, hold on, Bull Rich, every time you take a picture of this chain, you never want us to see the medallion. Why can we never see the medallion? I want to
need to see it. I need to see the medallion.
There's nothing under there, bro. Just a rope.
Okay.
That is hanging off the end of that. Pause.
You told him with his other hand to make it look heavy.
Let me know when y'all finish. Let me know when y'all finish.
Thinking, yo, this is gonna be an academic conversation.
Nah,
man, I don't trip on y'all, man. I know.
In all seriousness, Born Rich, how old was you in that picture?
I'm gonna tell you what I like, bro. I'm gonna tell you what I like. It's weird.
Because that mustache is a struggle for you.
I'm gonna tell you what's weird. It's weird that I come on here and men get excited. That's the point.
Weird.
I want the audience to notice that.
Pause. Ain't nobody got excited.
Man, look at that boy, man. Let me see what this is. Then you got the little.
One word. Moisturizer.
Then you got a weasel. You got a weasel in the back saying, "Man, it looks dirty. It looks dirty." He got a little weasel squeak voice. I smacked the shit out of Stockzilla. He sounds like I slapped the shit out of him. Kingo, you can't get out the bed.
Wow, now you're making fun of this.
Let's hear it. Go on.
Con, you're about 3 years away from a heart attack.
Wow. No, I'm fitter than you, mate.
Oh my God. I don't know. Gabs, you look like a lizard with Down syndrome.
You're skinny fat. You're skinny fat.
And Zulu, you can't address me till you get some pussy.
Okay. Shit.
So, come on, guys. What are we doing, man?
Shit.
All right. What about me? What about me? Seems like
seems that
Bull Rich has lost connection. Come back to me, bro. You were just about to diss me as well. What a shame, man.
That was a day watch though.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Born, when are you gonna do some more cooking videos, man? Them.
What time is it? What time is it, Carl?
Born in the kitchen.
Any time for your second breakfast? Going into lunch?
Wow. I ain't American, bro. I ain't American, yeah.
Let's go back to the video,
All right, family. So, Paul Rich, you obviously enjoyed the debate last night, and that, right?
I did, brother. I did. I didn't realize how biased I was until the debate started. I was like, oh shit. I'm starting to not like the people of the book, but gosh, these people who live by these books, they are fucking insane, man. So I didn't realize how biased I was until it started. Because if I'm honest, what I've been told is African spiritual systems were first, right? And then the colonizers came over and brought these Abrahamic faiths and just kind of remixed them to fit the culture that they were colonizing, just slightly. You see what I'm saying? To the point.
Are you Hebrew Israelite born on the more? What happened to that?
I never said that. I never said that.
You never said you was a Hebrew Israelite.
I said I'm a lost Hebrew Israelite by bloodline.
Okay,
that's what my Hebrew Israelite brothers tell me. But I can't say that. I mean, I can't say that Zulu, because I sit down with my Muslim brothers and they say, you're a Muslim too. Everybody's a Muslim. So it's this thing where everybody is
So,
claiming
and you're a Moor
everybody.
as well, right? You're a Moor as well. Yeah.
My Moorish brothers will tell me that. My Moorish brothers
Yeah.
tell me all the time, stop using that black word, brother. You a Moor. Like, come on, bro. I'm in America where everybody remixed. In my mind, everybody remixes everything.
Okay.
But Born, did you not know about the Ethiopian Christian church before, like the Roman Catholics and all that? Did you not know about that? The Ethiopians that had
I mean, I've heard that.
Christianity before
and the Nubian kingdoms.
But everybody tells me the
everyone's
first
always
Bible.
talking about Council of Nicaea all the time. Like, how can you
Exactly, as if that's when the
bother
Bible was
to know
written.
about that? So you're busy watching sports and wearing Italian shirts and thin chains. God.
Come
Leave him alone, man. Leave him alone. Leave him
Too busy,
alone.
man.
No, I ain't tripping on Khan. Khan can't
man.
see his dick, man. Like, come on. What
How do you know?
How do you know? Oh, yeah, I'll pause it. I'll pause it, but I'll pause it. But
we know you get up to some
you
flag
ain't see
activity
fat
out there,
people
bro.
can't see
We know what
it,
you man
bro.
are on.
You lot are so childish. Fuck you.
Talking about man's dick,
Grow up, man.
Let's go back.
You're
to
talking
the
about
video,
man's
people.
dick, bro.
Please, let's go back.
At least my dick's circumcised. What are you?
This is
Heathen
gay,
dick.
man.
You got the heathen
Hey,
dick.
stop. Hey, this is gay, man. Hey,
Literally
let's go back
low
to
blow.
the
Literally low blow.
I don't even know what that. Like, that don't even make sense.
Calling yourself an
We
African,
say that
not
even
even
the Americans,
circumcised.
Crazy.
they don't even use tissue
Standard
paper.
thing, innit?
This is crazy. This is crazy.
Allow, man. Let's go, man. This is getting way out of hand.
Man's just attacking you because you're not circumcised. That's not even
And
fair.
that's crazy. I don't even know what not circumcised is. Like, come on, bro. Like,
what?
I'm in America, man. Most people get circumcised in America, bro.
That is
What?
true.
Not
That is true.
Is that true?
That's absolutely.
Yeah, of course it is.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
That's
No,
absolutely true, guys.
You have to request.
Oh, for real?
You have to request.
Well, if Born Rich is saying by what he's seen, then yeah, we believe.
Hey, listen, guys. I have a son. Hey, Jedi. I have a son. No doctor. Hey, guys. I wish I would let the Americans speak about America. I have a son. No doctor or nurse. Nobody came to the room and said, "Hey, Born Rich, do you want your son circumcised?" No, they just
whipped it off.
They cut his dick and brought my baby back.
Are you serious? Hold on. Wait.
I don't believe.
Wait.
How the fuck?
Wait.
Go ahead.
When your baby was born, please wait, everyone. When your baby was born, he was circumcised without you asking for the procedure.
Absolutely.
What?
Well,
maybe that's the mom.
They said we're about to circumcise your baby. If I guess that was asking, but they pretty much told me. Now, if I would have stepped up and said no because religious reasons or cultural reasons, I don't want him, then they would have done that also. But it was pretty much like, hey guys, if you don't raise your hand and say something,
we're doing it.
Yeah.
Well, it makes sense because they use the force.
Hey, Jedi.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, Jedi. An undisclosed person who I'm not going to disclose their name, but they may know other panelists, has said, after I've given them the breakdown of the debate and what we're talking about today and why I thought the debate was a shambles, he said that from his opinion, Shaka Ra was offering chocolate oranges, but when we opened the packages, it was Turkish Delight. I'm sorry. I had to say I'm sorry.
Oh, I said, man, y'all boys gotta do better. Y'all gotta do better with these jokes, man. Really, y'all gotta do better with these jokes.
Right there. That's the perfect one.
I thought it was funny. I thought it was hilarious, bro.
What are you doing, bro? Hey, Jedi. Like, that would be, man.
Stop the whole thing.
I thought it was serious.
Yeah,
I thought
it was a good point.
Yeah, that wasn't funny.
You know, cold. All right, man.
All right, I got dry jokes. I'm sorry.
That was a dry joke.
But it happens.
But yeah, let me press play and see what they're saying about this.
As that they're not black, apart from the Nubian. Okay, this is just a reproduction of a similar from the same
humor people.
And look, I'm not gonna lie. When I saw this picture, I was like, I don't know.
I've seen that one bare times.
I don't know. This is not proper to me. This is not proper. The Libyan don't even look like
primary.
Libya. How is that Libyan gonna be like that? Libyans are even like that now.
Yeah, bro.
Asiatics are not even like that. Like
that's mad light, bro. That's
white people are not even that white.
yeah. That's looking like albino.
And why have the pale
albino.
skins got the same hair as the others? Like that don't make sense, bro. Other than the one far to the left, that's got different hair. He's got the same hair as the black ones that we saw earlier when he was showing us the Hyksos.
What are you looking at? You're looking at the same thing we're looking at. How have they got the same hair, bro?
It's not a primary anyway. It's not.
If you look at the Asiatic hair, people mistake that for hair, but that's actually a do-rag or like a covering.
And the Nubian and that Nubian hair that's a particular style that they do with the beads.
Right.
That's not like out.
Yeah. I've seen that.
Boy,
so it's a bit.
This whole picture just looks shit to me. Where is this picture from?
He was wrong. He was wrong for this, man. He knows.
You can't. These pictures are. These pictures they are. You can. These pictures are. You can see them in the Ramesses from Ramesses' tomb, but even them ones, the primary, you can't even see the color like that. So I don't even know how they're able to justify these colors.
Look at the Egyptian. It's not even black. It's like kind of like light. You know what I mean? Like what's that?
I think this is just trying to show their styles of clothing.
Even that don't mean that, man.
I might be wrong, but
about this one.
It's more like a fashion kind of.
I told you, Jedi. This is bare Eurocentric stuff I see in there, bro.
So he says this is the temple of Ramesses III. Let me go and look.
Yeah, go look at it. When you see the primary one, you can't really see the pictures. You can't really see the color.
Who's the guy with the all-in-one with the antennas on his head? Is that the Hittite?
It's supposed to be a Hittite.
I said Ant-Man, a mosquito man. Was that?
So the funny thing is, even if you look at the one of the Hyksos, you look at the original painting, it looks nothing like the one that like the original one looks like black people, even with the Hyksos. That's the funny thing. They do this repainting all the time in these institutes. That's what they do. It's a common practice. They have to fill in the gaps. Obviously, when it's patchy, they have to color it to kind of present it, but they will make assumptions on what they would have looked like. So they'll patch it with this white pale shit. That's what they'll do.
Yeah. Oh well.
But yeah, man, I didn't expect this. This was a bit disappointing from me. I didn't expect this.
Again, block relief from the 18th Dynasty battle, and you can see that these people, these Asiatics, are not black. All right.
Look at that! Look at that one.
A painting depicted.
Go back! Oh my gosh! Do you see that?
I know.
Does that look like a white person to you?
It really don't. But no, do you know what though, Zulu? It's all fair in love and war, and during the debate, we can't stop him and question him like that. So it was for Maki to pick up on it and make him go back to that when he was in the question and answer round, or any of the rounds after where he was going to the rebuttal round. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is, bro.
Conor Jacob is saying, I just want to this is just for later. I'm trying to think. He says the judges were supposed to halt time and scrutinize. What do you mean? They stopped the clock?
Yeah, I'll stop the clock.
Huh?
It sounds good in theory. Yeah, stop the clock. It sounds good in theory, but then if you get 5 judges and then this judge wants to stop, and 5 years later, this judge wants to stop.
Look at the hair. Hold on, look at the hair. Everyone, look at the hair on these people. Can you see their hair? What kind of hair they got?
I don't even know why Shaka Ra's gone here. I don't know why he's gone here. I don't know why he's even gone here. To be quite frank,
he fucked up, bro.
This is the same color as the Egyptians. It's like reddish brown kind of. It's the same color.
Gillette.
Bro, I don't know why he's gone. I don't know why he's gone
This
here.
is not Gillette, man. This is Jirea, man. Allow it, man.
He fucked up, but look at the hair. Look, no, hold on. Even the lightest skinned man on this picture. Look at his hair, bro. Please explain. What we doing here, lads?
What do you mean?
Let's not be silly.
Bro, the ancient Hittites had plaits, you know. Looks like dreadlocks.
No, but this is Afro, bro. This is Afro. There's no plaits here, bro. It's Afro. Look at his hair. The lightest skinned one even has an Afro. Look at the beards. The beards are like my beard now. There ain't, bro. There's no hair that drops down to your shoulders, bro. It's all Afro, cuz.
So
come on, guys. Let's be saying, come on. This is too easy.
Now, what Shaka Ra saying the Asiatics were black? Because he said Asiatics when he pulled up this picture. So is he saying that the Asiatics are black? Or is he saying they're not black? And this
he's saying
they're not black and showing this picture.
I'm getting the
I've done it
impression
before. I've
that
shown you guys
Shaka Ra don't
images.
even count Kemet as African. Like he's trying to disown Kemet.
Exactly.
This is what I think. This is why I'm
Kemeters are white
confused of
according
what
to
he's
the same
saying.
people. They're white.
This is why I'm confused of what he's saying. I don't know what his premise is. Is he trying to say Kemet is in? Because I think he's thinking of the later Kemet when it was overrun by invaders, and that's when you was getting
the
the mix.
Ptolemy.
This is why I'm asking him.
Yeah.
This is why he needs to bring up his dates and his time periods of what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Because, like, if you're talking about later Egypt when it was the Ptolemy area, Hyksos, all these other people that came in and invaded, then okay, cool.
No, but we can't blame Shaka though, because remember, Shaka had to make a premise to his argument. So I don't blame Shaka. We have to blame the judges, unfortunately. You
How
like
are you
that one,
going to
innit?
blame the judges? Pick up everyone by the boycott. No. Hold on. I've heard this too many times. How are you going to blame the judges? We made a decision based on what we said. There was no criteria.
But you've got to pick up on these things. You've got to pick up on these things, though.
There was no criteria that the judges must have certain knowledge on
what we
something.
said, score
The criteria
sheets,
for the judges was to be unbiased.
So why are you a judge if you don't know nothing about this?
So the job of the people that are in the debate is to make anyone with little or no knowledge be able to understand what it is that they are debating. And neither of them, and I pointed this out to them afterwards, neither of them actually defined the thing that they were debating about.
But then they both
neither
lost.
of them defined what was an Abrahamic faith.
So they should have been the winner then.
Yeah, they should have been the winner.
That wasn't the answer. That wasn't the question. The question wasn't for them to define it. I'm just making a point of saying neither of them.
Yo, Jedi, you're going to end up getting the blame. Can you please tell us the criteria for the debate, please, Jedi? Because you're going to end up getting the blame.
Yeah, he did.
MJ, respectfully.
No, shut up. Respectfully, allow me to speak about like 6 man trying to jump on. What is this bullshit?
Look at you, man.
Are you wish 6 man trying to jump on you, wish?
What?
Not these man. No.
What do you mean not these man?
Hold on. Yeah, tell him, Mary, because I know the guy in the sunglasses. You a rocker.
No, respectfully, MJ, if what you said is true, respectfully, MJ, if what you said is true, then I respect your decision. But if Jedi says there was a different criteria to the debate, we might have to rediscuss this.
Hold on. Did you hear a criteria for the judges, Shifa?
I don't know. Hold on. I wasn't there if any criteria was discussed. I was going to ask, but I didn't get a chance to.
Me that their stance is correct.
All right, MJ, why don't you talk us through your own thought processes in terms of your voting?
Carry on breaking down the presentation.
Maybe you had a different criteria.
I feel like this is a get at MJ just because you don't necessarily agree with my decision, because there's plenty of people that do agree with my decision, and one of the criteria was not for me to come up here and substantiate that. I was just asked to make a decision.
Okay, all right, leave it at that.
Now, MJ, I agree with your decision, but I disagree with the criteria, because I think every single debate should always be judged on points proven. Yeah, not on its own merits, on points proven. Because it's a debate. It's not a court case where someone goes to jail.
But they had one point
there has to be a winner.
Prove. They had 1 point to prove, and Maku did not prove to me. Maku did not prove to me that the Abrahamic faiths were African. If the debate had have been,
no, but Shaka Ra did. Shaka Ra did.
If the debate had have been, did African spiritual system? If the debate had have been, did religion, did the concept of religion, did the concept of spiritual systems originate in Africa? Maku would have won that all day long, because he proved that endlessly. He did not prove to me as MJ, as a person with no faith.
But you just answered. You just answered the question because you just said
because this is why I asked them to define an Abrahamic faith, because an Abrahamic faith is not the same as a spiritual system. A fucking witch can say she belongs to a spiritual system.
No, but which spiritual system did Maku
witchcraft now?
I thought Maku was talking about Abraham. He was talking about the Bible, though. What spiritual systems was he? Whichever one was he talking about?
Okay, show me how many times they actually mentioned Abrahamic faith in their presentation.
Shaka Ra did, and Shaka Ra actually
show me the correlations that were made to Abrahamic faith. Remember this?
But they're talking about the. But
Yo,
if
Jedi, I think you have to. You should moderate at this point, Jedi, please.
The Bible, they're talking about the Abrahamic faith.
Now, do you know what? She tried her best. She done her best. Like she's at least she's got integrity. She's saying what she thinks. Yeah, that's good enough for me.
Now, my only point, MJ, yeah, is that you didn't pick up on certain points, like when Shaka Ra blatantly said that these people came out of Africa and when they returned to Africa. And I feel like because you didn't pick up on certain points, I'm not going to say you wasn't listening because I believe you were. I just feel like those points weren't picked up on enough. The same way Maku didn't pick up on it. So if we're going to, say that about Maku, we should also be able to interpret you and Motion as judges in that way also.
I have to judge. I've got one thing to judge, and that's the overall thing. I'm not here to pick out information and stuff. I asked one question for clarification, which I really felt was needed. Obviously, the audience and other panelists had opportunities to ask questions, but ultimately it's down to the people who are debating. So, oh no, I've done what I could.
Can you confirm
and if
this?
I'm going to be completely honest, I actually kind of expected that. I really expected Matthews to just run away with this one. But when it got to Shaka's presentation, and then Shaka started to convince me that like it was something else, I was waiting for Matthews to drop that one gem that would change my mind. And that didn't happen for 2 hours. The whole question and answer thing, I'm thinking, come on, Matthew, you're going to give me one little gem that's going to change this whole decision for me. And it didn't happen. And I just had to go, like, I was having a massive debate with myself. At the end of like, am I making the right decision? I'm looking over the information. I'm looking over my notes. I'm like, I even had to go back in the presentation a little bit to look at one or two of the slides to see, okay, is that information enough to convince me of my decision? Yes, it is. So I'm happy with my decision.
MJ, Jedi, can you confirm that you authorized the judges to judge in this way? Can you confirm for us, please? I just want that one question.
Oh. MJ, people are saying that there should have been 5 judges. What do you think? Like, do you think that's a?
Yeah, I think that would have been. I did say that maybe 5 judges would have been a good idea. I also think perhaps it could be a good idea that nobody knows who the judges are while the debate is happening. There's loads of different ways
I can't stop, bro. Stop it, Jedi, please, bro. Please, can you answer the question? Did you authorize for the judges to judge in this way?
Where's he leaving? It's like, hey.
Yo, where you going? Where's he going?
Just to make another point. But just to make another point of like, even though I may not have knowledge, there was other people that are more knowledgeable than me on this subject, and obviously they may have reached the same decision, innit?
MJ, to be fair to you, no one is as knowledgeable on this subject as Maku and Shaka anyway.
No, I disagree, bro. I believe if me and Shaka was there, bro, listen, hold on, bro, listen. I've asked Shaka for this debate so many times. He never once took up the debate with me, bro. But he took it up with Maku. See, he obviously knew, Shaka obviously knew if he debated me on this subject, he's heard me talk about Mesopotamia. He's heard the knowledge that I've got. So he knows all of this stuff that he bought, he would have killed himself.
Yeah,
you can't use it. You see it? So he was Shaka's very slick.
Disrespected by you because you're very rude, bro.
Wow, where's this coming from?
Bro, listen, where's the respect in debate?
He's very rude.
Where is the respect in debate, though? You explain respect in a debate, and I'll show you a person who doesn't debate well.
You're not even acknowledging the need for
I'll show you I'll show you the difference between a lecturer and a debater today.
Okay, yeah, show it.
Now you know the reason why you wasn't selected, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Now this is showing why Jedi made the right.
100%.
Now, for real,
because
what you can't do is put people who subscribe to the book as the judge, and this is why y'all see why today everybody who subscribes to a book jumped on this panel and said, "Man, Shaka Ra was talking bullshit, man. He wrong." It's like, come on.
But what was the criteria? What was the criteria given to the judges? Hold on, guys.
What are you talking about?
I don't subscribe to
Zulu. Are we the only? Hold on. Am I the only one who wants to know what the criteria for judging the debate was? Is that what it is?
Okay.
I thought you did.
All right, cool. You know, 50 times, right? So I would say that I just said to the judges, who presents the information the best, who engages with you the best, who convinces you of their argument the best. because I'm not expecting any of these guys to actually be historians and know the ins and outs. And in fact, like Born Rich said, we pretty much discovered that all the experts, all those that have been studying the Bible or the Quran or the Torah, that's naturally going to leave them predisposed to a bias.
Yeah,
if
yeah.
Shaka Ra is going against the validity of their information or whatever. So I didn't want to have some Christians or some Muslims vote against Shaka Ra.
And I did say that about myself as well. I said don't have me as a judge for that reason.
Vote for Shaka.
No, fair enough. I just didn't want the risk, because just in case you felt like Sniper won.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then so you vote for what you feel. Now
But
it won today. Today would be about Jedi, but look how you made the theists like rare Jedi. Look, this person's Sniper's brethren, and you like so.
Now ask you a question, Jedi.
Yeah.
Like I know this was a little bit of time in the making and that. Did you not advise some of these people, like these judges, to go and do at least a little bit of background reading, like a little drop of, reading on the subject, maybe?
And guess what? I deliberately, and I've been doing this, deliberately don't pick the judge until the day.
Right. Okay, fair dues.
Maximum respect then, MJ. MJ, maximum respect. I respect everything you said. Like I said, I respect your judgments. And now that we've confirmed that it was made on the premise that you made them on, respect to you, Jedi, and to Motion. I don't feel like Maku has done an injustice. I just feel that, I feel the information was done an injustice, but not the debate.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
What about the previous accusations of snakery?
You're fucking, God. You said I'm disrespectful. Come on, bro.
I got to.
Yeah, you'd know all about that, Con.
Wow, MJ, where's that from?
No, S, jump on, brother. Jump on. All right, look, let's get back to the info, right? We had a little bit of fun. Because I still want to at least get Medicine Man to the question and answer round. Yeah? So, yeah, big up the special guest, Medicine Man. You lot are just normal, everyday guys, man. Medicine Man's a guy.
What?
Medicine Man's a guy. He's a special guest, man. So go on mute.
Yeah, man.
Salute Medicine Man.
Schiffer, shut up, man. You're talking too much, bro.
Yeah, Schiffer.
Whatever, man.
OCD, Phil.
Shit. We got the man from Milk Tray. Man like Larry in the building.
Greetings.
Big up, Larry.
Greetings.
Well, Ashe Mojamba.
You managed to catch the debate yesterday, bro?
I saw some of it. Yeah. Not all of it, but I switched off when one particular person was talking, and then I would switch on when another was talking. And then I waited for the judges, and I liked what the judges said, and I liked your moderation as well. I was really impressed by your moderation and the judges, what they had to say and how they came to their decision. So
from the little bit you gleaned, you was happy with the judge's decision, so you agreed with the judge's decision.
Yeah, on based on how both of the protagonists played out in the debate, Shaka Ra did a better job. There was something I wanted to mention though.
Before you do that, just overall, do you have an opinion on the actual premise of the debate? Are Abrahamic faiths African?
Well, I always found that statement very confusing because the concept of Africa didn't exist back in those days. So what is African? Are we talking from a geographical perspective? Because then it becomes subjective. The borderline becomes subjective. Who's drawing up the borderline to say this part is Africa and this part is in Africa? It becomes subjective. So it's
I think it was open. I think it was open for anyone to be willing to prove. Because something that was highlighted to me today was, well, if a bunch of guys leave Lagos and go to Japan and make an invention, is that an African invention? And I would say
exactly. Yeah.
I would say yeah. I hadn't thought of it before, but yeah, I would say yeah.
And the thing was, there was a lot said about Kemet. This thing that everything came from Kemet, primarily this belief of believing in one God. But then I noticed, maybe I missed it in the debate. Nobody mentioned Zoroastrianism. That was like in the Iranians. They That was like a belief that looked to one
Yeah,
God.
no, we mentioned Mesopotamia. They mentioned Mesopotamia, and
No,
obviously
but
that's
that's
Zoroastrians in
not
that region, isn't it?
Mesopotamia.
It's not as old as Kemet though, or
No,
Sumeria.
but it's in that
not
region. But
Mesopotamia. Yeah,
no, but
it's
it's
this
not
is what I mean
Mesopotamia,
about
but
the
it's from that
borders.
region.
This is what I mean
I
about
get you.
because that's Mesopotamia. We're talking about something which is not Mesopotamia though, Zoroastrianism.
Yeah,
So-
because remember, Zoroastrianism was created by the conquerors in the region. It wasn't created by the indigenous people. So,
It's from Persia.
you know, there's another
and
thing there.
King Cyrus. And
Yeah.
It's not that
Yeah,
old.
exactly.
Yeah.
So they were worshiping.
It's not even that old.
One God. So this concept, I mean, do we know for a fact that it was only from Kemet? And plus, I do remember speaking to Kemetans. I think like Gabs, and there's a video of me talking to Gabs and Kalam. And then whilst talking to them, I mentioned Akhenaten and one God, and they didn't like it at all. They saw him as a heretic.
What?
Yeah, Maku did go there yesterday. No, Maku did go to
Yeah.
Akhenaten yesterday.
Exactly, which is why I thought that's interesting.
Yeah,
I
they don't like
What did you say?
Akhenaten.
Wait, Gabs, do you remember
Gabs,
this?
I'm here. I don't remember that. I don't
It's the
remember
video,
that
I
at all.
can pull it up, is the one
said-
recorded by COE. It's me standing next to Isa, and Sunni Isa and I are
God rest his soul.
questioning you and Kalam about the whole Kemet thing. And then along the way, I mentioned Akhenaten. And the belief in
and
one
what
God.
did you say? What about Akhenaten? What did I say?
And you and Kalam viewed him as heretical.
What do you mean heretical? As in what?
Because the whole discussion was that did the people in Kemet worship gods and did they worship idols? And you were saying they didn't, that their way of praying had nothing to do with worshiping gods. And then later on, I then mentioned, but Akhenaten, he then came along and he believed in worshiping a god, worshiping one God. He created a system for one God. And you guys said that he was heretical. I mean, do you support what Akhenaten?
I didn't say. I never even used them words like heretical. But I think
support
the question. Support who? Support who?
Akhenaten, what he was doing, getting people to believe in one God. Okay.
Wherever he was doing, he was doing. It's no fuss to me. We know what he tried to do, but when you're talking about the gods, I don't
want to go into the gods. That's not what I'm interested.
But then what do you want me to answer? What do you want me to answer?
You already answered it. I asked about Akhenaten and his idea.
Yeah, what about him?
Pushing the idea of you and Kalam were against what Akhenaten did. You didn't support.
But you're saying pushing one God. But I'm trying to explain to you the whole concept of gods in ancient Kemet, because you're still using the Germanic word like we said earlier of God. But
the point is that was what was used in the debate yesterday.
That was what was used in the debate yesterday. I don't think it's fair to turn up and ask a man, do you remember what you said in 1984?
How many years? And look how he's talking. And he's talking. And you're talking in a way.
Shut up, Schiffer, man. I want to watch the video.
The reason this has been mentioned is because it was brought up in the debate yesterday, as somebody pointed out.
I didn't listen. I remember. I don't know when this was brought up in the debate, and I don't know in what context it was used under. So for you asking me these questions about what I said, go on.
As it was said, it was brought up in the debate yesterday. He did mention Akhenaten, because this was the point to prove that the idea of worshiping one God, Abraham came out of Africa, and then along the way, whilst he was talking about Kemet, Akhenaten was brought up.
Okay. So I think what Maku was doing, if I understand, Maku was probably pointing to that the concept of worshiping one God, one God or one entity or whatever it is, this oneness, was obviously already established in Kemet at a time via Akhenaten. I think that's what he was using. So he's probably trying to say that
is correct.
That is correct. The concept of
you look quickly, I just gotta go down the road. I'll be back though, Just give me.
Wait for me, Jed. Wait for me.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes, I think he was probably just using
doesn't become a hype man
again.
You better motherfucking run.
Oh shit! What time is it? Is that the time?
It was good.
The champions,
I was listening to some of the information and the critiquing, and I thought it was kind of interesting. But we're still going through Shaka Ra's thing, right?
Yeah. It was Shaka Ra's first round.
Right. So, I mean, a lot of people in hindsight are saying things about that actual information, and obviously, I can't respond while he's putting out that information. You have to understand how the system works. You get me? I get my 20 minutes. He gets in 20 minutes. And then after we can discuss that.
Yeah, but you should have. This is what I say. You should have used your rebuttal round. yeah, to rebut his shit, yeah, and then use your questioning round more potent. Like it was your questioning round. See what he was saying? It was your questioning round where you would have fucking got him proper. But he was getting thrown into a debate.
There was too many bits. There was too many bits. And when I was writing it down, I was telling him about was it Buddha and all of this and in the Americas, and that's simply not true. Do you get what I'm saying? There's so many points that he made.
He gave you so much to refute that it became confusing.
No, it's not even confusing. It was just a lot. So when I'm writing it down, and he's still talking at the same time.
Overwhelming,
blah, blah, blah.
overwhelming.
Blah, blah, this is that, blah, blah, blah. He said Suma, but he kept on, in a sense, baiting himself up by admitting certain aspects of what I was talking about. Do you get it? And what Gab said was definitely
we
correct.
agree with that.
The timeline of which he was speaking, like BC. Oh, come on, bro. We can't be in BC when we're having this conversation, and I'm telling you about the oldest people on the planet.
Yeah, it's off. It's off.
Mike, can I ask you a question?
Yes, family.
You know, as a fellow Sufi, when Shaka Ra said, in Africa we have an unseen God who manifests our reality, and we have to dance to align with that reality. Did you not think, but that's our thing?
But that's also Kemet as well. That's also Kemet. There's no running. We don't even have to leave Kemet.
He made the point that but Shaka Ra made the point of showing that exactly what Sufis do is present in Africa.
And what I didn't like, if you see, there were some references that were what upset me, because I put in a lot of work into mine, and I especially tried to steer away from Wikipedia and Britannica. Do you get what I'm saying? I had to bring authentic sources, so I feel a bit slighted that some of the sources I saw on the screen.
Yeah, you're right.
In your rebuttal,
you should have pulled him up on that.
No, but when I'm watching the presentation, I'm seeing Wikipedia.
Yeah, you should have said that, man.
I didn't know we were doing that. I didn't know we was doing that, though. But this is a proper debate, a proper lecture.
Facts, though, for real. Schiffer said this.
Yeah.
Maybe too much respect to the battle is because you're not respectful, bro. You're respectful, but you're Mr. Uncouth. So I would expect shots like that from you, like, boy. Yeah, big up Shaka. Yeah, man, that was good. Sick.
It would have been better. I think it might have been slightly better if he had gone first. It would have been. Because I went first, it's easier for him than to look at what I said, what I did, and improve upon it.
Right.
It can't work the other way around. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm doing it fresh. I have a kind of mission plan. I didn't have enough time to see how it all played out. So I would have normally relayed it to another person, but I didn't really have that much time.
We can't pull no punches, lads. Everyone wants to know.
Yeah.
What was the first round about? What happened in the first round? Everyone wants to know from your perspective. What was the
and one more question. Do you feel?
No, man. What do you mean? One more question? Like, bro. Yeah. So, Stacks, what was the first round about, man? And what was going on with the reading? We want to know what happened.
What? Too much? There was too much stuff.
You just fucking up with the reading. So
there was a little bit of nerves, obviously. Do you know what I'm saying? Other than that, no, I was good still. I was a bit tired. I was sleeping 10 minutes before the debate. I fucking finally finished it that afternoon. Stayed up majority of the night. This is why I'm upset, because if you see the quality of the slides, which I'll play on Saturday, I'll just play it all out on Saturday, and then people can get a better understanding and say, okay, you were going to bring this point, you were going to bring that point, because a lot of points made, which was definitely in my information.
Definitely.
Like Abraham was definitely covered. There was a whole section on Abraham, but it was like one of the last slides.
Can I ask a question now?
Yeah.
Before you do,
I got one question.
Big up, family.
Big up.
My question to you, Snipes, is I honestly felt that you was very respectful to Shaka Ra's ideology, which was basically the premise of his argument. I felt like that hindered you. Did you feel that way, that you was very respectful to his ideology, or did you feel like you attacked his ideology in the debate?
I didn't attack his ideology on the simple premise that we're talking about the same thing. When you talk about African spiritual systems, you can't get no older or no thing than Egypt. So like all roads, as I said,
apart
even
from the
for
Proto-Bantus, obviously.
apart from Kush, because Kush is older than Kemet. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, well, I made that example as in, you know, these European scholars say that, yeah, the Ethiopians would claim that. You know what I'm saying? So
do you know why I asked the question though, Mac? The reason I asked the question is because me and you, we have our little back and forth sometimes, and you will blatantly attack my ideology. Remember we was having the thing you was calling them about the dogs in flipping Elamite and all of that. So I was waiting for that. I'll be honest with you, yeah. I was trying to gas you up at that point. I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to seem like I was biased in the debate, but that's what I was hoping you was going to do to Shaka Ra, because I thought the moment that energy comes out, debate done.
No, but
Shaka Ra
you're
gonna
not
fuck up
Shaka
just
Ra,
like he
bro.
did.
Shaka Ra's not rude to people like you are. People don't mind tearing you up.
I mean, you would assume. So, but remember,
tearing me up. Pause.
I mean, it's a huge question. Let's be honest. Yeah, are the Abrahamic religions African? It's a huge question. And it's a multifaceted question. You can't just answer it one time. Yeah, the simple answer is yes. Yeah. And based on what? Oh, based on, let's go to the oldest civilizations and their mythos and spiritual systems all are there. Do you know what I'm saying? Now then we have a lot of migration of different Africans claiming that they came from that region. Do you know what I'm saying? Who are heavily religious or spiritual or whatever it is. I think what I more should have done was bring up the idea of voodoo and voodoo.
Yeah.
Because this is alien to us. Even the word is not African.
You should have attacked it more. I agree, and I think you showed so much humility in that debate, bro. I take my hat off to your humility. I think that was excellent amount of the humility. You know, I take my hat off to you, and it's given me a newfound respect for your humility. But I feel like it was the wrong time because it's a debate. Debate is about your executioner with his head.
It's not that. I think for me, it became daunting as soon as this guy said 9 minutes. I said, Ross.
Yeah, I noticed that as well.
It's all about structuring your argument. So I know, Mike, I mean, obviously, next time,
This is why the reading fucked you up, those nights. Like MJ was saying, sorry, one sec, Carl. One sec. Like
MJ and Zulu all going against you. How do you feel about that?
What'd you say?
What? MJ Motion and Zulu as well.
MJ and Motion
your protege Zulu.
I can't knock the judges, but it's on the premise of how we do our debate here, right?
Yeah.
Well, I just want you to know that
really
me and Schiffer gave it to you, by the way.
Yeah,
you get me though, fam.
A lot of the people did.
But you're not helping him by being biased.
My thing is,
how's that
apart
biased?
from the judges, I would say the moral victory was mine, because there is no one out here thinking about going to practice any type of what Shaka was trying to sell.
Yeah.
Where the difference is, I'm not trying to sell anything. I'm trying to give people information. You know what I'm saying? So there's a difference here. And that's why I said we need to have a debate about African spirituality, because you keep saying stuff in Dinka, this one, that one, but all roads again lead to Kemet. Because we're not talking about only the ideology, it's the people themselves. If they say they migrated, the people in South Africa say they came from what do they call it? They said
Embo.
Kemu, right?
No, it's Embo, bro. It's not Kemu.
Not everybody, sorry, I'm not talking about everything. I'm saying like there was a particular Zulu guy, or a guy from South Africa. I don't even think he was Zulu, sorry. I think he might be closer or whatever. Went to America, to the HLK, and said, yes, we understand these concepts and in our culture, we know the place as Kemtu or whatever, where they migrated from so many thousand years ago. So everybody has this migration story, and then obviously we can talk about the Bantu migration, the migration of the Nilotics or the Kushites, But I was trying to make to the point and stick to the oldest people. If the oldest people on the planet are the pygmies, right? Then if you look within the Kemet system, that is represented by Ptah. And Ptah is like the supreme creator. He he wasn't created. The sun created him, or that type of environment created him, because he's elder god. You know, these are still older than Ra, Shu, which are aspects of the same thing. But also, they're also the royal family. So the point of that is that Tar was a real person, a real individual, and he also represents a tribe. So
you see, but Maku, I think it kind of weakens your argument where you're teaching more than attacking the opposition, if that makes sense.
No, I'm not. It's not
explain that to me. Drew S said he's gonna dust. S, you got anything that you wanted to throw in before you?
Yeah,
yeah, we kind of moved on still, but yeah, what Maku was saying about all of a sudden he realized there was 9 minutes, and I was saying that's where the reading just completely messed him up. Yeah, like we were talking after the live ended, me, Sniper, and MJ, and like MJ pointed out, if he had just put bullet points and pictures and stuff that would just trigger his memory about what he knows, so he could just do what he normally does and just talk off the top of his head, like would have been a totally different experience for the judges, for the viewers. We would have got through more information, would have made more points.
And that's what Shaka did. You're right. That's exactly what Shaka did.
Shaka had references, though, bro.
I wanted to ask you, maybe Zulu can
had references.
Maybe Zulu can answer this for me, just to be sure. This whole question: are the Abrahamic faiths African? And then we go to Kemet. So are we saying that in Kemet there were periods where they worshipped one God? Because that's one of the things which stands out in the Abrahamic faiths: one God worship.
Yes, sir. One creator.
No,
one
yes,
creator, not God.
Akhenaten came with the concept of Amun Ra, right? Which was the one, the concept. That concept was frowned upon, and he went down to I think it's Oman or something.
Yep.
Yeah. So that was frowned upon. It wasn't something.
So that's the thing that you're holding on to. Akhenaten. Wait, sorry. So that's the thing that you're going for. What Akhenaten did. Okay, and the Zoroastrians in Persia with their one God thing as well.
I'm not saying Kemet's the oldest or the only one.
I wouldn't go for that one, bro. I wouldn't go for that Zoroastrianism one.
I made the point. I made the point many times that what you see in Kemet is only a combination of the whole continent. As we go back in the names and we get to Tar, Ma, Re, well, Tar, we already just worked that out. It was building up. Do you get what I'm saying? It was building up, but obviously there wasn't enough time for me to fully bring it back around, because I never do things for no reason. Obviously, do you get what I'm saying?
Sorry, I still. So were the Zoroastrians? They were worshiping one God, but they're not in Africa.
Yeah, but theirs is late.
The Mesopotamians also were worshipping one creator.
When you say
not
late,
God, one creator.
Look at your timeline for your.
When you say late, how late are we? What date are we talking about?
Well,
I think theirs is like
during the Persian Empire.
No, I think it's before. Theirs is like BCE.
No, it is Persian. It is Persian, though.
Persian, bro. Because remember, Zoroastrianism gave influence to Sikhi. It gave influence to.
And there's more than one Persian Empire. That's in the first Persian Empire.
Yes, exactly. But the point is, there are people outside of Africa who are worshiping one God. That's what I'm saying.
Can't you see, bro? Can't you see?
Yeah, and in Mesopotamia they were.
If you see
one creator.
Right. The idea of one creator and the Zoroastrians and many other different systems. Like I said, Middle East is like a melting pot. You've got
Eliri, I think that's what the other brother was arguing with you about, because you keep saying one God where it's one creator, not one God, because there's many gods.
So then was Akhenaten saying the same thing then?
No, I think Akhenaten was probably proposing henotheism, more than monotheism.
Sorry. Heno, as in the sun.
Henotheism.
Sun worship.
Yes.
That's it.
Okay,
so how many, if we look around Africa, how many, and around the world, how many people worship the sun?
And this is why. And hold on. And this is why
worshiping the sun. So then you couldn't.
No, but he's a baby though.
No.
18th dynasty.
Yeah, but you brought him in the debate. You brought him in. Why did you bring him in?
Only as the sign of the people, who have taken this Abrahamic religion on, and Europeans are the ones who took it on. Yeah, they admit these. They admit these charges, should we say, put against them. They're not even charges. They're just truth. A Jew will tell you they took on Judaism, Kabbalah, Talmud and all of these other type of things. They took it on, right? The Greeks would say the same, and the Romans would definitely say the same. In the times we're talking, Romans are still pagans. This has nothing to do with them. And even their idea of paganism, remember, came from the Greeks. Who did the Greeks learn from? They would say the Egyptians. I say no. I say they resided in Northern Africa in what we've called Alexandria and made up their own shit, right? So this is where this idea of God concept, certain concepts they have, and ended up as Catholicism. So when they left out of North Africa, they went back to Rome. They went back to Italy. Do you understand? And they didn't even still take it on until later. So they were Christians in Rome when Christianity was not popular. We know this.
And at the end of the day, Maku, wait, and I think I said this earlier on, yeah?
Yeah.
It's so simple. Back in those days, where was the place where people were coming together to have education? Once you understand the educational route and where the knowledge was mainly based, and the migration of people and where people were coming to have trading and, you know, dealing with the education, it would only take you a few more bits of research to show you that it's not a thing whether different cultures came into Africa and left with their own form of knowledge and came up with their own customs. It's the same like what I was saying about the music thing. You know, you have people that had their genre of music in the 90s, but you get the youngsters still recopying and remaking it. You know that saying, there's nothing new under the sun. So what we're trying to say, what Maku's basically trying to say is, we know Africa is the place for education, wisdom, great structures. This is where things was happening. It was the hub. Every ancient civilization was saying it, that they've been there to take information for knowledge.
And how do you have a civilization without some type of spiritual system?
There you go.
So what, do you have evidence then that the whole Zoroastrian thing, which was 5 million BCE, you're saying that
5 million? 5 million BCE?
What?
5 million? I say 5 million, sorry. I meant the 5th century BCE.
Oh, 5th century.
Well, brother,
I don't know about that.
I'm just asking a simple question. Do you have evidence that when they used Zoroastrianism, it came from Kemet?
Yes, because sorry. Were Kemetans involved in astronomy and the cosmos? Did they come with the first calendar?
Yeah. Yes,
of course. Calendar. Like,
Then there are.
Nonsense. Yeah, thank you. So at the end of the day, the concepts, remember, are going to be taken, or it's them in the land of Sumeria. And remember that for centuries or thousands of years, a Sumer or Semakhet, its original name, is a province of Egypt.
Yeah, but that's I'm not talking about Sumer or Sumeria. That's
Mesopotamia. Well, you're going to have to, because that is involved in the construction of what we call the Abrahamic religions.
But the place that I'm talking about geographically is not in Sumeria.
What are you talking about?
He's still talking about Zoroastrian, bro. He's talking about
it's just in the Middle East, but again,
it's not in Sumer. It's not Mesopotamia.
Sorry, I'm saying it's not. They're not the predominant in the region. You've got to understand. In all the books, they tell you people had their own gods, and you can go on that land and see testimony to those facts. Statues, the concepts, the ideas, all of those different things. So we do understand that Zoroastrians were into astronomy. Sorry, it's Kemet. Yeah, I know it might burn some people's soul and even the Kabbalah. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Is Mithra Kemet as well?
No, hold on. No, it's Babylon. It's Babylon.
I know. I'm saying the concepts that they're coming with. The reason why they say it's Babylon, it is correct, it's Babylon. But Babylon, again, being a province, and the cities, those Arcadians and all of those are the same people.
It's built by the son of Cush.
Because you've got to go by archaeology now. Yeah? And when we're not talking archaeology when we're talking about bones, we're talking about the constructions. If the constructions in Sumer mirror those in Kemet, we can either deduce it was them or someone who knew what the Kemetans knew, who went out there and did it, or it was the Kemetans themselves who went up to that area and did what they were doing. Do you get what I'm saying? Because all these mastabas and all of these structures that look like pyramids, you know, they just have got the pointy top, the ziggurats and all of that. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, we can clearly see this is.
But Michael, all these people are Kushas, though. When we talk about
Babylon, when we come,
they are.
Look, the thing that I was saying, Zoroastrianism and Mithras in a different part, which is Persian or Iranian. Okay, they had their own form of monotheism. I'm still trying to understand how this comes from Africa.
What, the Zoroastrian?
Because we're saying that every single person in Persia was African. Are we going to do this thing where everybody in the world comes from Africa?
Hold on.
No.
I think what you're missing, Larry, is the fact that you're leaving out the East Indians. Yeah, one being black people as well. Yeah, because if we can travel to Sumeria and we can travel all around the planet. Remember, we are indigenous to the planet. All this Africa business, I only use it colloquially just to explain certain terms because that's where the majority of the tribes are. But the tribes are all over the world. Let's be honest. Yeah, because there's not many people on the planet who are out there with loads of melanin, who they check and say their descendancy doesn't lead back to Africa. Even in Australia, they just said they left out 70,000 years ago. Cool, no problem. But you're still Africans. Oh, now you're Australians.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So people put titles and stuff. Yeah, go.
With the Persia thing, yeah?
Yes.
If you look at it in terms of layers, right? People coming in there at different times.
Right.
The original, the foundational layer, they're African, right? Now, there's a middle layer, and then the top layer, obviously, there's what I know about the Central Asians that come in there, and they basically replace the local population. However, when you look at the DNA, the ghost population of original Africans is still present. The question is, how much of their culture was maintained? Because in a lot of places, even where the indigenous Africans, original people, were replaced, their culture still remained prevalent.
Right.
Because they were the first people there who were living according to the environment and bringing their African survival skills with them. Yeah. So the people who took them over, for example, if we look at the Greeks, when the Greeks come into that area, they took on the identity of the people who lived there before them.
That's correct.
I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. This is just
so when we're talking about two waves,
what I'm actually
when we're talking about out of Africa theory, there's two waves of people, right? So there's the 100,000-year-old Bantus that came out of there, right? Spread, like Maku said, all throughout the entire world. Forget the word Bantu, but spread all throughout the world, right?
Yeah.
Now, when the second wave of Africans left 65,000 years ago, and they come across these other people, the interaction between these two sets of people sometimes was violent, sometimes ethnically cleansing, killing them all. Sometimes it was like they were just mingling and like creating some new culture, and then sometimes it was the indigenous population like that maintained, and people just joined them. It's all based on numbers, really. So when we look at, for example, we was looking at the DNA of Koreans. We can see that they have the Africans that originally went there, started off that civilization, and their ghost DNA is still there. It's in their DNA. They can't deny it, that they were originally African.
All right. Family tree, continue. This is what we're going to do, just to bring it back to an analysis of yesterday's debate. I'm gonna play the video, and we can kind of get back on track of going off the back of what Shaka's talking about, right? So I don't want it to turn into too much of a debate going away from that until we get through the majority of the debate. Then we can freestyle and get into whatever. Obviously, we can go down tangents, but I'm gonna try and bring it back to the debate. Yeah, man. Is my special guest still here?
I've got to go anyway. I just wanted to say thanks, Jedi. But that was why I brought it up, because that wasn't brought up in the debate. The Zoroastrians, and I see them, they were not in Africa, they were in Persia. So I thought they had believed in one God. So that was why I brought it up, because in regards to this. But
we went into that. We did go into that. Oh shit! That was covered. My channel's gone.
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't believe it was covered properly. I
Oh
don't
no,
really...
not in the debate. No. I brought no Zoroastrian information and thing, but I did bring a lot of the Sumerian and Mesopotamian and Kemet and the texts that relate to each other.
But anyway, take care. Goodbye. I've got to go. Take care.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm as fascinated with Zoroastrian still.
Yeah, like what about to do with Africa?
lifestyle.
Like, what?
You lot stop talking over my special guest, man. Yo, medicine man, what's
you're joking. Yeah, man, I'm there, man. I was just listening, man.
Yeah, man. Who you calling heretics, bro?
So yeah, sorry.
Man, call man heretic. Man, call man
Yeah, you called him a heretic. Like, what's that all about, man?
I've never even used that word.
You called him a heretic.
No, but Gabs, sorry, you was halfway through a critique, right?
No. I'm just gonna press play and then we're gonna see where we are at.
These Asiatics, are not black. All right. This is a painting depicting the Amorite migrants of the 12th dynasty, friendly, migration into Kemet, right? But you can see the people of Kemet depicting themselves below, and they're depicting the Asiatics above. These people are not black. Closer, look at this particular picture, and this is a relief from the same tomb, and this is a reproduction of the those last two paintings in relation to and this is a relief from the same.
Look at the original and look at the reproduction.
There was too many L's in the actual thing. If you break it down,
those last two paintings in relation to the Asiatics that were depicted. And finally, we have this of a Nubian and an Asiatic prisoner in Kemet. And as you can see, it's New Kingdom, and you can see the person on the left is not black.
That's not even Egyptian
style. I'll skip this one for the sake of time. So we get to a point, whereby Kemet becomes Egypt. After the fall of the 25th dynasty, Kemet remained consistently under the rule of non-indigenous rulers, all of whom were invaders from the east. The Assyrians, 663 BC, the Persians, the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, etc. Why is this important? Because all of the early churches, in Africa are instituted during this period. And I'm probably going to end on this and save my breakdown of what is an African religion for my rebuttal period. Nubian kingdoms became Christian in the 6th century AD. In 531 AD, Emperor Justinian of Byzantium, i.e. the late Roman emperor, apparently got the idea of making the Ethiopians and the Homerite, his allies, with a view to damage the Persians. This was the context in which Nubia became a Christian empire. Professor C.P. Grove suggests that Justinian's reasons were much more sinister. Quote, the church was recognized as a pillar of the state, so that to propagate the Christian faith was at the same time to consolidate the imperial power. Justinian pursued the policy in Africa of encouraging to become Christians all those chiefs and kings who sought his goodwill. He gave it as a definite instruction to his administrators that they should do all they could to incline the people of Christianity. Religious propaganda for imperial expansion was the policy. The Mesnage dryly remarks it was found more economically to make use of the gospel than military power for the security of distant territories. The early Roman church, however, was divided between two dogmas. The Melkite believed that Christ had separate human and divine natures, while the Monophysite believed that Christ had a single nature, both human and divine. Among the Romans, this manifested itself in rivalry between the Melkite Emperor Justinian and the Monophysite Empress Theodora. Both sent separate missions to Nubia. Theodora Monocyte mission reached Nabatea first, and etc. So the question then for me becomes, well, if all of this is true, what were Africans doing, outside of Christianity and Judaism, because there isn't quite an Islam quite yet, fully fleshed out, what were they doing during this period? And that will give us the answer to what an African religion is, yeah, that will give us the answer to what an African religion is. And for now, I'm just going to quote the words of Baba Yusuf Ben Yakana.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
No problem. I thought I had 10 seconds left, but it's all good.
Man, just when he was gonna quote Kamoyo. Just when he was gonna quote Kamoyo.
So that was the end of round 1. 20 minutes each. So this next round is supposed to be rebuttal round. I feel like Sniper just used this round to catch up on the stuff that he never got to really say in the first round. I don't know what, like, can anyone tell me, what would you expect from a rebuttal round?
Points made and then address the points, like a counterpoint to what was made before.
So you got to counter the points, like, so Sniper would be countering Shaka's points.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Shaka would be countering.
So what I did, I was writing them down.
Go on.
So by the time you get to the end, and then instantly you have to rebuttal. Do you get what I'm saying? That's a bit. Do you get what I'm saying? Because I could be stuck on the first point, but for me, a more significant point would be one that you just recently said or something that you just showed. Do you get what I'm saying? So yeah, it's very much about timing. I think a lot more time in how we structure it next time will be better. Do you get what I'm saying? Between rounds.
I should allow more time for the so like it was suggested half an hour instead of 20 minutes for your opening statement. But do you think that's long?
Yeah, I'm saying 10 minutes.
I think because my thing was so jam-packed, yeah, I didn't do what you said, and as I said, I didn't have enough time to do it out so I could do it in a timeline because I only wanted to do 10 minutes of the slideshow. Yeah. And then 5 minutes of two prominent scholars. Yeah. Which is Dr. Barashango and obviously Dr. Ben. And since he said he grew up with Dr. Barashango, I should have really played that one first. That would have done his dance still. But, you know, I'm trying to be most merciful.
Even when he said about the Christian, what's it called? The Ethiopians taking it from the Greeks and the Romans, yeah. The funny thing is when you read the book of Acts, yeah, the Ethiopian eunuch, when he spoke to the disciple Philip, yeah, what did he have in his hand already? Was it not a Torah?
And not only that,
because he forgets the kingdom of Aksum accepted Judaism from Queen Sheba. Remember Queen Sheba and Solomon? So it's already rooted in it from way before Roman Christianity. So he skips over a lot of things. I've noticed that.
I was thinking that he was going to stick on the premise of the verses that he read out of the Quran and the Bible, right?
Yeah.
But as I said, if you just go earlier, I did have some verses that connect to show their connection to older systems. Do you know what I'm saying? And where they were coming from. So like the story of Adam and Eve came out of the Iluma Elish, I think. Yeah, Iluma Elish. But first it came out of the Kemetan papyri. So there's always a papyri that matches up that you can say, look, this is the story because the original story is their story. They say the gods, but we would say the kings or the first families.
So much. I feel like you should have kind of like showed more like interactions between African civilizations and Israelites biblically, like marriages.
No, that was one of my middle pages was on the Lemba and the Bobo.
Yeah, but not even like not even in like recent time, even like in the actual Bible itself with passages of Queen Sheba and Moses being confused for Egyptian, etc., etc. There's a bunch of stuff there that you could have done with. You know what I mean?
Oh yes, and I came
because not everyone's going to agree with the whole Kemet stuff. Like, I'm not agreeing with. You know what I mean?
I had a piece on Moses and how that was taken from Saigon of Akkad. Do you know what I'm saying? And seeing the connections of how some of these texts come from these older civilizations.
Yeah,
There's
but see,
no doubt about it.
that's the problem, Maki. That's kind of like.
But I think where I was gonna think, because he wanted them, they're doing the Middle East is not part of Africa, and
Yeah,
obviously, whether it's part of Africa or not, it was definitely part of Egypt. Do you get what I'm saying? As in province, maybe people come later, yes, and take it over and push their dominance further back. But that's throughout history, especially in the time of Akhenaten, because Akhenaten was the hippie king who just relaxed the borders. People are writing letters in cuneiform to him. Do you get what I'm saying? From Sumeria, right? And he's telling them, why are you bothering me? Why are you asking me? Go and ask another king. You know what I'm saying? You're a king. Like, why are you asking me? I know I'm supposed to be the fat controller, but right now I'm doing hippie shit. You get it? So there's definitely a connection. There's, even when it's supposedly other people in that area, it's still controlled by Egypt. And the only reason you hear about those areas is in a particular time of the dynasties of Egypt. That's late, man. It's not early.
Yeah, but I think the whole originating from the religion originating from other places was not a good stance, because again, you're gonna lose a lot of people with that.
No, not
like
that's
why I think if you went for more so.
I didn't say the religion, bro. Sorry.
Hold
Let's get
on,
it right. I didn't say the religion. I said the individual characters from the biblical book.
Yeah, but even that, Matthew, again,
we got to focus on Moses. Sorry,
but Matthew, hold on. Can I finish what I'm saying? Yeah. Even that, the characters come from the original. You're gonna lose a lot of people with that, because again, you're basically implying that their characters are just a copy of Egypt and Sumeria. You're gonna lose people with that. But if you went on the stance of the geographical evidence, call him up on the tectonic plates, call him up on the people being black, call him up on the interactions with the Egyptians and the Ethiopians, etc., you would have really actually won that, like in that sense, in terms of the information. But you went on the whole thing about it being from Egypt, and it kind of lost people with that.
No, I hear you. But as I said, what I'm trying to grab with that is even what he's claiming as spiritual systems. So he's saying, I'm into African spiritual systems. If you're not into Kemet, where it's the highest of African spiritual systems, it's where they all combined and they refined it to get it. So whether he's thinking, oh yeah, I'm doing Shango and all of that, but Shango is just an individual character from the Orishas.
Element.
It's like a grandson. The Orishas was first, and then the second generation was people like Shango. And this guy supposedly breathed fire. That was his special move. He was a bit like Dalsim. Yeah, he could breathe fire at people. No, he was hench, and he had two what do you call them? Axes, sorry. That the same axes that are highlighted say the word or represent Netta. In the thing. Remember when I said Netta?
Let's talk about it. Brother Medicine said that it's his belief that those are not axes, they're flags representing power, the unseen power of wind or element
of nature.
So are they flags or are they axes?
They're axes. You know what I'm saying? In the hands of the pygmy. Do you know what I'm saying? When you see it depicted and you see Bess depicted, he has the same two axes. So it's based on that. Yeah, it's based on symbols and things that actually are tangible and actually exist. You've got to understand that when we go back to basics, what it's going to look like is the little pygmies with the little thing. No one believes that those people built those pyramids, for example. But yet the shafts and everything inside it, correlate. You know, it's only built for people of 5 foot tall. So how's people walking up and down in this shaft if you're 6 foot or 7 foot tall? Makes no sense. So it can't be, in a sense, the Kushite kind of people who came out of them. That's why we say the Twa or the Batwa or the Batutsi, or they say the Tutsis and the Hutus. You get what I'm saying? These are all of those descendants of those little people, those original people.
All right. Yeah, I noticed Gab stayed on mute for that. You don't want the smoke. You don't want that smoke, man. Yeah, man. Them shit is axes, son. Right? I don't know what you're talking about. Like, them shit is axes. Yeah? My uncle told you.
Can I ask Maku a quick question?
Yes, man.
Okay.
Not really to do with this, but in your experience, like reading up on religions and gods and whatever, apart from like obviously our God, which is like the invisible, all-seeing God, are there any other kind of like invisible, all-seeing gods?
Yeah,
like in other
Kemet.
places. No, I mean outside of Africa, because obviously we're talking about it originating from Africa. So outside of Africa, is
there is the concepts, but again, they all still originate from Africa.
Okay.
Like the people. Do you get it?
Yeah, if you look up Amman,
how can the people originate from Africa and not the concepts that they bring? It makes no sense. Do you get it? It's just a thing about timeline. You see, the European is deceiving everybody by making the timelines all messed up so he can fit himself in.
See,
even in the biblical
story,
they don't really make an appearance until the New Testament. The Old
this
Testament
is the funny thing about Shaka's argument.
black people.
Shaka's strongly relying on, like we said, a Eurocentric point of view of where Africa is. What's the border of Africa? Where, like, what color you have to be African? Do you know what I mean? Like, he's coming with a very Eurocentric point of view, yet he's arguing the complete opposite of his own position, which is he's saying that Christians and Muslims and Jews basically got this hatred for voodoo and for African spiritual systems, and that's basically his position.
Well, I would say one, you see that plate that he's talking about. It seems to be a separate plate, but one half of it is still fully connected. This is why a man's saying, "Oh, you can take Israel." Well, if you can take Israel, you can probably take the rest of it. Do you get what I'm saying? It only makes sense geographically. Like, where is it? Yeah.
This is what I'm saying, Marky.
It's Northeast Africa.
Marky, we didn't even get into the whole Canaan.
And then remember, because how has it now become Asia Minor? How? That's only a recent determination or a label that they put on.
Political. It's a political.
Right. That's political. That's fact.
Go on, Zulu.
I was going to say, Marky, you should have gone into the whole Canaan thing as well, because the Israelites are living in a land owned by Hamites. Because who's Canaan the son of? This is not the son of Ham. So they're living amongst Hamites in their land, right? They're speaking the Canaanite language, Hebrew from Proto-Canaanite. Like, there's so much stuff, there's so much evidence from that, man. Like,
yeah, it would be still Arcadian. It would still go back to cuneiform. It would still go back. And when I had an image of Egyptian cuneiform in its purest form, it's the same thing. Do you get what I'm saying? So, like, when we understand that it's the same cuneiform, is the same base language for the Semitic languages, and that Semitic people are majority, I'm sorry to say it, but black folk. Like, what are we doing out here? Once you say Semitic, you talking about us. Shem, you get me? The as I said, the eldest son of Noah, who is
like I said, he's got a very Eurocentric idea of what Africa is.
Where's the story again? Noah. I'll tell you the story of how they connect it to the story of Nephishtim and one of the Egyptian deities who they experienced experienced a flood and blah blah blah, and where that story is coming from. So each thing has, some are 3 part, some are 1 part, and some are just strictly Kemet in a sense, or Africa. But I mainly pick up for Kemet because of he's trying to think it's a nation, civilization, and all of this type of stuff. Yes, true, but later. Originally, no. You can clearly hear through history that it was a place of learning. So I think spirituality, religion, and all of those things would have been learned.
Yeah. Not just that, Maki, but look in the Bible where they're saying that there was a famine, and everyone had to run to Kemet because they're the only ones who had like food. Like, that's in the Bible.
Of course.
And people running to Kemet, not just for education, but Because they were the master growers basically of their time.
No, because the Nile feeds the whole of Africa in a sense. You know what I'm saying? We irrigated the Nile, and we do agriculture. That's what most of this stuff is about for us. You get what I'm saying? It's not about
but the
God
oldest
sent.
evidence of agriculture was in Mesopotamia, though.
Yes, of course. We're not saying that, but we're saying we were there as well. We're saying those old tribes, those were Tutsis and those Tarites, were there in that region. Yes, facts. That's why we say people can't say they were there first or blah blah blah. Who would be the first people to wander out there if not Africans? And those people seem to be older than us.
I don't know about that.
They're older than us. They're obviously we're their descendants, right?
Prove it.
We're not their descendants, so we're not.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking you to prove it. Because from what we read earlier, they were saying that Proto-Bantu is probably as old as Sumeria, if not possibly from Sumeria, in terms of the language.
Saying, how old are the people of the planet and the tribes? So
Zulu, they're not saying they're from Sumeria.
No, they're saying the language.
The Sumerians are from the Bantu.
Sorry.
No, they're saying that the language of the Bantu, Proto-Bantu and the Sumeria is similar. That's what they said, Con.
But they're saying that Sumerians come from Bantus, not vice versa.
No, I don't think that's what they were saying.
That's what they said, bro.
I think it was what they were saying, yeah.
No, but it's about the language, right? Not by the people.
He was saying that
the language come with the people.
Proto-Bantu was older than
Kemet.
Older than Sumer, even older than Sumer.
Yeah, not older than Kemet.
I'll have to watch it back then.
You know what I'm saying? Because you got to understand, Zulu, as well. It's where these Europeans are fixing the time of the civilization. So the moment man builds structures, that is what man's measuring it by. This is crazy. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, you're trying to say the people weren't there chilling, blah, 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 getting to a certain level before they decide they had time on their hands to start building structures. Like, why are we doing that? When we know agriculture is first. And that place was over 10,000 or whatever years ago. That was fully fertile, that area. It's got 2 rivers, hasn't it? Do you get what I'm saying? Why not Africans travel out to that direction and just like, okay, we're stopping
Marco,
here.
when you say Africans travel out, that's out of Africa again. Like that stance, that like premise, is that been substantiated? Has that been actually proven?
That's like saying they went southeast. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, because if our phenotype is...
They followed the rivers, right?
Yeah, but hold on, Marco, again, this out of Africa preset, has that been proven for you to use that, first of all? To even say, when you say out of, they came out, they migrated out. Out of where? Because as far as I've looked into anthropology, our phenotype is seen as far as Australia and all over other parts of the world.
Yeah,
so how do we even know
oldest bones of us found?
The oldest bones are found in Africa. Is that what you're saying?
Right. Yeah. So that kind of puts everything in its place, right?
But that we found, not the oldest that we found.
I'm saying the oldest bones they got is from Ethiopia, but I'm saying the oldest Homo sapien bones or whatever, they found is still in the deep parts of Africa. What's that?
What's that?
What was that?
That's a Mexican soap opera.
Broski, you don't want to know. That's a madness.
Yeah, so my thing is, Zulu, that in times past, we've only narrowed it down because we are newer tribes. Whatever we're talking about, we're newer tribes to some of these older tribes, like the Watutsis and the Thais or the Pygmies, and even the Khoisan.
I don't know about that, man, because even with the Khoisan fam, when we came down to South Africa, they were already there. We came from somewhere else. Yeah. So we're not from No, but hold on, we're not from the Khoisan. We are different to the Khoisan. We encountered them. We were foreigners to them. So this whole idea of, we came from a mixture of tribes and the Twa and all this, it's like diminishing that we are original ourselves, that we're just a mix. But that's not the case. Because when you look at the Bantu people, they have an origin. They came into Africa at some point in time.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say to you. So if we can understand that the Bantus are the Hutus or the
No, they're not, man. They're not. I'm just telling you, bro. There's no evidence for it. If you can prove it, that's fine. But
yeah, no, there was evidence for it. And I don't know if I did get to show it though. But just in
even
the names,
even genetically, Maku, even genetically, where's the Twa in the E1, B1A? And all? There's no Twa there. They're Nilotic. They're Nilotic.
Because those are later. E1, B1s are later. They're later.
No, but those Twa guys. Older. But Maku, those Twa are Nilotic. They're not even in Negroid.
No, when you look at I'm saying their descendants are going to be tall and short and everything in between, right? So I'm saying they're the Watutsi and they came from the pygmy and came from these Tarites, right? Are the what you call the Hutus?
Yo, Jeds, mute up.
Yeah, and what did I say? Watutsis, Hutus, and the Twa.
Before, but Sunday evening just before 6, it
did
happen.
Yeah, but even linguistically, Maku, where's the correlation between the Bantu languages and the Twa? There's no correlation, is there?
But they are Nilotic, as you said, they are Nilotic in their descendants. So they settled all and up and down the Nile and different regions of the planet. It makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. Which is a different phenotype to our phenotype.
No, but I'm saying they but the east side of Africa is as you can see is not the same, but they are all the same to each other. Do you get it? They all have that kind of look or feature. Like a Kenyan looks like a Somali, looks like a. Do you get what I'm saying? And
not
looks
really.
Like someone from down south.
A Kenyan looks more like a Bantu than a Somali.
Ugandan and all of that. It's all just borders that they put now. People migrate, but it doesn't mean everybody as well. Why don't some people stay? Obviously, some people stay.
Yeah, some people stay behind.
No, Kenyans are Bantu, bro.
Yeah, so they all come under the guise of the Watutsi and thing, because the Watutsi is the older look in a sense. Yeah, that's where they came from. They came from those people, and those people are still in those regions. And even they'll say 2,000 years ago they moved down from the Great Lakes regions to the Great Lakes regions from upper. To get them. Everyone seems to have a story in your region of coming from up from the
Great coming Lakes from the Nile Valley civilization.
Right. From that direction.
Not Twa people.
Hold on. Not from that direction. Whether they be city dwellers or not, because a lot of them are not. Do you know what I'm saying? The lot of the Watutsi are Maasai.
Yeah, but Maku, again, hold on, Maku. Maasai,
they live in a different
Twa.
way.
Hold on, Maku. Maasai and Twa, they have their own origins. They have their own tribal identity. For you to say that the Bantus are a mix of these, it's like you're diminishing.
Which are linked.
Hold on. It's like you're diminishing the uniqueness and the age of the Bantus within themselves. We just read something that was saying that they're old. Someone saying that it's older than Samaria. So it's
I'm
like
saying,
you're linking them to Twa.
Okay.
Hold on. You're linking them to Twa like it's an offspring of a mix of tribes. But it seems to be the case that the Bantu within itself is probably more original than what you think.
The Bantu, the Pygmies. So yes. I'm saying
Pygmies.
It's the same thing. It's the same difference. Right. So let's not get confused. No. So I'm saying, I'm not diminishing anything. I'm just saying that these people have been a lot. Listen, they say we've been on this planet according to their records, right? 300,000 years. So what are we talking about, Zulu?
Wait, who says that? No, you mean Homo sapiens sapien, or do you mean
Homo sapiens sapien?
No, Homo sapiens sapien is like 100,000 years or 200,000 years.
But what's the Bible saying, no, Zulu?
300,000.
I'm going with historical records, not this.
Yeah, what they're saying now is 300,000 because they just found a bone in Morocco of a Homo sapiens sapien,
and they carbon dated it.
Right, to 300,000 years, right? So now they've pushed the clock back because before they were saying 180,000, bro. Like,
yeah, because carbon dating is accurate, Maku.
No, I'm just saying with the time of us in existence has been pushed back. Keeps getting pushed back. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, it was 180,000 like a decade ago. 180,000 years.
Zulu, are you saying that
again,
your particular people came into Africa from outside of Africa? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And it would correlate.
And you, when you got there, there were
I'll tell you
people.
why I can't.
There were people already there, right? Zulu. There were already people there.
There were people already there. The
and you're saying that then people also came from somewhere else.
Yeah, we all migrated. Everyone migrated into. I'm not into the out of Africa theory. I'm saying people migrated to Africa at a certain point in time.
Yeah,
I'm saying that the origin, and I'll explain it why. Yeah, obviously I'm going through. If you go by the flood narrative, the boat landed in Turkey, right? So you have the dispersion from that region going into Africa, going through Mesopotamia. And when you look at the first kingdoms that were built, it syncs up because the Kushites are the ones that built Babylon. So it's still within that area. And then from there, you have people migrating and dispersing into Africa.
But
and then you have Egypt.
Here's the thing, Zulu. Sorry to cut you. Your assumption is that everyone that was not on the boat died. You're assuming that everyone got wiped off the face of the earth.
But we know that's not true. Because there was giants in those days, and also after.
Yeah, there was giants.
Who the giants people were still giant. Noah's descendants were still tall. Remember, all of them were tall.
Nah,
all of them were tall.
Yeah, you gotta prove they came from Noah, though. All we know is there were giants in those days, and also after the flood. So
no, we know it's from Noah.
I don't feel like the flood killed everyone.
I'm saying
everyone.
I don't even think it's logical.
But how can you know that if you're from the people who survived the flood on the boat? How can you know who you left behind?
The flood was a region. The flood happened in a region, man. It wasn't a worldwide event.
Yeah, but you didn't go back.
It doesn't make any sense. It's like you guys are making things up.
The Middle East and North Africa.
Hold on. What is Zulu saying? What are you saying doesn't make sense, bro?
You're saying that it didn't take off everyone and it left some of them because it says there were giants in those days.
In those days, and also,
yeah. But remember, the people in general were giants according to the Bible. Adam was like something. How many hundreds of cubits tall? These people in general were giants.
Yeah, but
the Nephilim were obviously significantly taller. But
how tall was Noah?
I don't know the exact cubits, but
all right, let's just end it this way. Was Noah a giant?
All of them were tall. They were all tall.
No. That's not what I'm asking you.
Yes.
When the Bible says there were giants in those days,
it's all of them.
No, it's not.
Be honest, because
he's wrong. You're wrong.
Wait. No, it's not. You know it's not.
Hold on.
It is.
Zulu, you said this the other day. Listen to me, bro. Listen.
I had your back
this
up
the other
until
day
that point.
that you believe. Hold on, guys. Hold on. You said the other day that you believe Noah's blood was pure. He was the only one that wasn't mixed. He was the only one that had fresh DNA, pure DNA on the planet. This is what you said the other day. So you can't believe he was a giant.
No, but
in the same way, because that giant denotes some kind of genetic or whatever difference.
No. But here's the issue. Yeah, I think what you're saying is, the only giants were Nephilims. But I think the author of Genesis is basically letting you know that everyone in general were much taller. Obviously, the Nephilim were.
No. We're not
Hold on, man. But obviously, the Nephilim were much taller than the people that, like the general people like Noah and etc. etc. But when he says there were giants in those days, he's letting you know, the author's letting you know, people back then, pre-flood, were tall, were giants, generally. So that's
not what I'm talking about. Let me hear from someone else.
Okay.
Yeah. He's playing with words.
Hold on.
You know what? Can we get Gab to speak? Because he's been on mute, hiding from Mackie for a while.
Just on that point, I was going to say, if you said the Nephilim, we know the Nephilim are the offspring of the fallen angels that slept with man, yeah? And we know that the Nephilim didn't get wiped because remember in the book of Moses, was it Genesis or Deuteronomy? One of the two, when Moses went to take over the Midianites, remember he asked to send the spies to go and check out one place, and they said, "No, we can't go in there because there's Nephilim there." The Nephilim are in there.
Oh,
and
they said descendants of Nephilim, but remember that was speculation.
What did you say?
As in, like the tribe of giants that they saw in Jericho.
It was Nephilim, bro. It was Nephilim. The word's Nephilim.
Okay, you sure?
No. I'm not saying the passage doesn't say.
Are you sure? Are you saying it wasn't Nephilim? What are you saying?
I'm not saying the passage doesn't say that. Please hear what I'm saying, bro.
But you just said they're not. No, wait. Are you saying there wasn't Nephilim? It doesn't say there was Nephilim, or there is Nephilim?
There's Nephilim now. I'm saying.
Hold on.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not saying that it doesn't say that in the passage. What I'm saying is what it means, from what I understand, is that when they see a giant, they associate it with Nephilim. Because those people have a root to Canaan. No. But those people in Jericho are sons of Canaan. Canaan wasn't a Nephilim. So again, we need to look at the full context.
No. Listen. But then this is why your whole thing doesn't make sense
right now.
Yeah. Because you just said tall people back then, where people were seen as tall. So are you saying all the people that were tall were associated with the name under the umbrella of Nephilim?
It was speculated as descendants of Nephilim, and it's
no. Are you saying? No. Hold on, wait. I just want to answer my question one more time. Are you saying that everyone that was?
Sorry.
Can't hear you.
You cut out, Gabs.
There we go. See?
What do you mean? You see? What do you mean?
I don't know.
Can you hear me now?
Can
you hear me now?
Yeah.
I'm saying Zulu. Yeah. Are you saying that everyone, so Noah, all the people that was around during that time, because you said everyone was tall and giants, yeah? Are you saying that they were all under the umbrella name Nephilim?
No. Nephilim was significantly taller.
So
hold on, let me say one last thing, Gabs.
Okay.
They also had, remember, 6 toes. There's specific, not just height, there's other characteristics, right? 6 toes. Remember that as well, right?
That is true.
What's 6 toes of what?
6 2 on their hands and feet.
They had deformities. It wasn't just
you had deformities. The Nephilim.
The Nephilim.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to say. So the Nephilim were a distinctive race of people, right?
They had deformities, specific
Okay,
characteristics.
so then now, if we know that the Nephilim are a distinctive race of people because these are the offspring of the fallen, and humans, remember, the Nephilim are the offspring of the fallen angels and the sons of man, Yeah. So then now, if those say, okay, if you don't agree, well, you just said that these Nephilim had the distinctive thing, they were deformities, 6 toes and all this, so everyone would know who the Nephilim is, because what I'm trying to say is the Nephilim were pre-Noah, during Noah's time. After the flood, the Moses' people, the Israelites, Moses told them to go and spy on a certain people. I think it was the Midianites. It was the Midianites. And they went there, but when they went there, they said, hold on a minute, bro. Also, we've seen the Midianites. They're there, but there's also Nephilim there as well. That's why they came back. They're like, there's Nephilim there. That's the reason why they didn't want to go. Do you understand? So that's showing you that it's not like Moses said, go to that place where the Nephilim are. Yeah, he never said go to that place where we're going to go and fight the Nephilim. They was meant to go and fight the Midianites. But the Israelites said, whoa, we went and we checked the place, but they're there, but also there's some Nephilim there. And that's why they came back scared, because they didn't want to fight. They didn't want to fight the Nephilim. So what I'm trying to say to you is, how come that Nephilim, that's clearly showing that the Nephilim did not get wiped off the face of the planet, because why were they still there? Because the whole purpose of the flood was to wipe out. I'm sure it was to wipe out the Nephilim as well.
So Noah couldn't have been a giant.
It's to wipe out humans in general. Because remember, it said sin was.
And the fallen one.
It was humans in general. I don't think it was specifically Nephilim.
No, it wasn't. So why are they saving humans on the ark then?
Yeah, you need. Yeah, sorry, I'm not gonna lie, brother. You need to go back into your book and stop guessing why and just say why. God said why. So let's just deal with what the book says rather than just.
I'm not guessing.
You are. You said
I said to wipe out humans. I even quoted it just now. I said it's because there's evil in the hearts of men. That's what it says.
In the heart, evil. So it's to wipe out
evil is abound in the heart. Something. I'm summarizing.
Maybe it's a DNA evil. Maybe it's hereditary evil.
Can we read? You know what, brothers? Can someone crack open the book?
Right.
I'm about to go and get that now. To be fair.
And a good point about that is this is all based on Moses, right? These are Moses' words, right? What Moses knows of this information. And who is Moses? Where is he from?
Egypt.
Okay, cool. I rest my case.
I don't know what point that was, Maki.
He's African, basically. It's an African story.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can't dispute that Moses was African. Come on.
And wax wise in the knowledge of Egypt, therefore. So yeah, what he says definitely goes, right? How he interprets things, right?
Genesis 6.
What?
Yeah. Genesis 6.
That's someone cracking open the holy book. I hear. Fucking hell.
Genesis
You're not spoiling me.
Go through.
Actually get to some scriptures today. Fucking hell.
Okay, okay. It says in verse 9. It says here, yeah. This is chapter 6, verse 9, Genesis. It says, these are the records of the generations of Noah. Noah was a righteous man, blameless in his time. Noah walked with God, and Noah became the father of 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth.
Pause. Pause. What is the Hebrew saying is blameless? Because blameless means what? Because we're not saying that Moses was a perfect man, because you claim Jesus was the only perfect man. So
no, but Job is described in this. But just Job is described in the same way.
How can a sinner be blameless? What does that
Job
mean?
is described in the same way.
Exactly. I'm trying to understand, what does it mean? Perhaps it means something deeper than what we're taking on the face value.
Just means he was righteous. No, it just means he was righteous, bro. He just kept the commandment. He was righteous.
It doesn't mean, bruv. Hold on, wait. He already has the word righteous in there. Righteous.
Okay, I'm gonna go
blameless.
to the Hebrew right now then.
So I want to see that blameless means something like uncontaminated, and then I've won.
No.
I was gonna say. Can I also find out about he walked with God? What does that mean?
Same thing with Enoch. Kept
what? Enoch went to heaven, right?
No, but walked with God in the sense of like he just wasn't on what everyone else was on. When everyone was doing all the fornication and the worshipping idols,
No, but
he wasn't doing everything.
Everyone else was Nephilim, right? And
no, not everyone else was Nephilim.
Well, how not? If the sons
because
of
remember,
God, hold on. If the sons of God, and came down and married wives, if they married wives, they had children, right? And if the other ones who came down, the sons of God who came down and took women, turned out to be giants and Nephilim. So we can see that on the other side, maybe the correct way to do it, and what God's saying or what the Bible's saying, is that one set came down and they married the women, and another set came down and they just took women, which is probably
the word is perfect. It's tamim. Perfect. Yeah, and I'm going to click on it now. It says complete, whole, entire, sound, healthful, complete.
He was perfect in his generation.
Wholesome, innocent.
This is sounding to me like it's inferencing that he doesn't have the Nephilim blood in him.
No, he doesn't.
Exactly.
I would agree with you.
But I was looking at
this the other day,
bro. Oh God, in terms of. This is what they are describing when they are saying blameless.
Okay.
Uncontaminated.
You understand? So this is about his purity in humanity, right?
Right.
He doesn't have that
without blemish.
Right.
It does say without blemish. Okay, you know what? That's a possibility. But then are you saying that all the other people just slept with the Nephilim and they got all mixed up? Because I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know that.
I wouldn't say that. I would say that because
that either you got Nephilim blood in you or you're doing fuckery.
When I looked at this the other day, there's 3 lineages that came from one progenitor, and the only one that survived was Noah. And the other 2, obviously, one of them was the giants, the Nephilim. The other one was some other race, and then Noah survived. And this was, I don't know.
Can I finish reading?
Where I saw this.
Hold on.
The Raphaim.
Right. If we got
the Raphaim, the Watchers.
If we
still, I don't know. There's the Nephilim. There's the Raphaim.
There's Azazel and all them, like the fallen angels, and then there's the Nephilim, and then there's the Watchers.
So there's a lot of people walking
around. There's a lot of different types of people walking around on the planet, which is interesting. So can I finish reading the chapter?
Yeah. Go on, please.
So I'll read what I read again. It says, these are the records of the generations of Noah. Noah was a righteous man, blameless in his time. Noah walked with God. Noah became the father of 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Now the earth was corrupt in the sight of God, and the earth was filled with violence. God looked on the earth and beheld it was corrupt.
Right.
For all flesh had corrupted their way upon the earth. Okay, I stand corrected. All flesh. Then God said to Noah, the end of all flesh has come before me, for the earth is filled with violence because of them. And behold, I am about to destroy them with the earth. Make for yourself an ark of gopher wood, and you shall make the ark with rooms, and shall cover it inside and out with pitch. This is how you shall make it. And then it talks about the length of the cubits of the ark, etc., etc. And then it says, behold, I, even I, am bringing the flood of water upon the earth to destroy all flesh, in which the breath of life, in which is the breath of life from under the earth. Everything that is on the earth shall perish.
Sorry, can I make one point?
Yeah, go
on. Can we look up the who originated cubics?
It's Egyptian. Because remember, Moses is writing this, Maki, like you said earlier. Right. It makes sense.
Right.
Of course, it's Egyptian.
All roads lead back to what?
Lead back to Kemet. Yeah, because Moses came from exactly. Cool. I would agree with you on that. So let's continue. And it says, but I will establish my covenant with you, and you shall enter the ark, and you and your sons and your wife and your sons' wives with you, and of it. See, this is another thing, yeah. Sons' wives.
Sons' wives.
These are different, and even his wife.
Nephilim.
I don't know. So maybe you guys are right. Maybe you guys are right.
Nephilim. Or Raphaim, or depending on what good guys.
Maybe you guys are right.
With baby Nephilim inside of them.
No, but he's from the good seed. He's from the good seed. The ones. He's from the ones that came down. No, I'm saying Noah. Noah is from the seed of the ones that came down and took them wives.
No, he's not. He's from Seth. What are you talking about?
What? Noah. But we remember we said Adam. What is Adam?
No,
Adam not a Nephilim.
No, he's not. What? No.
No. He's not.
Is he not a giant?
Nah, Matthew, stop it.
I hope you're joking. He's not a Nephilim, though.
I hope you're joking,
not
bro.
a Nephilim.
No, well, what I'm saying is the size of the tallest people in the world is in Africa. Those Nilotic.
Yeah, but Maku, if I'm the same height as a midget, does that make me a midget?
No, I'm saying to some people, they could be added to what we're talking about.
I'm still thinking about them Latino midgets.
Bro, are you trying to say the people in Sudan are Nephilim? Like, what's going on?
No, I'm saying
that's what you were saying a minute ago.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying they're not, are they? If they're not, then they must be the other side of the sons of God who came down and took them wives. Yeah. And those are the result. Because,
yeah, please do, Zulu.
And it says in verse 18, yeah. I'll read the verse before that. It says 17, behold, I, even I, am bringing the flood of water upon the earth to destroy all, again, upon the earth. Interesting. So I'm right about that. Upon the earth. To destroy all flesh, in which is the breath of life from under heaven. Everything is on the earth. Everything that is on the earth shall perish. But I will establish my covenant with you, and you shall enter the ark, you and your sons, and your son, and your wife, and your sons' wives with you. And of every living thing of all flesh, you shall bring 2 of every kind into the ark to keep them alive with you. They shall be male and female. Of the birds after their kind, of the animals after their kind, and of every creeping thing of the ground after its kind, 2 of every kind will come to you, and to keep them alive.
Let me ask one question, please, brother. Not to interrupt the scripture.
No problem.
Let me serious question now. Is being in the earth the same as being on the earth?
Well, can you reframe the question? Can you restructure the question?
I love Zulu.
Can you restructure the question, brother? Please.
No. I think that's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, is being in the earth the same as being on the earth?
I'm about to destroy them with the earth. Okay. In the earth. Do you mean in the earth, or do you mean as in
like
what do you mean by that? Like on the ground.
Just simply.
No, but on and in is the same thing, no?
No.
Like how is that different?
You ain't had no pussy yet. You know.
Wow.
Leave him alone.
Yeah.
Big up
You
to
could be
you.
playing. No, it says actually it says flood of water upon. It says upon the earth. Flood of water upon.
Yeah, that to me sounds like surface
from under heaven.
Yeah,
right.
Terra firma.
Like surface. But like, if there's inner earths or parts of the earth that's not the surface,
they can survive the flood.
I'm just trying to explore all possibilities.
Are you saying that the Nephilim went underground to survive?
I'm trying to understand how the giants survived.
No, you're right. It's, you know what? They possibly maybe went underground. I'm not saying that's what happened, but
yeah, but if there's a flood, how are you surviving by going under?
Because there be crevices under that even
some drainage type thing.
Yeah, you know, like air pockets,
caves and shit like that.
Yeah,
it's a possibility. Still,
you could plug it. You could even plug it. You could plug it.
Pause.
Either that, or it's through the wives. But I think I kind of agree that you guys were right about the contaminated, because I didn't think everyone was sleeping with the Nephilim. I thought it was just some people. But it looks like
but you might not be sleeping with an Nephilim, but your grandma did, didn't it? So
it's in the
DNA.
Yeah.
But then, what don't make sense is it seems like that lineage still carried on after the flood.
That's because the flood didn't wipe everything out.
Jacob, welcome aboard. You got any thoughts on this? Maybe you could spread some light. GOJ.
Yeah, we in the building.
Shalom,
bro.
Shalom.
Yeah, I ain't got no. I don't want to get into it with this, but you know, mine was to the brother. Snipe, you know, I was rooting for you, big homie.
Big up.
You know what I mean? And but like I said, I think it's. I was watching the debate, you know, off and on. But the rebuttal rounds, man, that's where you got to swag up and pretty much shit on a nigga. You know what I mean? You got to break him down.
Right,
you know what I mean? And I felt like you held back because that's where you can reframe everything he said. Because Shaka Ra said a lot of shit. You know
it's true.
But I grabbed like two points, and yeah, you getting judged by the judges, but that community that follows you, that audience, that chat, it's you got to perform for them too. So I'd have been like, you said a lot of shit. I don't know if you being disingenuous or you just dumb as hell. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
And then you pick 2 points. Now you flipping the match. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
And now I'm gonna shit on you. And I might call you dumb a few times, then apologize right after
that.
Apologize,
you know, that would be the normal way for sex. I got you.
Right, you gotta say, look, man, you dumb as fuck.
And
then say, hold on, my bad, I didn't mean to say that.
We needed the bad guy, Sniper. We needed the bad guy.
Yeah, I get you. So, no, I got you, big homie. I got you.
Yeah, that was it. Because you know, I was rooting for you. But yeah, use the rebuttal round.
You wanted the pre-vegan stuff.
Pre-vegan.
Swag up. Swag up.
I got you.
Wanted the carnivore Sniper.
But obviously, we're gonna do more. I'm gonna do more. You know what I'm saying? I'm like just trying to get back into it. There was a lot of factors why my shit was like not up to scratch. You get it? I could have done a lot better, definitely. But the way we structure, the way we structure the rounds, I think, because when I watch y'all over there, it's like kind of interactive, isn't it? They're going through, man saying a little point, and then a man jumps in, he says, rebuttals it, and then he brings his point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I've seen
but
it like that.
Different leagues got different rules. Sometimes the judges, if they hear some foul shit, they can ask the head host, hey, I got to do this. And then he might say yeah and nay. But every league is different. You get what I'm saying? But them rebuttal rounds is where we swag up, cuss. And the whole goal is to cast doubt on this man's information. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you.
So that's what it was. But I think you did pretty good.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. I'm going to check y'all out in the chat. I'm listening, though.
But wait, what do you think about the Nephilim?
Man, I'm done with all that shit. So 2018, 17, y'all can talk about them niggas all day. I'm out of here. See y'all on the flip.
Wow.
Big up, Junior. Jeez.
What was that all about? You could have just had a conversation. I'm like, what?
Big homie advice. You get me? Appreciate it. But yeah. Sorry. So yeah, I'm saying these. What about these Africans? They've been left out of it. Go on. Sorry.
Hmm?
Hmm?
What do you mean the Africans have been left out of it?
I'm saying out of the equation and being in that region.
Sound like good game
at a particular time.
Yeah, man. All right, big up yourself, Shaka.
Yes.
Right. So now we're gonna go to the second part, which is the 10-minute rebuttal each. Right. So you got 10 minutes to rebuttal. Hit the like button, family tree. Thank you so much for tuning in. Big up Shaka. Big up Sniper. All right. Do you need to share your screen, Snaps?
Yeah. So,
Yes.
What do we do again? Entire screen.
I'm not gonna go. Religion is
Hello? Yes, I'm ready.
You ready?
Yeah.
Let's go. Go.
All right. Yeah, the first couple things I picked up was that you said the Buddhism, things in the Americas, Asia, India, and especially Buddha is not African, which I found a bit strange, considering that the first images of Buddha are black, are people of color. The whole concept of their god system of the Naga, which the Egyptians called themselves prior to being called Pharaoh and all of these type of things in the early century. But let's get to this. Like we say, like the Book of Matthew. We say, where did the Book of Matthew come from? The Book of Matthew is derived from Mati. Other names or Tahuti, right? It's also the name of the wife Mart, meaning the double-winged justice, truth, and righteousness. Matthew 2 was authored by Arius Polius Piso. The Piso brothers basically wrote most of the New Testament and parts of the Old Testament in their version, obviously in 75 AC, right? This other thing, another thing I wanted to highlight is this. We had a discussion before, and I made the point about Amen or Amen ending the prayers, right? And it says here, Kings 11:36, and Benefa, the son of Jehoiada, answered the king and said, Amen, the Lord God of my Lord. Of my Lord. The king says so too. You get what I'm saying? So his king or his Lord or his king accepts that Amen is the Lord of his God or the Lord of his Lord, right? So as you say, Amen is the creator God, and the meaning means the hidden one. And then we look into the actual breakdown of the word, Amen, which means exclamation or uttering at the end of a prayer or hymn. Okay, this is going to be entrance. And then there's another noun here that says an utterance of Amen. Okay, let's go. All right, why is this interesting? Because if you look here, this is the oldest religious text on the planet. Yeah, it says it here. The pyramid text is known as one of the oldest religious texts in the world during the 5th and 6th dynasties of Old Kingdom of ancient Egypt. See, the problem here is that I don't understand how a man can be saying that these are not African religions. I mean, this is based on the African spiritual systems. You see, what Kemet is a culmination of all the different thoughts and ideas of these Africans, especially these East African Nilotics, Nubians, Pygmies, Watutsis, and all of that. So, like, they are the holders. Everybody knows here that the original Christians or Israelites are these Ethiopians. Do you get what I'm saying? And then when we go back into it, it's really the whole idea. There's no older civilization on the planet, organized civilization, than Kemet. So we can talk about Sumer and we can talk about the Middle East or Northeast Africa as we described it. In later times, it's been called Asia Minor and all of this type of things, but these are later times. In the time of the Sumerians and the Babylonians and the Akkadians, these were definitely Nubian people. Semitic doesn't start with Europeans. Do you get what I'm saying? The Semitic starts with a biblical term. If you're going to use it, it relates to Shem. They're called a Shem, or it goes from Shem to Sem. You get what I'm saying? You can look up the etymology of the word. Shemites and Semites are basically the same thing. All of these languages, Arabic, Hebrew, Akkadian, and even some of the Congo, Niger Congo languages, are Semitic languages. So, for example, Yoruba is a Semitic language. So there's many languages within Africa that people are applying to Europeans who didn't exist in that capacity at particular times in history. It was all about us. All right, cool. Let's move forward.
I got a Jacob's killer. He said you should have started off and saying, "Nigga, you're lying." nigga, you's a lie. Nigga, you're lying. Yeah, man. I just feel like you're just cruising through. You're starting to warm up a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're starting to warm up a little bit. But I still don't think you've warmed up in this round. Because I remember, I don't know. I think I did want you to attack some of what he'd said. But I thought maybe I'd misunderstood what the purpose of the rebuttal round was for. Because
me too.
Yeah, because I don't think Shaka Ra really utilized his rebuttal round to rebut you very much either. I think he used it to finish off some points he wanted to get out there as well. So
Okay. Where did the holy text derive from? The Holy Bible. All right. Genesis is derived from the Ptolemaic Egyptian Parton Haru Set, opening of the mouth or coming forth by day. You get what I'm saying? That is where your Genesis story comes from. The Adam and Eve story is taken from the Sumerian. You see, what a lot of things is going on here is there's a lot of mixing and matching between Egypt and the later civilizations of Sumeria, because the original pantheon of Sumeria mirrors Kemet to the T, where Kemet has Isis and Haru. The Sumerians have Ishtar and Tammuz. You understand? The Hindus have a mother and child concept. Even the Greeks have an Adonis and child and all of this type of stuff. So everybody is taken from Kemet. There is no doubt about that. So however it's remixed later on, look, the Book of Knowing, the evolution of Ra, and the overthrowing of Apep. Yeah, this is where you get your Cain and Abel story. Do you get what I'm saying? That Khonsu is Cain, Asar is is Haru or Abel. You know what I'm saying? Is Abel, so Cain and Abel's story taken from Set and Osiris, the two brothers. So it's a story of two brothers. One kills the other brother, just like Cain and Abel, as you know, and blah, blah, blah. So you see where that's coming from. When we go back to the original sources or the older texts, we can clearly see that most of them come out of the Sumeria and come out of the thing. And the Sumerian and Kemetic cultures are definitely linked because to some people's understanding of it, they are basically the same people. Sumeria, it was a province, or the what we're calling the Fertile Crescent, was a province of Egypt for long periods of history. Long periods of history. Now, some people could talk about this particular time, but it's usually when the borders have been retreated under certain pharaohs, mainly Akhenaten, who is also the author of the idea of one God. So this one God concept is still coming from everybody's point of view out of Egypt. Do you get what I'm saying? And every biblical story can be equivalated to either the Sumerian pantheon, the different pantheon, the Illuminati, the Atrahasis, the epic of Gilgamesh, the flood of Utnapishtim, who is later on classed as Noah. So we can see that these, where the original stories of the Bible came from, is out of some Sumeria, but the Sumerian is only a copy of the Kemet anyway. Do you get what I'm saying? So all roads lead back to Kemet. The fact that even in the coffin text, they're talking about utterances and things to help the pharaoh in the afterlife, to send him to the afterlife comfortably and for him to obtain heaven. Yeah, so heaven and hell and all of these things are concepts of the Kemetans, or the concept of the underworld, Osiris being lord of the underworld after death. Do you get it? So any concept you could imagine comes straight out of Kemet. You get what I'm saying? We've got here the Lalibela in Ethiopia. They seem to have the Tawhid Church has 81 books. Yeah, more than any other holy book.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Yes, yes.
All right.
All right, that was your 10 minutes rebuttal now. Shaka Ra. When you're ready, brother.
Just once I've shared my screen, you can start the clock. All right, ready?
Hold on 1 second. One sec. Line it up at 10. What's going on? Got it. All right, you ready?
Yeah, man.
Go.
All right, family. So yeah, man, big up Maku. That was some information to in some degrees, yeah. But again, yeah, we could talk about African influences on their religions all the while, yeah. I ain't got a problem with that. But I'm not debating that today. I'm debating all the Abrahamic religions, African religions, and I'm differentiating African religions from religions with African influences and religions with African expressions. And so this is what I really wanted to get to today, because oftentimes people have these conversations without regarding or discussing, well, what are African religions? What were Africans dealing with religiously? And I'm suggesting that the criteria cannot be just geographical or phenotypical. Geographical, it was in Africa. Phenotypical, they were black. We have to look at culture and we have to look at the political designations, because religion, yes, and even geography is political. Again, I'm arguing from an African spiritualist perspective, and this relates to the idea of worldview. What is world view? Can African people be said to
Yo,
have
your mic is peaking, King.
Sorry, wait, you said I got the voice of God, yeah? Let me turn it down a piece. Is that better?
Yeah, if you could turn it down just a tiny bit more, please.
All right, sorry. Little more? Is that good? I should probably just step back.
Yes, bless, man. Sorry, carry on, please.
Right, no problem, no problem.
Yeah,
all right.
this one hurt my soul still.
A world view is the fundamental
Wikipedia,
cognitive orientation of an individual or society encompassing.
Hey, what are you saying? Wikipedia's a no-no.
No, it hurt my soul, man. I tried to very much to steer away from using Wikipedia as a source because I thought
That's
I was in a proper debate. You know what I'm saying? I thought I was in a proper debate.
That's a strike, man. Wikipedia is an academic strike. Even in like college, they do that.
What are we doing here? Yeah,
it's biased, isn't it? Wikipedia is a biased.
No, but I'm seeing the technique man are using. I'm saying, right, okay, I could do that, but with a real source. That's cool. Do you get what I'm saying? I would not be using Wikipedia, definitely not. You get what I'm saying? So I'm like, bro, that's mad. You get what I'm saying? One or two, but yeah, allow him. You get what I'm saying? Because I didn't think it was really that detrimental. Do you get what I'm saying, to the conversation? So yeah. But yeah, I was thinking, ooh. I put in work, man. I just had to steer around shit. I could easily pick the Wikipedia version and just put it in there, and then it would have just simplified everything. You get it? What they generally say. So yeah, it's for me to learn as well. So, still, yeah.
Right, yeah, man. Khan, Zulu, you lot all ran. Obviously, you want to chat about Sniper when he's not here. It's hard to do it when he's here, I know, man. But just tell him, man. Where'd you all run to? Where'd you all go?
Just us lot left.
It's just me, you, and Sniper left.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I know Gab said that he's going to pick up his son,
the little one,
and he'll be back. But yeah, you're right, Gunnar Jacob, man. Entertainment factor. He just needed a little bit more of that. And his voice is engaging. Says Unique Diamond. Yeah, man, he's got the host voice, man. Hey, game show voice. It's like when Shelly does a game show voice. Man, get me, versus when MJ does it.
Yeah, me and MJ talked about that. Yeah, he was making me laugh. Said, yeah, when I did my debate, yeah, just said I was like a robot.
She was, right? He just said, "Oh, robot, yeah." So today I'm gonna be discussing that.
Do you know what? That's because I found that Shaka's debating technique was very similar to Shani's.
Right, be lively.
Very convincing. Yeah.
So I was thinking, but the thing is, mine was based on the premise because I didn't want to be like the other ones where, you know, like you've seen from the Mandem. I couldn't let the man down without like having a proper presentation. You get me? I don't use these stuff usually. You get what I'm saying? I do it in a different way, but you know what I mean? But yeah, Matt, it's great.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what way would I prefer. I don't want to be stuck doing bare reading.
I know, and doing
need some key points. I suppose the good thing is that your face is not on camera. So you could be doing a madness, like you could just be. You could have a.
But usually your face would be.
Yeah, usually
your face would be.
It would be. Still, it would be.
Yeah.
What about that?
I mean, so for the next one, yeah, that would definitely be the thing. So you can see man with man's glasses on and shit.
Have you got eyesight issues?
Yeah.
When you're looking at screen.
Yeah. So I have to wear glasses for that.
You have to wear glasses for that. And was you wearing your glasses yesterday?
Yeah, most definitely.
Bro, there's no need for the extra laugh. The extra laugh is more cheeky than the question.
Yeah, because you think I'm not going to laugh. I need to be on mute, innit? That's what they do.
Yeah, exactly. Don't try it. You can try and laugh.
I'm not. It's you, innit? It's you, man.
I've had to fight my whole life because of people like you know.
Oh, here we go. Oh, okay. Yeah. Right. See, this is why Zulu and them run off, innit? Let me go as well with it.
Yeah, it's people like this, yeah.
Don't run off.
It's people like this that will make me get into a fight because they were fucking laughing. her, Chevelle, all these motherfuckers. That
I know. If you bang your knee or something, you don't want Chevelle to be around and that.
I could say something so simple, but the way these motherfuckers, I say something so simple, but the way these motherfuckers laugh, you could swear I'm slightly dissing your mom. Like you could like,
goodness.
Why are they laughing so much? Is that what's the you know when someone comes and says, but what's the joke though? Like you're like, yo, it's the awkward sash giggling. I didn't even mean nothing. Why are you giggling like that?
Because there's like a ton of questions that's gonna come after. I'm just way ahead of time, innit? That's all it is.
I just wanted to know whether you had eyesight issue. Do you know what I mean? Because I felt like Sniper can't really see the word properly, man. He can't see it. I could just see like he's just trying to pick out the shape of it. Like, yeah, it's basically that word. But, do you know what I mean? Like you recognize words, isn't it? Rather than read them.
That's true, you know. They say you literally you only read like the first and last letter. The first, middle, and last letter.
So can you stop laughing and then?
Alright, okay, man. Shit. Right.
Wait till you say anything. I'm just gonna crack up like.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Sash, you crack me up. Hopefully, it's gonna be something to do with Chevs or MJ. Oh my god! Oh wait.
Go.
He worked for the Roman. Oh, I don't know what they talk about there. Oh, Chill Sneak is talking about Kaka. She's Kaka in the chat. You girls are just whack, man. You don't care about none of these subjects. You just sit in the chats and act like, oh my god, it's so interesting. Fucking liars, man. Otherwise, you couldn't do you know what I mean? Who they trying to fool, bro?
Only a few.
Only a fool.
Only a few.
All right. Let's get back to this.
Encompassing the whole of the individual or society's knowledge and point of view. A worldview can include natural philosophy, fundamental faith, fundamental, existential, and normative postulates or themes, values, emotions, and ethics. All right. So, what is religion? Yeah, all religions come out of a culture. Yes, all religions come out of a culture. And as Baba Yusuf Ben Yochanan says, religion is the deification of a people's culture. Therefore, religion empowers the people within whose culture the religion is expressed. Well, the question then becomes, is there such a thing as African religion? Can Africans be said to share common principles, values, expressions, ideas, rituals in the religious sphere, as well as variety in the same? Yeah. And the answer is most definitely yes. In the books, Cultural Unity of Black Africa by Sheikh Anta Diop, and also Black Africa, the economic and cultural basis for a federated state, Sheikh Anta Diop lays out the case for a unified cultural expression within Black Africa. Okay, and this relates to also the religious spheres. He said in Black Africa, a consideration of the pre-colonial African family, that of the state, the accompanying philosophical and moral concepts and the like, reveals a consistent cultural unity resulting from similar adaptations to the same material and physical conditions of life. Yeah, to back him up, Baba Kwesi Pra, reference at the bottom, says, with due recognition for variety, yes, there are variations in African spiritual traditions and systems, as well as commonalities and similarities. Yeah, it is possible to identify two principal features of traditional African religious life which promoted ethnic integration. Yeah, notice the use of that term. Firstly, the series or catalogue of seasonal repetitive festivals associated with material production. Yeah, these are harvest festivals and the like. Yeah, and social reproduction. And secondly, traditions of ancestor veneration, so common among African people. Ancestor veneration that the Abrahamic religion tells us, yes, is pagan and heathen and shirk. Yeah, and kuffar. It's common to Africa. Ancestral Voices, the Ancestral Voices team, who have written
Now, he said, there was a Shelley point there. That little thing that he's trying to add, like the whole, well, boy, these religions see this African shit as kuffar and pagan and blah, blah, blah. I feel like it was a great point he was making, but obviously, if you took the time to dismantle it, I think...
Yeah, it would be like, bro, what is that spiritual system? It's Kemet. That's the first they're ever going to experience. Like it's not for us Africans, but for them Europeans, they're telling you that. Like, the first civilization is Egypt. You learn everything from the Greeks, and it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Because you lot do Greek philosophers and scholars and all of that. And then when they do Alexandria and all of that, and we can go back, but it's still going to be Egypt again. You know what I'm saying? It's just timeline. You know what I mean? All this in the millennium, you can say. But I agree to some extent that the way some of this religion has been perpetuated and who's in control of it is dodgy, fam. You know what I'm saying? And those people who are in control can write books and do whatever the way they want them. And for what agenda? You know what I'm saying? But spiritually, no, bro. Like, allow it, man. And physically, if we're not the people of the book, even within it, like, it makes no sense. And these concepts have been with us for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. You know what I'm saying? People have just taken it and misconstrued it and called it religion. That's cool. But yeah, that's why we could identify it when they brought it back to us. If they brought it back to us. If we weren't doing it in the first place.
And the book and done 2 documentaries on indigenous African spiritual systems. Through their research, their scholarly research, identify 5 principal areas of commonality between indigenous African spiritual systems. Understanding of the Supreme Creator. I'm suggesting that the indigenous African understanding of the Supreme Creator is different from the Abrahamic understanding of the Supreme Creator. Reverence for nature and natural forces. Them say African bow to tree, pagan and heathen and shirk, but we do it. It's all good. Yeah. Veneration of ancestors, rituals and invocational practices. For example, libation, and a shared idea of the divine purpose of human beings. Can I substantiate this? Yes, I can. Taken from the book Conflict of the Minds by Jordan Ngabane, written in 1979. And shout out to the brother Asa Imhotep, because I was able to just acquire this from him recently, and I'll be looking for it for years. All right. But he says, in the section of the Nguni from whom the Zulus descended, believe that all phenomena Izinto, Sing, Into, and Uluto, yeah, and forgive me, my Zulu is not good, but if you want to come and correct my pronunciation later, I would welcome it, yeah, had their origins in living reality.
5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Which they call Ukobo. Note that terminology, Ukobo. And listen to the description of Ukobo, and I'm going to move on, and I want you to recognize the similarities within all of these things. This reality had no beginning and no end. It was alive and existed from eternity. I'll refrain from reading the Zulu just so I can move on. Yeah, to eternity. Each phenomenon had its Ukobo reality of.
That's his judge.
It's judge, man. What the hell is he talking about? Yeah.
Kobo.
Yeah, any spiritual system or thing, I'm saying, is like gonna come up the Nile and be centralized in a particular place and refined. That's what I'm trying to say to man. I'm not saying the existence of certain mindsets and thing in Africa ain't always been there. I'm saying I'm agreeing. I'm saying yeah, but some of them, bruv, they're only partially what these people think. They all have the same kind of philosophy in the main that relates to the Abrahamic faith. That's why they support that more than this. You don't see anyone doing Okobo and what are we talking about? Yeah, even what is he practicing? Like what are we doing? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, voodoo. Like really a foreign idea brought to Africans. Where in my country they dress up like nuns and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't understand what he's trying to do, bro. And they live in the forest. Allow it, man. Let some people do them, man. But as I said, we don't mess with voodoo, man, or we don't mess with juju and that. Some do, but yeah, you can watch Nollywood movies for that. But yeah, man, people always get their comeuppance, so yeah, it's best not to mess with it. You know what I mean? We tend to steer away from them type of actions.
Or value, which was an integral part of the infinite value. It was Ukobo or Lokobo. Yeah, a value which is a portion of value. Yeah, value which is a portion of value. So each of the individual expressions are part of the universal whole. Value which is a part of value. The person involved.
You know, I don't think we can go through. I don't think we could go through this debate anymore at this moment in time because we're tired. And I feel like you've had all this time fucking focusing on this. And plus, you're going to do your presentation on Saturday. We're going to leave some for the people on Saturday to want to tune into. So I'm telling you guys, make sure you subscribe to the homies, the Wapian Sniper TV 2. Make sure you're there for Saturdays because we're going to go through this. We're going to play Sniper's whole presentation. We're going to get Shaka Ra on there. And we're going to have a good convo. So make sure you lot are subbed to the homie Sniper, the Wapian Sniper TV. I'm not going to run through this anymore. If you want to watch this, if you want to watch the debate, go to Trilluminati Live. You may have to join the membership because it's under membership, members only. So there's nothing I can do about that. It's just I rate my members, isn't it? If you want to, people that be showing me extra love and support, I have to make sure I've got content there that excellent. I told you the best of my content, the best things that I do will always go to members only because I gotta justify why people are paying a membership to be part of the thing. Do you know what I mean? So big them up, and there'll be more on there, more things on its way for the members and for the subscribers and that. So love begets love, loyalty begets loyalty. So yeah, you members enjoy. Go through the list of the members only videos. There's a couple bangers in there, There's some bangers in there. Trust me, it's worth watching. But I got another video for us to watch that I think is gonna lighten up the load and let our Uncle Sniper relax a bit, man. Cause he's been Warzone and back, and we still as soon as he's back, we're like, yeah, tell us about the war. You know what I mean? Let him chill now, man.
Remember, I still got cracked ribs as well. Fuck's sake.
Flame.
Dragon Lady.
I didn't go out. Flame. I didn't go out all yesterday waiting for you. What's going on?
Well, you're gonna go anyway.
I don't know. What are you laughing at me for?
You ain't got nowhere to go,
bro. I didn't go out all day. I was in my yard waiting for you. You never turned up, bro.
Yeah, I'm coming today. I'm literally folding up your t-shirts now. Apologies for yesterday. If that is the thing, I don't believe that.
Hey, well, wait. I really want to.
I think he's taking that DMT, man. He's making him skip a day. Where you don't know where days going. Like, what? It's today, isn't it?
Big up Bunks, man. Big up Bunks, man. You put in the work yesterday, man. You should have won, man. That's my opinion, anyway.
Cool,
yeah, a lot of people say that, man.
Yeah, a lot of people say that.
That's why what we say to Maku, we say, finish your food, man. Don't play with your fucking food. A wise man once told me that. You get me?
I once said that. I've said that many times still. But yeah, it's how it works out. Like I was like the guinea pig,
right?
For how we're gonna do this thing. So everybody just, you hear me? Make sure you got your thing correct.
You set a precedent in terms of debates anyway. Like as debates go so far on the platform, that was one of the best ones still.
I personally would say it's my best. It was the best one, my favorite one anyway.
Yeah,
by far, yeah. Yeah, it's good. I did enjoy M-Stacks wilding out on Beefy.
Yeah, I couldn't have a moment like that. I couldn't be like that. No way, fuck's sake. So as I said, for the man them, I had to do the presentation like fuck's sake. Go and get my facts, also from this thing and all of that, and make it make sense. You get me? But how I structure it next time, yeah, I'll do better, man.
And I've got a question for you, Jed, because you aided the question that I posed yesterday by asking him, so are any of these countries outside of Africa? And he said, not the mainland, which I was baffled about. What
was your question? What was your question?
I said, can anyone state the origin of these three religions down to a country rather than an area?
Right.
And then obviously Unks answered, and then Shaka said, "Bro, you can't really pinpoint a country." He tried generals the thing. Obviously, names are going to change, things are going to change, and whatever, whatnot. And then you said, "So are you saying none of these are coming from Africa?" And he said, "Not from the mainland."
That makes no sense.
That's what I'm saying. So I was baffled. Like I was still, because it made me like, you see when he answered that question, I felt like, yeah, he's lost. He don't want to say
he don't want to say no, and he don't want to say yeah. So I was baffled still.
Yeah, I hear you still. Now I just want to say, hey, Zulu's first debate is not going to be against Beefy. We already said this, Kemo.
Yeah. It's not allowed. It's not allowed.
No, we're not having that. We're not having that.
Intertribal beef.
Yeah, we're not having that.
We can't have that.
They got to go in different corners and then meet in the middle. This is what we already said that.
Eventually.
Yeah, Beefy's not going to get to. He's not going to be Zulu's first debate. No way, man. I don't know who Zulu's going to debate. I could see him debating Shifa, someone like that. That'd be good.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I don't know who Beefy's going to debate, but he got to get back on his debate soon. I want to debate you, Kemo. You scared, bro? Beefy. Hey. Beefy. Big up yourself, Beefy. You know he's got fucking self-belief, man.
You can't put it like that.
What? What do you mean?
Self-belief.
What do you mean?
Yeah, give me these flowers while he's still here. Yeah?
This is why we laugh, innit? Like.
I try to drop that slide one. Hey, listen, I got a video for you lot though, boy. Fucking hell. And you lot, some of you lot's favorite. Once you see whose video it is, you'll be like, we back here again. Yeah, we are. Where is it?
Let's go.
Yeah, man. I'd see. I don't know, man. I see the madness.
And then, what was that bomb you tried to drop just before the debate? What was all that? What was that?
Oh, what the Wendy thing?
Yeah, man. What was that? What that? Like, bro, like, I had my brain confused. Like, I'm trying to concentrate. You talk about, yeah. Anyway, the debate. What do you mean? You got Jupiter on there with sad voice and all of these types of things. What the fuck is going on? And Hector
this is why Mackie went wrong. Mackie was distracted.
This fucking distracted, yes. What the hell was that? Yeah, and he just played it and just said, yeah. Let's move on. Move on.
We'll chat about that later, man. But I can play some of that. I can play that back to you lot as well. One second. Let's get to that as well. Yeah, who's this? So, Fire Startings, big up. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome, Fire Startings.
Hello. Hi.
Sneaks.
Fuck's sake.
That was dead. What direction was you trying to go in, like to change your voice? What was you trying to make it more nasally? You were trying to do?
Do you know what? I was probably like, what type of voice am I going to do to conceal mine?
You panic.
Like, I thought I could do a different accent, but you're going to know who it is from my, from my voice anyway. So I thought if I hold my nostrils, that's going to be the best way to go to try and disguise my voice.
You nearly got deleted.
You know, S is the one who does not say that.
You nearly got blocked from the channel.
Show your face, man.
All right, guys, listen to this, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah, because you wanted to hear this, right? So, yeah. Because I find a lot of people say dumb shit, and then it comes back on me like, oh, see, you lot did this. And so just try and come on, man. We ain't got no friends on here going to do no random outbursts. So we should be cool. Just listen, get me, and think before you speak. Boom. Now, listen to this. Just
letting you know, we found my mother and my dad's grave. People paid for the way they abused our mother. And the shit that was. We, her sons, had no crib. She was crying. Well, please.
Hey, I didn't have the energy for this last night because I know we had serious stuff to get
shit to do.
I got time. Today I got time.
I got time, mate.
And
God's sake.
Boy.
What's all that about?
Where did you get?
Where's the original recording gone?
When his son.
It's on Jupiter's channel, isn't it? So obviously, yeah.
Mad.
When his son. I'm just letting you know, we found my mother at my dad's graveside in the small hours this morning. She was crying and frantic. And in her hand, she had a suicide note where she clearly blames a man called Brian Pearl.
Hold on. Stop right there.
And you got to mind out on these YouTube streets, you know. You got to be careful.
I'm telling you, suicide note. How? Hold on. How are you at your husband's gravesite with a suicide? Like, what are we doing out here? Like, what is this?
That's what I said yesterday, but I got.
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah, you have to shut the fuck up.
Sorry.
You have to shut the fuck up. Stop doing that.
I won't say that. Mute. Look, mute.
Yeah, behave, little boy. Yeah.
Behave.
Little
All right,
boy.
old woman.
Oh, shame. Out. Not involved.
Not you, no, you.
Okay.
You sound young.
Who not?
I think.
So, for those that trying to get the clarity, yeah, I think Sister Wendy is she's having a tough time. I don't know. She's run into some undesirable characters or something, and it seems like basically Jupiter's got this message, and this is what the message says. So this is what Jupiter's reading the message out to everyone. So you know, like our thoughts are with Wendy. I hope she's cool.
Of course.
But I don't know what's happened, but I wouldn't wish suicide on anyone, apart from someone I wanted to die.
Well, a suicide letter. Let's get it right.
Yeah, but I'm saying I wouldn't wish suicidal thoughts on anyone.
Yeah, definitely.
That's not.
I wouldn't.
But I see what you just said.
But,
I wouldn't wish suicide on anyone apart from someone that wanted to die. Ain't that suicide?
He's fucking dead.
Fucking flame.
And I would have got away with it if it wasn't for you Asians. Yeah, man.
That's what I'm saying. That's why he hates it when you laugh at his shit.
Nah, but what I meant was, I wouldn't want suicide for anyone that I didn't want to see dead, and I don't want to see Wendy dead. I don't want to see Wendy dead.
He just rephrased what he said into a more palatable.
She's a mother. She's a daughter. You know what I mean?
I'm still like your man.
Just shut up. Fucking hell.
What is he talking about?
Chopsy.
Big up medicine, man. I am medicine, man.
Yes, bro.
Wagwan. So we
Bigging up.
decided, that what we're gonna do is we're gonna retire. We're gonna retire the rest of our review.
Okay.
To Saturday, because I feel like we're gonna try and get Shaka Ra on Saturday. Maku's gonna play his entire presentation that he never got to play.
Okay.
Probably we'll get Shaka to play the parts of his that he never got to play, and we'll just take it from there. I think we've done a lot today, and we're tired of the subject now. We're done now.
Yeah, we're tired. We've done a lot, man. We've done fair.
But please stick around for a minute or two, because we got some. There's something serious I want you to see after this. We're going to talk about this for a minute. Then there's something to do with someone that you know and is very close to you. So I think.
Stop this stuff.
No, I mean it. No, I mean it. I'm being serious.
Is it someone that I know, bro? Do they know me, bro?
Bro, someone that's very close. Like, this is going to be very important for you.
Fam, I don't know, cuz.
You don't know.
Who's this guy, bro? Who's this? What's this thing, bro? I need to know, bro.
Just, don't worry, bro. You gotta know. You get me.
Hey, how did the Nephilim thing end with Zulu?
Oh shit!
He jumped.
He's in the audience.
No, he was there. The Nephilim thing. I think he's.
He wanted to continue it still.
I think he started seeing things a bit different.
Sure.
Okay.
Right? Because he read the passage. We're understanding that Noah being blameless may be synonymous with him being genetically pure, and then also he just so he's considering. I also said to him that possibly on the earth was different from in the earth. So if everything on the earth was killed, it doesn't mean everything in the earth was killed or under the earth was killed. You know, so we considering that too.
I really like that conversation. I actually jumped on for that conversation and everyone jumped off. Like, is there something wrong with me?
I came back. I was gonna come in the scripture still for him to read.
I like this conversation.
You ready for that one? Yeah, you ready for it? Because I got it here in the archives. Let's go.
Yeah, Zulu's there. Zulu's there, man.
Zulu's there.
Jump on.
Zulu, if you can hear me, yeah. I'm just gonna go to this. This is from the book of Numbers, yeah. This is the verse I was talking about to him earlier, but I had to get the scripture. So listen to this. They came back to Moses and Aaron and the whole Israelite community at Kadesh in the desert of Paran. There they reported to them and to the whole assembly and showed them the fruit of the land. They gave Moses this account. We went into the land to which you sent us, and it does flow with milk and honey. Here is its fruit. But the people who live there are powerful, and the cities are fortified and very large. We even saw descendants of Anak there. That's a key person right there. The Amalekites live in Negev. The Hittites and the Jebusites and the Amorites live in the hill country, and the Canaanites live near the sea along the Jordan. Then Caleb silenced the people before Moses and said, "We should go up and take possession of the land, for we can certainly do it." You know, trying to get everyone gas. Come, let's go. But the men who had gone up with him said, "We can't attack those people. They are stronger than we are." And they spread among the Israelites a bad report about the land they had explored. They said, "The land we explored devours those living in it. All the people we saw there are great size. We saw the Nephilim there, the descendants of Anak, come from the Nephilim. We seem like grasshoppers in we seem like grasshoppers in our eyes, and we look the same to them." So did you hear that? Yeah, the Nephilim was in the land. Yeah. Did you guys hear me? Hello? Yeah.
Yes.
So this is the Nephilim. So this is what I was saying to Zoo. This is clear evidence that the Nephilim did not get wiped out during the flood, and also this eradicates what Zulu was trying to say about everyone being gigantic and tall, because you clearly hear the Israelites say, no, we can't go there. These people are like, we're like grasshoppers. We're like grasshoppers, and these are Israelites, you know.
Yeah.
These are Israelites. They said, bro, we're like grasshoppers to these guys. They said, we can't go there. One of them was saying, bro, let's go there and fight. Remember, they got God on their side, you know. He said, no. They was like, brother, we can't go in that place. The place is, the people there are too big. They're the Nephilim. Do you understand? And remember, and it was distinctive. The Nephilim, stop. and it was distinctive because look, he mentioned, if you see, he mentioned the Nephilim. I mentioned the Jebusites, the Hittites, and the Amalekites. And who else did I mention? Hittites, Amalekites, Jebusites, the Amorites, and the Canaanites. So this was distinctive. They said the Nephilim were there. The Nephilim were there, and it mentioned all the different other people. So this is still showing you that, these Nephilim were the same Nephilim of old, man. And the Israelites didn't want no smoke with them. So
there you go, Zulu. Hold that. Zulu kind of dumb. Zulu kind of weren't believing.
But when he's saying anyway, but who did he say was a giant though?
Say that again?
Noah.
He said Noah's a giant.
Yeah, he said Noah was a giant, isn't it?
Yeah, he said Noah was a giant, and he said most of them were giant. He said most of the people in the time Israelites were tall giants.
Yeah, well, he never said Moses though.
Yeah, he started confusing me because he started getting confused because he started. Then he said, "Oh yeah, everyone was Nephilim." Then I was like, "Whoa, who's what? Everyone was." Then he was like, "No, that everyone's not Nephilim." See, sometimes, come on, Zulu man, it's gonna take time.
Hold on. We're saying down to the time of Moses, there's still pockets of them because Moses is way down the line, right?
Yeah, 100.
Yeah. So when we go back to Noah, though, that's a different time, right? before the flood. And
Are the Nephilims mentioned in the Bible? I'm just
that would be a mixture. Wouldn't it be a mixture?
You said that. I just read that.
No, you're not listening, Flame. Jeez, man.
Oh no, I'm just making sure that. Like,
I'm joking, bro.
You lot dumb anyway.
What the fuck, man? Like, clearly, man just read it. You know, come back his way to his
You know, Flame, man.
Yeah.
Listening through his eyes.
Big up guys for reading that.
But did you say that, Judy? I don't know.
Comprehension is a must, you know.
I'm telling you.
Big man thing.
Yes, comprehension is a must.
Big man thing.
What did you say? You said Noah.
That was very manipulative, God, because I didn't say.
Did you say Noah?
I didn't say
Noah, right?
Hold on. Let me clarify that, because I think you may have misheard me when I said people were tall. I was talking about pre-flood civilization. Because remember, along with the size of the people, the lifespan also faded. Because remember,
that makes sense. That makes sense.
Exactly. So we're dealing with it. When we're talking about pre-flood civilization, these are people close to Adam, 7 generations close to Adam. These were people human peak. Yeah. So these guys were giants in general. The Nephilim, yes, were a different people, like as in that they were distinct,
different type of giants,
to be much taller. But the people in general were tall. That's why it says in those days they were giants. It's talking about the people in general in that specific passage. But yes, the Nephilim were significantly taller than the other people. I'll agree with that.
That makes sense. That makes
there you go. There you go, Zudy.
But you was dealing with Noah. You was dealing with
Noah, yeah.
But you're saying down at Moses, there's still those beings there, basically, and descendants. Sorry.
No, I'm basically agreeing with you guys.
Sorry.
I'm saying after reading the passage, I saw that there's a possibility that not all of them were wiped out, right? So I'm changing my opinion on that, which is fine, because I already kind of heard about that theory before, but I dismissed it because I was told that they died in the flood. So I don't know. So there might be
no matter what was created before, it doesn't really matter because the flood basically wiped them out.
But it confuses me though, yeah. Because like we gotta get to like the true purpose of the flood, then.
Yeah.
From what I read before.
Go on, Sash.
No, I was gonna say from what I read before, when the Nephilim was on Earth, they ravished the Earth, and they did like genetic altercations on animals and loads of. It corrupted like the entire like DNA of God's creation, so to speak.
Yeah,
you're right.
And that's why he wiped the whole Earth.
Yeah, but then why make them survive then?
But it's a reset.
No, but I heard that he banished them to the underworlds.
After the
that's one thing I've heard. Yeah. If we're talking about realm, so the realm, if we're talking about realms, isn't it? Like a different realm. He banished them to like.
Because I thought Nimrod was known for slaying giants. Because if you even look at the Epic of Gilgamesh, he's defeating them. So maybe they were still around right after the flood.
I thought Nimrod was a bad guy.
But they later started getting wiped out. I think they got extinct. They started getting wiped out. But
do you know why?
What was the purpose of the flood?
I tell you what. Do you know why there's confusion, Jedi? Yeah, with the flood. The reason why it gets a bit confusing and it gets baffling, is because remember during that time of Noah, that we don't exactly know where the heck Noah is. You understand? It doesn't mention like what land. It doesn't mention what land he's in. We don't really know where.
It would have been outside of the garden, right? Because
but where is that? But where? But you see what I'm saying? So
of Euphrates and Tigris.
But where though? Where? That could be anywhere. That could be anywhere.
That's Mesopotamia.
Yeah.
No, but what I'm trying to say, okay, so if that was
where the flood of Art Nephishtim is the main story that goes back thousands and thousands of years before that concept.
Okay, so then the question we've got to ask ourselves is: did the garden also get flooded during this whole time? Because remember, there's still supposed to be the cherubim and the flaming sword guarding the way so that no one can make their way back into the garden. So did the garden and the flaming sword go underwater? Did that perish? And this is why
the garden got destroyed.
Okay, all right. Well, that's your own perspective. And then also,
how else would it survive?
Well, me personally, I think the event of the floods wasn't a world thing. And when they're talking of the worlds back then was also seen as a localized area, like an area.
Right.
Back in ancient time, when they used to say the worlds, like the war of the worlds. Or even like when you go into the Greek, when they used to speak back in Greek, when they talk about the worlds, that was seen as.
Even though we got the third world and
there you go, the third world country.
Explain the Grand Canyon then, and all the other places that look like they've been ravaged by
the flood. No, we can't say that. We can't say that's by the flood. We can't. We can't say that the Grand
But they've
Canyon.
admitted a large body of water passed through the Grand Canyon. They've admitted
Yeah, but
this.
what they're saying is, hold on. The water didn't come in such a way where it covered the Grand Canyon. It carved its way through.
It eroded. It flowed through.
Exactly, a large body of water.
Right.
So if it's all in America and it's in
but by that extent, that means you could have stood on the top of Grand Canyon and not been flooded.
Yeah.
Because it's cutting through the canyon. It's not over the top of Grand Canyon.
Right.
It's through it.
Yeah, so that means the top is like a mountain then. Like it's in the height.
No,
it's not ground level.
But it's not a mountain though, because tourists go to Grand Canyon.
No, I mean, it looks like extravagant. Like, what do you call it when they extract shit from the grounds?
I mean, it's not ground level. I mean, the top of the Grand Canyon is not ground level.
It's like,
thank you,
Flair. It's like a fucked up tsunami, basically.
Do you know what I'm saying? I'm saying the top of the Grand Canyon is not ground level, right?
Still, I don't know what the Grand Canyon's got to do with no. I don't know what the Grand.
The reason why I brought the Grand Canyon, Gabs, is because I'm showing you that large bodies of water found its way through all parts of the world. This is what they're talking about, the deluge. This is what
no, but why are you assuming that this water engulfed the whole planet? Obviously,
the water came from the firmament.
Where's the firmament? In the sky, right?
It's the water in the sky, the outer layer.
So there was water in the sky. So there's water being held in the sky that cracked open and flooded the whole earth. So the question I want to ask is, where did the water subside to?
So it went in the ground. There's a lot of water in the ground.
Think about it. No, think about what you're saying. If the whole earth has been covered in water, where's the plug? Where's the water going?
The ground.
But how? The whole earth has been covered.
No, because remember, if the deluge happened, the water started to go. That's what I'm trying to say.
Go where? Where? The whole earth has been covered in flood. Remember, it's been covered. The whole earth. There's nowhere for it to go. Where is it gonna go under? If the whole earth is covered, where is it going? What, to the core of the earth? Where?
Core.
Well, if the earth started to heat up, then wouldn't you start to have evaporation?
No. See, and this is why I'm telling you, when they speak about it, when they're talking about the worlds, the sense that it makes is that the flood took place in a particular area, and that's the area where the Nephilim and the sons of God were residing. That's the same area, that particular place where infidelity and sexual acts were happening with certain human beings, like Sodom and all of that stuff. It's a particular area that all that stuff was happening, and it was only the animals in that particular area that got taken up, and the people that got flushed away in that area. We can't assume that it's the whole world. Did you get it?
And where's that area? That area is Sumeria, no?
That area would have to be, well, you guys are saying, Sumeria.
Right. So I'm saying that you can clearly see.
It actually says in the Bible where the water went. Sorry, just cut you.
Oh, where did it say? Where did it say?
In Genesis 8,
it
says.
Go
ahead, Maki. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that I was gonna agree with you that there was a flood recorded in that area, in that region, throughout the whole area. That's why it's a desert now, mostly.
Thank you.
And all the way to North Africa and what we're calling the Sahara. So that's kind of a big flood. So
there was a big flood.
And a couple factor with that is some people might have recorded it. Do you get it? Some people.
No, most people record it. The Hawaiians recorded it. All sorts of people record a great flood. This is what I'm saying. It was a global flood, not in the sense of there were people in other parts of the other continents. I believe it was localized in the sense of where everyone was. Because remember, this is before the dispersion. This is before the dispersion. Because remember, people were all in one area.
No, but remember,
some of it is still different timing.
That would kind of explain why there's random structures in the forest in South America, for example, where there's no one living there.
Exactly.
So
not really. But what I was going to say,
I would say ecological disasters and earthquakes and tsunamis
happens in different places. Come on, you know this. Look what happened just the other day.
To move.
Look what happened just the other day. Where is that country? The volcano that erupted and sent a tsunami and flooded the whole area.
Right.
That just happened the other day. What the other major tsunami that happened a couple of years back that flooded almost the whole of half of Asia and took out that whole place. They made a film on it. These are different parts of the earth. You're gonna get floods
But
caused.
there's different times in history where this
Different
has happened
times.
as well.
Yeah, different times. Because then that's the thank you. And that was gonna be my next question. Because
that's
what
recordable
time
history.
period?
Hold on. That's
what time
recordable
period
history.
are we giving? Yeah,
Thank
because
you.
what
What are
time
we saying?
period are we giving for Noah? For this flood? What time period? This is because this is gonna be the question now. What time period are we?
Depends on what timeline we're going by, Gabs. Because
That's what I'm telling you. Well, you tell me. I don't know. You give me one.
If you're going by this
Give me
whole
one.
that hundreds of
Sumeria,
thousands
you're
of
going
years
Kemet.
old and all this millions of years old,
But I was saying
I don't know about that.
you gotta let me know. You gotta let me know because I don't know.
Or the flood in Sumeria. Which
This
one
is what I'm trying to say because there was a flood in Kemet. So which time period are you giving for Noah?
Which one we dealing with? Are they the same?
Yeah,
I posted the verse. I posted the verse in the chat. Gabs. Can you see the verse?
What?
Oh, where's that? I can't see. With the chat.
Genesis 8, verse 3. Do you want me to read it?
Yeah, God, yeah, do you think?
Okay, and this is after the whole earth was flooded, and it says, "And the waters returned from off the earth continually, and after the end of the 150 days, the waters were abated."
So returned where? Returned back to the firmament?
Returned off the earth continually.
Off the earth. So return off the earth where?
Returned from off the earth continually.
So did the waters return back to the firmament? Yeah. So the water. So all the flood water came off the earth and returned back to the firmament.
It doesn't say return back to the firmament. It just says and the waters returned off. It just says and the waters returned from off the earth continually.
Does that mean that it was made part of the could that be the seas that we see now? No, the seas that we see now. We don't know what the landmass was before that.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Sash, because they say that there was more land back then than water. They actually say that, and I agree with that. I think there was more land than water, and the flood
there could be land on the water. So that could be the CBC now.
And I think the flood caused more water on the planet.
I think some of those things happened in more recent times for some areas, and Greeks are recording maybe 1,000 years before them that a city fell down in the sea.
Like even the story of Atlantis, Maku. Obviously, I know it's been mystified, but the commonality, the core thing of it is there was an advanced civilization, and a flood and water came, and it made it go underwater. Yeah, a lot of these other people, like Hawaiians, Native Americans, all of them speak of a flood coming and wiping everything out, a reset. So it's not unique. It's not like it's just a small location. Why are all these people talking about the same thing?
Would Kemet look like? Would Kemet look like Atlantis if it was flooded?
Would Kemet look like Atlantis if it was flooded? I don't know.
Pyramids in its purest form, with all the white marble on it, and the capstone in gold or whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? In its full glory, and it was flooded, because it had to have been flooded. Because look at the region. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, assuming. But the Sphinx has got, remember, 11,000 year erosion on it, or 9,000 or 10,000 or whatever. But that matches up with the deluge, like you're saying, Zulu, with the water, with the large body of water that came from supposedly the ice caps melting. So if we're believing that's true,
that's true because that's what they're telling us, Maki, where it came from.
Right. I'm just saying. But with the geography and everything, it's supporting that fact. So it supports the biblical and thing or whatever account that there was a flood in the region that they said that individual lived in.
Yes,
or surmised that.
And then look at the seabeds in the desert, the ripples on the desert in the Sahara. Like there used to be water there. This is common understanding. Like the water was in this area. So when you want to say it's localized, why are all the reports, number one, from all these people talking about flood? Why is the environment or across the world kind of alluding to the fact that a large body of water was passing through?
Hold on, wait.
Explain all these things.
No, but wait, Zulu, are you agreeing? Are you agreeing with what Maku's saying, or you're not agreeing? Because Maku's saying that the flood was in the region where the guy lived. That's what I said. It was a localized. It wasn't a worldwide flood. It was in the region where he lived.
But it was as far as Egypt.
Are you agreeing with that?
The known world.
It depends.
Which was Egypt at that time.
Some people would say at the times that we were talking, there wasn't a continental drift. So if it was all one landmass anyway, it would be in that area where they are anyway.
Okay, so then now, if it wasn't, so if we didn't have the continental drift, how many years back are we going back now? This is why we then got to deal with the dates, because how many years
timeline are we going to trust?
This is what I'm. No. You gotta tell me. You're telling me which one. You gotta give me your timeline, bro. Remember?
Millions of years.
No. Remember, yeah. You're the one that's saying that this is a worldwide event and this thing's happened. So I can only go by the timeline you're gonna give me because you're talking about before continental drift and before that. So I need to know now, what time period are you giving for Noah and this flood? Because then we can put this into, we can kind of look at world history and kind of piece this together. So what years are you giving?
I would say it's
When did this happen?
I can't give you the exact year.
Well, then you go. So then all it is is just speculation.
But hold on, Gabs. Even if I did give a date, you do know all those dates are estimations. The estimations, number one. And not only are the estimations, they're based on a specific timeline. Because all these things lead to where? Homo erectus, Australopithecus, Homo sapien sapien. So if we're going to go by that whole timeline, then you're basically admitting to agree with that whole theory and that whole.
Not really, because I still believe modern human beings like us were still around them times. Don't get it.
300,000. Hold on, 300,000.
Can you prove that?
To be on this planet? So how?
Say again.
Wait, guys, how can you prove that? Because they're saying that Homo sapien is only 200,000 years old.
Is that it? 200? Okay, yeah, so Homo sapien.
Yeah, but then that's long enough. Even
that's long enough.
So if they're gonna say it's millions and they're ultimately accepting evolution. This is what I'm trying to tell them. That's what I'm saying. I don't agree with the timeline. I don't use that timeline.
No, but do they give millions? Do they say it's millions of years ago that Homo erectus was around?
No, they say the Homo erectus is probably. Actually, no, they do say it's million. You know, some of the
Homo erectus, yes.
Yes, Homo erectus is millions. Some of them are millions, bro. Real talk.
No problem.
Millions. 100%. Okay, I don't know where they got those dates, but cool. But modern human beings, I know they've been along. Modern human beings, for what I know, have been around 100,000 years.
100,000 years, yes. Yeah,
100.
Okay.
So it's just now, how are you gonna now put that in? And even then, I would still suggest they've probably even been there longer, because if they've been around hundreds, almost 250,000, that's 250,000. What's another 250,000? It's not really that far off.
Yeah, but remember the formation of the planets, the primordials, the first bacteria, it all follows that same mindset, that same paradigm. Even when you admit to 100,000 years, so you have to rethink the whole timeline. You have to throw away the whole timeline.
Yeah, to be fair, because the reason why we just got to think the Earth is how many years old? So they claim. What 4 point something? They say it's billions.
Billions, bro. Billions.
They claim it's billions. So think about it. Are we? If we're going by the Bible narrative, man was put on the Earth near the beginning.
Yeah, I would say
because it was in the beginning.
I don't know when, but if you take 7 days as literal days.
Yeah. Okay. So then, if we say the man was there near the beginning. Do you assert that Adam and Eve were them Homo erectus type looking people?
Of course.
Or modern humans?
I support de-evolution rather than e-evolution, meaning we started from a perfect state, as in being whatever, fully formed or in the way we're supposed to be built. But then over time, due to environmental changes and diet and etc., we've depreciated genetically. Like we're not as smart. We're not as smart as people were back in the day. We're not as physically as strong as people were back in the day, spiritually, etc., etc., etc.
No, what I mean by what I mean by that is I'm not even getting into that. What I mean by is Adam and Eve, are they like modern humans like us?
No, they're not like us.
What do you mean?
So they're not like okay. So you have modern human, like we're Homo sapiens. And then you got the other Homo erectus and Australopithecus and all that. So are you saying that Adam and Eve are nothing like how we are today?
But we can't mix Adam and Eve with the Homo erectus and all that, because some of those things are not even true. Like those things are made up. Like a lot of those people, they found random bones and put them together. They've admitted this with Lucy. The reconstruction of Lucy was...
Okay, hold on, wait. I don't want to get into Lucy. So I just want to stick on Adam and Eve.
Millions of years.
So if Adam and Eve are nothing like us, then who are we? Who are we then? If Adam and Eve are nothing like us, and you're saying they're the perfect human beings, that means in hindsight you're saying we're not the perfect human beings then.
No, I'm saying that over time we've slowly depreciated genetically through the environments and through our diets and many other different factors. Our lifespan, for example, which is one example, has significantly decreased. So we're clearly not the same as we were before.
But who are the first people on the planet? Supposedly?
This is what I'm saying.
The people from Adam, the Adamites.
No, I'm talking like science and everything, and everything. You throw everything, anthropology, archaeology, all of it. You throw it in a pot, and what do you come up with?
You're gonna come up with abiogenesis, bro. You're gonna go back to a primordial soup, some random events, some pool of chemicals making bacteria that then becomes algae, and that then becomes a tadpole. You're just gonna get all this evolution.
That's where it's gonna go. That's not the question.
But that's where it's gonna go, though.
I'm sticking to Homo erectus, which I made the point that Homo erectus was those pygmies and those tall people.
Oh man,
those tall,
pygmies. Come on, man.
Yeah, I'm just saying, because in the African sense, of ancestry and elders, like where are we gonna look? We know that we're a mixed multitude now of an older set of people that lived on the continent, and then older than that, and then older than and older and older and older. And as we go further back, it only seems to come down to two particular types of tribes.
Yeah, but you're mixing pygmy with Homo erectus. What are you doing, bro?
Yeah, I don't know about.
I'm confused.
Well, I would say like where are the oldest bones found to match?
Yeah, but oldest bones found doesn't mean the oldest. It means oldest found.
I'm just saying all of the oldest bones. Are they found in Europe, China, or anywhere else?
And like what was said before, there's a lot we don't know about certain parts of Africa, because remember, a lot of the findings, they're hard to find in certain environments. So we can say, the oldest bones are found in Morocco or found in Ethiopia, yeah? But what about all the other places? Have they fully excavated the planet to even come to the conclusion that this is the oldest? And then furthermore, when they're reconstructing these skeletons, these bones, what do they look like? Because some of them ain't looking like us. So what's going on? You know what I mean? There's a narrative that we're accepting. There's a priest that we're accepting without actually authenticating it.
What I want us to
if there were bones in the ground that don't look like us, could this not explain what the Bible was saying anyway about the Nephilim creating like genetic distortion in animals and shit?
I'm saying if we're not accepting the Eurogenesis and we're going back to an African Genesis, how does that play out? How does that play out? How does that work out? How does all of these hominids work out in the place where all of these hominids are found?
That's if they exist. That's if the hominids exist.
Make it make sense for me.
But that's if the hominids exist. You've already accepted that they exist.
If we go back to the African mindset,
exist. The Africans exist.
If we go back to the African mindset, remember, most of them, you know what they say in their stories. Where do they say that we come from in most of these ancient African stories? Where did they say that they come from, or their ancestors came from?
From the sky, Gabs. From the sky.
Simple.
From the sky. They can say we came from the sky.
Yeah, so from the sky, yeah.
Exactly. When you get to Anunnaki and all that, yikes! It kind of destroys evolution, doesn't it?
Yeah, Anunnaki.
I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying.
From the sky. So what I want to get back to, sorry, because I just want to get back to this whole thing about the first man, Adam, because you said that Adam and Eve were nothing like what we are today, and they were the perfect human beings. So if Adam and not even humans, because we don't even know what they were, because you said they weren't like us. So if Adam and Eve were a perfect set of people, what are we then? Because then that means we weren't created in the image and likeness of God then. If we don't look nothing like them.
No, we are them, because we're made in the image in the sense of like we come from them. For example, when Adam had his first son, it said that Adam made his son in his image. So image meaning as in we're offspring, he's our progenitor, ancestor, etc., etc. But obviously, when I say we're not the same, I don't mean genetically or as in as a being. We're the same being, we're the same thing, but over time we've de-evolved. We're not at our peak, if that makes any sense. Our lifespan is lower.
I'm trying to make sense of it, because you were saying millions of years ago, that's where we get in this whole thing about Homo erectus and stuff like, we see the bone, Australopithecus and all of that. I'm just trying to fit in. If the oldest bones that they have right now, that this is if we go by what's been found, like what's been
claimed, what's
been claimed. We know that the bones that they have, the oldest, they attributed to these things like Australopithecus, Homo genesis, all them good, Homo erectus, all them type of bones, and we know those are they say that these are upright walking ape-like humans, yeah.
Well, no, upright. Homo erectus means
upright. Australopithecus were not upright.
Straight spine, yeah.
They're walking around normal.
They're erect. Pause.
Right.
Yeah.
So what would that look like? What would that play out like?
This is what I'm trying. So I'm trying to understand, where does
So, and we know that was millions of years, supposedly, what they give us. Yeah?
What they claim.
So now, what they claim. Now, another claim that they say is the Earth is billions of years. Remember, you're saying that Adam and Eve was created at day 6, was it? Yeah, the man was made, day 6.
Yeah, 6.
Day 6 of the Earth being created. Billions, not millions, billions of years ago. So now I'm trying to understand if they're saying that the oldest Homo sapiens that we know of to date, like us, dates back 200,000 years ago. And then the oldest other bones, other kind of hominids, dates back millions of years ago. Now, if we're going back billions of years ago, we're going further back billions of years, I'm trying to understand how those people look like us. Like, how did we still look like them? Because it's either two things. One, if those people still look like us and we still share the same genetics and we're still them same people, that means that we have been on this planet billions of years.
Exactly.
Hold on. When you say they look like us, what do you mean? Because when you look at the reconstructions, they ain't looking like us.
No, I'm talking about Adam and Eve. I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm talking about Adam, because remember you said we're the offspring of Adam supposedly, and those are the perfect people that.
And when I say don't look like us, I don't mean they don't have hands and da. I mean in the sense of like they're just more like.
No, but we don't know. But think about it. We don't know exactly what they look like, but they wouldn't have been like us though, because think about it. Even when we look at the old bones that they have now, like exactly what Mackie was talking about with the pygmies, they say their bone structure was a bit different. Shorter, stockier. Do you understand? Some of them could walk upright, some of them couldn't. Do you understand? All of those.
So what are you suggesting that they look like then?
Bro, this is what I'm trying to understand, because what I'm trying to understand is this. If they're saying Homo sapiens, the way we look, basically came into play 200,000 years ago, and then before that you had other hominids, some of them that was walking on all fours, some of them were upright, yeah? And those were millions of years ago. If we're going back now to Adam and Eve, yeah, the first ones, I'm trying to understand, what did they look like then? Is it either, were they us or not?
But again, Gabs, have you accepted those presets of the Homo erectus, that these things actually existed in?
No. I'm just basically
because if we throw those things away, you can't mix them with the body. It doesn't work. It doesn't.
Can I add one thing? Can I add one thing to the mix? How old then are Africans?
Now there we go. This is
Africans?
This is why I'm trying to get.
Are we Earth beings? Are we Earth beings? Or are we Africans?
All right. Indigenous to the planet.
Indigenous to the planet.
Right.
Thank you.
This is the thing.
The beings that are indigenous to the planet that they call Africans.
Right? No idea.
There we go.
They call Africans, right? So even in that sense, right, while they're digging up all these bones, there are all of these Africans walking about, but they seem to have no ancestry more than what? A certain thousand years. It doesn't make sense.
I'll tell you one thing, yeah. If you look at the haplogroups, yeah, and again, I take some, and you can call me a hypocrite, yeah. There's some truths to some of this stuff in it, but of course, these things get peer reviewed, and there's a lot of manipulation when it comes to the data and etc. Yeah. When you look up the haplogroups, yeah, they're saying that the haplogroups E1B, E1A, and E1B1B, which is predominantly like sub-Saharan Africans and East Africans, yeah. This goes back to EMP2. So all these haplogroups have an original haplogroup that goes back all the way to the original chromosomal Adam, yeah.
And where is
they're saying that the jump from us to the original is less than other people, meaning there's been less mutations between us and the first haplogroup in comparison to other people. So they're saying that our haplogroup is closest to the archaic man. So like when you look at the phenotype or the build of someone of the E1B1A or E haplogroup, they're actually closer to the original man. This is what they're saying, right? So again, like some of it's true, but then there's all the other stuff about
that's
the reason why. But this is what they'll say, Maku. This is how you know it's not. Maku, this is how you know it's not all true. Yeah, this is what else they'll say. They'll also they also say that the development of dark skin or melanin is as a result of apes that stopped going on trees and they started to walk on the savannah in the open fields, and when the sun started touching their skin, they started to lose hair and they started to develop melanin. So as you can see, even in their theories, there's some truths here and there, but then there's all the things.
Truth.
I mean
that's true.
No. What I said about the haplogroup, Maki.
No, I'm saying about the apes. Do you believe that's true?
No, I said truths as in the haplogroup part about us being close to the original. See, you gotta follow what I'm saying.
I get you.
And then, but then the false parts will be like, oh, the apes came down from the trees and they started losing hair and getting more melanin. So, like I said, you gotta dash away the whole thing and start fresh.
Pinch of salt.
That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you. That's what I'm. Thank you. Go ahead. What'd you have to say about that, Gubs? What'd you have to say about that? Are you still there, Gubs? We can't hear you.
Yeah. What was the last bit you said? Sorry. What was the last bit you said?
So did you hear what I said about the haplogroups first?
Yeah, I heard that bit. It's just the last bit.
So the last bit I said was, and the reason why we can't fully accept what they're saying is because they'll come up with some theories such as, the development of melanin. They'll say things like, oh, the apes stopped climbing on the trees and they started to walk on the open savanna where the sun would have more contact with their skin. And that's how they started to develop melanin through the loss of hair. So again, they'll have all these weird theories that kind of suggest that we weren't the original build. Like, this is not how it was supposed to look like. It was a result of evolution. But then they'll also say that our haplogroup is closest to the original. So there's some truths in what they say, but in a lot of what they say is speculation, and some of it's kind of white supremacist as well, because they're kind of trying to say that melanin is something that came out of evolution rather than it being something that is intended. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Okay, yeah, cool.
So we can't really take their time. Like, we have to be taken with a pinch of salt, man. Like, even
that's why I don't take. This is why I don't take the time, man. This is why. This is why I always say.
Sources, though.
Yeah,
you have to have various sources.
This is why I always say, you got to be careful with their timeline. Like, which timeline? This is why I don't even know.
Their timeline's fucked.
Their timeline's messed. All the timeline's messed.
Even the formation of the Earth, fam. The whole thing is fucked, man.
I think you just got to use your rational brain, because even on that whole thing to do with melanin, look now, man, they've come out what? Just the other day in the news, they've come out saying now that for astronauts and for people to go out in space, they need melanin. So that's why they've created a new. I swear to you, bro. And now they've said that they've created a new thing called selenomelanin, which they're gonna give to the astronauts for the Mars explorations. They're doing that right now. It's been made.
No way. Let me look this up.
Yeah, go look that right now. Go on, just type in melanin astronauts, and then you'll see right now. This is literally science that's come out. JEDI,
I told you, man.
Share your screen, but you can see the truth's coming out, bro. So
now we're talking about melanin. Remember?
Yeah. So this is the thing.
But Hilary Pills, isn't it? Hilary Pills.
So this is the thing now. So the question is this: if they're saying that the astronauts and the spaceships and stuff need to be coated in melanin to be able to go out into space, that now then has to give you the question: did any of these astronauts even go into space then?
Oh shit!
There you go. You understand? So it's starting to come out, man. But check that out. I want him to share the screen.
I just typed it in, and there's a lot of articles on this.
And to think about it.
So if they've never been to space, then where did they get their pictures of Earth from?
I'm saying.
All right, then.
It's computer generated, such. They make the shit up with CGI.
I know that, but.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't.
That's
you get me?
I'm not saying you have to believe that the Earth is like young or like 10,000 or 6,000, but do you see why I could be skeptical of millions and millions and billions? Well, we don't really know. And then plus carbon dating. How accurate is carbon dating? Even if they said something was 3,000, even if let's say they came to you, Matthew, and said, "Here's a piece of pottery and it's 2,000 years old." How can you verify that? Is the science actually accurate when they say this is 2,000 years old?
Yeah, I get
you know what I'm trying to say. That's all I'm saying, bro. That's all. There's many holes in the carbon dating. Many.
Yeah, but there's many types of dating now. They've got all sorts of dating, uranium dating, all sorts of dating. So yeah, man, you just got to mix it up and kind of gather all the information and then make your final conclusion yourself, man. It kind of only makes sense if you can't date Africans to a particular point. Yeah, I mean, we can go back, but then where are we? Who are we? And what are we? You get me? Because they're saying early man.
Because
they're saying the early man walked straight out of Africa. Like, what are we doing? They'll show an African with a stick, like a Kenyan or someone. You know what I mean? A Nilotic. That's what they'll show. They'll show someone with a stick in a movie or whatever, or a documentary, and show you the first man, early man. So earlier man must have looked similar to him.
Yeah, true. Can I just read this quickly? Yeah, because this is even going into something I even spoke to JEDI about earlier when he asked me something. Because me personally, I was saying this is even a topic I want to talk about, or even if somebody wanted to debate me about this, yeah, I still believe, yeah, that what the ancestors were saying about black people or their ancestors coming from space, I think that is true, and we're slowly starting to see that. And also the whole thing about extraterrestrials, all the biblical characters and all the biblical stuff from religion, these are extraterrestrial deities. That's all it is. These are extraterrestrial beings, yeah, physical beings, extraterrestrial physical beings who had relations and connected and created man. And the reason why I say that is because I'm going to read this thing about the sunblock, and it's just weird. This is all news. This is from Live Science, yeah. So it says super space sunblock made from skin pigment could shield astronauts from radiation. For astronauts preparing to spend a long summer vacation on Mars, hats and umbrellas might not be enough to protect them from the sun's harsh rays. Just like the beachgoers slavering on sunscreen, explorers on the moon or Mars may one day shield themselves using creams containing a new bioengineered material called selenomelanin, created by enriching the natural pigment melanin with the metal selenium. This is why, I'm going to pause right there. People with melanated skin, people that are melanated as well, melanated dominant, this is another reason why you need to look into your metals as well. And you're supposed to intake certain metals for your vitamins and for your body, for your melanin. There's certain metals that you're supposed to take that helps boost your immune systems. Yeah? And selenium is one of them. That's just a quick little something to just throw in there. So outside of Earth's protective magnetic field, humans are exposed to many types of dangerous radiations, according to NASA. This includes damaging ultraviolet radiation, X-rays and gamma rays from the sun, as well as superfast subatomic particles called galactic cosmic rays that originate outside our solar system. Yeah? The invisible accumulation of DNA breakage caused by these space rays can lead to cancer, and in high doses, radiation poisoning and death. Traditional countermeasures such as lead or water shielding tend to be heavy and greatly increase the cost of a space mission. Yeah. Enter melanin, a broad class of naturally occurring pigments found in animals, plants, fungi, and bacteria. Some types of melanin provide humans with the wide range of skin, hair, and eye hues and help protect us against the sun's ultraviolet light. Melanin is obscurus and enigmatic. Yeah. So this is the whole thing talking about now why they're going to be using. They've already made it. So they've already made it. They've already been testing it. So this is clear to say that for you to be able to go out into space or to do any type of space mission, because of the UVA rays and all the harmful radiation out in space, you need melanin. So melanin, in that way, we can look and then say that melanin is a key component to be able to survive out in space, which then means that does that also then mean that melanin is also a space, what's the word? Not anomaly. How can I explain it? Yeah, product. Yeah, is it a product? Is it melanin must be a product of space, which would make sense because they also say that melanin is what? Condensed sunlight.
Yep.
You understand? And this is the reason why when we get energy from the sun, that's why we need as much sunlight as possible. We're supposed to have a minimum of 3 hours of sunlight on our skin daily. We don't even get that. We don't even get that at all. This is scientific proof. We're supposed to have a minimum of 3 hours of sunlight. Yeah. And so this is now going to be leading to proof that where I think that the God of the Bible, if we now look at what the science is saying, and this is true, we come and see what they're saying now, and then we look into the biblical text, and God made man in his image and likeness, and he created the sun for his perfect human beings to live in, and he wouldn't create the sun to harm those perfect beings that he wanted to live on the earth. It doesn't take me that long to decide or decipher that God and that entity must have been a melanated being.
So wait, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Gabs? Because I can't disagree with what you're saying based on the definition of the words, right? Extraterrestrial. If we're saying out of this planet, out of this earth, well, yeah, because God isn't really contained or like he's not like linked to a specific look. Yes, I can vibe with that, yeah. But my question is it more interspace or is it more interdimensional? Like interdimensional beings when we talk about angels and God, and because that's where I'm at. Because when it comes to space, like if we've never even been to space, like it's possible, like we've just seen, how do we even know what's even up there outside of the atmosphere?
And this is and that's why, and this is why I just want to stick with what we do know. With the interdimensional stuff, it's hard to kind of prove that right now, the dimensions, unless we get someone that's actually gone there or taken us there and we can see it. So what we can do, but what's key to this is what we can deal with is us that we know as a fact. Now, if we know that our melanin is made for space outside of Earth, imagine that. This is outside of Earth, because the scientists are now saying for any human being to be able to go out into space, melanin is needed. Yeah. All we now got to think to ourselves is God created man in his image and likeness. Yeah. And he put man on the planet and created the sun and all these things that we need.
In his image and likeness. What does that mean to you, Gabs?
In his image and likeness is what it says on the tin. In his image and likeness.
So you're saying God has melanin? You're saying God is a black dude?
Yes, but it has to be
a physical black dude.
Physical being. Hence why. No, it would have to be a physical being. Hence why. You have Bible verses where certain prophets saw God face to face. They walked with God. They saw God face to face. There's even one prophet that saw God, and even when God came and met him, and he saw him face to face, he even said to God, I'm scared, because he remembered the passage of old that said, no one can see God and live. But God even said to him, don't worry about that. I'm going to permit you this. You ain't going to die. Imagine that. So this is what I'm trying to say. Go on.
Yeah, because it's a good conversation right now. I'm kind of, So, quick question. So, because I was under the impression that our complexion came from the ground, right? Because if you look at the formation of man in Genesis 2, they were formed from the soil. And most soil is either, reddish brown to very black, right? So that's why I thought we got our complexion from the soil, the ground, being earth beings, right? Everything came from the earth.
We're sun beings. We're sun beings.
But could the sun have cooked us and made us darker?
No. I'd say no. I'd say we're sun beings. Remember, I said melanin is condensed sunlight. It's because remember, like we just said, this is why I was trying to put the connection between melanin being a part of space. Because for you to be able to survive out in space, you need melanin. And space, it's fair to say that space has been around longer than the Earth, right?
So so space exists, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, you know space. Like, I'm talking about, when I say space, I'm talking about outside of Earth.
Okay.
But guys, how sure? I mean, the fact that you've admitted that shows that you're kind of aware that NASA can be a bit, fishy. So how sure are you about the whole space thing? Like, how sure are you?
This is what I'm saying. This is why I think, me personally, with NASA, remember, there's only so much lies they can give, because even though they give out a lot of falsehood, they still do have to print out the truth. Even if the truth isn't broadcasted on main news, they still have to give a little smidget. Yeah. They have to give it they still have to let the masses know in a certain way, but it's down to whoever's going to look at it, because they know a majority of the masses ain't really researching and looking like that, because we're distracted by COVID, pandemics, going to the shop, social media, work, all kinds of stuff. So you ain't going to really.
The satellites, the rovers, all that's real, right?
They could be real, but the one thing we do know is those satellites, rovers and stuff are definitely coated in melanin to be able to go out into that space.
That's interesting though, because it did when I typed it in, it did come up. They're using coating things in melanin.
No, it's there. It's definitely 100% there. It's there. It's main news.
It doesn't make sense, because I don't know if there's even space. I don't know, man.
It's the ultimate UV, man.
Yeah, it's UV.
So they're legitimately flying things up there, then, yeah.
And then that would insinuate as well that the sun's in space, right?
The sun is in space.
The sun is not in the Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in space. Yeah.
All right.
I don't know, man. So I'm swayed between flat Earth and I'm swayed between.
Maybe if space is not space is liquid and gases, maybe it's comprised of loads of melanin.
Yes,
Water.
this is the thing, and this is why I said this is a good thing where they put this out, this information now, where this is actually big information what they're talking about, what they're trying to do, because you know what Elon Musk is trying to do, you know what he's trying to do.
Mars.
You know what he's trying to do, because we don't know. You understand? I'm still trying to see how that's gonna work, because I want to see I want to see how that's gonna work. One thing we do know, which is now been proven by them. They didn't have to say this, remember? They didn't have to give you this information. They're literally saying melanin is the key to be able to go out into that space, for you to live and to be out there. You need melanin. Now, they've been slowly leaking out these little extraterrestrial things, yeah? You know, NASA and the Pentagon leaking out information about UFOs. Actually, we don't know what they are. It's like they're slowly trying to let mankind know that, listen, there might be some other beings out there, you know. This is what the ancestors have been saying. Our African ancestors have been saying this, though. They've been saying that.
Like when they released the UFO things in the Pentagon, and when the galactic space thing admitted that they were in contact with aliens.
Yeah, but now this is slowly starting to coincide with what our ancestors were saying thousands of years ago, when they're saying that we came from this solar system and we came here, or the Anunnaki coming down here, because now we can look at, well, our African ancestors are heavy melanated, and they're saying that their ancestors have come out from space into Earth, and they're melanated. That would make sense,
the
because
black-headed ones.
do you understand?
Yeah.
Do you understand? So this is why now, with this information that's coming out, with them still talking about this melanin being out in space, and then you need that to space, it made me have to start looking at certain things a bit more differently. Like, okay, so who actually went to space on the moon? Maybe it was actually black astronauts that went there, but because, you know, back in those days we still was going through racism and stuff like that. Maybe when they came back to Earth, they shot the movie, you know, with Neil Buzz Aldrin and all of that stuff. They did a Hollywood picture for the masses, because you know television, you know how they do. You know how they do. It's just like the film Hidden Figures. Like, I didn't know about them black women being there until that film came out.
Even Prometheus. Remember when you told me about Prometheus? I didn't clock it.
Just hidden. They could be sending black people out there, astronauts out there, to do these things. We don't know. Remember, everything's secretive. We don't know. So the main thing for me is this, and I'm sure this must be in you guys, like, it must be in your mind now. If they're saying they need to they've created now. It's not even like it's if or maybe. They've actually made it. They've engineered melanin with metal to make a sunscreen for astronauts, for the spaceships, and for their suits to be able to go out in space. What does that say about us now? Especially from an Islamic point of view, because I think even from the Islamic point of view, I think when Allah created Adam and Eve, I'm sure they was in heaven first.
They were in heaven and he put them in earth.
Do you understand? Do you get it now?
Yeah.
They was in heaven
You're making
first.
a lot of good points, bro. I'm trying to be skeptical against you as much as possible, just for my own sanity. But you're making a lot of good points. I'm just saying.
So it's something to definitely think about now, man. I'm not gonna lie. It's definitely something.
So you said there's a lot we don't know about interdimensional, but I don't agree with that, man. Because I mean, look what they're doing with CERN. Look what they're doing with all these different hadron colliders. They're trying to open portals.
But remember, CERN and all that. That's frequencies. Yeah, of course. Dealing with certain frequencies, you can open up certain things. But remember, black holes. I still think black holes are portals. You see that in all these films that's coming out. Have you not clocked? I don't know. I watch a lot of films. Yeah? Have you not clocked a lot of these Interstellar? All these Netflix films now that's been based on like beings. That there's a lot of films now. I just watched a series. I'll recommend you guys to go watch it. Archive 81. So Netflix. Archive 81. Yeah. And there's another one dealing with beings like portals, another world. There's a lot of that going around now on Netflix, and it's weird to me because not that long ago, I don't know if you lot heard about NASA paying $3 million to a lot of the religious bishops, bishops from loads of religious groups, so like Christian, Muslims and stuff, they paid 3 million to them to come to some event to discuss how human beings would cope of the news of extraterrestrials being real.
Whoa!
Did you all see that?
Okay, but hold on, Gabs. I don't know if you're familiar with like the prophecy side of things, but doesn't that kind of sync up with the New World Order and the Antichrist coming pretending that he's God and da-da-da-da? Does that not kind of sync up with all that though?
Yeah, but remember, the Antichrist is really on the earth, supposedly.
Okay, but
Remember?
when he makes himself known and he does miracles and he's perceived as an alien or something like that, the fake alien invasion, does it all match that?
Not really, because remember, I think the Antichrist and the beings, they're more seen as on earth and coming from out of under the earth, from in the earth. Whereas the only beings that you hear that are coming out of the clouds is who? Returning out of the clouds. Who's that?
Okay. Okay.
You understand?
Man. Okay, man. All right.
So, because remember,
what about the UFOs?
God banished. So if you go by the scripture, God banished Satan and all these dominions to where? To live on the earth. This is his place.
But hold
in
on,
the
guys.
earth.
Remember, they're still in a high dimension on that store, because remember, when Satan came down, he came down from where? From up, like lightning. Not only did he come down from up, but does it not say we wrestle not against the flesh and blood, but spirits and principalities are in high places? So they're still lower than heaven, but they're in a higher dimension than us.
No, but they're still I still say they're on earth, because then that will still go back to, if you go back to the book of Job. Remember when he called the sons of God to come to him, and he said to Satan, "Where hast thou been?" He said, "Walking where? Walking to and fro in and on the earth."
And on, in and on. In and on. What does that mean?
Understand?
What does that mean?
That's what I'm saying. So he's been in and on the earth. And then remember, that's when he said to him, "Oh, have you considered my guy Job? Like, come and do this test with him." So what I'm trying to say is, this is still go to your whole, your inner earth theory. And then you know, we look at films like Godzilla, the latest Godzilla, King Kong. You saw that, talking about inner earth. What's all that about? Why are they showing us that? Like, what was that?
Hold on. So wait. When we talk about the underworld, yeah, because this is another thing, man.
This is what I said earlier about.
No,
I thought that they were banished to the underworlds.
Yeah, this is what you said. Okay, so quick question though. So are you saying that? Because I'm against this whole thing about demons and stuff are in the ground in hell. Because I thought that came out from the Catholic Church and some made up shit. Yeah. Because from my understanding, they're just in. We can't see them in. They're just in a different dimension. So are you saying that in the inner earth, this is where the entities were, or these extraterrestrials live?
Possibly, yes. Possibly lots, because even then, not even just a Catholic, even if you go into Greek, like I do a lot of Greek mythology, I watch a lot of Greek movies. Even Zeus, where did the so-called black, the Titans, where were they trapped and locked up? In the underground.
Yeah. But hold on, didn't the Titans create Hades and Zeus and Poseidon? They're the creators.
Yeah, that was because their dad.
Kronos, so how are they created? How are the creators defeating the creators? Even that whole thing sounds fishy.
No, so Kronos was the father of Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon.
Yeah.
And they because their dad was just on chaos, they just murked him. They murked him, and then obviously they made Hades deal with the underworld. Remember, he had to just deal with everyone in the underworld. Poseidon was dealing with the sea world, and then Zeus dealt with the earthly world. Olympus.
Who does Kronos sound like, when you look at
this is in like Celtic mythology as well.
Yeah,
I was looking at some other mythologies.
If you look at the image,
loads of different mythologies. Like the I think it's called 9 realms or something like that.
9 realms, yeah. It's still all this stuff is linked. It's all linked, and you know what I mean. It's just trying to put the pieces of this stuff together, man. Because I think there is some truth in most of this stuff.
All right, so I don't know, but I have a theory, man. Do you know when you look at the pantheons, Zeus and all that, I believe all of this stuff, a lot of this stuff, the father, mother, son system stems from Babylon, right? In the sense of Nimrod, Tammuz, Sumerius, right? If not Babylon, Samaria, whatever you want to call it, yeah. And I mean, I just typed in Kronos right now, right? Because I've always asked people who made Zeus, because Zeus and these guys had a maker, the Titans, right? The Kronos, etc., etc. Kronos is holding a scythe or some sort of harvest tool, and he's called the god of the harvest, right?
Who
who's supposed to come now from heaven holding you know what I'm trying to say? So it's like when I look at the story of Zeus defeating Titans, it kind of sounds like Nimrod getting angry at God, just like how the Hambaba story with the Sumerians, when he slayed the beast that sent the flood in the Sumerian account. It sounds like
it has a similar story.
It's exactly. The created are trying to rebel against the creator, the father. So this is where kind of, to me, okay. I'm glad you. Thank you. Oh, okay. Thanks for that, man. You know your shit, man. You know your shit, man.
Oh my god, Zulu's so excited.
Listen, every time I talk to Gabs, I'm excited, man. Because Gabs, I can type in what you're saying and I can find it. I can't say that for everyone, but I can, at least with Gabs, I can. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but then do you know what as well? That also them same stories also go alongside with the Anunnaki story with Enki and Enlil.
Exactly.
Because remember their father. Look, this is plain and simple. The Anunnaki story, you know what that was. These are extraterrestrial beings that left their planet to come to Earth to harbor gold to try and fix their planet. You understand? They came to Earth, they did their thing. Some of the beings here had kids and stuff, and Lil weren't happy. Yeah. And he wanted to wipe them out. And then obviously Inky was like, nah, man, these are my people. I created them. Like, we can't just wipe them out. And then him and his wife helped save humanity. That's basically how the story goes. And then after that, when Enlil found out what his brother had done, that he saved them, he just said, okay, well, we'll just lead them to their own devices, but that's it. They've got our knowledge, but we can't give them the full knowledge. Remember, I said we can't give them the full knowledge. They gave us a bit of their knowledge, but we can't give them full knowledge. But then now we just lead them to their own devices, just lead them to do what they're doing, and then they just left.
Okay, so then, so the whole do you know the translation of the Anunnaki here? How accurate is that? Because he has this whole thing about them wanting us to build gold. They made us so that to build their home planets. Like the way he made up the whole story and translated it, is that 100% accurate? Like, is that what that story actually?
Well, one thing we got to do. Well, let's just look at the key parts. Is there gold? Was there gold in that area? Tick. That's a tick. Is there ancient dig sites that can't be explained of, craters going down in gold deposit areas? Yep, there is. Yep, there is. Can gold be used? Can gold be used to stabilize electricity and magnet? Yep, there is, because we use a lot of gold in most of our stuff. Even in our spaceship, there's gold on the stuff. So when you actually think about it, if this is them speaking of that, remember, think about it. If these are extraterrestrial beings, and gold is a big conductor of, electricity, and it's a lot of stuff that we use for our machines and stuff like that, then can't really, it's kind of hard to kind of say doesn't make sense. It would make sense. And that would make sense for why, after they left, why we became so fascinated with gold. Especially
people even drank gold. Even in Kemet, they used to use it as medicine.
Yeah,
even the pyramid, the top of the pyramid had gold.
Yeah, gold caps. Everything was gold to do what they do.
So what I'm saying is then, there's these gold mines all over the world, or especially all over Africa and the Middle East.
And the Americas. Yep, the Americas.
Yeah,
the gold.
Yeah.
And the Aztecs.
But some of the characters are the same. So Quetzalcoatl is
Quetzalcoatl. Yeah.
So like,
you think Quetzalcoatl is Enki?
Yes.
All telling the same story.
A snake god, though. A snake god.
No, but that's how it's interpreted, and it's still hieroglyphs.
Serpent.
No matter what you're seeing, it's still pictorial, carved in stone, right? Right. There you go.
Does anyone draw a comparison to like now, what's happening now, to that?
So what do you mean? All right.
So in terms with the virus,
not necessarily virus, but with the alteration of genetic material.
There you go. The question.
The whole
nothing is new under the sun.
Right, but I mean, we've spoken about where it's going to go, innit, or where it could go, the possibilities. So
into this arcanation worship, man.
So So what are you saying? So like, you know, like you're talking about like artificial intelligence, how we've like come into all of that and genetic manipulation and all that stuff. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, there's that. And I guess the unknowing worship of what the elite believe in.
Oh, you mean like how does it relate to what the elite believe in?
Yeah, because like a lot of our everyday practices and the things that the symbols that we see every day, it's kind of. Do you see where I'm going with it?
As in,
That is a good question.
You mean the symbols that we see are you talking about the ancient symbols that they use, that the powers the governments use?
Yeah, or yeah, like all of them things. So the unintended worship of the deities that these people believed in or was made to worship.
And it's good. It's good. I'm glad you said that. Sometimes, yeah, it is sometimes, but I'm glad you did say that because this still goes back to what I think about these extraterrestrials. Because think about it, if space, from what we know, or from what they tell us, or what we could think, imagine that, because obviously we don't know everything, but from what we know, from what they've told us, space is probably unlimited. Yeah, been around billions of trillions of years. Now,
I don't know how I feel about space, though, man. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know.
Let's just say this is just for food for thought for this. Yeah, let's just say space is an unlimited, vast place. There's billions of Earths, billions of suns, billions of solar systems, billions of galaxies. Yeah. Now, for us to believe and think that we're the only, people around talking on a planet, like how we're talking to each other now, bearing in mind Earth is like one of the youngest. When they talk about other planets and stuff like that and other solar systems, Earth is really one of the youngest, like we're the Johnny come latelys. And God, God being a creator God, yeah. So it's in his nature to create things. In his eternity, he must have been creating loads of other planets and loads of other things. So, which goes back to when we're talking about the worship of the elites. I think that the elites have come into contact with some sort of extraterrestrials. Maybe some good, maybe some bad. And those are the real puppet masters and the ones that they adhere to listen to, because we got to look at it. Europeans, they tell you themselves, they came about what, 8,000 years ago? I think that's the time they're giving themselves now. 8,000 years ago. They're saying this is when they came on the scene on Earth. Yeah. And we're saying, and we're talking about Africans being here almost 200,000 years, but maybe even more. We're just going by let's just go by what they say, so no one don't say we're being racist. Yeah. Let's just go by what they say. This is why I like doing that. So they're saying they've been on the planet 8,000 years ago. Now, we just got to think of the development of Europeans. Just look in history, the development of Europeans from the moment they came to where they are now. And just think about the technology from the moment they came to where it is now. Yeah. And also how we're moving into they're fastly pushing us into the age of artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence is, to me, is the Antichrist, because that's anti-God, that's anti-nature, that's anti-anything natural. Do you understand? Because God created the earth, the trees, the birds, the sun, the moon, the stars, man.
You know what? I actually think, sorry to cut you, I don't think AI is going to be like a separate thing to humans. I think they're going to try and incorporate it into humans, which 100%. Is going to be, again, another corruption of DNA.
Yeah. So that's what I think. Even like a cyborg, like a mix of robot.
Yeah, so that's what I think.
I don't think AI is even possible though, Sash. I'm not gonna lie. Like I do computer science.
That's what I mean. So that's what I'm thinking. They're gonna incorporate it into the human. So like a chip. Like we was talking about this before, isn't it?
With Neuralink and all that.
Yeah, they've already done that. Yeah. So what I was gonna say is
sorry, I cut you.
Long story short is, where or who did these people buck up with to get this information and these technologies in this fast state? Because you just think about the industrial revolution.
I've been saying
how
this for
quick,
months,
even they mentioned. Look look how quick we went. They even say this themselves. Look how quick we went from that to all of a sudden
nuclear energy.
We got nuclear energy. We're dealing. They're not even nuclear.
So that's
energy.
if we even believe that timeline. Do we believe that timeline? Like, do we believe that?
We've got videos of Victorian time, and these men were on horses. Now we're driving super fast cars. Look at the increase of the technology in such a short amount of time.
Not even that. They almost think about even in England alone.
What I mean is that are we believing that timeline? Like, are we believing?
Even if you don't, even if that's what I say,
the industrial timeline to this timeline to that. Like, are we? Like, if you look at the structures all over the earth, innit? Look at the structures all over the earth.
Even if you scrap the timeline, even if you put the timeline to the side, just the very nature of the people. Look, there was even to the point where even in England alone, they almost wiped themselves out with the Black Death and the plague because of the way they couldn't keep themselves or because of hygiene. England was almost going to be non-existent. Did you know that? Like, they almost wiped themselves out. Millions of people died. So what I'm trying to say is, even if we look at that, so how we go from that to all of a sudden, we're dealing with what they got now, nuclear fusion, CERN, Hydro Collider, dealing with smashing the particles together to create China building an artificial sun reactor that's hotter, that's 3 times hotter than the sun, and it's on the planet. Like where and who are they talking to get this type of information and this type of knowledge?
Doesn't that say in the Bible that these fallen angels actually gave knowledge to
you're right.
humans?
In the book of
what I'm saying. So this is why I'm saying.
It talks about them teaching them how to make weapons.
Yes.
So the
question is, if melanin is essential for space, then even the fallen angels definitely were melanated people.
100%. 100. We can't deny that. That's true.
Hold on. I need to ask this question because it's like you guys are kind of like interpreting in a very physical, which isn't fine because we don't know what they look like. I'm admitting that. But like, I think things can be what is spiritual then, Gabs? In the whole,
exactly. That's a good question. What is that? Because I don't know what that is. I haven't experienced that in my lifetime, should I say? And I think even God, even Him creating us, He didn't even want us to kind of look at that like that, because when He made us perfect on this physical plane. He didn't really, at the beginning in Genesis, didn't really go into the spiritual realm. He didn't mention anything about the spiritual realm. He basically made us for earth, to be in a garden, tend to it, be fruitful, multiply, and just get on with it. You understand? So he didn't really say to us, oh, by the way, I'm going to be teaching you guys about the spiritual realm and spiritual entities. So this is why I don't get where that whole spirit, because it's hard to explain. I don't know what that is. I think it's
dimensions. Didn't they say they took form of man? They took the form.
Even the angels,
they actually took the form.
They take on the form of a man. Yeah.
They take off the form of the man, and then the children were the ones that became giants, or something like that.
Yeah, it didn't even say they took the form of the man. It just said they just came onto the daughters of man. It didn't even say they took on the form. It just said they slept with the daughters of men. So
yeah, but
does that mean they were already
these
physical?
aliens have dicks though? Like, come on, bro.
But this is what I'm saying. These are physical. They was able to have offspring. So these are physical beings. Remember, look, even the passage of who is it? The other guy, Lot. The angels that came to chat to him, and remember, the people wanted to come and have sex with him because they said, "Who are these nice-looking men that you got here? Who are these people here?" You understand? This is what they said.
No, you're right.
And Lot said, "No, leave these lot. I'll give you my daughters." You know, he said, "Listen, come take my daughters, but just leave these guys." So what? Anytime we deal with the angels and stuff, it's physical beings. It's physical. Look, Elijah got taken up in a chariot with flames. That it's not spiritual. That's a physical thing. They saw it. It took him up, and he went. Took him up where? Where did he go in his physical body?
You know what? You're making good points, man. Okay.
Where did Elijah go in his physical body?
He went to a different dimension, though. No.
He went up, bro. All I know is up. All we know is up. And if he's going up, we don't know about dimension, but we do know about space.
Okay, but
who was it that was taken up? Elijah. I thought it was
Elijah. Elijah.
And his apprentice Elisha was there watching the whole thing happen.
On high places. But guys, on high places, usually like places where you can interface with higher dimensions or with higher beings. Like people go to the mountains when they get revelations, or they go into like high altitudes, right? When they want to communicate to God or whatever. So him going up, or even Moses going up the mountain, right? Does that not correlate to some sort of portal or some sort of when you get to a certain altitude, you're close to a portal to where you can interface with higher. Is that not a possibility? Because it's like you're entertaining the space side of it. I'm not against what you're saying fully, but it's like I want to hear more of the dimensional side of it because there has to be an aspect of that. Because I'll give you a perfect example. I'll give you one quick example before you answer. Yeah, one quick example. If you look at the story of Elijah and Elisha, yeah, there was a time when the Assyrians were encompassing them. They chased them, yeah, and they put them in like around. Basically, were standing around them. And then Elisha was kind of shook. He was like, "Yo, these men are about to kill us. Like, what's gonna happen?" And Elijah opened his eyes, and he could see that there was angels all around them protecting them. So clearly, there's beings in other perceptions of dimensional reality that we can't perceive with the naked eye around us. So that's what I'm saying. I entertain the dimension side of it. I'm not ignoring the space thing that you're saying, but I feel like it's more dimensional. I can't help it.
I hear that, but to me, that when I hear that, do you know what comes to my mind when you see that?
Yeah.
I just think of Predator. Remember when they used to just make themselves invisible?
Yeah, invisible. Yeah. I see that. I see that.
Loads of cloaks. You know what I mean? Remember these are extraterrestrial.
I'm saying.
Man.
There's beings that supposedly in the Bible can just incarnate.
Yes.
Can just manifest from
extraterrestrial. I'm telling you,
beams of light or energy or whatever. What is it? I mean, yeah. So there's different processes going on.
Yeah.
I mean,
so Dubs, what do you think about the cherubims and the wheels within wheels, the vehicle that they use to travel?
But
you saying that's a UFO? You saying that's a UFO?
100%, because these are physical things that people seen. People seen them. It's not like they didn't see them. There's the physical things that the people had seen. Elisha saw Elijah go up, and he dropped his mantle. And even the mantle, that's another thing. What was this mantle? Because I think that was some type of magic ornament or something. It wasn't even a spirit, it was physical, because Elisha picked it up, because that same mantle, that's what Elijah used to strike the water for them to cross the river.
Hold on. Quick question. You believe in the fact of a possibility of artifacts, and like, for example, Moses and the parting the sea with the staff, like you said that the staff was an alien
piece of technology. Yeah, of course there's artifacts. Come on, man. We seen Tomb Raider and the Lost Ark. We've seen Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Ark. Come on, we know that there's definitely types of artifacts and stuff that the world's governments don't want people knowing about. Look at Tesla.
Look at
the stuff Tesla was doing, making stuff.
Didn't Hitler want the Ark of the Covenant?
Say again?
Didn't Hitler try and find the Ark of the Covenant?
Boy, they was trying. They always have these. They have these secret missions trying to find certain things.
But yeah, man. In Egypt, though, they had to end up in Egypt.
Yeah, that's why they go there.
It's in Ethiopia, isn't it?
But no, the home of supposed Christianity.
Bro, the question you gotta ask yourself is, to this day, yeah, they still know. The putting together of the pyramids still baffles them and makes no sense. They was getting the rocks. Listen to this. The rocks that weigh up to 7, 9, 10, 15 ton rocks. They was excavating the rocks from Aswan and bringing them up to flipping Cairo. Do you know the journey from Aswan to Cairo? But they were transporting, in the text, it said they were transporting 80 of them a day. Do you know how many days it takes to get from Aswan to Cairo?
Wow.
Go and just type up. Go on Google Map and just type in the distance Aswan to Cairo. And they was transport. So the question you're asking is, how were they able to put these stones together?
Facts.
What, with wooden rope?
No.
The man said
where did they get? What? How long was the rope? Like what did it? How long was the rope?
What the fuck?
It takes 12 hours on the train.
Now, what I'm saying, if we're talking about people who came from space, who have abundance of melanin,
there you go,
who've been on the planet for a limitless time, yeah, they were able to do amazing things. It makes sense.
So wait, hold on. So what about the whole idea of, because the ancient alien shit, man? It's almost like anything we do that's intelligent or civilized, that's because of aliens. Like they're trying to do that with it. That's why I'm not feeling that 100%. Like, is it not possible that humans were levitating the stones through?
Yeah, no, they were. No. What ancient alien tried to do is separate the African from the alien. They try and make it like aliens a whole different being. It's just an alien. And when you hear, because Hollywood's made you perceive alien as some googly-eyed,
Somali
and all these
people.
things that they projected into your mindset.
Somali, man said Somali.
Yeah, yeah, because they projected that in your mindset. Whenever you think of alien must have done it, you think, oh yeah, there's some green supernatural Piccolo looking bit Donny.
Yeah,
yeah, it can't be them Africans. They're not aliens. But remember, our ancestors were saying that we came from space, so that's intent saying we're the extraterrestrial. That's us. Do you understand? That is us. That is us. The Asian aliens just don't want to. They don't want to match the two. You understand? We were the ones that was doing those things.
Indigo, you name it.
Yeah, we was doing that.
The Hindus are saying the same thing. Everybody's saying the same thing.
Yeah, everyone's saying the same thing. It's like,
everyone's saying the same thing. You know what I mean?
So why is it now that America's kind of admitting that there's aliens around them? That was their purpose?
Because the time is running out, bro. Have you not clocked what's going on with the Earth and the planet now, bro? Time is running out. Remember, we live in a cycle. We live in an Earth cycle. Yeah, we live in a binary sun system. We live in a solar system. What does solar mean? Solar means sun, which means there shouldn't be no ice on this planet. Do you understand? Ice came during when? The Ice Age.
Ice Age. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bill Gates is trying to block out the sun. Why?
He's trying to create another.
Yeah. What was that one about, bro?
What's that all about? Why you want to block out the sun?
Why do they want to block out the sun?
And then one of them, you know about China making a fake sun. What was that one about?
Yeah.
Yeah, they made that. Nah, they've already done it.
They done that, man. They done that. They had people there laughing. Oh my God, look at it. All at the.
Oh no.
Okay,
hold on.
Video was fake.
No, that video weren't real. That video weren't real. Fake. That was a because the actual sun thing that they've made is underground. It's underground. It's underground. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
But what I'm trying to say is they know that what goes around comes around. Yeah. We have this cycle of going into the golden age and then back into the. It's a cycle that goes round and round. Yeah. Every time we get closer to our second sun, in ancient texts they call it Nibiru. Yeah. Or it has other names. Every time our sun gets closer to the second sun, obviously the radiation levels and the heat levels obviously get higher, which also brings the consciousness level of the melanated person higher, which also alters the DNA. Remember what I was saying about the melanin and the effects that the sun and the radiation has on your DNA? Remember what I just read?
Someone's been reading the holy tablet.
Yeah, two things can happen. Two things can happen with sun radiation. One, it can give you energy and alter your DNA for the positive and be good. And then the other option is it can actually damage your DNA and cause, like we read, cancers and all these other diseases.
Yep.
Do you understand?
Yep.
Now, if you even just to go and type right now, go look up right now on the Earth, the radiation levels is at an all-time high. That's because of the sun. And just last week, was it? What's today? Today is what? I think it was either the weekend just gone just now. We just had a big CME, which stands for coronal mass injection, which is a big solar flare from the sun that projects and sends loads of radiation to the planet. Do you understand? Now,
wait.
This is another.
Okay, sorry, continue. I want
to. So we can say. Go ahead, sorry.
Do you think maybe not to get too much into the topic because we're not supposed to kind of talk about it because the censorship here, but like, do you think maybe that's why people are getting?
Yeah, I was just about to get into that. You know why? I'm gonna tell you right now. The reason why I'm gonna say key words. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we don't get.
When we're talking about the thing that you take, it's the badge.
Yeah.
When we're talking about the thing, just say the thing. Cool.
Yeah. So what I'm gonna say is now there's been a mass ejection. Now the last time in I think it was 1849 or 1859, one of the two. I think that's the date. 1849. It was the last time we had a big CME injection. When that happened, guess what? Guess what also hit the Earth? Influenza. That was the biggest, and that was the biggest mass death of 12 million people on the planet. You understand? Because the radiation levels. Now, if you go and look up now, radiation exposure and symptoms of radiation, it looks kind of similar
to the thing. I know.
Pause. Where did you go? You see, the NASA don't want him to speak. You see? NASA doesn't want him to tell us about aliens. This is what I mean, man. Something's not right, man. No, but for real, though, I'm not gonna lie. I'm absolutely amazed right now. I love this topic, man.
Anyone there?
Even though I may not agree with everything, I love this topic.
I think I went quiet.
You went quiet, bro. You gotta repeat.
Yeah, my mind went quiet. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah. even if you look at that. So
influenza.
So what happened is there was another solar flare that happened just before a couple months ago, and that was in October or November, and then shortly after that, the emergence of Omicron came about. Now we just had one, like I just said, we just had another mass injection from the solar flare this weekend just gone. I'm waiting to see now within the next couple of weeks if they come out and say, oh, there's another variant that's emerged. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm basically looking at to see if that does go with it. But going back to going back to this whole thing, the planet is heating up because we're getting closer to the second sun and time is running out. That's why doesn't it seem like everything is being rushed? It's like the days feel like they're just going quicker and things just seem like it's just moving like rush. Like we're going from
time does feel like it's going quicker, you know.
Yeah, it looks like we're going from one phase to another phase. Like we had petrol panic. You know, the sea thing. We're trying to get to Mars. We're gonna get to Mars in the next 5 years. We're going into this like artificial intelligence. We need to be able to global warming. We need to fix this. They're making artificial suns. Now they've even made. I think China even made an artificial moon, bro. I think
in Arabia, in Neom, they're gonna make a futuristic city between Arabia and Israel. If you type in Neom, I'm gonna send you the link because I wanted to get your opinion on it because we went through it a little bit. It's deep. I really want your opinion on this. Yeah.
So time is running out, and remember, and the funny thing, the thing about this is the ancestors mentioned most of this in the scriptures. They said that this was going to happen. There was going to be the time when we fall. Yes, we're going to fall. We're going to go through this state, but then the golden age is going to come back, enlightenment, where we come back. You know, we come out of the darkness and back into our real states. This is.
Oh, it's cut out again. Are you trying to do the image thing to let him in?
No.
Hello?
Someone else.
Hello?
No, John Norris is. Yeah, we can hear you, Gabs. You cut out. John Norris is trying to join, Matthew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think he's. I think he.
Might be trolly, yeah.
No, he's not troll. If it's the one that I know, but I don't know because someone I sent the hangout, not the YouTube video in my hangout. So,
Zulu.
Huh?
Mm.
Can you hear me?
Put this video. Yeah, I can hear you. I put this video in the back here, and well, it's in the back anyway.
BitChute has bangers, doesn't it?
Yeah, go on there. And Medicine Man.
BitChute has a lot of shit. Oh,
the
it's
series.
Just the fly off stuff.
Yeah, go from the bottom to the top.
But how convinced are you?
Because it touches on a lot of things that you're saying. Pardon, Zulu?
How convinced are you that the Earth is flat, though?
From when the whole flipping, it's one of the first things you learn as a child. Nursery rhymes, in nursery, in children's programs. It's one of the first indoctrinations that there's planets. And when you speak about it,
can we hear me?
Yeah.
That's good, man. Okay, so I'm doing some research on this thing. Any of you guys ever heard of? Man, man, it's really bad. Buck breaking. You ever heard of that? They made a documentary about it.
Yeah. Buck breaking. Yeah, that's bad. That's to do slavery, right?
Yeah. I'm doing some research on that, and tying it into the Illuminati and satanic ritual abuse and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Does anyone got any good sources I could use for that?
Sound like a general.
It's not.
Like some general stuff.
Butt break. Do you know what it is? I tell you, because butt breaking, that was just a method in which.
Go on.
Why would you kick him out, Matthew?
I didn't touch him.
Has he gone?
I didn't touch him.
Oh my god!
Gone, yeah?
Nothing. I didn't touch nothing. Get me? I'm saying that was a racist slur. You didn't hear a racist slur when you hear one.
Oh, what did he say?
No, I didn't hear.
Was that a troll, bro?
It's not a troll, bro.
Right,
I told you I put the what's it called, the video in my hangouts. It's a Christian.
He's a friend of yours, yeah.
He's a Christian guy. I know him.
You know John Norris.
Yes, this guy. I can show you the screenshot of him saying, "Yeah, I want to join." He's a Christian dude from my hangouts.
Right, big up, John Norris.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
hear you.
So I'm doing some research on satanic ritual abuse, you know, that type of thing. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to expose the you-know-what mafia, the alphabet soup mafia, if you get what I'm saying.
Okay.
You know,
alphabet soup.
Expose them for what?
The ABCTQP, whatever they call themselves.
What are you trying to expose them for?
The pedophilia, all that stuff. Does anyone have any good sources on like buck breaking and that type of stuff? Because I've seen the doc. Well, actually, I haven't fully finished the documentary.
Those two things are not related, though.
That's what I was gonna say. They don't. It's not the same. They're not the same thing.
Well,
one is a technique used by slave masters to psychologically control their property, and the other is just pedophilia. So, I don't see their correlation necessarily.
Well, it's population control. They're both like weaponized forms of sexual deviancy.
I don't think pedophilia is population control.
No, I'm not talking about pedophilia. I'm talking about the other one that pedophilia is connected to.
Butt breaking.
Pedophilia can cause homosexuality, right?
Yeah.
But in that case, what you need to do is you need to go back to the ancient term of pederasty, and you need to go and research pederasty. That's where you'll find that pedophilia and homosexuality both came under the bracket, under the term pederasty, and they were seen as being one and the same.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And
like Plato and all those guys, right?
Yeah. The gymnasium and all that. You need to get into that.
Yeah. And I think in Japan they even had that, right?
In Japan?
Yeah, it says ancient pederasty among the samurai.
What? No, that's not true.
Why is it not true?
Yeah, man.
No cake for them, man. What do you mean? How do you know?
You saying me the samurai are Batman?
Why not?
Black Batman.
Samurai were bought from those guys with G's, man. What do you mean, man?
Train their.
Allow it. You don't know nothing about them, man. Allow it.
Wait, did the link come in?
What's the link?
Yeah, you put it in the private chat. Yeah, we see that.
I think it's pederasty. Let me take a look right here. Okay, pederasty.
Yeah, he's grabbing a hen. He's kissing it.
Yeah. Sound like samurai were into being pedos.
Whoa! I just typed it on Wikipedia. Yeah. Oh dear.
Wiki.
What?
Why you not getting to Wikipedia, man?
I'm not gonna lie. I don't even want to look because there's images. I don't even want to see this. This shit is disgusting.
It's nasty.
Yeah, man.
Don't look at Zulu.
So I don't rate samurais anymore, guys. Okay.
We saying bummerized.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
I don't rate samurais.
They even have a homo. Well, they even have a Somo.
Is that a picture or what is it? Real life porn. What's going on?
No, it was ancient depictions and had some weird. It looked like some of the stuff you see in Kemet. No offense.
But is the
I just had to throw that in there.
is the writings or the pictures ancient? How old are they?
Nah, it looks like it's Japanese still. It looks like it's Japanese, bro.
Yeah, when?
Like during the time, isn't it? Like ancient Japan or something like that. I don't even want to. I don't even want to think about it, bro.
Who was doing a portrait for that?
I don't know.
Just the mindset of the artist.
It looked like some Seth and horror shit, man. That's all I know, bro. That's what it looked like.
I don't know if we can consider that a fact, though.
Okay.
In a sense, you know what I'm saying?
It looks like some sperm-related shit, man. That's all I know.
Yeah, like some people will accept that type of information, but I think that's kind of useless information still. Don't make sense. There needs to be more depth to your argument, or that argument. Sorry, not your argument. Pause.
Yeah. It seems like some interesting stuff. Does anyone have any like good sources on like the whole buck breaking thing?
So you wanted to find out about buck breaking because you wanted to go against homosexuality.
Your friends, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to write about several things here. So.
But what's the purpose? Who are you trying to speak to about this? What's the purpose of the investigation?
Well, it's a pretty broad investigation. It doesn't even just tie into this topic. In fact, I'm actually looking up, what is it? Pederasty in the Muslim world right now.
What? Oh.
Yeah. They even had it. Pretty crazy. like the late Ottoman Empire.
John, are you being serious right now?
Yeah, I'm being serious, man. Want me to send you the links?
Yeah, but
Khan and them. Yeah. Khan and them. Yeah. We can accept that all day.
Yeah. So what I'm getting at here is,
if it was Khan and them,
it's about population control.
What does that mean?
You know, abortion, all this kind of crazy stuff. You know, homosexuality. You know, putting fertility control agents in the water supply, fluoride. Let's see. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's right here.
It's your mate, Zulu, yeah.
Yeah, it's from my Hangouts. You know my Hangout group, Matthew.
Ooh. Yeah.
Cool.
Have you looked up, brother?
Okay, no, I'm not anti-Muslim or anything here. What I'm saying is there's certain individuals. Like this I'm not saying all Muslim. That's retarded. Obviously, Muslims are against homosexuality. Yeah, this was what I was talking about here. So they have had it in Japan, Greece, the Ottoman Empire. The ancient Greeks used to do this to African civilization, where they would weaponize mulattoes against the Africans.
Mm-hmm.
So you got miscegenation there. The Ottomans also did this against the French. It's really weird. Let's see what else we got here. So I got a lot of sources here. I'm just trying to go through them. So how many of you guys think Jimmy Savile is like a example of that?
But he's a pedophile, isn't it? That's what he is.
Yeah. And what's the tie-in with like all the rituals, Aleister Crowley? What do you think? What do you guys think about that?
What?
The Aleister Crowley and the rituals and the
Aleister Crowley. We know about Aleister Crowley, but I fail to see the relevance.
Yeah, you guys think it's relevant?
What about him? No, what about him?
I think he was a pedophile, Aleister Crowley.
Yeah, but it is relevant to Aleister Crowley. Right?
Yeah,
he was a pedophile.
Right now.
It's relevant to the bushes. Relevant to the bushes.
Yeah, but he's talking about like satanic sexual abuse and all that shit. That's relevant to them guys, no?
Yeah, that's what they do.
The hierarchy.
Yeah, so we know that.
Yeah, Bush. Yeah. Barbara Bush is Aleister Crowley's like daughter, I think, right?
Mm-hmm. Barbara.
I forgot where I got that from. Where did I get that information? Somewhere. I think Barbara Bush is actually Aleister Crowley's daughter.
Barbara Bush, yeah. Or son, depends.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a weird topic to be investigating.
I'm so baffled right now.
Just to give you some context, John, we were talking about aliens and extraterrestrials before you came in.
I'm ready to.
Do you have anything to add to that?
Well, think of it like, what do you think? It's aliens or demons or whatever you think it is, okay? Don't you think like some kind of like non-human species that wanted to like get rid of humans would like try these type of tactics like pedophilia, homosexuality, birth control?
I'm saying, what about the human species?
The population?
What about the humans? Before that, let's deal with the humans.
That's what I'm saying. The humans do it to each other. Like, don't you even think that
ties
highly
into melanated beings that look like us that came from space? Like, that's what the humans are.
Like Pleiadians or whatever they call them. Are they Pleiadians?
All of them. You name them. Yeah, they all got that space story, man.
Okay, so what do you think about the people described in the Bible being aliens, John? What do you think about that? Like the angels and
I don't think that's biblical.
Okay, so when you say not biblical, you mean like I'm not saying that they're grays, right? I'm saying in the sense of
what do you mean by like aliens? Like
as in just out of this world beings, right?
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Like
off-world beings.
Yeah, that makes sense. You're not talking about like from another planet exactly. You're talking about like from
heaven is a location.
It's a location. It's kind of like another planet, I guess, right?
But if you look at the description of heaven, there's waters, there's streets of gold.
It's kind of like you're right. It's kind of like a planet.
There's elements.
It depends. It depends on how you describe it. It's like I mean, you guys know about interdimensional and all that stuff, like
Osiris,
like stargates and all that stuff.
No,
yeah,
heard about it, but I don't know if it's real and stuff. But yeah, heard about it.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess that's similar. I'm not completely.
Maybe that's where we
against that
should
type of description.
Banish the pedos. Punish the
Yeah.
pedos to
Target, yeah.
Yeah.
But
get
like
in the Stargate
in
and
the
get
case
them
of
out.
like what was the one I was thinking of? Damn, can't remember. There was the planet
Nibiru.
Nibiru, yeah, Nibiru with the 12th planet or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you guys think of Nibiru?
It's 9th planet, right?
So
Is Nibiru a planet?
What are you
it's
saying?
Planet
Nibiru
X,
is?
right?
You're saying it's a ship?
I don't know what it is. Do you know if it's a planet?
Nibiru is actually not a
But the
giant
Sumerians
living creature.
described it as a planet, right?
Yeah.
So how is it not a planet then?
Second, I didn't hear.
The Sumerians described it as a planet.
Say that again.
So it's a planet-sized
Nibiru.
spaceship, yeah? Is that what's going on?
Planet-sized spaceship, yeah. There we go.
Nice.
Yeah, what's the
A bubble moving through space.
like I don't know. I think the Greys, man. I think what the Greys are, they're genetically modified
humans.
Yeah. Like they've been messed with genetically at some level, probably with dolphin DNA.
Like chimeras.
Yeah, like chimeras. Because think of it like they're gray, like kind of like dolphins almost.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of people that say that they have dolphin DNA in them.
I would say that the Greys are biological androids. Meaning
I didn't know they got. Did they capture a grade to test it to know it's got dolphin DNA?
That's just what some sources say. I don't know if it's true or not. Some even say they're plant-like.
Have they tested them? Did they say they've caught a grade in?
Well, the guy who said the plant-like said they've tested them. The dolphin one was a little weirder. I don't think that guy had too many sources. But it kind of made sense. It was weird, but the logic he put behind it.
To be fair, the only what I will say, the only kind of one NASA person that I've seen speaking on extraterrestrials, Norm Berggren, he's the only one that he was allowed to speak on them. It's funny because when he was asked about extraterrestrials and if he knows what they look like, he said that they was black, some tall black beings. Did you know that?
Yeah, I saw some guy
sounds
who,
like
had like
the Nephilim kind of sons of God thing.
Yeah,
like fallen
like black,
angels.
like black extraterrestrials.
Yeah, I could see that.
He said they were black. Literally, you seen that? Yeah.
Black.
Yeah, I have seen it. There's even a guy who wrote a book where he had drawings of them like that. I can't remember the name of the book.
And I don't know if you heard about the story about the kids in South Africa that witnessed the extraterrestrial UFO
sighting.
Have you seen the proper uncut version of that one, the real version, the full stuff where the kids are saying that they was black with black suits?
With black suits?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Melanin suits, yeah.
Yeah, black with black. Yeah, they were black with black suits, yeah.
What does that mean, though?
It means a lot.
What does that mean?
What it means is what I said about the melanin in space, bro.
It's the same thing that David Icke
it's hard to believe
didn't want to talk about.
What you're saying, I can hear it, but
in the biggest secret.
Man.
Yeah,
David Icke never wants
to. In the first chapter, he says, "Yeah, we know about the black astronauts or extraterrestrials, but that's not what I'm here. I'm here for the reptilians." I said, "All right, cool."
Oh, yeah. Why did he want to talk about them?
Question: How does reptilians fit into this, Dubs? If you believe it?
The reptilians, that's the Illuminati bloodlines. I think the Illuminati. Possibly, I can't prove it. I mean, I've never been there to see it, but I think that they might be shape-shifting reptiles. You ever see that Jesse Ventura interview with that girl who was a reptilian? And her eyes changed?
There's so many, man. Katy Perry, many.
Me personally, I don't think that's a smokescreen. I think them royal family and all them people that they say, they probably get info and information from them, but I don't think that the actual reptilians themselves. Because think about it, a reptilian, if you say that they're green or whatnot, that's still green is still another side of melanin, like like the chlorophyll.
Yeah,
like green is the plants, it's the melanin's plants. It's the plant's melanin. Chlorophyll.
And once it oxidized, once it's oxidized, it starts to change color.
Starts to change again. So
is this what you're talking about with the rust, Maku?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're basically rusty.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know
you would have
if
been green, like the greenest olive in some cases, or like a
olive
cyrus.
skin.
Well, the biggest secret is that the book. Is that David Icke book has like a lion on it?
Is depicted. So
Yoda or best.
Right.
Yoda. Oh, I didn't think about that.
You know what I'm saying?
Piccolo. Remember Piccolo?
Piccolo. Yeah.
Piccolo. Yeah. Which one is the biggest secret? Is that the one with the lion on it?
No, it's got a picture of the Earth and some other stuff and rockets and twin towers and all of that.
But it's true, Maku. Why did he say that? Why didn't he want to go into the black action?
I don't know. It made me close the book.
Why did he, bro?
It made me close the book. I was mad. You get me, bro? Why didn't he want to talk money on the book? Yeah, and I said yes. Let me.
This is why I know. This is why I still think he's got an agenda.
I rubbed my hands. I opened up, read the prologue, flipped to the next chapter. Here we go. Boom. Starts. Oh, Enki, blah, blah, blah. The Sumerians. Oh, we know about the black astronauts. And what? Yes. This is going to be good. But I'm not interested in that. I've come here for the reptilians, the reptilian royal family, and their bloodlines. Ah, shit.
God, see, he's got an agenda still, man. But when he said that, he's still got an agenda.
You know, you pushed it to the side.
What do you guys think of Gaddafi?
Huh?
What do you guys think of Gaddafi? Like when they took him out.
No, that was fucking.
We already know what he wanted to do with it.
I don't know any world leader who deserves that type of behavior.
Yeah, you know what he wanted.
He's a part of the system, though. He's a part of the establishment.
No, but you know why they took him out.
Did they take him out though? You know,
you took him out.
We don't know if it was
them man, they got doubles, triples. Them man, they got doubles, triples, and
he could have been acting, but you know about his book that he wrote, what he brought to the summit where he was talking to the world leaders, and it was after that. That's when they was like, hold on a minute, because Gaddafi wanted to change the currency. Remember, he wanted to change it back to gold.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, my man gets killed, and all of a sudden, his gold disappears. Yeah. Where's his gold gone? Where's the gold? Gold gone. Man got taken out, gold gone. And that's all after man put out a book saying, he brought the book to the summit that he wrote saying, we need to change back from this paper stuff and start dealing with gold. The moment they did that, what would that have done? That would have put certain other countries back on top of the map. They couldn't have that. They said, no. What's this brother trying to what?
Yeah.
And he was trying to unite all the African leaders to jump on that same wave. Because Africa's got it's the home of the gold.
And the African UN. He went to the
African he was UN trying to get them on the wave. So they was like, no, we got to eradicate.
They all said yes.
So that's why they was like, nah. He's got to go.
The Europeans were like, all of you've got gold? Oh man. Oh man. And then all of a sudden he's dead and his gold is gone. His gold is gone. Do you know how much gold that brother had in Libya? Yeah, man. Come on, man. They just went there, fucked up the country. Now it's a failed state.
Yeah, man.
Failed state, man. Because they couldn't control it, just like Iraq and all of that, and Afghanistan. You can't control it really. They're just there for some resources or something they can get their hands on, and then they're out.
Well, then they're out, man.
Because the real bad man is always going to come back, man.
But we need to realize this is in the nature, because the same thing's been happening throughout history.
Yeah, exactly.
Native Indians, the Americans, it's been happening everywhere. This is what they do. This is their nature. Pillage, war, trophies, resources. This is what they know. So it's not nothing new. This is what they do. That's why now look, they're on trying to conquer space now. They want to go out in space to see what's popping.
Hey, did you guys know Gaddafi said this? That's a quote from Gaddafi.
So I don't know. What did he say?
He said, "Black people
I don't know. I think I
rebel
posted
in
in
the
private
world.
chat.
Can you read it?
The latest age of slavery has been enslavement of blacks by the white people. The memory of the age will persist in the thinking of black people until they have vindicted themselves. This tragic and historic event the resulting bitter feeling and yearning of the vindication of a whole race constitutes a psychological motivation of black people to vengeance and triumph that cannot be disregarded. In addition, how can I not read that word?
Inevitable.
Yeah, them ones. Cycle of societal history, social history. I can't read in it, just that word. But yeah. Yeah, they had to kill that guy.
Yeah, but Gaddafi wasn't even black though, right? Like what we did.
So I think he wanted to unify the whole of Africa.
Yeah, he came into some sort of. I don't know who he was moving with or who he was talking to, but I think he was getting knowledge from someone, and it kind of changed his perspective on certain things. Because all of a sudden, man started dressing like African, wearing dashikis and all this type of stuff, and then he was just on trying to unify, and he was talking all this stuff. Seriously.
And even on one of his things, I think it was the Arab Nation, while he was warning all the Arabs, saying like, "Oh, look how they done." What's his name? Iraqi president. He goes, "Oh, you man are next. I could be next," and he was right. Nothing.
So that video of him being beaten up by his people and being like killed and tortured, is that real?
Yeah, you know what's funny? Bashar Assad, the Syrian dictator, the Syrian leader,
Syrian guy
he was laughing.
He was laughing. It's like picture perfect because he said you could be next, and the picture goes to my man laughing. Now he's going through it. You know what I mean?
But was that real though? That's what I'm trying to say.
You can go on YouTube right
I
now.
don't know. That's what I'm saying. It could be actors too. I mean,
you can
could
go
be
on
all
YouTube
staged,
and
but
right. He was talking to the Arab nation, or something like that. I don't know what convention it was, but yeah, he was warning them.
Oh, here it is.
Did you see the thing I posted, Gabs, the neon thing? Come post it again. If you're there, Gabs.
Here it is. Oh, here we got it.
You probably have to do something.
I don't know if I put the right link, but maybe I did.
Why you guys so quiet, man? I brought someone on and you guys just want to be quiet. What's that all about?
Who's that? John Norris?
Oh, next time I won't bring anyone then. If he's asking bare questions in the chat. Zulus? Chill out, man. So everyone else brings someone, but when I bring someone, you have to be all suspicious of me. I don't understand this.
Okay, so this guy, I guess the guy who made this post doesn't believe there's a conspiracy, or maybe he does. He's a disinfo agent. But there's a lot of evidence proving that Barbara Bush is Oster Coley's daughter. This guy's trying to mock the idea.
You guys are even talking.
Yeah, funny, man.
You guys are fucking
Zulu.
Yes, Sash. Yes, Sash.
Yes. What is Tartarus?
What? Can you make that English, please?
Tartarus.
Tartarus is like where the fallen angels are.
No, it's not.
The Titans.
It's a
Titans.
theory that there was a lost civilization near Russia that was very advanced. Blah, blah, blah.
That's Tartaria. Oh, Jed's in it.
Is that not what you're saying?
No, Tartarus.
Blood or whatever.
Well,
Where
then he was
the
right
ancient buildings.
It's like another name for like a hell or a prison or something.
Yeah, it's a mountain
Wait,
where
quick question.
They prison the Titans. No?
That makes sense now. Could that not be the abyss?
That's what it's in Greek mythology. What does it say in the Bible?
Where Apollyon is.
Oh no, Greek mythology.
Zulu's like my walking, talking Bible. I'm like, Zulu, what's it in the Bible?
I'm trying to connect to the Bible. Could that not be what that is?
It is Greek mythology, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's in the Bible, apparently.
Tartarus is not in the Bible, man.
Wait a minute. Zulu?
What verse?
Nah, it's not in the Bible still.
You got skip it as it is? Maybe. I don't remember it being in the Bible.
2 Peter 2:4. For if God did not spare the angels he sinned.
2 Peter is what you'd say. Don't say 2
Oh,
Peter.
I haven't got a fucking clue how to even pronounce this. What would I say? 2 Peter.
2 Peter, yeah.
I'm not going to ask why. Okay. For if God did not spare the angels.
There's 2 books of Peter. First Peter, second Peter. So obviously the one is
and there's Wagwan Peter.
You know, it doesn't say Tartarus in the verse, Sash. It actually doesn't.
No,
say
it doesn't.
Tartarus.
It doesn't.
It doesn't say it.
So what are you getting? Tartarus?
So read the book. What's the verse though?
It says hell. It says hell.
Open it up in the
Tartarus.
King James Bible.
It says if God did not spare the angels. When they
Are you reading out King James or what version?
Hades, isn't it?
No, all the versions say.
I'm on
hell.
Google. So.
Hades, right?
ESV, KJ.
Yeah, but yeah, sorry, but just give us the reading anyway, regardless.
It says, "For if God did not spare angels when they sinned, but cast them into hell and committed them to chains of gloomy darkness to be kept until the judgment." So this kind of makes me think it's the abyss, like keeping them in a holding place.
Yeah, I don't see the word Tartarus anywhere in the King James Bible.
All right, I got you.
No, I'm saying I don't see the word Tartarus anywhere in the King James Bible.
No, it's not in the Bible.
Bitcoin, come back, man. Sorry, my bad. I thought I let you in.
So where did you read Tartarus from?
In Greek mythology. Pardon?
Where did you find that?
I'm reading a random book that I found online when you lot was talking. It is the Prison of Darkness in the dreaded place. Yeah, it's in Greek mythology. The Prison of Darkness is the dreaded place.
No, I'm
of
saying
all
in
evil
the
spirits.
Greek lexicon. The original Greek word for
hell.
What is it to be?
Hades,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah,
Hades,
it's Tartarus in that verse.
Yeah, Tartarus.
But only in the
Hades.
verse.
In that specific verse, it says Tartarus. Does it say that anywhere else where it says hell?
Just
No,
says
I'm just saying,
Tartarus is
just
a
in the
deep
Greek,
abyss.
it's in that one verse. It says Tartarus.
Wait, did you say deep abyss, Sash?
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. See, it's the abyss.
Yeah, abyss, hell.
That
So
makes
hell
sense.
is in the abyss.
Yeah.
It's
But
underneath
hell,
the earth.
remember,
Yeah,
hell is a physical event, Michael, on Earth. So when
yeah,
we're talking
you're
about
saying it's
Zulu,
under
let
the
me send
earth.
it to
Yeah?
you from right
Is that
here.
what you're saying?
Bitcoin, jump back on. It was an accident.
You're agreeing.
Yeah, Zulu, did you get that link?
Yes, I can see in the private chat.
Cool. Yeah,
So you're agreeing that Tartarus is the Greek interpretation of hell, and Hades is down there with in Tartarus or whatever.
Yo, Bitcoin, what's up, bro?
What's up? What's up, Trill? What's going on?
What's up, man? Yeah,
Coin Bitcoin.
What's up, Mako?
We said, my G. What's good?
Did you say Mako?
I know, he always gets my name wrong.
I know exactly what I'm saying. He's a fish.
Yeah. A Mako, you know.
My cool.
Is that what Mako
No,
is?
you're right, Sashi. Tartar. You know what? Yeah, the link that John just posted there, it does say that that's the only verse in the Bible where in the Greek it says Tartarus instead of like Hades or the other word for hell. So, yeah. That is.
So they're saying Greek in the Bible.
It's in the Greek, yeah, of that passage. It says Tartarus.
Well, there you go, then.
Oh wow.
But that's the only time it's mentioned.
Well, in the actual Bible.
Well, in the Greek, yeah. When you go in the Greek, where they translated it to English, it says Tartarus there for that word there.
Wow. Go on, the John, as Dublin would say.
Which is interesting. Very interesting.
Tartarus. Because the Bible is Greek mythology.
Right. And as I said, that came from Kemet, so speak for me.
Greek mythology, bro.
So what do they call it in Kemet?
The abyss.
The abyss.
They got the abyss.
Is it?
No. Remember, it's in Greek. Babs. So what's the equivalent? For example, if I was to say God in Greek, I wouldn't say Elohim, would I? So
what would you say?
Zeus? No, I would.
You say
isn't it Dios or something like that? Or
Dios.
Or something. Yeah. So I'm saying, so like, it doesn't mean that it's talking about Tartarus in the same sense. Like, could be saying abyss.
Why are we speaking Greek?
The Greek equivalent.
But in the Bible, now because there's Greek in the Bible.
There's definitely Greek in the Bible.
Why are we speaking Greek in the Bible?
Hold on. In
Translation,
the English translation, it doesn't say Tartarus. It says hell. This is what I'm trying to say.
This is what I would say. In the Bible, it uses the Greek and the Hebrew name for a certain entity, Apollyon and Abaddon, right? So
exactly.
Because that's where the translation is coming from. Right?
Yeah, but the thing is, in the Bible, it translates itself. It says Apollyon, like basically, AKA Abaddon, like where you don't really do that anywhere else.
Well, of course, because they look at the time that was written. These guys were around Greeks. Paul and Peter, these men were around Greeks. So of course,
were they?
Yes. During that time, the New Testament was written. Those Greeks
What
were
about
in Israel.
No, they
what
weren't.
about
They were Alexandrians, were they not?
Yeah, but those are Greeks, Maku.
Yeah,
what
but
about what about Mazarov
they're
and
trying
Arcturus?
to come with their own ideas from the Egyptian pantheon that they think they know. That's what it is.
Maku, why do you just throw like random civilizations in just for no reason? Like, why do you do that?
Yeah, but Paul and Peter would have been around.
I was just wondering.
That's what I'm saying. That's why they're using Greek terms, because they're around a lot of Greeks.
Yeah, they're trying to.
Yeah. But remember, their ways are Hellenistic, right? So it would encompass Tartarus and all of that, and whether they're in Northern Africa or not. Do you get what I'm saying? So they're gonna blend it, mix it, and
but it could just be colloquial terms, Maku, like God, generic terms, like hell.
No.
These are generic. These are generic terms.
But Zulu, what did
though?
Zulu, what did God mean? What did God mean then when he was like directly saying Greek words? He was saying Arcturus, Mazarov, and Orion. What's the translation for that? It's literally them words in the Bible.
Heaven.
No, when he says the word God, is that what it translates to?
No, I said Arcturus, Mazarov, and Orion in the Bible. What was he trying to say? He said them words.
In star constellations.
What verse?
Go to Job.
Heaven is that heaven is Uranus.
Old
Is that the
Testament.
one, Gabs?
Say again?
Heaven.
Yeah, when he was talking about Orion, yeah. He was talking to Job.
Uranus. The word is Uranus, isn't it?
No, he said Orion. Actually, Orion.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. No, I'm saying in the translation, because that's the Greek translation, Uranus, right?
Oh, possibly. I think so, yeah.
Because when I went into
does it say that in the Hebrew? That's a good question. Does it say
that's
that?
That's what I'm asking. Yeah.
Can
I want to know.
give me the exact
So go to Job. Go to Job 38.
Okay.
Job first 38. Job.
We call it Hebrew now, but it was really Aramaic, so it's another name at the end of the day. So
no, but these were Jewish Greco-Romans.
Jewish
What are you doing, nothing?
Greco-Roman. He's just always throwing.
I'm on 30.
This guy, he's wrestling. He's wrestling with himself right now.
Like monkey,
He's
man.
wrestling with his demons.
You know what? This is what we're gonna do.
You think it's funny?
You know what? This is what we're gonna do. Let's mute, and let Bitcoin go at Maku. Clearly, that's what he's come on here to do.
Yeah, sounds like beef.
Can I just reshare the thing that? Can I just
wait,
reshare
look, he said Greco-Roman wrestling. He's watching too much of Troy. He's seen Troy too many times.
All right, cool.
Hey guys, I gotta get going.
It's only take a
see you later, John, man.
Cool, John.
See you later.
Big up John, man.
Come back next time.
Yeah,
Thanks for inviting me, bro.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Post the link in the chat. Yeah, this is the Hebrew. Let me go to the passage first.
Okay, have you seen it? I'll read now. Zulu, read from 38. 38 verse.
I've got the verse.
No, but read from 31 though. 31 down.
The verse 31 down.
31 and 32.
I'm on it there. I'm on it right now. This is 31.
Canst thou bind the sweet influences of Pleiades or lose the bands of Orion?
But let's go to the Hebrew.
And then 32,
does it say
and
those
then
things?
32. And then 32.
Does it say here?
I don't have 32 here still, sir.
Oh, you can't see it.
Nah.
But look here in the Hebrew. For Pleiades, it's Kema. So that's Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
For Orion, it's Kesil. So these are Hebrew terms, but the translators are using Greek words there.
Mm-hmm.
So
okay. What about Mazarov?
That's what I'm trying to say. It's language.
What about Mazarov?
Yeah, but so you can see one is translating from the other, right?
Mazarov.
So,
yeah,
Where's
32.
Mazarov?
32.
Okay, let's go there. Mazarov. Mazara.
I didn't even realize you were saying
Mazara.
Ra. Yeah.
Shut up,
The 12 signs of the zodiac and the 38 associated constellations.
Zodiac,
Apparently,
Zodiac.
in the sense of distinction,
Kemet, mud.
some noted constellation.
Hey, Matthew's not letting Kemet go, boy.
Everything goes back, man. Everything goes back.
You can't wait till Saturday, innit? You can't wait.
You
just say Orion. Didn't you say you were trying to
I'm reading.
Speak out. Let's all hear you, man. Don't try to read in silence, man. Come on.
Yeah, man. Really loud, man.
The objection to this interpretation by
read. That's right. Yeah, why are you whispering the gospel, man? Read it out loud.
No, because we don't. I'm trying to see where this is explaining what it is. Because this is just talking about the letters. It's talking about the letters. No, but look here. It's talking about the letters. See,
The translation gets screwed up with the New
to
Testament. You can't compare it. It's two different Hebrew languages. Like I said, it's called Aramaic, and then you have different dialects. So it's like
nah, this is Old Testament.
Never the same.
This one's Old Testament.
And the root word. See, look, and the root word here is Nazarite. To dedicate, consecrate, separate. Nazar.
That's in Nazarene. That's in Jesus of Nazareth. That's in the Nazarite.
That's where he was born.
Jesus wasn't a Nazarite.
So why do they call him Jesus?
What are you talking about? He was born in Nazareth.
Nazareth is a location.
He wasn't.
Hold on. There's a Nazarite vow when you take on a certain. You don't cut your hair, etc., etc.
And Nazareth at that time was like the low lives of Israel.
Hold on, man. But he was born in Nazareth, but he wasn't a Nazarite. Does that make sense?
All right, what's a native of Nazareth called?
Nazarene.
Ooh.
I got you there, didn't I?
You said it.
I was thinking real hard for that. I'm not gonna.
I know you said it real quick. Like, I'm still down for that. Oh shit.
Yeah.
No, you're right. No, you're right.
You're right.
You're right.
Word.
I'm swearing right now. Nah, guys, you brought something very interesting here because
there you go. Come on now.
Although the root, but this is even when you do root words, it's like, are they guessing? Like, do they know that that's the root word? Because what's the correlation between this and Mazar? Like, what's the correlation?
Did Jewish writers deal with astronomy?
And this
is astronomy. Read the verses, and then it might make a bit more sense when you're looking at translation.
What's in the verse?
Read the verse 31 and 32.
Canst thou bind the sweet influences of Pleiades or lose the bands of Orion? Canst thou bring forth Mazzaroth in his season, or canst thou guide Arcturus with his sons?
This is why I don't read the Bible, because this is making no sense to me. And what does that word even mean?
Just leave Kemet alone, man.
This is all astrology. This is all Greek astrology.
You're talking about Osiris's belt. You're talking about
Orion's belt. Orion's belt.
They say Orion, Oranos, but this is Osiris's belt because that concept was there first. And you got three pyramids.
So this is the star constellation.
To do with
this is talking about the stars.
Yes. So is that astrology? Is that Greek astrology?
Yeah, hold on. People name stars though. Like, I don't see how that's the.
All right. Isn't Christianity based upon Greek mythology? I mean,
there we go.
No, but hold on. These are names of the. But remember, the people that are translating this at the time, like, even now, we name the stars with Greek names, right? So don't we refer to the stars by Greek names now?
Yeah.
So when the people that made the King James, when they made it in English, were they not refer to those stars in that Greek thing the same way we do it now?
They would have to.
Exactly. So
and Latin, because Dios, Greek father means Dios. That's Spanish Latin for father as well.
Even the word God and Lord all over this Bible where it says Lord God. That's not what it was saying before, was it?
But they were studying the zodiac, it seems.
So
that's what we're get to. I thought that was against. I thought that was against.
It's crazy though. Have you ever looked at
against the law?
The whole Zeus and Hera. Zeus had a father too.
Sounded like judgment.
I don't see how that's a mic drop.
Zoroastrian stuff.
Is that against? Is this against the law? What God's telling Job if you can do these things?
That's a weak one though, Gabs. You almost got it, but
not really weak. It's not weak. I want to know, like, what was God basically trying to say to Job?
You tried it, Gabs. You tried it.
No, I didn't try. What was he basically trying to say to Job? What was he saying? Why was he asking him these questions about Arcturus and Pleiades and Orion?
Because remember, after Job, basically after the whole thing happened with Lucifer putting all the stuff on him, like killing his kids, etc., etc., etc. Job then was
you mean with the permission of God? You can't forget that. Remember, he could do. He only did those things.
No problem. That's not.
Did you say no? Hold on. Wait. What do you mean no problem? Wait, what God?
But let's not change the subject though. Let me.
No. This is the same thing.
Because what you're doing is you're going from one point to another. Because remember we were talking about aliens before, right? Look where we are now.
We're dealing with those. Yeah.
Let's stick with Mazzaroth. Yeah.
This is your fault. You brought in John, and John took us to pedophilia, to butt breaking. We went everywhere.
I don't know what. Listen, I told you I don't know what John is on, bro. All I know is he's a guy on my hangout group. He's a Christian. I didn't know he was gonna come with butt breaking. I don't know what he was on.
Meant to be talking about butt breaking.
So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Anyway, Yeah.
Yes,
When we
just
look
steer
at the
away
word,
from slavery when you're not like black and that.
It was Alexandra. Alexandra did it.
Hmm?
Alexandra did it.
I'm reading something. You guys can talk. I just want to, because I want to understand what I'm reading, and I don't want to just make up things. So I want to understand.
Oh, yeah, let's see what you're reading. What are you reading, sir?
No, I'm just typed in Mazrof on Wikipedia, just learning like the connection to why that's
Oh,
there.
and can you check up Octorus as well, please?
No problem. You sound very confident, Gabs. What's going on?
No. I'm just saying to look. I'm saying just to check it out.
You sound like you figured everything out. You sound like you figured everything out.
I don't get what's happening.
Pleiades
What are
is
you-
the seven sisters of Pleiades
like you
has
figured it
already
all
been
out,
covered. We've covered Orion.
Fuck it. Let's
and
talk about
Orion's belt.
Hercules.
Now we just need Arcturus. Let's go.
What's up with the humming, Maki? Allow it.
No, it's all to do with astronomy, though.
Yo, 1, 2.
There you
Big
go.
Up, big up.
Yo, big up. Manners and respect. All go on, everybody.
Good day.
Hello.
Yeah, Arcturus means the great bear, Gabs.
Hey, no need to be so rude, Zulu, man. But okay.
I said big up to you. You didn't hear me.
You know what the Great Bear is, right? What star constellation that is, right?
It's the same as Arcturus.
Yeah, so that's a star constellation, right? So we're dealing with the stars, we're dealing with astronomy.
But hold on, even when the three wise men saw the star, is that not the same thing as well? They're just looking up and looking at different constellations.
Well,
Not the same thing.
They were experts in astronomy.
But it seems like everyone was kind of like aware of, mapping out the stars and something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because like in certain places, it's a lot clearer than in other places. So you know what I mean.
Or some people already had it carved on the ceiling of their temples and that.
I thought they used the stars and all that crap as like a method of telling time.
Telling time,
like
seasons.
telling ages.
Seasons, time, everything. Yeah.
Everything.
But that is celestially.
That's why they were made.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Levels. They made a solar calendar, like they made a solar one, but they also made a cosmic one, or celestial one, as they would say, cosmic calendar, so with all the star constellations and blah blah blah. And there's main three that they focused on. We know Orion was definitely one, and that's where the term comes from, as on Earth, as it is in heaven. Right, because you putting up those 3 stars of Osar's belt. The state the Orion, because that's Greek.
But here's another thing, though. We need to remember, Gabs. Hebrew is older than Greek.
Or Osiris.
So because again, if you're gonna go to what it says in the English translation, it's gonna refer back to that Latin Greek labeling, right? But as we saw when we went to the Hebrew, it had its own Hebrew words for those things. So it's not saying that it's attributing the labeling of the Greeks, because in the Hebrew they have their own labeling for these things. I'm not saying that the Hebrews didn't understand the star constellations or any of those people did. All of them did. Egyptians, Sumerians, everyone could understand the different patterns within the sky, right? It's a common understanding. But I see you're trying to say that, it's Greek mythology because of those names, but that's the English translation. In the Hebrew, it had different names for that.
But
so
I just want to just quickly, just quickly.
So what are you trying to say?
No, because he's trying to say that it's Greek mythology in the Bible, just because it says those names, right?
To me, that's Greek mythology.
The Hebrew doesn't say that, though. It doesn't say those names. Like when we went to Orion, it didn't say Orion in Hebrew.
It's Greek mythology and astrology. I was just asking the question: why was God speaking to Job about astrology?
So what are you trying to say?
So then, what language was Moses writing this in?
Oh, no, this is Job. This is Job, Matthew. It's not the Torah.
Okay. But his Torah bit. What about his Torah bit?
Would have been Proto-Canaanite.
Proto-Canaanite. Why? When he's an Egyptian prince.
Because remember, the Hebrew comes from the Canaanite language.
If he's an Egyptian prince or he's an Egyptian pharaoh, that would make more sense.
So hold on, Matthew. What did Abraham speak? Because remember, Abraham is hundreds of years before Moses. What was Abraham speaking?
Good question.
And what was Jacob speaking and Joseph speaking before they went into Egypt?
That's a good question.
So the Hebrews had their own language. They didn't just write Egyptian.
No. This is a good question. This is a very good question. Do you know why? Because
Aramaean,
Abraham, Moses, and Joseph, key people, went into the land of Egypt where the kings were, and they spoke to the pharaohs, Moses went into Pharaoh's house. Abraham bucked up with Pharaoh and tried to lie to him on a little sly thing. Joseph also bucked up with Pharaoh, and then Pharaoh gave him his little vizier to deal with. So then now we got to think to ourselves, if we're going into a kingdom, a big kingdom like Egypt, surely they must have had their own language, right?
Of course they did.
So is it like today, like where we say, you see, like English is like one of the main kind of, it's like, I don't know what it is. English is like a main language that people want to speak. Oh.
See, I knew there was somebody that I can't hear. Gabs, I can't hear.
We can't hear it.
No, none of us can.
You can't hear me?
So who's that's talking now?
Can now.
NASA's trying to censor you today, bro. NASA's literally blocked. We
Can
can
now.
hear you now. We can hear you now.
So that's what I'm saying to you. Who's speaking now?
It's Gabs, it's me. Can you hear me,
Yeah, no, but I heard Zulu talking. I couldn't hear. I know Gabs was talking. I can't hear him. That's what I'm saying.
He cut off all of us, Scripture. It's not just you.
No, but I'm saying, like, is he? He's not. Tell him to talk now. I bet you I can't hear him. That's what I'm saying. I can hear the rest of you.
Can you hear me?
See, that's what I'm saying. I can't hear him.
Hello.
I know. So yeah, that's what I'm.
Yeah, you can't hear him.
I'll be back in a second. I'll be back in a second.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you, Gabs. It's just that Scripture can't hear you.
Oh, right. That's mad. Yeah. So I was thinking, what could have been the lingua franca or the language of the people then? Because obviously Abraham's gone into the Pharaoh's house, the king, to speak. I don't think the Pharaoh's going to be speaking no language of any.
But you don't think that translators though, Gabs? You don't think that translators? Come on.
Translate. Well, let's see. They had slaves.
For what reason?
Translated from where?
Well, I mean, I'm sure they had relations with Mesopotamia, so I'm sure they would have been aware of.
But remember, Moses' family were Moses' family in Egypt.
No, he went to Egypt and then came back to Canaan.
No. Moses' family. When Moses was born.
Moses.
Yeah, they were in Egypt.
Yeah, they're Egyptian.
So what other language would you have been speaking?
Well, it probably would have learned multiple languages, being part of the royal family.
Egyptian royal family.
He would have learned Egyptian. He would have learned Hittite. He would have learned Nubian. He would have learned Hebrew. Because remember, he went to his Midianite wife, his Cushite wife, right? So he would have been able to speak that too.
All right.
And this is why I think that the language, like what I was saying about the English, I think there might have been a state language for that whole region. Remember, Egypt governed most of that area back then. It was a big province.
Because Canaan was Egypt's colony. So they would have spoke Egyptian. You're right.
This is what I'm saying. So I think they were all speaking Egyptian. Abraham, all of them guys.
Possibly.
Joseph, all of them.
But then, hold on, guys. What about the Chaldea? Are you saying Chaldea is Egyptian?
Yes.
Yeah,
this is why we get back into that. Yes.
The cuneiform is like Egyptian.
I think they were speaking. I think they were speaking the thing, bro.
No, but the cuneiform don't sound like those words. Like don't sound Egyptian.
No, I'm saying what words?
There's different types.
Enki, Anu, Anana, Hambaba. That don't sound Egyptian. That sounds like something else.
Yeah, it's just a different dialect of the same language. That's all.
Bro, it's just like right now.
There's no different languages. Remember, they're all of the same language group. Whether it's Heretic, Ashuric, all of these Arabic, Hebrew, and Aramic. And our Aramaic.
You can't just say everything
the same language group.
Come on, man.
No, but it's just a dialect, bro. It's just like
I'm just saying the languages.
You gotta prove cuneiform. You gotta prove it.
Hold on. I'm saying that the languages, all of them, relate to cuneiform. So that's the link.
Yeah.
And the first language of the Egyptians is cuneiform.
It's just the dialect that changed. And remember, it's just like how we can be down in south, and then you got the brothers up north that speak with their accents, or Scotland or Ireland.
Yeah, exactly.
Or Wales. They got Wales have got their own thing, bro.
From your still from the Semitic language group.
Hold on, let me look this up here. Let me look up the family trees here, where the Kemet language came from. Because even their language comes from Kush and Nubia, right? Kemet language.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah,
okay, so then Actually, you know what? They might have the same source, but I don't think they come from because if Cush ruled Mesopotamia, through Nimrod, it would make sense that the Sumerian and the cuneiform comes from Cush, and so does the Egyptian, which also comes from Cush and Nubia. So they have the same source, maybe, but to say that the Sumerian and the Mesopotamian comes from Egyptian, I don't know. Maybe you could say they have the same source. Could you agree with that?
It's all the same people. It's all the same people, all the same thing.
Okay.
And I would say originally they moved there. They didn't. It wasn't a case of invading and No, but in later times when other people started to move into that area, because it is a kind of corridor into Asia. So all sorts of people after a while are going to come around. They can't come over Turkey for long periods of history as well. You know what I mean? So they have to come around, and Iran is the perfect entrance point into what we're saying is North Africa.
Because Michael, it could be possible, that Sumerian and Egypt are contemporary in the sense of from the same source they spread out into different parts. So being Ethiopia or Kush or like Nubia, the Sumerian and the Egyptian came out of that region and started their own thing. So the Nimrod went to what we call the Middle East, built his kingdoms there, and then obviously you had Narma going up, and Mizraim going up, starting Egypt over there. But they have the same source, still being Kushite or Nubian kind of. Like that makes more sense than to say the Sumerian come from Egypt, when they seem to be alongside each other.
Yeah, they're the same people. I'm just saying that it's just a different dialect. So when they're doing, as I said, their god system, it's just the same as Egypt. It's just a little bit different. It's got a little bit of twang to it, as I said, the Scottish accent or whatever accent, or Xhosa or whatever. You know what I mean? It could be anything, but you can definitely see the similarities. But one has to be, or maybe not simultaneously. There's the same people, so they can go to another area and continue on the same process of what they were doing already. And then later generations of them are even proving that fact by going over to those areas and taking them back over, because now invaders have got in there and they've settled and so boom, Nama, for example, has to go make sure his area of Egypt is correct before he can join Upper and Lower Egypt, because all of that is comes under his province, and up there they call him the Scorpion King. So they got statues of him, like smiting man and holding man's head and all of that. Some people have mistaken him for Sargon because the story is very similar. He was a child found in a basket. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So this is where this Moses, even the Moses story is kind of similar to Sargon and similar to an Egyptian story as well. So
Gabs, people are asking for evidence in the chat
people.
still about the claim that they were all speaking Egyptian and that the Chaldean is Egyptian.
That what is Egyptian?
The people in chat asking for evidence, bro, about the Chaldean being Egyptian and about everyone.
No. I didn't say it was fact, man. The people in chat be mad. No, I didn't say that was fact. I said, could it be possible? Because how could they all be? Yeah, speculating. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Didn't say it was a source.
All right, chill out, guys. Okay, we're just speculating. Yeah, the people were getting mad.
Wow.
Even I was a bit like, "What? You said everyone was speaking Egyptian only?" Like, what?
Yeah. Well, I was going to ask.
Abraham. No.
Abraham had his own language, though, guys.
He spoke Chaldean, right?
If he came from one region and went into Kemet, then he had his own language already.
Yeah, but Chaldean and obviously what they're saying is Egyptian is just a different dialect of each other. Do you get what I'm saying?
Really?
So
is that a fact? Like, is that a fact?
I think
yes, him and the Pharaoh was talking though. They was both chatting to each other, bro.
Bro, you can get translators. You can get people. Imagine, if you got relations with other civilizations, you're gonna have scouts. You're gonna have people that can go and learn the language, so you can have trade, so you can communicate, right? So it's not hard to think that you could have had a translator there to communicate.
But you're assuming it's translator, but in the Bible it says they were both speaking to each other.
So maybe the Pharaoh knew Chaldean, or Abraham knew Egyptian. You know what I mean? It can go either way. Either way.
And there shouldn't be no thing, because in the language groups, we've got more evidence of one side that definitely Chaldean exists. It is a form of Hebrew. Do you get what I'm saying? When you put it up, when you look it up, it's next to the Hebrew language. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like, oh shit, Chaldean. Okay, cool. Let's look into this. Boom, you can press on it. You know what I mean? So yeah, we can at least place the language somewhere, and that is realistic. You got what I'm saying? And it comes within the Semitic language group, so it's definitely safe. You know what I'm saying? And so yeah, they can all be
Yeah,
linked
what do you think
together.
about that? How come the Egyptian language is coming under the Semitic group? What's that all about?
It would make sense because it's the people. It's not just one set of people that set up or founded Kemet. The idea is it's just multiple of the different African groups. Do you get what I'm saying? Culminating there and having a bigger, massive university. That's why I said it was a university first before it became what we're calling organized civilization from the dynasties. Then people started to show off and, you know, all sorts of royalty business. And yeah, we live here now. Yeah, we're playing with the gold. Yeah, we're doing whatever. We're wealthy and all of this. So those things come over time. But we got to understand that the little people and the people who live in the savannah and all of them, they might be doing the best thing because those were the original people who did all of this. And I think at some point realize there's frailty in us living the way we're living, like in a massive society. Things can go wrong. The technology can get too wild. Do you get what I'm saying? And it's not good for you. So it might be best to just disperse, go to other places and start again and live a more holistic, natural based life. But again, it's come full circle again. Now, even in Africa, we live in cities and blah, blah, blah. But our ancestors still abide by that certain rule in pockets. Do you get what I'm saying? So we can clearly see that the people that are older than us on the planet don't live the same way that we do. Yeah, but we've got constant messages and reminders that every time we build a civilization, be careful of, you know what I mean? Because these things can go wrong, that can go wrong, Tower of Babel business can go wrong, everything can go, you know what I mean? In a society, Sodom and Gomorrah can happen, all of this. So we can see it within the biblical text. It also matches up.
I still think, yeah.
Big up, family. Big up. I just had a question. How can languages cannot be just different languages?
Pick up, Axel.
Big up, such. Because if we're looking at Africa right now, just a tribe, like from a couple kilometers away, have a different type of language, right? So the same goes for the.
That's so
supposedly.
True.
I mean, tend to be.
It is like that.
Words.
I have like.
No, Macri, she's right.
I mean,
even in my country, the languages are shown and don't speak the same language.
Yeah, just like the Yoruba and other tribes around them, like they don't share the same.
They don't share the same. They might share the same roots, but
so how can we say then exactly?
But we don't also share the same origin. So
this is what I was going to say.
As people coming from another direction and that same direction of that place. Now, from my people's point of view, having 150 plus words that they would say are directly Egyptian would make you Egyptian and make yours a dialect of Egyptian now that you're speaking or that I can speak. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
but
what
Yoruba it can still be like different languages though. And still we can still have like blending words.
There are different languages. And
we have blending words too, right? So
we have different languages and language groups, right? But a lot of languages are not different languages, they're just different dialects of the same original kind of language group. So no matter what you do, if you hear that type of language, you would know the words. It's like if someone spoke a form of Geese, you know what I'm saying? And then someone speaking Farsi, there's not much difference between them. Do you know what I'm saying? If they spoke for long enough, they'd probably get each other's words. I feel that a lot of the words go with what the Bible says when they said the people were scattered. And now that the same words mean different things in everybody's tongue. We have the same words, but it just means something different.
Yeah, that's typical in the Semitic languages, right?
Right.
Yeah, we do have that.
We could do that. And I would say a word like anu Yeah, and you would say, "Oh, Anu means something in my language." Oh, Anu Zulu might say something. Anu means something in his language. You know what I'm saying? Scripture might say, "Yeah, we say that in Jamaica with our
Anu
colloquial
man.
tongue." You know what I'm saying?
Zulu.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, but yeah, that's what I noticed with African languages, that sometimes they're not actually that different. It's just the words have been moved around, it seems.
Yeah,
Like
if they have the
mom,
same
mother,
root
or
language,
my.
I get it. If they have the
Yeah.
same language tree
It's
or
like Baba, right?
branch
Like
of
that
a
means that
root
is
Yes, yes.
father. Some people
It
say
doesn't
Abba.
mean. Right.
We say Baba.
Mm-hmm.
We all kind of rearrange the same, but it's the
It's
same
not
thing.
far. It's not far. Yeah, exactly. That's showing you they're definitely related. So let's not misconstrue, because we have a language of our own that we call now, and even that is modified. The Yoruba they're saying that we speak now is a modified version, is a more up to
Yeah,
date
it's
version.
modified. Yeah, it's modified.
The old Yoruba, boy,
It's not the same.
it's not the same
of
at all.
course,
You get it?
languages
Not the same.
go through evolution too. So
Yeah, but we
That's
can
because
only
of
do that if we're the root cause of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's original to us. You can't just make up a new language, even though Black man has done it. But it's very difficult.
I
You get
think
what
that
I'm
was the
saying?
introduction. That's the introduction of other languages. So when most of these African countries came under the influences of like the French, the Portuguese, the English, and all that stuff, that could also have an impact on the language and the dialects.
Definitely.
And help with the evolution of the newer talk, especially with the youth. The youth, if as time's going on, if the younger generation are now speaking more predominantly English, they're gonna start the old way is gonna slowly, you understand, be a bit fade out, but then they'll kind of twang and update the old language.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Because they've
where
had
I
the new
come from in the Delta, they say they're the older, right? They're Yorubas as well, right?
Yeah.
But they say they don't speak fluent Yoruba. Their Yoruba is definitely twins with Igbo,
Yeah.
Edo, and Portuguese.
There you go.
Right, to show the influences of the people they bumped into. And obviously they can perfectly speak English. But I find a lot of the people in Africa speak multiple languages.
Yeah, pure.
Just as standard, just very easy, like for them. Like, yeah, I speak 8. Oh, I speak 7. I speak 6. I think. Oh, or sometimes it might just be the people around them. If they deal with Hausas, they will learn to speak the Hausa language. If they got Ghanaians next door, they will speak Tree or Ashanti or whatever language. You know what I mean? They find it very easy.
That's exactly what I'm saying. It's like what you were saying earlier. I know
Because
you
there's
guys
not
are
much difference.
speculating,
Yeah.
but it's like saying, oh, when the guy from Ghana had to go to speak to the guy from Yoruba, he had to speak in Yoruba to him. So therefore, Ghana comes from Yoruba. That's exactly what it sounds like to me. Because the way I understand it is just because Abraham is speaking to the Pharaoh, let's just say, let's speculate that maybe he was speaking to him in Egyptian. It doesn't mean that Abraham didn't have his own language. It just meant that Abraham could speak Egyptian, could speak Chaldean.
Chaldean,
right?
yeah.
Exactly. Just like how I can speak to you in English, but I can also speak in the Bele and
Yeah,
Zulu.
but I'm saying they're not different languages though. So
but how do you know that?
Even though they're both supposedly different, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, just like Hebrew and Arabic. Shalom, salam. There's not much difference. Do you get what I'm saying? So those elements is going to be the same in all the Semitic languages, like someone said earlier. Do you get what I'm saying? No matter
Michael,
what
can
it
you
is.
share screen?
Yeah, can you show him?
No, no. Listen. I need some delete, right? It's good for people to see the language trees when talking and timelines, right? So if someone can share screen, I can't though. Sorry.
Put it in the back though. Your
Pause, man. What the hell am I
want to?
Pause,
Sorry,
man.
pause that you want to show.
No, but I'm on my phone.
You can't put it. You can't put the link in the back.
I said put it in the back.
Put it in the back, man. Put it in the back, man. I'm trying to chill. I'm not trying to do no work today, man.
Yeah, you did a lot, Mike. I'm proud of you, man. You showed us so much stuff as well.
Fuck's sake. Yeah, and I'm still gonna show you. I could share my screen and show you stuff relevant.
I know. I saw the index. I saw there was some stuff that you didn't show.
Yeah, I liked the index, Mako, yesterday.
Yeah, that was
it
the
was
color
a good
coding I tried to
build up. I mean, the introduction. Yeah.
No, but big up to MJ and it was Shani, because I said the levels the man's them was low, you know, like with M Stacks and all of these other debates. They weren't really
and Beefy. Remember, I know you don't want to say it, but yeah.
But them lots one was enjoyable because
Zulu.
they both had the PowerPoints, innit?
You remember when he
They
tried
both
to
had
click
the
on the one
PowerPoint.
and it was
Yeah.
But what I should have done was stuck to my own style, and yeah.
He tried to copy and paste
Yeah.
this. Oh man. That was hilarious. We need to watch that, bud.
Yeah, that was funny, man. That was funny. That was a killer.
Can you imagine he wants to debate me? Ha, he must be joking.
Who's Beefy?
Beefy wants to debate me.
No, Beefy was alright, man. I felt personally he won that, but you know, because they were arguing on two different points. I don't think that M Stacks was even in the right universe, but he did what he thought he was arguing against, and it wasn't what the argument was. So it was a good thing because he had researched his thing in it. But again, it was within the realms of what man was saying. He was using a hadith to verify a hadith. It was like a bit weird, but you know, yeah, it's down to the judges, isn't it? But actually, on the actual evidence, yeah, and that mess up with the thing was what messed him up. Do you remember?
Yeah.
For the 10 minutes. Like,
You played the video for like the first 10 minutes, just like watching a video. Like,
no, he was looking for something, wasn't
oh
it?
yeah, it was like 1 minute, 1 second, 1 minute.
Yeah,
1 minute.
and it went on for a while. It went for like almost 10 minutes. So that's what screwed him over. Other than that, his information was all right. And I think the video was thing, but he should have broke it down. That's what they were saying, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because it was good, but you couldn't stop. It wasn't stopping long enough for people to pick up the verses and chapters and all of that.
Yeah, Marco, it's a little bit like it's a debate, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, not a. Yeah, you get what I mean.
Yeah, we have to change our style. As I said, I was thinking it was all, you know, like get all the research, do all the proper things, and do like a proper researcher would. I would assume. Do you get it? Even that's exhausted though. You get me? Because as I said, I didn't want to use Wikipedia because that would have been a big.
Oh no. I was just like, nah. Yesterday I saw Wikipedia a couple of times. I was like, nah. You don't do that in academia. We don't do that in academia, people.
Not
a reliable source. We'll be expelled if you use that. Nah.
Imagine if they copied and pasted the whole thing on the Wikipedia, just read it.
Oh my god.
Yo.
Big up, Scripture.
We can't hear you, Scripture. We can't hear you.
All right, bro.
No, he's joking.
I'm joking, man. Oh my god.
Yo.
You know, man was gonna jump off. I thought he was gonna jump off. Like, nah.
Yeah, he's gonna jump off as well.
Fucking phone, man.
Nah, man, I can fire up my laptop, man. Fuck's it. You get me? Like, I'm telling you, man. Like, StreamYard is holding a big grudge.
Building. Well, it was 100 just a minute ago. Go back to 100, man. Oh, God. The day
man. Forward, man. Forward back to 100, man. Oh, go on.
Jeez.
You for turned. You're not.
Two people going to make tea and that.
They're pissed. What's about to happen? Pissed.
Big up, Kemo, man. Who you slaying in the chat, man?
Yeah, big up, Kemo.
Punching on beefy earlier, boy. Like, yo, go sleep. Go bed, man. Go your bed.
People trying it, man.
Man said to him, play a video game on silent.
Nah.
I was crying, man. I was like, listen, Script, you can't stop me from dragging Beefy all over the floor right now, you know. I said, oh, for fuck's sake. I help the brothers out, man. You know what I'm saying? I try and help them out, man. But they
don't get wrong, Beefy scrapper. He's a scrapper still.
Yeah, bro. Like, you get me? Man already know, innit? You get me? So, you get me? I try.
What he got is wise African facts.
Yeah, that's it.
How you translate it to English? You get me? Like this is the real African spirituality. Yeah, he knows every language. Every language is a break off of his language. You should have seen him at Speaker's Corner. This guy's amazing. Still, you got me? He's got skills.
I don't know about that.
Bro, I'm telling you,
he makes things up, man. He does remixing.
No,
I know the guy that he watches.
I wouldn't say I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say he makes things up. What he does do, Zulu, if you notice, is that he tries to incorporate a lot of the time when he's going by what people think is hearsay or pseudo, like he's going from teachings from within and also via elder peers of the culture. You know what I'm saying? So it's not necessarily something that you can look at on paper. Do you get what I'm saying?
But you know, I disagree here because.
And then we end up there.
I'll tell you this, if you go to the village, like things, Beefy doesn't like anything associated with the sky daddies or gods. So even though we know in our African spiritualism we had God, right? We had the supreme deities, etc. He wants to kind of disassociate. So he'll deny Mari being a supreme god. But anyway, you look online, you talk to
because the Beefy is this brother. He is Mari.
Yeah, and not only that, it's a supreme consciousness.
Nah, like Maury's a creator god, bro. He's
but this is what I'm trying to say. Beefy is Maury. Beefy will tell you he's Maury.
It's
but he's misinterpreting his own culture.
No, it's Kemet again. That's all.
But that's what I'm saying. Even though still Zulu, there ain't nothing wrong with that.
No, it is because no Shana would say that.
In the beginning, God made.
He's making shit up.
No,
like,
he's not.
I've got Shana in my family. They don't say shit like that.
But he's not your typical though. He's not like your. No disrespect to your family if you see it as such. But I'm not even trying to. He's not that Shona. Do you get what I'm saying? He's beefy, fam, and beefy's gonna tell you what beefy thinks. Do you get what I'm saying? Like you need to understand.
He treats what he thinks as a fact scripture.
That's but this is what I'm saying to you.
Hold on. What you're discounting as well, Zulu, is that you remember Beefy had a channel. Yeah?
Okay.
Beefy has a channel, sorry. You get what I'm saying? And he used to do good deal on there, man. He's the first FPK, man. No, but again, his sources and his scholars were African. So where maybe people were treating him a little bit like a Shaka Ra type of, do you get it? Like, but I'm saying to man, it works both ways. You have to have like the European point of view and your own people's point of view, because they definitely have a point of view. If we say they've been writing for thousands of years, whether it's on floor, whether it's on their bodies, whether it's in material, whether it's on thing, the message always gets conveyed. Do you get it? So we always kept records and kept our history, whether it's orally and all of these type of things. But how far will we go back? We're still trying to estimate. No one wants to talk about it.
Let me show you how he's all over the place here. A few, say a year ago, when I first spoke to Beefy on Hangouts, he used to send me videos on the Bantus being Hebrews. So he was on the Hebrew thing initially. Whether or not he was fully on it, he was agreeing with the information. He would send me videos. Right? And I could show you. I'm not even making this up.
No. I'm saying it's not mad that he sent you the information, but to think that he supports that information with his life, no, I don't think so, bro.
No. Okay, well, I can show you this evidence of him sending me a video about it. So I don't know.
I can believe it. I can believe that he sent you it. I can't believe that he believes it wholeheartedly. And I think a lot of people do that to each other, assuming because they know some information that's where you stand on it. That would be a bit ridiculous.
Okay, maybe not. That's a possibility. I don't know his intentions or whatever. But the point is, he seemed more open to certain things. But somewhere down the line, anti-Abrahamic God, and just went went straight for it. Anytime someone mentions Bible, Quran, it's like, so I got a question, quick question. In your book it says, it's like he just transitioned to this.
He's a dog with a bone. But
the like every time anyone.
But the good thing is he's gonna do it round man. You get what I'm saying? And unless you got an answer for him, then you ain't got an answer. If you got an answer and you say, no, Beefy, I would pull him up bare times and say, Beefy. And once I've explained it to him, you get what I'm saying? If he's satisfied enough, he will just be quiet. But, that's very hard.
He's selective, though. He will do that for you because he's your friend, though. He do that for you. He won't do that for anyone else.
I feel that I give him a decent explanation on my point of view. Then I'll see him use that same question on other people. This is why sometimes when he's saying it, I won't answer because he knows my answer to it already. Do you get it? That's the friend bit, that he already knows my point of view on it. So he can say what he wants because he's not talking to me. I've already given him an answer. Just like Sarah Galvi in the park. I'm like, bro, you don't really believe this about Muslims and do you get what I'm saying? Because I'll break this, and this down. Okay, I can accept that. All right, cool. Yeah, we're not the same as them man over there, right? We're clear, yeah. All right, cool. And we move on. So, information is key, man. Therefore.
I'm just saying I know the kind of evidence. Listen,
Beef is dangerous, boy.
There's a channel called Comatics, yeah. That's the channel that he watches, yeah, for his information. And I've watched that channel.
As well.
I've synced his arguments with that channel for a long time. Every time he made claims, I've went back to that channel and watched the videos. And he literally word for word copies. He copies Comatics word for word. The guy that he's copying has no credentials, no actual, he's not acclaimed. He hasn't got any historical workings or anything. He's literally a guy that mixes and matches African cultures and certain things and comes up to conclusions. My issue is, hold on, one last thing, yeah. But no, there's nothing wrong with that. But here's the thing, Maku. Okay. What's important is authentication. You can learn many things, but learning those many things without authenticating it is useless, because I can remember a lot of things. If the things I'm remembering aren't true, what's the point? So it's about learning things and being able to validate it or authenticate it, not just spewing random things and knowing many things.
No. But hold on. There's things that you don't know about nature and how to live in nature.
What you don't know is how to study things via self, and that doesn't require books necessarily all the time. Yeah, like when you studied and you've looked in as much books you can look in and blah blah blah. You need to start applying to self, bro. You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, some brothers can do that with knowledge of self. So it's all good, you want to come with this reference and I'm going to look up what this guy wrote about this subject, but I can't necessarily trust him or him if I can't apply it to myself. That's a bit mad, or if it don't make sense even.
Yeah, but making sense is subjective. Quantum physics doesn't make physics may not make sense to me, but doesn't mean it's not true.
Okay, cool. So you've got a theory for quantum physics in a book, but if I was to verbally tell you about quantum physics, you don't know that it's true, but it might not exist at the same time.
Like, as in, I don't understand the inner workings of certain practices and theories and things, where it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Just because I'm ignorant of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You know what I mean?
So therefore, why can't both parties be heard? And the sense of what both parties are speaking of, whether it's educational in terms of on paper or not, doesn't necessarily make a difference as long as it makes sense.
But again, making sense, scripture, it's not this. We don't all have the same making sense. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
No, we don't have all the same making sense, but we can all understand sense or make sense of something. We're not all the way ignorant, bro. Do you get what I'm saying? So if somebody explains something to you in a way that you can understand, you're gonna understand it, innit? Regardless.
Yeah, if someone customizes it for the person they're speaking to, so like for example, if they know my character and then they word it in a way that I understand, that's a separate thing. But if I'm speaking universally to a large crowd, not everyone is gonna take it in the same way or even understand it the same way.
Yeah, that's facts. And that's fine, because that's like that with almost everything, unless it's clear as day, which a lot of things ain't.
Yeah, a lot of things are not clear as day.
Do you know what I mean? Look at a prime example yesterday. Harmless fun the brothers having on his channel, EastEnders theme, all of a sudden it's racist. Do you get what I'm saying to you? So it's not, everything's not all as clear as day, bro.
Right.
And sometimes we have to come away from the books and study our psychology verbally. 1 to 5 to 7 doesn't really matter. But as long as we can converse about it and actually try and get some answers, whether it's metaphysically or otherwise, that's the point that we need to be getting to, bro. Do you get what I'm saying? I've just watched two brothers battle in a chat of their brother, yeah, with everybody watching, like, yeah, and they was trying to take it one more than the other, taking each other's head off. Big pause, yeah. It was peak, bro. Like, to the point where I had to say, yo, like, if it don't go this way, then both of you just need to allow it in. So they took it down, and it still ended up happening anyway.
In the chat.
Yeah. So now
must be chemo.
So now, what we need to understand as brothers is we can't be fighting in a burning house, bro. That's why I'm glad I can come on and I can actually have a conversation with the likes of brothers like you, young brothers like you. You know what I'm saying? Because you lot are in a different time frame to us. You know what I'm saying? So we all need to be on the same speed or the same frequency somewhere, innit? And if I'm making sense to you or I'm not making sense to you, it's about trying to have that little bit more patience sometimes, bro. You know, just a little bit, just to see if somebody's actually making sense instead of just fobbing them off and saying like you're talking shit because you haven't got no paperwork for me or no links for me to click into. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because that's No, I was gonna say that's what I find. Yeah, that's what I was gonna find. That's what I find the most disheartening at times when we want to go and run to the so-called scholars, which are the people them coming from Oxford and these kind of places, who, to be honest, me personally, I can't trust as far as I can throw them because they ain't even in my vicinity for me to try and pick them up to throw them, bro. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
So what I can say though is that they're not all the way talking shit. They have got some things in their information that might actually be factual or I can make sense of. And I won't have a problem.
Or they've misunderstood it and explained it properly. But this is the thing though. Even that, yeah, right. But this is the thing though. Sometimes when people, and I've done this myself, when we look into certain information, we start with a bias. So when we're looking into the information, we're trying to what's the word? We're trying to validate our opinions rather than find out what is the objective, logical truth. And I've done this many times. When you research the same things, you want to try and validate your beliefs. You're trying to validate your opinions. Or when you're against an ideology, like people are against Abrahamics, they will look at specific negative passages or things which can be misinterpreted, right, to try and validate their dismissal against said beliefs. But I think that's the problem with that is then they stop becoming objective and logical and they now become emotive. Because instead of looking for information objectively, they're now selectively looking for aspects of information to prove their personal beliefs. Do you see what I'm trying to say? So when Beaver comes at me and says, in your book it says da-da-da-da, and I can recognize he hasn't read the full chapter, nor does he understand the full context, it makes me question, are you trying to understand what the book is saying, or are you trying to find a contradiction to spark a conversation? Do you see what I'm trying to say?
It depends on the individual that you're dealing with. Yeah. If the individual that you're dealing with is known to be untruthful.
And Beefy's a box full of that, man. He's a box full of one-liners, one chapters, one verses. Yeah.
He comes from a people that do that on an everyday basis.
You're gonna have to wait. You're gonna have to wait for your turn because you're not gonna get that full debate with Beefy for a while. We're gonna find you someone better to match you up with, man.
Damn.
I mean, we know we definitely said like,
you gotta keep doing them reps, Zulu.
I know, man.
We have to keep you lot apart, man. You get me until it's time.
I don't want to do tribal war, man. I don't want to war against my own uncle.
I know, man. It's mad.
I feel bad, man. I feel like Judas. I feel like Judas. You know.
You can't beat up your uncle, man.
A nephew would
Did
just.
you just say you feel like Judas?
I feel like Judas. I can't do that to my uncle, man. I can't do it, man.
Listen, a nephew just stepped on our uncle's neck a second ago in the chat. The chat. What do you mean? Like,
I know, right? Yeah, man. That was wrong. That was wrong, man.
Come on, man.
But it's hard to subtract your personal opinions, right? And I do this all the time. It's not easy.
Especially when you're passionate about the subject at hand. Because not that you feel like you know. In your head, you know. There isn't thinking that you know.
But scripture, sometimes it's more about ego, though.
Sometimes.
Like, a lot of ego.
Sometimes. I would agree with that.
And sometimes I feel like people should just bring up the evidence, right? to prove the point more than just chit chatting all the time. So
like when they say like my voice is
sometimes
evidence,
the evidence is verbal. It's not something that
I hear that, but I feel like we're missing out sometimes in this.
Yeah, but
when
sometimes
we're
we
on
want to
the.
see if what they're saying is true in other places rather than just what they're saying, right? Just to make
Yeah.
sure it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes I find that people do that when they're backed into a corner, though.
100%.
Nah,
It's easy. It's an easy
I know why
I
you're
do.
saying that, Maki, because you like to say my words are evidence, what I say is evidence, but that's not. That's
No,
not
I mean I
necessarily
do
true,
bring
bro.
evidence a lot of the time, but as I said, yeah, it's through experience, study, reading, research, and thing. So we're not going to discount that. You know what I mean? Like people do these things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
And
true.
especially
It
black
is a
man.
method at the end of the day.
I hear that, Maku, but for the audience, right?
For the
We have to
audience that
think
doesn't
about the
know you.
audience too, right? So between us, it's cool. Like we
No,
know
as I
stuff.
said, it's just a method, though. Remember, if you're having intellectual discourse with someone or you're just having a conversation, and it gets a little bit sticky for them, they might start doing that. But in general, yeah, if we make that as a rule, then we have to do that, innit?
Like, Mike, I'll give you a
You know what I
perfect
mean?
example, yeah.
Mm.
Like when we had a conversation about melanin, yeah. And it's
Yeah.
not the only time, but I've noticed you are right on a lot of things, yeah. So I'll give
Mm.
you credit when credit's due. And you know I've said that. Like even
Yeah,
with the
yeah.
Canaanite thing, I know we've spoken about that as well, right?
Yeah.
But like it's only when I've looked online to validate what you said, what point you made, to where in my head it's like, okay, now it makes sense. But I only have to do that because sometimes like you won't. I know you say you can't be bothered, but it's like if you don't do the showing the evidence,
Pull up.
then no one's gonna, you know what I mean? But if you did that like more often, then people wouldn't be as suspicious of what you're trying to say.
Yeah,
You
but
know
unfortunately,
But it's not really suspicion. It's really what you know,
like,
isn't it?
I'm saying it's school of hard knocks, bro. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to certain things, a man's want to asking questions, a man's giving you the answer, but you want to cut man up. You don't want to listen. You be calling man names and stuff, and then it gets to the meat on the bones, and you're like, oh, cool. So that's what you were saying. Let me go and check this out, and you go and check and you validate what man's telling you. That's why he can't be bothered, because he's done it so many. How much times has Mackie done that, bro? He can't even fucking tell you, bro.
So that's still.
So it's
But
patience
yeah,
on his side as well. In
But
that
as I
sense, to
said,
also
in
go for it again.
conversation, no, it's all good though. If it comes to a time like that, and especially when I do a show, people want to see that as well.
True.
So I have to. I ain't got no
More
choice.
when you do a show, yeah. That's facts.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's no way.
That's really good what you're doing at the show. Yeah.
We just have to. It's part of the course, isn't it? But as I said, in conversation, because of the level and the abilities, like, man can talk on various subjects. So sometimes that's where the disbelief comes from, because they're like, oh, well, how you know so much about this subject? Because I researched it, because I was looking into something else, and I stumbled across this information. So for me to
because your people told me, B,
that
you know what I'm saying?
information,
Your people told me, yo, you know what I'm saying?
or even that. But even if they told me, I would definitely be a person who have to go and check it out for myself.
Of course.
I ain't sitting there listening to one person's information and say, yeah, that's what it is. I find people do that.
They're like Bobby the Fool. You know what I mean?
Yeah, people do that. Watch one video, and they go nuts. No, but I watched this video. And so, what does that
like
mean?
Neo when he learned Matrix.
That's pseudo.
Where's the primary evidence? You know what I mean? Just a video.
That's
What the
pseudo.
hell?
Yeah, just one. Even though video is evidence, but it depends what the video is saying. But I'm saying that's one person's point of view. Just like going on Google, there's going to be many point of views or many arguments to the question that you're asking.
This is why Wikipedia is not reliable, man.
That's
so
the internet full stop. And I say that things have changed over the years, where things I was able to Google easy. Now man have to go dig and
struggle to find them now, right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's
man.
overgrown. Plus, you can even you can even see how many people search the same shit that you search. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's crazy.
You see like 20 million. The
Like,
information you want now was probably like page 952. I don't know.
I saw it with the election when there was when they did a blatant rub out of Trump over Hillary. When he was running with Hillary. Yeah, they rubbed him out. If they're supporting you, you can clearly see it. If Google's supporting you, like everything you Google searched
it's you
on Hillary, it was just there. but on Trump, it was non-existent. I was like, that's crazy.
No, that's they love
This
that.
man's running for election. How is that possible?
And
He should be the most Googlest person out there, no? Then he's getting banned on Twitter and all of these social media and shit. Yeah, like what the fuck?
Yo, what's happening, guys? Big up, man. Big up.
Big up.
Oh dear.
Why do you say all this?
You know what's gonna happen.
Nah, man.
Hey, bro, stop talking about gold like gal, man. Stop talking about like gold like gal.
Look straight away.
You sound like gal, bro. You sound like Sarah.
Right away.
Gal, King Gold, bro.
Why are you calling out Sarah?
Get all your eyes on King Gold.
See, you
sound like Sarah or Trillo Cactus, man. Just chill out, man.
What?
What's wrong with you now?
You know them
Okay,
girly
Gold.
sound effects. Man making them girly sound. Okay. Just chill out, bro. Let me just let that just
We're having a nice conversation, talking about
What's
things,
wrong?
and then you
No,
just
I'm here.
come
I'm here to defend
What's
him.
wrong with you?
I'm here to defend him. What's your beef with Gold Teeth, man?
Our dear
What did they
They
do?
call me Goji Berry, bro. They call me Goji Berry, man, not gold. For fuck's sake, bro. I come here with pure knowledge and eye to food.
Wait, King God, how did your soup go that you made the other day? How did that go?
Yeah, it was decent. I'm still eating it.
Are you still cutting the yams now? Are you still cutting the yams?
By quantity, man. Quality is not really that. The quality is in the quantity.
Are you still cutting?
Listen, okay, so Maku, you know what? Yeah, you know what? I silently wanted you to be wrong. I silently want you to be wrong in a sense where I don't believe Africans would want to do that to fellow Africans, innit?
Do what?
Yeah, like
You what? You what exactly?
I tell you what I mean. Yeah, I tell you what I mean. This is what I mean. This is what I mean.
Do
Yeah?
what to fellow Africans, sorry?
How being a Muslim African, right? You're definitely not going to respect a man who worships, quote unquote, worships his ancestors, right? That's going to be that's going to be an enemy in terms of spiritual enemy.
How are
You're
you
going
gonna
to say,
make
hey, now
assumptions for someone
these
else?
people who are doing the most. These people who are doing the most gross thing.
Is that what we? Sorry, is that not what we're doing in religion?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, then cool. Then
so not only they told them not to do it. So not only they told them not to do it, they're doing it themselves. So they're hypocrites. So they're not only telling you to do.
I've never been told not to do anything. I'm just I read the Quran. I listen to the stories. I understand the stories. I've read them in many other books and all of that, and I try to use my own logic to understand the information. But yeah, what you're talking about is the common theme, yeah, that atheists and people like that say, is that it seems that you think that religion stops us researching and governs our lives to such an extent that it clouds our thinking, and I think that's unfair. I think there's frailty in that somebody who's a scientist can't be a Buddhist, can't be a Muslim, can't be a Christian, can't be a Zulu. You know what I'm saying? Like, it makes no sense. No matter what you do or what you are, it depends how you carry it, right? I think you carry your religion as is a personal thing, and it.
Do you know what made me believe what you said, Uncle? You know what made me believe what you said? Yeah, is because I've got a close relative that who bears the name Njoku, yeah. And he's Muslim. He's like got nothing to do with Islam. He's nothing around his history is Muslim, but he's like fully gone to it, right? And he's actually represented in the media when it comes to a certain place. I think he's moved somewhere where there's a lot of Muslims, and he's become a Muslim. He's going to become a very prominent person because Igbo people, when they move, they become like quite big, like stars or something in other countries, isn't it? So he's like one of the well-known Muslim converts. But his name's Njoku, so he's actually linked to the spiritual systems. His surnames. So when I say, right, why has he gone to that? Why has he given up his spiritual connection towards a spiritual system? And it kind of makes me think. It does make me think that I'll have a deeper conversation.
There must be similarities. Sorry,
I'm going to sound like a waffling now.
No. I'm saying there must be similarities. That's why it's so easy. It's an easy transition. Do you get what I'm saying? Because it has to be very similar. And this is what I'm trying to say to man. If you're talking about African spirituality and spiritual system, that is religion you're talking about.
Right.
Do you get what I'm
See,
saying?
that's what I'm
'Cause
saying. So now the collective
the
have
rest
moved
is just
on.
a way of being.
Yeah. So now, like the collective, it's almost like saying, okay, Egypt was just an epoch, or Kemet was an epoch. It was a time in Black history,
right?
And everybody had a particular mindset. But now the most up to date mindset is these.
Not everybody. For example, so like with Akhenaten, he just wanted to worship and be in the school of the sun, right?
Yeah.
Right. His name was already that. Sorry. Yeah. Tutankhamun or Amenhotep, Amun Ra. He already had the sun in his name already. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
so him changing the sun to the Aten, do you get what I'm saying? And then calling himself Akhenaten, yeah, is no different from his original name in a sense. You was already represented that school. You represent the school of Amun Ra. And that's the school of an aspect of the sun, in a sense.
And that's the essence of nature. But with this, yeah. So basically, whoever was the primordial god, so Bess would have been the representation of the one, innit? That one sort of the Most High.
No,
because even Egypt had the most concept of the Most High at the same time as them having a pantheon, right?
Yes.
And he would have been the main supreme deity.
Well, he was the hidden one, right? The one you can't see. The hidden factor, in a sense, right? The unseen creator. You can call it whatever you want when you get to other parts of Africa.
Question, Uncle, my question was here. Sorry, I've made a point.
But you can call it what you want when you get to other parts of Africa. This is my point.
So then, man, are still really in essence, yeah. People who are clinging on to this one God, most supreme theism, really is just saying, okay, we still believe in the supreme deity.
Yeah.
Yeah. So ultimately,
no, because it's one God. It's polytheism, isn't it? Right. It's one original creator that created gods. It's how you interpret gods, because nowadays it's interpreted as the one true creator, when it was really people, physical people, the ones God blessed with melanin. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is. But
it's interesting, man. It's interesting. I just noticed that there was a war between people who didn't have ancestral lineage or any type of inherent glory in terms of like aristocracy, some sort of hierarchy type of element to their life. If they weren't in that sphere, then they would have been sort of outsiders. So that I can understand why the clashing of like almost say nomads or people who wanted equality would go against these people in high power, and they would have been the deities. So when you look at who the people in power, who the people are they going against now? The lions of deified people, right? So that's what it is, man. That's what it is. And when you look at it like that, we don't like these people who hoard wealth, innit? We just don't like. You're never gonna like them being on the bottom. So that's where we find ourselves now.
I say, look, there's a level to knowledge and certain things, right? And for these masons and thing, they look at the original master builders like Tar and Imhotep and all of these type of things, right? Or Nimrod.
Do you know what, Uncle? Though?
Yeah.
Why would they hate us? Why do Arabs and Europeans hate, or look on the surface, hate them and be so aggressive against black people? Yet they so willingly will take on their social system and not want to create something that's completely theirs. You know, if you hated someone that much, you wouldn't want nothing to do with it, would you?
No, that's not true.
So you're saying it's so good that they wanted. You're saying it's so good that they wanted to steal it.
No, I think we bring soul to any situation. And yeah, you can't live with us and you can't live without us. That's a reality for them. You know what I'm saying? So however it much igs them of our existence, they have to honor it and say that, look, these are the original people, and they bring soul. Like all these ethnics, they bring soul to the whatever area they live in or whatever, and give it life.
I.e., to act black, and be black are two different things. But you wanna, or should I say, they wanna test it out. So it's cool that they got a favorite hip hop song that they can cuss the word nigger to every now and again, and this kind of thing. But actually going out of their way to actually, because they can't actually be black as much as some of them might actually want to. We don't want to. We don't want that niggerish stuff around here. But I'm gonna say it in my favorite rap song when I'm on the way to work in the morning and stuff of that nature. That's cool. Don't want nothing to do with them slaves.
Yeah, man, it's I swear, I promise you, brother. It's something that any person's going to think about over and over again, and it's definitely something I would like to know about because I feel like Muslims do get a hard reaction. They get a reaction in the form of it's like someone coming and say, "Oh, what you got this? Share that." It looks like they're jealous almost, isn't it? It looks like they're jealous, isn't it? Oh, they don't want the people to pray to the ancestors. Like everything's got to be equal. You know, share. It's that type of vibe. They don't really like bougie people. Like bougie is something that they don't like. I've heard a lot of Muslims say, "Oh, bougie." They don't like people who. It's not even they don't like.
Hold on. Do you think
awareness?
Do you think that everybody around the world, right, thinks that whatever faith or religion they're in, think those beings or those prophets and all of that are their ancestors? Because if we look at it in aspects like that, then you can kind of see how things is easily translated. Yeah, you can't start putting things in the sense of, I understand why Europeans would have a white Jesus, for example. You know what I'm saying? And God would be white. Like, I fully understand it.
For their youths, isn't it? Yeah, go on.
Right. So ours would be black, right?
Yeah.
Ours would be black. So this is what it is. It's just that people, they're trying to usurp it. You know, they're the most interested in that type of system. They've created systems out of it, off it. Still trying to work out how to build a pyramid. Crazy. Yeah. We're dealing with the speed of light and speed of sound and Fibonacci sequences and all sorts. This is what we're dealing with. You know what I mean? Aspects of nature and, you know, real sciences from long way back. And spirituality. The whole concepts of this heaven and hell stuff is with us, man. From the small village all the way down to Kemet.
I did use an analogy earlier on.
They keep using Kemet in a sense, in the small sense, when we get down to the dynasties. But if you know Tamaray, yeah, it's the whole continent.
Because what you're doing, Snipes, is ultimately what you're saying is, we had a prototype for a cannon in Nigeria. It was yay high. It had this much of power. It shot this rate of fire, and it was in its early stages. And then some Chinese man saw your prototype, went to China, built his own, double the size, didn't look anything what it originally looked like, but the same thing, the same mechanism was in place. Can they now say, okay, well, that's African. That's an African cannon they're shooting. And then China man say, well, it's not, because you had the concept. We designed it different. Okay, we've got the same thing, but it's definitely not African because we made it with parts that were from not out of Africa, right? And we didn't follow the same design completely.
Well, that's different.
But you had the same concept. But so can you now? That's what I'm saying. So it's hard to now you to want to claim.
Well, that's different with items, but spiritual systems and mythos. No, that has to be the case. That's definitely the case. When we go to China, when we go to and we deal with Buddha. Sorry. When we deal with the concepts of the Buddhas and their afro hair, You get what I'm saying? And they're very black features. Like, this is not a joke. This is reality. You get what I'm saying? So, like, we're not making it up. Yeah, we know that we as Africans traverse the planet. The little ones, the tall ones, doesn't matter. Wherever they went, yeah, culture arises and all of that. It's just a natural course. Another thing is timing.
Very
Are
interesting.
people going over and going over and going over to the same place again over time? Because they know their people are there, or their people traveled there, or it's just a natural thing for humans to want to see what's on the other side of the hill. You know what I'm saying?
Right, and you would
if we can't trace where we originate from, there's no trace. Like we're still struggling to find where Africans come from. Who's the first African or what he looked like? But science is saying, well, it's you lot. So we're saying, well, then what tribe is that? What would that look like? What would the early version of us look like? The ones that are older than them and still in Africa, our ancestors. We still fortunate in that respect. That we with our ancestors who, as I said, are not the same species as us. They're older species. Yeah, but they're putting funny names on us. You know what I mean? They're calling us this. They're calling us Keniopithecus, Australopithecines, all of these type of funny names. Instead of to say it's the same people. You know what I mean? I don't know what they're doing, Ralph. Or the old look, the old primordial look of those people, which are like the pygmies and shit. That's why you're finding pygmies all over the planet, no?
Where it said it was interesting, yeah, because the dense West Africa, the only find where densest part of Africa we find pygmies is Cameroon, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it all made sense earlier on when I heard that people saying that. Yeah, but you know, when you see Muslims traveling around, yeah, if you was a black person back in the day traveling around, the thought of not just eating everything and taking any type of produce unless it's halal from the people who you're going to settle against would have been a very good ideology to have in your mind, right? Try to be a reservation because the women would have been gone.
It's cultural. Right, what we're talking about is a very nomadic lifestyle.
Yes. So people who want to go on.
And trade and going to locations. A lot of these stories require water holes, trading towns, and a lot of these type of stuff. You know, man riding around on camels or in tents in the Bible's case and in the Quran's case as well. You know what I mean? So we could see the nomadic lifestyle, which we're calling Arab. Yeah, and Arab means to just traverse the desert, man, or live in a harsh or mad up environment. You know what I mean? So what you're going to see through all the books is some of the practices and things you're asked to do is based on that lifestyle. Not based on that lifestyle. I mean, what you're reading is based on a lifestyle in a region at a particular time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So you would have to strict like jumping into a hot bath, but make sure you do your ghusl and ghusl. You get me? So yeah.
You know it's quite interesting, brother. Yeah, I promise you. Yeah. When I heard Shaka's introduction, right, and saying, "Oh, well, these spiritual systems or this theism is nothing to do, is not African." I've heard that from like I'd say most respected scholars that like to teach. That's like one of the ideas, isn't it? That it's not African. But then, at the same breath, they'll say, "Oh, well, it was stolen from Africa." All right, this is something that is comes from Egypt. So it's almost like it was stolen. And
what? It was stolen. It's stolen, and we don't have it no more.
It's very complex for me, bro. I don't usually get bamboozled to this degree, but it's like now I've started to care less about if it was Arabs or black people that created Islam. Like I'm just starting to think the mindset of whoever these people were and why they had their beliefs that they did. And it doesn't matter anymore.
As I said, once we start breaking down Arabs and who they are, then we start breaking down what they are and what some people are claiming. And these are definitely like African or nomadic African doing their thing. Do you get what I'm saying?
It's like, bro, it's like these people are sucking up ideas and concepts from Africans so quickly that if the person wasn't there to say, look, I did it, these people would take it on as their own. And they'd throw you in the bottom of the ocean and no one would know that it was your concept or your idea. That's what they've been doing. So it's so believable. I can so believe that something like Islam would have been black and not actually Arabic or Arabic is, see, that's the thing. Now,
Arabic, as I said, it comes from Ashuric, Syriac, which is a Semitic language. So a lot of these tribes, these Beni Hashim and all of these type of people, and these Ethiopians, a lot of the tribes of the Koresh are Ethiopian tribes, and all of that. So again, proving it's all based on Africans. Allah was an African man. Like, what are you doing out here? The Umayyads, even the time period.
Stolen legacy. Another stolen legacy. You would never have thought that there was a man called Barbarossa Suleiman who was a black man, who was the best leader of that time. I had to fucking find his name in a haystack, bro. Well, it was when I read the book of Moors to Spain, but yeah, man, it's like it's trying to steal legacies, bro. And then when you look at it, people at these times only could have been black. The only people really at these times would have been black, and they wouldn't have been on the bottom, innit? So
listen, we philosophize so much because, again, when we get to the modern era, like the 5th century and all of that, like we've got Timbuktu, we've got books on knowledge on. You get it? Ridiculous levels, like, you know what I mean? In all sorts of languages. Arabic, Aramaic, all sorts going on. Egyptian, written. When you see Egyptian written and you see the Arabic, you're not really going to see much of a difference. You know what I mean? Like, people just assuming like the hieroglyph is what it is. It's like, bro, see, like dunce. Yeah. Look up the Coptic language and see how that sounds.
It's a Semitic. It's just Semitic, and what we call, I'm gonna say, original African. Yeah.
Originally Southern African. Let's say Southern African or East African or
Southern African, or Nubian. I'm gonna call it. Oh, not Nubian.
Yeah, especially Nubian and
that's the start of it.
Tights and all of them type of them. The pygmies, basically.
Yeah, they're getting their stuff stolen at such an alarming rate, right? And it's not only it's Arab as well that's getting his stuff stolen, right? So it's good. I've definitely understood now, bro. And I'm trying. And trust me, bro. You were the only people that could have really opened my eyes to Islam and its connection to black people, right? Because I would never really have known. Worked it out.
No, but you as I said, you got family members. We all got family members who are Muslims and have Muslim names and all of that. It's not an issue. As I said, like how it's thought about in the West is totally different to how it's perceived in Africa. There's no perception or there's no compunction in religion in that sense of like, your name's not down, you're not getting in. We don't necessarily think that we worship together, we do all sorts of things together. Like we don't, it doesn't affect our cultural practices as well. You know what I mean? Weddings and all of that. Some do it traditional, some do it the ancient Christian way or ancient Arabic way or Islamic way or but it's all going to be like a mix and blend because that's how our society is built. Would you say that's how you build a culture, right?
It is definitely. Would you say that Muslims? Would you say in Africa Muslims would be the more stricter type of spiritual practices?
In a sense, yes.
It is. Like if you could.
I mean, they're very, very strict in some respects. Yeah, with some things, but in other respects, they're just living their lives. But people know that they're disciplined. People know that they will fight to the death. You know what I mean? You got tribes of us who will just, they're Muslims, man. Don't fuck with them, man. They'll fuck you up, man. Really? You're like, yeah, man. It's long, man. It's long. It's not even worth
Mad
it.
Max,
You know what I'm
boy.
saying?
Mad Max.
Yeah,
Riding
man.
up.
There's some
Mad
Muslim
Max.
ones who just smash bottle on their own head. Them houses, they say, don't get into argument with them, one. And two, if you see them fighting each other, just allow it, man. Stay out of it. Know your place, man. Slow your roll, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't fuck with the houses, bro. So when they get into beef with each other, because they're wallahi and doing all sorts of mad stuff. Wallahi, oh, mad. Smashing bottles on their own head before they're fighting you. That's crazy. Seen them, man. They cut their own hand with the glass and that. Cut their own self across their chest and that. Them died. Yeah, that's the guys we're talking about in my country. A lot of them are mechanics as well.
Yeah, see, like, yeah, man, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, people, depends, man, how you are as a person, innit? Because if you don't mind having, like, I prefer to be around someone who could speak their mind and was, if the shit kicked off, they could actually defend people around them, innit? You know, so take that as you want to take it, innit?
And what I was going to say is that there's been many Muslim, African, Nigerian, whatever leaders of my country and all of that, and it's never been an issue, man. Don't think the Christians are sitting there pissed off and saying, fuck, why is this Muslim in charge? Like, it doesn't work like that, man. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't work like that.
Wait, that was a sick debate yesterday, though, boy. You lot both made opposite claims, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Why I was sitting there like, there's no way this can be happening. This can't be happening. They don't see eye to eye on none of it.
But I'm saying, like, my claims, and his claims are based on my claims, in a sense. You know what I'm saying? They're the same. But I'm saying that what he's talking about is spirituality and an idea taken from Kemet. So everybody's gone across the continent and they seem to be doing something around the same thing. He's saying voodoo is Kemet. So I'm saying, okay, then that's where the spirituality lies and the thing for many different African people, because that's where the information went to eventually. Do you get it? It starts in the village and then it goes as we move, in a sense, you know. And we're not known to sit still. It's only recently we started to sit still when Europeans start put borders on us. Yeah, we ain't moving like we used to. We used to move around the continent a lot, from the Middle East to all of that, and now we've lost our traveling skills.
It's true. It's true. It's the Yorubas of traveling now more than the houses.
Well, we ain't even traveled no more for about 3,000 years now. We ain't moved.
Well, I suppose
we've been there now for 3,000 years. That's dead food, man. Like, we've stopped the ability to do what we used to do, you know? Like, we used to move, man. We're warriors. We've had many battles and many other civilizations prior to what you're calling now. Do you get it? Under different banners, under different schools of thought and that. Especially,
but then man in Africa, then man in America would say, "Oh, wait, but we had indigenous here already."
But when we're talking about Christianity, the home of Christianity and Judaism, that is definitely the east side of Africa. And once they put it to Ethiopia, you're basically saying Egypt, man. Because once you go back in time, you start to realize, oh shit, it's the same place. It's a part of the same place more than any other place. Yeah. And it's where you found the oldest bones of humans. Everything seems to be matching up, you know, when we do the investigation. And that.
So you say basically Christianity was one of the things that came out of the unification of the nations in Egypt. And that makes sense. It makes sense. Right. It's very harmonious. And
imagine if you've got foreigners coming in, like certain Europeans, leaving out and then creating their own ideology. All of a sudden they've got Zeus and all of that. Well, where did you get it from? Because while you was in Egypt, you was dunce as fuck. You know what I'm saying? And now all of a sudden you got a little bit of knowledge. All of a sudden you start making up your own shit. Cool, no problem. Based on our shit. Yeah. They rated some of the people like Imhotep. Imhotep's name was Escalapius. If you look it up, yeah, one of the gods of
that sounds Greek.
Right, That's one of the gods of Greece. You get me?
Yeah, and that's Malta.
So
Malta.
I'm saying. So you can see what way it's going round. If you have that as an example, it's not like the Egyptians took it from the Greeks. No, it's from the Greeks took it from the Egyptians. Plain and simple. Just to get their own pagan ideas is still coming from these Egyptians. And that is the idea of worship and certain things and all of these things, all these concepts. Christ to be anointed with the crocodile oil, stuff they used to initiate man in Egypt from thousands of years ago.
How come you see the Maltese? They've got something to do with this Ottoman push, this Moorish push. Because you see a lot of these Europeans that look are Maltese or these Mediterraneans. They've all got black ancestry in it, and they're all in positions of power now, bro. Yeah, they're not like the Turk. They're not getting their stamped on or anything, or the outer Middle Eastern. They're like the European effect. They're like the after effect, or they're like what comes out of the Ottoman push, or the Moorish push. But them Maltese, they're still got kind of like Muslim. They're kind of Muslimized. But they hold a lot of power, man. They hold a lot of power. So I know that was a very, very strong group of people, man, back in the day. Whoever that push was from, that was like the golden era of Islam, and that was when it was so closely connected to black people. And we see a lot of these Maltese, they actually really like black people, and they cling on to that black ancestry, which they generally would have during the times of Spain, innit, getting conquered and whatnot.
Some of that stuff is late again.
And the Sicilians hold on to their inherent Moorish blood as well, innit? They like it. They like the thought that their ancestors were warriors and shit, innit? So you hear them a lot talking about it now. So this is why, like the African Muslim had a massive impact on the world, right? Due to people like the Maltese and the Sicilians, right? And they don't make that
definitely...
shit. So someone like me is just like, I'm pissed off, bro.
Oh, you didn't know that we enslaved them?
Who?
Like the first black Arabs enslaved Europeans.
Yeah, I know. The Maltese were one of the ones, but they used the Maltese because the Maltese like using horses, right? So they used the Maltese and said, yeah, well, we need some sort of European horse riders in our conglomerate. So they brought them on top as mercenaries. So they were quite actually, because they were like, at that stage, they weren't as light now, innit? The European didn't come in and just took over the land. They were kind of darkish, mixed race.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mediterranean, as some would say, innit?
Yeah, but these brothers, I reckon they were dark though, innit? They were like, but they just had they had admix, but they were dark, bro. They were dark.
Definitely.
So we see the Knights of Malta and all these things,
these admixtures now is different. But remember that part of Malta or Georgia is near where the Caucasus Mountains are. So yeah, there's a lot of people can come down off the other side of that, and that's one of the first places they would stop and set up or whatever. So it's interesting that you say people from there are doing well, supposedly.
Interesting. You know what's fucking like the panel I jumped on, brother, and it's like shit. The panel kind of just went quiet, but
yeah, having a long ass conversation, bro.
Yeah.
Like no one really wanted to get involved in between.
I know, bro. I'm trying not to, man. I'm trying not to. Like I try not to.
Yeah, man. Big up Gabs and
come on,
Zulu. Yeah, man.
Yeah, Gabs and Zulu. Yeah, guy had some bit of knowledge still about Egyptian system, innit?
He knows, man. He knows what I know, basically, as what Scripture knows. So yeah.
That's the brother that was in Hyde Park with Jeds that time, innit? I think I've seen him a couple of times with Jeds, right? Speaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's me. There's a couple of videos of me and Gabs and Beefy, and sometimes Captain.
Yeah, boy, trying to take on. Because the main thing was you lot would have been get hushed as well by a lot of these
Nah, we was rushing them. That was the days when we was dominant in the park. Do you remember those days when we was dominant? No one could beat us, man. Like everybody was coming out. Everybody from every there was bare Israelites, bare
Wait, that was
everything,
sick, you
bare of
know. That was
everything.
sick. Fuck that
RGB.
time, man. That needs to come
Everyone
back, man.
came out. Sikh. There was bare. There was this bare. It was bare colourful upping thing. This is
Bro,
what
I'd have
made
been up there,
people
man.
like. This is what made people like Raj and all of these type of people come to Speaker's Corner, because we opened the floodgates of this intimidation by certain certain Arab and Asian brothers. You get me? Yeah, we had to. We brought a little more character, and that's what we're trying to say. And that's a
They must have thought, oh my god, these guys are creating
universal
stir,
thing.
man. Shit. We got, you know, we can't have people questioning us about our spiritual beliefs. How dare they? So yeah, it's I think it's quite honourable.
Well, as I said, we
But the truth is
revolutionized the
truth,
part. We're not the revolutionaries of the part, but we definitely, with the way things were done, changed and became a little bit more interesting. Because like, you don't have no G circles now. You don't have certain things. You don't even have Somali corner. You don't have nothing. Do you know what I'm saying? It's just gone back to dead. You know what I mean?
Do you know what's interesting is that when I looked at Speaker's Corner, Islam was completely usurped, and you know whose face was on the front of it? I think his name was the one, the dick pic man, the Dawa brother. His face was on the front of Islam, bro. For me, in my eyes, isn't it? Right, or the Shia Blade runner, the brother that was running after him. Them brothers there was like, okay, that color was like, yeah, they were representing like this was completely us pale Arabs. I don't want to use that word, but and for me, that's all I knew. But until someone came and said, yeah, like yourself, and you, so that was your thing, and it was like, right, these brothers are literally usurped this pretty much. Because in my eyes, as a very learned and not like I'm very, I take attention to detail, bro. That there was nothing black about Islam at that stage. For me, there was nothing black about it, apart from there had been a couple of black warriors that they used to fight a couple of wars, and they got some notoriety, you know. But yeah, the whole concept of it being African was like I would never have guessed it up until brothers like yourself. And you know what? Yeah, like fair dues. Yeah, like the Muslims, the black Muslims that were there got hard. You know what I mean? They got hard experience. It wasn't easy, because I heard a lot of brothers up there saying, "Oh man, you're dumb." I heard some brother. There was a good conversation, and I heard one of these African. I think he was a Jamaican brother. He said, "You're dumb. You fucking," and he was just screaming, "You're dumb," to this Muslim brother, this small, quiet as well, and he's kind of short black brother. But he was like, and I thought, right, that was the whole black community was there in it, and you all debated. And there was a Somali brother that had one eye.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and that was hard, because I thought, right, the Muslims, the black Muslims especially, they're taking a hard time. They're getting like kicking, basically. Yeah, and then I thought, yeah, you got to be dumb. Like, how can you? But now, someone like yourself, I've got to respect it. I've got to look into it, bro. I've got to kind of respect it, and then try not to, because it's in a sense it's quite good. It's quite good to know that actually black people haven't been curtailed and completely usurped for all their spiritual and cultural practices. And then now all of a sudden we've got some mindless, lobotomized Muslim black people running around.
That's the problem. That's the problem in our culture. Yeah, we definitely have championed the Abrahamic faiths as our tool of conquering and, you know, taking over other areas without the aid of the European. There's no European involved. We're just doing our thing, innit? 1 minute it's Christian, next minute it's Islamic, especially for the northeast corner of the continent. There's been a lot of changes there, and then there's also been some things that have stayed the same. Do you get what I'm saying? So when people are like, "Oh, how did Christianity get there?" Well, ain't they the first Christians over there? Huh? Don't you think that if it was the Ethiopians or whatever, they would have spread it within the continent first? Makes no sense why people would think, you know. And we still expressed it outwards. We took it to India. We took it to Europe. We took it to all sorts of places, and they made records of it, turned it into their religions or whatever, and we have what we have now. So yeah, the root is with us, but in different aspects, especially how the east side of Africa ran. That was our spot, innit? That's where the root of our knowledge followed the Nile. You know
That must have felt like an uphill battle, bro. Right?
No, it's downstream, in fact. It's downstream and very smooth if you're going downstream. You're coming from Central Africa and you're going downstream. You're building as you're going. You're building as you're going with your civilizations and your ideas and your theologies. But they're still saying the same, but every time they're adding to it, adding to it. There's no coincidence that Osiris and them are the first concepts rather than Ra, Shu, and all of that. Do you get it? Who came later. But these are real people. These are human beings.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're human beings. They're not some what they would say from outer space, but they're human like us looking. They're our ancestors. So if we can't picture them as the oldest people in the continent of Africa, then what the hell are we doing? It makes no sense.
Right.
We got no identity then. You got what I'm saying?
All they said was, all the Muslims said was, don't worship them like you would do with Allah. That's but see, now this is one thing I'm never gonna understand and agree with. Who are you to tell someone that them praying to the ancestors is wrong? They shouldn't make partners with the Most High. What's to say that the Most High, even cares about that? Now for you to sit here and tell me, oh, you shouldn't, and that's
definitely a theological question, and all have been done, answered, revealed, and things thousands of years ago. We philosophized on these things. This is why these concepts were later on trying to be understood by the European and turned into religious views and values. So like we understand, but we all was the ones sitting down pondering, and then it was them sitting down pondering, and then now we have what we have. Do you get it? So like everything we would have done first, because it's the power of observation that we got first, right?
Yeah.
To see something drop from the tree to the ground and watch it grow. Do you get it? To know that process. To think of agriculture, to think of the universe, to see the stars and say, you know, these stars are connected and they're always in the sky, and then to build buildings to honor that fact and all of these type of things there. These are older periods of time. And what I'm suggesting is that we've been here millions of years on this planet.
Hey, Maku, I promise you, cuz I was sitting there, scratching my head, Maku. I was scratching my head saying, bro, everything about Islam is African to me. The way their respect levels, what they expect, like just different things, not eating certain things, pork. And I was just like, the way they move, the way they conduct is very African. And there's concepts like that they carried on and held on to. I was sitting there always. That's why I could never really see eye to eye with a lot of these people, their agendas and saying certain things. I was like, hey, but this is because what they were trying to do was trying to shoot down Islam, but knowing that if they were any intelligent, knowing that they were shooting down concepts of African, very strong concepts in the mind of Africa. So when it comes to being having a woman having some sort of sexual integrity, right? Have this thing of etiquette, social etiquette and respect. I think I heard a lot of Muslims talk about the way, people's character and stuff. So when I see that, that's very African-like, right? And that's why I could never, like, you can't get away from this. You cannot get away from this when you try and, so that was like I was saying.
The whole dress style and everything is nomadic, is it not?
Yeah, but I mean, you're gonna have to put some clothes on it when you go through some harsh weather. Yeah. So that's the only thing that can throw you off in it and say, oh well, people in Africa don't wear garb. But so it's easy to throw someone off who's not learned or who hasn't got logic, is it? And that for a long time you won't have that shit. So, but it's an uphill battle that you're facing here. But
I don't think so. I think it's quite plain to see. You know what I mean?
Because someone
everything has
smoked
been.
the Shaka Ra, bro.
If everything has been taken from us now, why don't you think that has been the case from the beginning? From the beginning of our interaction with some people,
But
they're
was it
hiding
within?
stuff,
Hold
they're
on. I
covering
don't
up
think it was.
stuff,
Okay,
and then what they're doing secretly is dressing up like us. They're at home wearing Egyptian outfits and doing all that in secret in their Masonic camps, and they got Egyptian obelisks all over the planet. Like, what are these people telling you that? Do you get me? What are they into that you don't know? Why? Why is it there? Why is Egyptian obelisk at St. Paul's Basilica or Cathedral or whatever? Yeah.
Why does a Pope look like he's a fucking what's his name? Nsibidi. What's his name? The Pharaoh.
He looks
Why
like a
does he look
demon,
like
man.
a Pharaoh? Have you seen he wears that hat that looks like a Pharaoh hat?
Exactly.
Yeah, when he speaks when he presents himself, he wears that hat, which is that literally the Pharaoh hat. You look at it, man. Yeah, it's all stolen. Man. That shit is so obvious.
So there's so much that's been taken from that and the Sumerians, and as I said, it's all family, it's all one.
Do you know what's sad
You know
though?
what I'm
Is that the Muslims had pretty much nothing. Spiritual system. They were nomadic. They didn't have grand palaces with obviously in their later stages they had.
No, they had spiritual systems. Yeah, they definitely had that. They had.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that that's all they had, and that's been stolen from them. Yeah, so that's all they had really. That's all they really had to show, and then obviously their animals that they would be living off of, and they probably would have houses and towns and cities, but they weren't, stuff anything that was like Indiana Jones ain't gonna come and steal something off of the Muslims like that, innit? And I don't think they really had anything that was like statues.
I don't even know what that is. Anyway, what I know is that
you see Timbuktu. Another thing. What major wonder has Muslims created in terms of what we can say? Oh well, that's Africa, like Timbuktu, all these things, places there. Yeah, was there something?
They made mosques.
They made mosques. Okay, yeah, but that was more recent, though, bro. In terms of
that's not recent. That's one of the oldest mosques on the planet.
Recent than the Ethiopian church. It's more recent than the Ethiopian church.
What that 900 years building? Yeah, of course. I mean mosque, but that's the oldest mosque about.
Well, didn't they say that the oldest religious church in Ethiopia, and it came before Israel? No.
What? Yes, because these people are the same people though. These are the same nomadic tribes, right? And then some of them settle in what we're calling Ethiopia.
Yeah, you had buildings that you prayed, obviously.
And then set up systems. I remember even Lalibela, the king, wasn't converted to Christianity. He was taught it. Because that's what royalty do. You don't just come and invade a man and impose your religion on someone. That's crap. Even terrorists can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't make sense. All these Al Qaeda, they're not imposing nothing on the people that they're not already doing already. Even the Taliban. Yeah? They know most of the people of the society are Muslim or not or whatever. And it's never really bothered them. It's just that in the West they make it seem like that.
Yeah.
So when you say Muslim, in my mind, I just see my dad, my sister, my brother, you know what I mean? I see my uncles. I see them in the continent doing what they're doing. I mean, they're just normal people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But
grouping everyone together. I think Islam is completely different when it comes to you look at the Arabs and the Europe. So I reckon how they move in Africa, like you said, man, like you said. So
something similar to them because some of them have definitely been Arabized or, got their ways from the Arabs. Not that they were forced to do that again. They took it on and used it to their own devices. Some went hard like super religious, yeah, which Africans would do. You could understand that or understand that, yeah. And others who used it to conquer other Africans. You know?
Right.
We're not saying that it won't leave a trace. It won't. Of course, it will leave a trace. So it always seems to be there over successive generations from the 5th century or whatever. Yeah, man.
This is the vibe I get though. When Muslims move around, they're like, if you don't share your goods and you don't do what, if you don't adhere to God's rules in being completely like having equality at the forefront of the way you live,
then you dead, nigga.
They'll probably end up killing you. And
then you dead, nigga.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Cut your head off, homie.
That's what I'm saying. So that's the thing, yeah. See now, that's why they're so strong, isn't it? They're strong in it, and they'll say, see, that's the thing, man. That's why a lot of people don't like them, bro. They don't like them because you're not coming necessarily bearing arms, but you're coming on the notion that if you're gonna try and be too greedy, or you don't acknowledge, or you try and go on like you're better, or you're just not carrying yourself to how we expect etiquette wise, then you're basically gonna feel our wrath. Yeah, see now that's why a lot of brothers in Africa don't like that. They don't. And I'm not going to say it's a bad thing. What I'm going to say is that people, especially people who don't want to be strict with their life, they want to be able to do anything. They want to drink alcohol. They won't like Islam either, innit? Right? So this is the thing. The people who don't like people who want their wealth, and want, like greedy people will never love Islam. Like that's literally like diametrically opposed forces. Islam and a greedy, like that's how I see it. So see, this is when you see that 300. When I see that black brother getting kicked down as well, that kind of makes me think of that's how the Moors were moving, isn't it? Like we just come here for earth and water. You know, them ones they pull up like that and just say that, but not in a way with like come join our army or you'll die in it and just make our strongest fight like the Greeks. But they were like, we just come, like it's basically share your land and your goods because we are like nomads, isn't it? Like we ain't got an industrial like creative well they do, but they're just saying share your wealth. They're just saying share your wealth. We're on this thing where everybody shares it. No one can hoard it. Then you see how productive that is for nations, cities, right? That's for me. That's like, yeah. I think that's too much for us, to be honest with you. But I mean, no, that's my people. That's my personal opinion. That's my personal opinion. I think there will be a time in your life that you could come into contact with Islam, right? But for someone like me who doesn't like a strict routine around my life, right? That's never going to be for me, innit? Right? That's never going to, because you're not like if you could live up like this one thing I like about the brother that comes on in it, the Asian brother, right? I forgot his name now. Trilluminati, right? Because he said he don't want to join Islam. Because if he's like, oh, you always looking after Islam, bro, you always keeping, but he don't want to join because he knows that actually he's not even worthy enough to join that because he won't be able to keep up to the tenets. So it's people that don't want to try hard with their life who are not like Islam. People who don't want to who had parents that were too controlling won't like Islam. And
who's got feedback?
Your rebellious nature.
Is that you?
You won't take to Islam too well. I don't think.
Scripture.
What's that?
Who's that? Someone's got feedback.
I don't know. Let me know if it's me.
I think it's you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's where his mic, how his mic set up or whatever. Yeah, I'll mute while you lot chatting. I'm here though.
All right.
Bro,
yeah, but you're saying that.
It's interesting. You know, I always sitting there and I was like, no, I don't understand. I don't believe this whole Western jargon about propaganda about Islam. I don't believe them. I don't believe. I can't believe them. I just can't go with this. Even though there's a lot of people, bro, every fucking mouth around me is like, oh, Islam. Because you know it's like they start off a thing and it's like shit. Everybody wants to talk about it now. So it was hard, bro. Like for me as a person who's spiritual as well, I could easily have gone against Islam or actually just disliked Islam, innit? Because
you're just disagreeing with the Abrahamic faith. I just don't understand. If you're not into the Abrahamic faith, then you're not into it. But
you know who was defending Islam, actually, to be honest with you? You know when this whole thing about Biafra came up and they're talking about segregation. There were these English PMs or MPs supporting Islam and the faith of you know, when they were talking about Biafra and the politics behind that, they were always using Islam, and they said we always need to remember that Islam is a beacon of equality in humankind and mankind. So it was so obvious who they were supporting when it came to the Biafran war. Like they will support the
war is war, man. I'm saying, like, it depends what nation, what set of people is doing it under the supposed banner. Yeah, but that's a banner. Someone's carrying a banner saying that they're of Islam. Do you get what I'm saying? But what are those and who are those people? If we find that out, then we can clearly see that it's okay, it's you. You know what I mean? Or it's this person or it's that person, rather than assigning it to the actual faith and way of life, because it makes no sense. You know what I mean? But we do understand that some people supposedly traveled with banners. Yeah, if it made them fight better, war better, or rape or pillage better, well, that's what history says. You know what I mean? I don't know how that affects the rest of us. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, you know what?
We don't see it in that way. It's a way of life, isn't it? For some of us, it's a way of life. So, way of life is to be lived, and it's supposed to be lived peacefully in Islam. You get me? You're supposed to live peacefully, man. Like, not make no trouble. Be a nice person. Be nice to animals, plants, you know, panel members, all sorts. So
yeah, true, definitely. And then
you lot are saying in the chat and all that, yeah, but you lot need to forward then, innit? Just forward, innit? Yeah. You know the brother can't help himself. He's got a lot to say and got a lot of questions to ask and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, is it? Yeah, no, I asked a lot of questions, man. Yeah, go on.
He needs to know, man.
Jump on then, family.
Nah, man, you're good, bro.
Family,
you've been, bro. You're good, bro.
Yeah.
Relax. Like, have the conversation that you've been having. You lot have been. I've been listening anyway. I'm not sure. I've been in the chat.
No, it's got me sick, you know. I need to find out. I like little things like this, you know.
Yeah, man. Sometimes you can lose the people then, though.
I know. I try to stay on track. I try to be as direct as possible, man.
It's you though, innit? It's you though, innit? You know what I'm saying? It's you, innit? Don't change for somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's you, innit? I don't know if you can find a better way or whatever, but
yeah, I want to, because I've heard someone rambling, but I don't like it. I don't like when I hear people rambling. So I don't mind it, but I don't not all the time.
Yeah, but it's only because I don't know if it's your style that you've created or whatever you want to call it. It's just certain ways how you have a conversation, isn't it? Like, the way you have a conversation with somebody, you always start off in some kind of unknown zone on having a conversation, or even to start a conversation. Like, at the start of the conversation, when you were saying what you were saying, I'm like, where the fuck is my That's right. Hey, that's like, you know what? Let me just listen, innit? You know what I'm saying? Because he might actually be saying something that I might not know about. And come to find out that was the case. You know what I'm saying? So, but that's me, innit? Not a lot of people's gonna have patience like me, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know who's like that? You know who's like that? I don't want to mention his name anyway. Yeah, but I know there's some people that ain't patient to listen to some fucking.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Certain people, you going around in circles, bro.
Yeah, so but you know what? Sometimes, bro, Like, I've never been taught how to
Come
speak.
on, Trillo.
Yeah, man. So, school dropout, man. I'm a school dropout, man. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Nah, man, you just got a different angle on approaching things, innit? And ain't nothing wrong with that, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's good that you can find people that have discourse, you know what I'm saying? God, otherwise you'd be pissed.
You know what? Yeah, you know what's interesting? That I'm gonna be having this conversation probably if I'm still around and everything there with someone like Snipes for forever, because I still won't fully put it into my head that Islam Islam is completely from the mind, like and was birthed through out of Africa, right? I still can't because this Muslims, bro, the way they light a pair of Muslims from the Middle East, and especially the Middle East, which you say is Africa, but the way they've usurped, doesn't matter if it's Africa or not, these lighter brothers have usurped it. So it's always going to be an element of doubt that was actually fully African. So,
but as I said,
and
even the usurping.
Someone as intelligent as Shaka to be saying that as well, there's got to be some sort of validity to that claim, isn't it? Because
I mean, I do understand. I did say.
Be it that we've all been bamboozled.
I did understand where man's coming from in the sense of the modern day and that the Bible is used as a weapon of mass destruction, but it doesn't negate that the texts are from an older time and from these same people, based on these stories and myths and legends of our cultures. Do you get it?
Bro, you know them Africans are fearsome, bro. You can't tell an African to pray to a white God, to a white Jesus, if they didn't really want to. You can't do that. You can't. There's no.
No, you can, man. You can.
So what I mean by that is
you can, man.
Why
You can.
I look.
Don't ever be ignorant to the fact that you can't. You can, man. You can.
You can, but don't forget.
They have. They can.
Today,
They have.
Today, when I look at my nan, Stevie, strong, come from that Baka people. She was completely Catholicized. She was completely.
But you can't wrong the 15th century Italians for doing, or 16th century Italians for doing what they were doing. Yeah, that's the only time they started making images of what they supposed was God, or or the Christ, or the Christos Serapis, and all of these type of Hermes and Zeus and all of that. Like, that's all new for them. Yeah, they're not even in the time of Greece was they doing that. You know what I mean? So, like, yeah, we want to know what the real Greeks was doing. They were trying to do bait Kemet. You know what I mean? Bait Egypt, and that's facts. Everyone knows that.
Minuscule Kemet.
Minuscule Kemet.
Kemet minor.
Yeah. I mean, toga wearing toga and philosophizing.
Yeah.
So you got time to philosophize, and you say, where'd you learn that from? Oh, you learn it from Africans. Because Africans was at such a level, I'm saying, of agriculture and food and everything. They had time to sit down and ponder and think about things and think about building structures. They've been doing that for thousands of years. They've been there for thousands of years. So what the hell do you think they were doing? You think it was just the last 5 minutes of history they decided to start building structures? That just doesn't make no sense.
Slap up the like button. Slap up the like button, man. Get me? Support, man. Slap up the like button and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, Return to the King. Forward pon the pan on the man. Yeah, deal with, man. You want to say all these kind of things from the chat, brother? Come forward, man. You hear me?
Where did Zulu go, man? I like that brother.
You see you lot, you lot bad man sometimes, you know.
Where did you
call on the old? You hear me?
You say,
but yeah, no, that's real spit though. It's real. It's just unfortunate, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's a bit unfortunate. Still, you want to say?
Yeah. Do you know what? My nan was a hardcore, devout Catholic, and I thought, how the fuck can she be so Catholic?
Yeah, bro.
African spiritual system, but that's what it is.
It happens. It even happened to my grandma. My grandma was a pastor of unorthodox Christian church. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I know how deep it can go. You get what I'm saying? She, like, to the point where she's doing prayer meeting every Tuesday night. You know what I'm saying? 8 to 10.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? The passion, brother, in it was like it was theirs, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. So anytime I'm at Granny's, that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing them in the living room while I'm in the kitchen watching TV. They're speaking in tongues and doing their thing. You know what I'm saying?
I think when you we see from my parents, a lot of them, it's like when they get older, man, that's when they get more focused on it, man.
Facts.
They
can put more time into it because they don't have. Yeah, I was saying their time is now stretched.
The elders now, you see, like dads and that, and you see, okay, this man's about his deen. But young days, he's living his life, man, working, doing whatever needed to be done for his family and that. Smart.
Yo, family, another thing, brother.
And as I said, just to be a king, you're gonna have to do some practices that might have to go against your faith and your way of life. You get it? Or
that just might be the custom to the thing, innit?
Yeah, it's the custom to the thing, and you know it's the custom, but it's like it's your choice whether to accept it or not. Or maybe if you're crowning you the new king, you might want to change things. And scratching up my body with no razor blade or nothing. Like, allow it, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
So I hear that. You know what I mean? But they might want to bury
you know me already, my brother. You know what I'm saying? You got Haile Selassie there. You know what I'm saying? No other king has done what he done in his time. You know what I mean? He enabled his empress to be crowned at the same time.
But his thing is out the Bible straight.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah. But I'm talking about more of what happened on his coronation. You know what I'm saying? No king has done that on their coronation. Crown and enabled their wife to be crowned at the same time as them. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's not nothing new. It's a commitment, and it's them people's.
It's not documented.
It's them people's custom. Yeah, it has been documented, but people are just not seeing it for what it is. You get it?
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. It's been documented like in picture format or whatever.
All of that, Solomon. All of these man, Egyptians, David.
Family.
You know what I mean? Like,
family. So, sorry. So with Christianity, so everything else when they came with Christianity, the people in Britain were doing some paganish shit.
So
they've taken on Christianity, and if they were to take Christianity away from here, you'd have a lot of people that were dealing with death and the Gothic thing, innit? So that's what counteracts that Gothic type of.
No, man, it's Ragnarok and them things. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's
yeah, but that counteracts that belief system then. So that's the Christian. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So what when you see that they put churches everywhere and it's at the forefront of their spiritual understanding, right? It kind of makes you think that actually white people aren't completely against everything that black people are about. But it's worked. The kind of history is worked against them because now people like me believe that they completely disdain anything African. And then we go on to the Black Madonna and now how actually a lot of these people are converts to these religions.
Just imagine this.
I don't know why they do to themselves, bro.
Just imagine this, yeah. Just imagine you're doing everything you can to sail the world and do everything you can for your people, but you buck some people that are doing everything that you might have even thought about doing for your people tenfold. Now you're in their city. Their city is fucking amazing, beautiful. They got all the fucking shit that you could possibly imagine. And then you got to go back to your people in some tent, hut, cave, whatever, and be like, yo, you see where I just was here? Like, we need this here, but we can't do it like that. And the reason why we can't do it, the reason why we can't do it like that is because of X, Y, and Z. Because we've tried and error, it's not happening for us. And the most we can do is this. So we got Big Ben and these kind of things. You get what I'm saying? Yeah.
There would
Now,
have been someone that would have been spiritual, African spiritualists come to England and just kill off loads of
no,
people.
because there would have been certain things, for instance, here that would have been used, like free energy. You get what I'm saying? That would have been a thing of.
I swear, Big Ben was built by a black man, though.
Yeah, the probably the architecture and them kind of things, or even him putting up the structure and them kind of
Benjamin
things.
Banneker is the guy's name.
It just looks like a big obelisk, though, doesn't it? Really?
Well, that's what it is.
Isn't it?
it's just one that tells the tale.
He's the one who designed Washington D.C. as well.
He done the mapping for that as well.
Oh shit! Really? Oh shit! What with the is that the Pentagon?
No.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, you're talking about talking about the same guy.
Yep.
What? Wait, hold on. See now, you said he did the Washington D.C. Yeah. And King Gold said what? Sorry.
Was that like no? Because he'd have been designing like all the main parts, isn't it? Like of the city, right?
You say Pentagon, but where's Pentagon?
Yeah.
All the government. If he build the government buildings,
he designed the pentagram into the blood clot thing. Mad.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That would have been an African thing, isn't it? So that's why I used that.
I was like, where's the Pentagon? I swear it's not in Washington now.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
The Pentagon.
Yeah.
I think it's one. Yeah, it's in one. I think it's one of the main cities. Bro. That's why. Yeah.
It's right in the middle there. It's right in the middle. It's not far from the White House.
Yeah.
And then the Smithsonian and all of that is around there. Central Station, all of that.
Right. See, I'm there thinking Africans are just fucking lemmings, bro. There to wait to be lobotomized, but not knowing that their championing is so genuine and organically because it's actually fucking theirs. And the older they've got, the more they realize it is. So that's why that's why the best Christians are what? Black people. The most devout Muslims is generally, for me, black people. So why is that?
Of course, man. We take this faith thing serious.
They believe it's theirs. Because they believe it's theirs.
Because we've got spiritual system. That is what African spiritual system is about. It's about our system of taking something and doing it 110%. Facts. With soul and spirit and all of that. You get me?
See, that's why black people.
The only way we know how.
See, now the understanding of that would make black people more accepting of people's ideologies. Or I'm not saying black people aren't, but it would help a lot, wouldn't it, for black people, because there's something in your mind that's like, you don't really want to go next to it because.
No, I know that story already. It's called. When a man comes to you with his story and he's like, oh, you've got 9 elders or 9 Naga. Oh, okay, cool. We got 9 Egyptian pharaohs. God kings as well. So let's.
So would you say, Uncle? Would you say that own Africans that had spiritual ancestors were literally telling their own people you can't pray to the deity? So they were actually people denouncing their own ancestors at that stage, or do you reckon the people who created had nothing to do with the people of that hierarchy of ancestral worship? Because it would have been a hierarchy. They would actually, so it would have been people that actually had. Obviously they've all come from these original people anyway. So there's basically Africans saying, look, we're going to get beyond having people who are in high positions, right? And just because they're born into a deified family, they're just going to be respected defaultly. That's not going to work, is it? Like that model's not going to work. So we're going to have to create. We're going to have to do away with this belief. And I think that was that implemented by the same people who believed in his ancestors. I don't know. That's the question I want to know. Right? For me to think that, all right, am I going back to a system that actually my most supreme, or the people who are most educated when it comes to spiritual systems, wouldn't actually take on, because it's dated, isn't it? They're probably looking at it, it's dated. So why would you go back to that? Even though they may come from Olodumare himself or Ogun, but they'll say, oh, no, but it's dated, isn't it? Because even our ancestors came on from that and they went to Islam or Christianity, and that was the more condensed, up-to-date version of spiritual beliefs. Full stop. Right? So that's what it is, man. That's what it is, I believe. That's one thing I really want to know. Do they denouncing their own ancestors? It's what I want to know, because it's something that I'm not doing today. I'm not even fully emo. So I just can't see how they would do it back then, bro. You know, unless it was forced on them or something. But anyway, can you hear me? Sorry, I'm on a monologue. I don't know if you can hear me. But pick up everybody, man. That's listening, man. I just came on just to reason and them things there. I think it was a good time to come on. It was quite quiet, so I like them vibes there when it's kind of quiet.
Man, you're good, man. I was all there talking. I forgot that I was on flipping mute myself. Bro.
Yeah.
Because they're talking about their feet.
Them man were denouncing their own ancestors, though, Script. That's the thing.
But hear what I'm saying. Hear what I was gonna say now. When you're beating the shit and killing someone's family members every day, you quickly start to forget about what you believe in, bro. Like every day, one of your family members is getting his ass bust by a massa, yeah? Getting his head bust, her head bust, kicked, punched, pissed on, raped, pillaged, all that. Every day, you soon quickly forget about what you thought was.
Yeah, of course. Of course. Yeah, but don't forget though, there's Africans that didn't go through all of that trauma and they converted easily to Christianity or Islam.
Yeah, and that's only because they wanted to change with the times. They didn't want to keep their old traditions.
Yeah. So they denounced their ancestors. So they denounced their ancestors.
Yeah, some people would have willingly done so.
They didn't denounce them, but they didn't hold them as such a high esteem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very easy when you know how to talk to someone to make them think a certain way with this book that you have in your hand, knowing that they don't have a chance in reading it because these motherfuckers are not allowed to read. Because if they get caught reading, you know what time it is.
No, big up, man. Because you know what, big up Islam, innit? Because if you can have a heart to want to help another man, yeah, who has got less than you, and that's at the forefront of your mind, you're not just gonna think, oh, that's a peasant, that's someone who's an underclass. Why should I help out? Maybe you're gonna be more inclined to help someone with the ideology of with the Muslim mindset. Let me just say it like that.
Yeah.
So anybody who
I can see why you say that. I can see why.
That's why I've got respect to him, innit? That's why I've got respect.
Yeah. But this is the thing, man. Man's always gonna have respect for a deen that is straightforward and as correct as it can be. You know what I'm saying? And it's not dealing with segregation and these kind of things. That's when you know something's pure in its intention. You know what I'm saying? Like, but when you wanna pick, choose sides and be judgmental and all these kind of things, this is where you know that you're not. You think that you're. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I got a right to do this and that. And you ain't got none.
Because you can see a world of people being mad, just are not humble with them inherently getting a lot of wealth because they came from so and so, or you know what I mean. So this reality of equality is something that anybody wants. You know, when you're broke or you're hurt or and someone lends their hand, there's so many people will pass by, but that one person just helps you so much in your time of need. Yeah, so that's why I can always have that's Islam to me, innit? That's when I look at Islam, just the foundation of it, right? And you know, this whole thing with Jesus and him wanting to tell everybody to share the wealth. That's the reason why he fucking died. You can't escape that. You can't escape that. So yeah, man, it's just less greed, innit? Just less greed, man. It's just less. You're going to become a target, bro. You become a target, right? And people go into debates with
you already are, bro. You don't have a choice in that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know that like, as soon as you're born, that's it, target. Like, you know what I'm saying? Unless you're doing what they're doing and how they want you to do it, You're a target.
Mm.
Plain as that's why this is why we get sent to school, and then they tell you about they tell your parents about if you're not gonna, you know what I'm saying, send them to school, then you're gonna have to serve a prison term, and your child's gonna go into.
Think about it, though, family. There would have been so much war. The Picts would say we're the first in this land. The Irish said no, well we're the strongest. We go and raid everybody. English were like no, well we've taken over half of this. We we're the strong.
You're saying this, yeah. You're saying this, but that's done happened already, bro.
That's what I'm saying. So that's chaotic. It's chaotic.
You know what I'm saying?
That's why Christianity must have been such a grace to this part of the world, isn't it?
It was grace to people that didn't want to fight, that saw others as equals and things of that nature. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Yeah, that's it, to the people of that region until it became announced unto them that under the religion you're going to have to go to war and take
them
land.
man must have been getting fucking squeezed and pressured, bro. Imagine that you was a Christian, black Christian, in a land where there was Vikings everywhere, yeah, praying to Odin. They would probably get eaten alive. So the people that was we need to send some embassies out, set up shop and set up a church. But if we go over there, live there now, we need some sort of security, innit? Because we're getting put into slavery. These people don't even know a concept of don't kill another man or take another person's wife without consent, or another woman. And they're probably just, I don't want to say it, but we kind of know, innit, what was happening probably. Looking at history, but yeah, man, it's like it is. I'd like to be interested to know how Britain was pre-Christianity. That would have been interesting to see.
Right? There wouldn't have been much. There wouldn't have been much to look at, bro. You're probably talking rascal like plague times or some shit. You know what I'm saying?
I think they were Christians then, though, weren't they? Plague? Is it?
I don't know. That's why I only referenced that period of time, because a lot of things was fucked up in that time for them. You get what I'm saying? Like their water systems was fucked. Like a lot of shit was fucked up for them. Bro. You know what I'm saying? This is facts. Like they didn't really know how to live properly. Still, them, even though they knew how to do certain things and shown certain things, they didn't know how to actually live clean. You know what I mean? They didn't have somewhere where they can they take all the rubbish from the city, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That alone.
They didn't have stuff like
that. Buildings,
yeah.
The infrastructure.
Yeah. So literally, you're sleeping, bro. A rat is your neighbor because you wake up and that's the first thing that you're looking at certain times. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man, it's a flat me.
Fucking hell. And the people leading would have been like, oh my God, this is difficult. There's people trying to kill us.
No, because they was living better than those people.
Oh, yeah, of course. Even up until now, that's the same thing. It would have been easier for them to run their controller.
Right now, they as long as you got the money, you can buy a toilet that washes your ass for you and take shit.
Do you know what's the thing? Yeah, to eat good out here, you just got to drink. Go to the fucking eat. I know it's a complete different subject, but you can eat Irish moss from the sea, and that is great. That's great living, bro. You know, they just probably didn't even know that. But yeah, the algae. I've been drinking a lot of that recently. I've got some right now. Algae. So just a complete different topic quickly. I've just started drinking, yeah, as a man who's got a bad immune system and it's lethargic from how much energy I've got, yeah. I'm tired, bro. I sleep like 2 or 3 times a day or something like that, yeah. I've been starting drinking ginger, yeah. A non-bitter, so that would be something like ginger with maybe mango or papaya, yeah. One of the two, something that will sort of just cool your belly down, yeah. So something like that. Papaya, ginger, sea moss. Obviously mix it with some distilled water. And what else is in here? There's something else in here. There's something else in here. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So sea moss, ginger, papaya, and water. Yeah. So just drink.
Yeah,
I've been drinking a lot of that, bro. That's been giving me mad energy. I'm telling you, bro. I'm talking energy where I've been dancing, running. I've been on my exercise bike. Yeah, just every day, like maybe do 5 minutes or something. But bro, trust me, to even get up on the bike without tearing my my already broken muscle was impossible nearly. But now I kind of got more energy, you know. So I'm just like, this energy of abundance, it gives you a lot of energy, innit? So I'm telling you, bro, get onto the sea moss, Irish sea moss. Yeah, that will give you the nutrients. The ginger will help neutralize any sort of crap in your body. Help all different types of things. Have a look what ginger does for you, your blood flow, all the rest of it. And it's like, I think not ginseng. Anyway, yeah. And the papaya, obviously, it's going to be alkaline. It's going to be heavy with natural sugars in it. You know, it's going to do good. It's going to be good for you. It's going to give you energy in it from sugar, but natural sugar. So bang, you got that, bro. Like I'm drinking it like a meal. Yeah, I feel good. I feel full. For someone like me, I need to eat as well. But obviously, if you want to lose weight, this is the elixir, family. Trust me, you will not feel hungry, and your belly will. Trust me, your belly will start to move again. You'll start to get in your bellies. All of a sudden, you'll just get loads of gas everywhere, and then you'll do a number 2, and then that's it. The whole thing's clear.
Yeah, so
after just 1 liter, yeah, everything's gone. All that meat you was eating on Christmas.
I'm not sure.
Trust me, bro. You need to sea moss, yeah, sea moss family. Just do it. Trust me. Get back into it. I know you tried it. You know,
yeah, but where you at? Where you going right now? Like, I'm lost.
Huh?
I'm lost.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm talking about sea moss. I'm talking about drink. So
yeah, no, I heard everything that you said, but I'm saying
yeah. No, so with what we were talking about. Sorry, we were just talking about what we were saying. What were we saying before?
No, sorry, I'm saying like, what are you saying now about the drink and that? You're saying that it makes you feel full and whatever. And you're like,
okay, yeah. So it makes you.
You're not somebody that needs to lose weight, so I'm just trying.
Yeah, no, but okay. So for me, it gives me energy in it, and I've got no energy. I get sapped of energy, right? Because I'm unable to work out and do cardio, so I'm always going to be on the lowest level. If I was to be in a fight, I'd probably last about 5 seconds because I'd be blown out. Yeah, so that's my energy levels. It makes you sleep. You sleep a lot then. Excuse me. You ain't got much energy. You're yawning all the time. But this shit you won't yawn until you've really done some work. Or, you know, or if you find that you're going to sleep early, drink some of that. You're gonna have to go for a run to be tired. Bro, I'm telling you. And I just started taking it again.
I have things like ginger tea and these things like on a regular basis. So I mean, I'm all right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good, man. I think it's a ginger in it as well. I don't know if it's really the sea moss is doing something. I know it's definitely doing something because I think the sea moss was what made me go and just clean everything out. But that was obviously the stuff inside the fruit as well, obviously, because it's like fibrous in it. It's that kind of fibrous a bit. But yeah, all that together, boys, just poof. You need to do that, family. Go and get that sea moss, man. You get packs, £23. I got. It's got 6 packs for £23. To be £23 for 100 grams of that shit back in the day. Now you get 6 packs for £23. You see, when everybody started getting woke again, all of a sudden people now they were moving sea moss, you know, like big time here in the UK. And they put Dr. Sebi on it as well on Amazon. When you go and shop for that sea moss, they put Dr. Sebi on that. Yeah.
What on the
that'd be on the main searches, man. Like, yeah, they're trying to push this whole thing. Like, they're trying to make money out of this. So then I start to think
anything that they don't know about and one of us bring it to the forefront, you should already know that they're gonna make money. This is just the way they do and what they do, unfortunately. Because they
I was checking it.
Be the people that have the idea and give the people the idea. Fortunately, you're gonna die if you're the person that came up with the idea and you're not playing ball. Pause. You're playing as simple as that. Yeah. If they come to you and they be like, "Oh yeah, we see that this thing that you got this cure that you made of whatever it is for," do you know what I'm saying? And yeah, we're gonna give you 2 million, and you're like, "No, it's worth more than that. Fuck off. I'm not selling." Yeah, you're gonna be dead soon. Just, you get me? Like, yeah, you're trying to do it like, oh yeah, on a little calm, like, oh yeah, don't worry guys, yeah. You're telling your little community, yeah man, I got the elixir, man, for the AIDS, man. You know what I'm saying? I got you know what I'm saying, I got the stuff. And then you present it to the people, them, and you cured a few people. Now the people them are talking on the roadside. Yo, my man over there, he's got the herbs, you know, he's got the herbs. Yeah. And then you get more people, and then more people. Eventually, the wrong person's gonna hear that information.
Yeah. Innit?
And
you won't even really know. You won't even really know. You'll just be selling it thinking, I hope this works. Yeah. Until you get people coming back to you saying, yeah, it works, by the way, and then next minute.
Look, man, yeah, this is what I told everybody. I'm not.
You get delicensed.
A lot of people know about mine, but still not. If you go and check out Chris Eubank's son, the one that was passing away. Yeah. Nah, with the Ross Clark. What are you not talking about?
Bro, using the chat. I know there's some mad shit. There's Tebo's there. I know there's some mad shit going on in the chat.
I know, man, talking about some stuff. I don't know what happened today. Talking about
it's probably me, man. Who is this? King Gold. Who's saying something about King Gold? Who wants it, bruv? Who wants it? Jump up on a. Oh shit! All the ladies. The ladies are waiting for me to jump off. Ladies, I'm jumping off soon, man. Don't worry. It's little ladies' corner, boy. They came in. You know what? Yeah. You know what? Big up the girls, did it? Yeah. Because I was sitting back here and I was Yeah. Anyway. I won't go. I want to say, you know what? When I think of it sounds weak because I've heard certain people say, "Oh, feminine toxicity." But I don't want to say, I don't want to tread along them lines because when I heard the person say it, I was like, okay, they're making sense. But it kind of looks like you're trying to get attention from these women who are seeking attention. And that's kind of like a bit of it makes it on the outside look like a feminine trait. But even though there's definitely some sort of agenda that's a bit toxic from... It could be the mainstream, with liberalizing women and this whole liberal mindset of that, you get some women who are just like anti-men, but it's on the pretense that, oh, we're just doing it for women, but really they just don't like men. And sometimes I do kind of see past this whole thing of how the mainstream try to paint it out like, oh, we need women to have equal rights. It's just like always on the side of women. But there can be feminine women and toxic women out there. Feminine toxicity. And feminine toxicity to me is causing chaos when you're trying to shoot down chaos, right? Like you're just being as chaotic as the person you're trying to shoot down. I think that's kind of toxic. But I don't want to say it is. I don't think that, especially here. I don't think it is. Because I feel like it's natural for people to want to. There's always going to be someone that people feel like they want to fix or they want a virtual signal on, and I think that's just natural. I've seen that. That's everywhere. Even I do it, and I try, and it's true. It happens a lot. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just kind of jibber jabbering, but
all I'm hearing right now.
I don't think the men are as bad as the women make out. The men are up on this panel.
But all I'm hearing is Shine Hole right now. The girls are in the chat like, tell me who wanna fuck with us.
Yeah, you know what I mean. They just need to. Sometimes you just got to understand that there's roles in this world, and if you really do play the card that God gave you, I'm really playing. Do you know? It's just
if they played the card if they played the card that God gave them, what one of them would be? What is that? What he's gonna say? Fuck's sake!
I'm saying if they really understood their position in life, they wouldn't be trying to talk like men, fighting, not cleaning, not cooking, right? They would be doing all of these things.
We forget that they have fathers. Sometimes they have brothers, uncles, cousins. Do you know what I'm saying? That there are influences on them sometimes, why they end up sometimes thinking that they are bad guys and things of that nature. You get me? So
yeah, true. And the thing is, I've got a sister who's just like that, so I can't even try and fake it like I don't know that.
Because I'm telling you now,
and she tried to attack me when she was pregnant, so I know they could.
Bro, this is what I'm saying to you. My sister is a slim gal, but she ain't playing no games. Yeah, I can tell you that for free. Big, small, indifferent. My sister don't care. Like I've seen her.
I've never put a hand on my sister.
Slim gal, all kind of gal. My sister just don't give it. But she just one of them females that's because I've taught her in a certain way. She just don't have certain shit. Plain and simple. And I wouldn't expect any other female that's got a brother or whatever, another male figure in her life that's showing her certain things, to have it in either. I can't lie, bro.
What is feminine toxicity relevant today?
Oh shit! Now you don't start. That's what it is.
Right. By the way, I'll see you soon, man. Yeah, I'll be back.
I'm about to go on mute, homie. You're gonna get this work. What up, MJ? You gonna get this work.
That wasn't me, by the way. Scripture sounds like me. No, I'm really joking. No, really, honestly, no. But ladies, you're good out there, man. You're good out there. Big up yourself. And you know,
you big up yourself.
Hold on a minute ago, you were just saying we don't see.
Yeah, I'm going on mute, by the way. I'll be back.
No, you ain't. No, you ain't. You're having this conversation with MJ.
Go take over, Script. All right.
I'm in the other room, yeah. I'm in the other room,
yeah. Who's these women that you're talking about that ain't cooking and cleaning? Tell us about them, because I don't know them. I don't roll with sisters like that, innit?
No pots and pans that can go flying, so I can say what the hell I want.
Yeah, go on.
Go on. No, but really, honestly, ladies, I'm gonna say it and say that you guys don't sit on here and complain and talk about men and what they do and what they don't do and all these things there. So I just can't even make that claim about you guys. So obviously, I'm not going to make that claim. But I reckon it's something that does exist. So do you think that there's women that are just kind of like?
I mean, you have to remember, how I experience my relationships with women is going to be different to you because you're a man. I have friendships with women. If you're having a relationship with a woman, I'd expect that you'd be able to tell me about, maybe give me examples of these kind of things that have happened to you in your relationships.
Okay. See, I feel like with feminine toxicity, I think the main thing that I see is this, oh, well, we are getting, it's almost like a victim mentality.
Who, the women?
Yeah.
Right.
They come with a victim mentality.
Well, we have been victims. What do you mean? There was a time we couldn't even have our own bloody bank account. We had to put all of our money in our husband's name. Damn right.
Big up, MJ.
Big up, Snipes.
No, you're right. You're right.
We were victims. We were being oppressed. Women have been oppressed in many different cultures for a long time. And to this day, we still have men that are trying to oppress women. What are we doing?
To this day?
Yeah.
All right.
To this day. Yeah.
Oppressed women. Okay. So do you think that women have got is the best time for women that it's ever been?
No, it's definitely not the best time because there's a lot of external influences as well, which are helping to create this culture of feminism and the victims that you're talking about. So it's definitely not the best time for women, no.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it's a very difficult time for everyone at this moment in time with all these influences and propagandas and narratives that have been put out there for us all to believe and follow over the past century or so. It's got people so muddled up. Look at us all debating every day. We don't even know where we're from.
Right.
We're confused people. We're all confused.
Can we say that women now are way more open to having quarrels and arguing and being more vocal with men? Because that's where I feel women have. It's okay. Let a woman have this. Women have your say. Anybody have your say, but there's I think if what you're complaining about is the behavior you're admitting now,
sexism or something.
I'd say that you're actually that's counterproductive.
Where we at, Mary Jane? What's going on?
Do you know what I would say? It's not that we're talking more. It's that we're like, no. We'll see. Again, it goes back to women being oppressed, isn't it? Before we weren't allowed to talk, because the men would just beat us down and do all kind of fuckeries behind doors, isn't it?
Yeah, King.
But you know, now that that's been eradicated because men are realizing that actually having a open and honest relationship with women is a lot easier than having to beat them down, and then you got your neighbors snitching on you and your friends snitching on you and the police knocking on your door and all of this bullshit and they're trying to send you to prison and make you a next statistic. I think that's happening a lot less.
I don't feel there's not that many men in jail for domestic violence like that. Maybe crimes of passion, yeah, but domestic violence.
But there is some that end up going in, you know, like repeated offences, and
I was gonna say
might
it used to be part of the culture, no? You know what I mean? That people did that in quiet, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. And this was, and I think the more it happened, and the more they start getting these, you know, domestic violence helplines and women's refuges and stuff like that. What the change in it?
The change in behavior, yeah.
I think it all went alongside feminism, probably. You know, as that has grown and evolved, and women should have more rights.
No, I don't think so. I think maybe television over feminism, because maybe that's the first place these grown men are going to see a woman get slapped or backhand, you know, in them old Western movies or Gone with the Wind and shit. You know what I'm saying? So,
I mean, where did it start from? The whole like beating the woman.
Yeah, like you know, like it would sound like it would be an unsaid or unwritten thing.
No, do you know what I think it was, Matthew? I think a lot of it was fueled by either alcohol. Well, maybe poverty played a role as well. Alcohol, and then maybe some of the men that like went to war and maybe had like PTSD or unresolved traumas or something, and so maybe they were acting out in certain situations.
That
I think that was probably, you know, factors to it as well.
And then hence the institutes as
Mm-hmm.
well after the First World War and because we're saying that's when they started using psychoactive drugs like acid and you know what I mean, MDMA and that. You get me? And started coming with ideas of psychology. Yes.
You see where it is, bro. See when you've just come back from like some foreign country blowing off a box head like about 5 to 10 times, or you've seen your friend's head get splattered, from a landmine or some shit.
You're a bit low, Scrippy. You need to maybe get closer.
Sorry, my bad. I was talking a bit low. Sorry, my bad. So I was saying, like, when you've just come back from another country, from blowing up somebody or shooting somebody point blank range or from afar, splitting their wig wide open, or seeing your mate's wig getting split wide open, or him stepping on a landmine and getting totally obliterated or some shit, and then you come back to your missus talking about helping you with the rascal, you ain't gonna want to hear shit. You're gonna fuck that motherfucker up. I just been in a fucking fucking fighting for you.
Come on. Yeah? You're not gonna want to hear some woman in your ear about some bullshit.
I just been fucking fighting for you for your fucking freedom. Yeah, that's what you're gonna be hearing while he's thumping your face. What you talking about? Yeah, wanna hear that shit?
Yeah.
Fuck is that? some little man problem. Trying to bring him little man problem. He's got big problems that he's got to deal with every night when he goes sleep, when he closes his eyes, yo. Won't bring my stress. That's why he's sitting down there in front of the TV drinking 25 fucking beers.
So you might be right then. It might be then the advert of world wars and stuff that added to those numbers and stuff. After the
fueled by poverty, alcohol, etc., etc.
PTSD, all of that.
Drugs, opium that they were giving them.
Right.
Just opium that they was finding and willingly taking on their own too sometimes. I seen cocaine cowboys. What the fuck?
Throw in there the STIs that they were probably picking off. Like, they were just going around shagging everything that they could find, and then bringing it home to the woman, and then the woman finds out, like, oh, what is this? This is a sexually transmitted infection. Oh, what was you doing?
That's as ancient as having a tavern. Okay, isn't it? Think about it. It's ancient as having a tavern. Depends where you live, because remember Bethnal Green, the aristocracy and people of any note wouldn't walk around there. You get stabbed up, you get killed, you get kidnapped, you get robbed, everything around there. It was dangerous.
But I think even if you look to this day, most domestic violence is going to have some kind of alcohol involved in it. There'd probably be an underlying issue as to why it's happened, or why he's resorted to violence. But there's probably, I think it's like, I don't know, 70% of all domestic violence is fueled by alcohol or some bullshit like that, they say.
That makes sense. So even back in the day,
most of the domestic violence I've seen growing up was definitely alcohol fueled.
Oh yeah.
And the most extreme one that I seen was an ex-army man as well.
Sometimes it was money motivated as well, though, you know, MJ.
What was that, Scripps?
Sometimes it was money motivated as well, you know.
I hate that.
Yeah.
I hate drunkards like midgets.
Oh, not with drunks, bro.
You know what I'm saying? I hate drunkards.
See,
like
people talk about art. I heard
like
someone say, from Conjure Community, like, fuck people who smoke weed. I was like, forget fuck. You want to meet people who drink. If you're someone who drinks and says, fuck this whole 60s power flower, you know, what's it called? It's almost like you're like a swinging 60. You're a dope head, isn't it? Right? But they got time to drink. And for people who drink, that's mad. I don't mind drink. I mean, drink and do all them things there, but you can't talk about.
I just think for women should be a limit, bro. Like definitely, because I don't like it in women. Like it's not good. I just think it's horrible. And I've come across a few women who had drinking problems because the lifestyle has changed. You know, women are getting more prominent jobs, and now they're doing the mandem thing, like ladder.
You know what it is? It's the money.
It's that women who use. Sorry to say this. In my experience, women will use, and maybe this is just women with an alcohol problem or something, but I feel like women will use any excuse to have a drink. Oh, it's 11 o'clock. Let's crack open the wine. Oh, it's Monday. Let's have a drink. Oh, it's Sunday. Let's have a drink. Like women will use any excuse at all. Like, oh, I've sent the kids off to school. Let's have a drink. Like,
yeah, MJ, innit? Tell them. Go on.
No offense, but it's the cat fix, you know.
They know. They come to the wine bar or thing where she's working, and yeah, that's some people's story, definitely.
Yeah, no, for real. There was one chick in particular that used to come in about 2 o'clock every afternoon, and she'd always be coming in looking at our watch, like, oh, what time is it? Or counting out a little change. What can I afford today, a single or a double? And she'd have maybe 1 or 2 double brandies before she'd go and pick up the child from school. You know? And you know, there was one woman in school that had her child taken away because she was too busy drinking to take her child to school. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, like you can't even function. You're letting alcohol take over your life. That's long.
See, all of that is nuts. Pause.
Innit? But yeah, can some of the chat jump on? Because, you know, like I just jumped in a minute ago, like locked into the show, And I'm like, raw, all these people in the chat, but they can't jump on the panel. What's going on? Come on,
I've
sisters,
already done told
ladies,
them.
family, what we doing? Don't make me like have you lot up.
Right
Sneaky,
now, they rather
Axel,
cuss man in the
Sarah,
chat than
who
forward.
else did I see in there? Badmarsh.
Yeah.
Man like Jack Blaze, jump on and have sneaks up on the panel. Why are we doing all this bullshit in the chat?
Jack
Remember
Blaze,
what we call
please
people
don't
like
come on,
you,
dog.
pussy
Please
bitches,
don't
innit?
walk into some traffic.
Them rather type.
And what you can do next time you're typing,
Rico,
pick up your badge that says "I'm a pussy bitch." Yeah.
Big pussy bitch.
Yeah.
Big bad pussy bitch.
But yeah, I don't know. It's crazy how it's evolved, isn't it? From like obviously women being oppressed in a certain way and men just doing a madness and no one really cared about it. And nowadays it's like, no, give the women all the rights and give the women support, and who gives a shit about the men?
You give a shit about it, especially when you got a mustache.
Mustache.
Yeah.
It is a bit deep though, man, because I do feel like women.
Huh?
Was that Billy Goat Gruff?
I said they're talking all that shit with a Billy Goat's gruff. Like it's mad. Big
So,
stubble
Kingo, have you had an experience with a woman where she was acting in what you would consider to be a masculine kind of way? Because I've heard you talking about women fighting, shouting, speaking like men. Have you got any examples of your own?
Yeah.
Or even like maybe a hypothetical situation that you're aware of if you don't want to be personal.
Jed. Yeah, he ain't been speaking for like an hour.
I'm sure he's fine, bro. Oh, it's like that, yeah?
No.
Oh, it's like that, yeah? I'm just going to get blanked.
For fuck's sake, man.
Yeah, son. Yeah, son. Yeah, son.
You should have known that's going to happen still, man. MJ, beg you, please, man. Please. You know what I'm saying? Just continue what you was doing before. Fuck's sake, man. Fuck's sake, man. Let me tie him off.
But let me be honest. I think it's
well, we're saying, come on, someone's actually listening.
I think
Big up,
younger girls are on some next.
Like lay.
Yes, I'm here now. The pussy bitch is here. What's up?
Yeah.
We say pussy bitch 101.
Looks like it. Okay. So.
Yeah, Kingo, you was talking smack about Axel and Sarah and earlier.
Do you know what? I'm not going to lie. Yeah. Do you know what? Yeah. These girls don't just sit here talking about men and bashing men, so they're not toxic. That's not toxic femininity to me. I don't. But I see one. I see one or two in it. One or two.
Don't have none of this.
No.
What?
Why did you come in?
Obviously, no. But I did say that.
And all of
yeah,
this.
I said no, but
because
no. Listen, because I was on a panel, yeah, and when I come on a panel, there's a girl called Sarah, yeah, and there's a couple of different girls, right? And then and I was just saying because I think Zulu was doing a girly like ad lib. He's like, oh, Kingo's speaking, and I was like, oh, what, bro? You sound like Sarah or Trillo because that's
deadly,
what they're always against it. These girls are like, as soon as they come on, Kingo's here, Kingo's.
No, but what I'm saying is, if you're not on the panel,
no, it's not about that though. You're talking about duality.
You're supposed to speak about her name in dark places.
They just don't like me.
You can't just be openly saying her name because she might just appear.
They're not on me. They don't really care about me. Obviously,
you know
it. Name because I'm coming on a panel.
Frustrating you, yeah.
And I don't think that we're that.
You want some women in your lips, yeah?
Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying. I need some, man.
Wait, hold on.
I need some women in my life.
Is he talking about duality or duality?
Oh, stop it. Why did you even say that?
We don't want to start with that one, Skippy.
Now the thing is, I feel like right now Kingo's being a pussy. He was obviously chatting shit a little while ago, innit? But now he's backtracking.
Can you give
Like you
respect
don't want
to
the
their
smoke
name,
now, Kingo, innit?
The Chosen.
But it's not right.
You were talking smack
And the
earlier.
thing is, Kingo. So we will run down men if they're little bitches, innit? Like I think you actually described it. You actually described it quite well last week when you said I respect alpha men, innit? I respect men that actually behave like men, and I have absolutely no respect for men that don't play their role, innit? Like you said it as well. We both got our roles to play. I got to play mine. You got to play yours. And if you fail to play yours, then it is what it is, isn't it?
Yeah, but if I can knock a woman's teeth out, that means I'm strong.
You're gonna get treated like a bitch.
I can easily knock a woman's teeth out.
If you do that,
you should respect me.
We're gonna chop your fucking hood off.
Just respect me, innit?
Did you hear that?
I'm the main man, innit?
I'm
the main man. Like men dominate. That's why we are bigger.
I would.
We are bigger and stronger.
Hold
That's,
on,
you know what I mean? Chill, where's all these
But
men
how are
out?
you gonna dominate
I'll call
someone? You
people's
couldn't
names
even
out.
lift
I don't give
someone
a
up.
damn,
What are you talking
I
about?
can't hear
everybody's name out.
you because he's
Did
talking
he
over
say you was
you.
gonna punch someone in the face?
He said he's gonna if he's gonna punch a woman in his face. I said I will chop his
but if I
hood
can
off.
knock your teeth out, if I can knock your teeth out.
Why would you do that? Why would you say that?
How would you? No, I wouldn't. No, I'm not saying anybody. No, I'm saying if a woman. I'm just saying woman.
No, but how to win friends and
mentally
influence people.
traumatized men resort to violence. What is wrong with this man?
No, but obviously I'm just joking.
You don't even know this woman. It's not even a real life situation, and you're bringing violence into the situation. Why are you bringing violence into this situation right now?
No, I'm joking.
Yeah, he's not even able to punch anybody in his face. Come on, we know that.
That's the thing.
You couldn't even reach up that far from your chair.
But that's the thing.
These birds about to eat some nuts, my nigga. Shit.
If you want to jump in the viper's pit with the men, then you're gonna be spoke to like a man.
Why are you saying
hold on.
Why not singular? Why plural? What's going on?
Why not?
You
why
called
not?
the name.
No, but actually,
there's a divide. What? You're a man, woman?
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
No, but here's a question.
I'm not involved in your pit. I'm not in your pit. Like, what is
do you think, Kingo, do you think that the problem with the women, right? So the women becoming more masculine, is that because the men are becoming more feminine?
Yeah, more pussy bitches.
So we have to balance out. Yeah, I think if men are acting like you, like little
men
bitches,
than men are. Look at them. Look at this guy.
More woman than woman in the sense of like, not that they're more woman than woman, but they're more like real women, Amazonians and warrior type women of history. So like Boudikas and all sorts. So yeah, we've always had that element amongst the women, that warrior class.
Pick him up.
Yeah, man. That warrior class, even in India, India warrior women, they got big swords and had great leaders who were, women and that. So, yeah, I think how things are seen is definitely different in the West.
But if a woman thinks she can, look, I'm just saying.
You wouldn't be boxing.
If a woman thinks she's what, the Kingo? If a woman thinks she's what?
You're not punching.
Throw something at my face.
Tamil tiger. You're not punching a Tamil tiger in the face, are you? You're not. Bash a woman with a big sword. No, you're not doing that, bro. Like, I'm telling you the truth.
She thinks she's gonna get through it. You're
gonna all over your grave. Once they speared you or arrowed you or anything they could do, even poison dart you. Yeah.
Exactly. Don't mess with our Juju even. Come on.
I want a sister out there that's listening. Yeah, a sister out there that's listening that can bench press all King or Gold. Just take him out on a date. Just bench press him blood.
Get me?
Yeah, just that.
I need to be a warrior. I do.
Like a baseball or something. Yeah, just throw him in it.
Oh, here's Triller. Big up Triller, man. Jump on, man.
Yeah, I do. I can easily have a warrior. Hold on. Yeah, no, because he's
another man still.
Right. No, I was using it at a time when he was speaking as an example. I can't remember what it was.
Who's that? Sarah and Jeds.
but he was saying, "Oh shit,
him.
I never know you did a video with Sarah.
Wait, is that good?"
Can I see that scripture?
Man came off the back to say that it's me, you fucking idiot. You see that? You fucking
Man
idiot.
came off mute, you know.
Scripture.
You can see that scripture. I don't really wear hats like that.
Neither do I, you dundos. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, no, hold on.
Man, he's wearing his
come off
Pan-African
mute to
top.
say it's me, you know.
He's wearing his Pan-African top. That's good, man.
You know, that's how you know Jez is pissed. He's pissed. Don't worry, bro. I got you, bro. It's me.
All right, him and the Malteser. What's the him and the Malteser on now? Come on.
Yeah, I was gonna wait for scripture to finish G Block laughing.
Somebody is worried about being smacked or hit, even if it to be the case to be true, they're not going to admit it with the person who's present. They don't have to be in the room. So he's come in the room. So he's around you, around her. You're asking that question. Excuse me.
So hang on. She's asking your daughter if the man's hit her, but the man's right there.
Somebody's beating your child. Of course I will. Of course I think. I heard her say it. Exactly. So why is it that you're not willing to address the situation? Okay, go and address it now then.
Special music, slow motion. Allow it, man. Pause. I didn't want to see a man's chest. What the fuck was that?
Like, comment, share, subscribe. Big up yourself.
Come on,
man. Jump
Get
on the
your
panel,
bike
fam.
back.
Let's have a discussion.
Come on, get your bike back.
Mr. Avery,
Promotions.
thank you for joining me, man.
Thanks for having me.
Right. What I want to do
Pause.
for my audience is to get them, I guess, involved in your story.
Okay.
And what I want to do is I want to let you tell your story and tell people about what is called parental alienation.
Definitely.
It's something that for me is not spoken about enough. It's something for me that a lot of fathers go through, more so than mothers, because mothers generally have the children and generally are the ones alienating their father.
This guy is so bit up, man.
That's unbelievable.
If they're that type of mother.
Yes.
Doesn't always happen, but it happens.
Exactly.
You and I were both on the Baby Fathers podcast.
That's correct.
I told my story, you told yours. But what I want to do is I want to pick up where that left off.
What is this note?
Where I am now.
Yeah, where you are now, where it left off. So what I want to do, or what you've done for me, is
pause.
You've given me some audio, you've given me some visuals, and I'm just going to take the people through it and let them see what your story's like. But before that, tell people generally how you feel you are being alienated by.
Well, the alienation, basically coercive control. It's just not sticking with the court order, because obviously initially I went to court, which is a problem in itself, because to actually go to court to actually see your own child is just, it's diabolical. So, you know, situations happen, and this is the situation I'm in. I've had to go to the court to actually get to see access to see my daughter, because so much lies and everything was made up. Now, once the judge saw,
oh my
God,
man,
big up to everyone that's had to battle to see their child or whatever. It's gone extra yard. Yeah, it's mad, man. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I saw one or two clips out of this story, and I thought, yeah, whatever. Big up
Do you
to
know
Cara
what?
for bringing
I
it
discovered.
to light.
Sorry, Jed.
Yeah, don't you come in all depressed, you know.
No. This is something that I found out about a couple of years ago myself. So obviously, I've had my own issues and battles, but the parental alienation thing, I believe it was one of those things that, some psychologist or whatever came up with in America. And it's not just about, when people say parental alienation, it's not just about, you're alienating the child from the parents and vice versa. There's more to it. It's like you're actually brainwashing them to dislike the other parent. And obviously, and you don't need a psychology degree to tell you that that's going to mess up a child's head, like them getting mixed messages and hearing negative things about their parents and shit. Yeah, no, it does. But this is basically what they're labeling it as now, is this parental alienation thing. So it's a real thing, but it's obviously been happening a long time.
Yeah,
it's
just
just
putting
now
on
got
a label on it. Yeah,
they put their little dead labels on it, man.
Yeah. Alienation.
But big him up for like bringing
we call that
awareness
bad
to
mind.
it because
Yeah.
it definitely happens.
Baby mother, bad mind.
I was gonna say bad mind, baby mom. So
definitely bad mind baby moms and some bad mind baby dads as well.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, yes, and I'm gonna say from my experience.
Oh,
yes.
what you mean alienating the child because he can't be with the parent? Yeah, I mean, yeah. There's been some
You know
cases
what?
of that.
People can have a multitude of ulterior motives as to why they might want to, have certain things in their favor.
Yeah. No, I'm definitely seeing that where the male has been more interested in the woman, and if you can't get the woman, he's not interested in the kids. So.
Or maybe they're interested in securing something else like their papers or something like that, and having court documents to say, oh, I see my child, da-da-da-da-da. Oh, the mum's a bad mum, da-da-da-da-da. That can help them to have grounds to be able to stay it used to anyways when it came to the whole European rights thing.
Yeah, that's dead
Don't know how
snaky
that
though.
stands
That's
now.
proper snaky though.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, proper.
It's like low class. Like, wow.
So that was wrong and it was all incorrect. I'll go and get access to see my daughter. So where I am now is that there is still parts where she still will alienate and say, breach the order, I should say. So with the orders being breached, I then have to take her back to court, which is a lot of waste of time, financial time. But at the day, it's a mission that I will continue to do because I wanted to see my daughter and have a peaceful relationship with her.
So when you say the court, are you talking about a family court?
The family court, correct.
Would you say in general, the family court system in the UK helps fathers, is helpful towards fathers? Is it not helpful towards fathers?
No, they don't. I'm telling you, lot from before.
I'm in my situation, I could say that it is helpful towards because in my
Pause this for
situation,
a sec, please, bro. I got a cousin, first hand, same situation. Yeah? First hand, first cousin at that. Talk to him regular. Still having problems with his child's mother now. Still don't really see his daughter now. His daughter is 13, 14. Yeah? Still can't see his youth. To the point where the mum's put so much fuckery in the daughter's head. She don't even want to see her dad certain times now. Like, same situation, same. Sorry, I just had to say. It's proper fuck. It's not a joke.
Do you think I think an argument should be definitely behind closed doors, Nick, so you don't influence your child's mind. I think that's problematic, isn't it, really? But I think that's hard to avoid.
You're not gonna stop someone saying what they want to say.
Naturally, but it's definitely overcome.
Some women are also devilish when it comes to it, right?
I think he's right though. The courts, the majority of the time, the courts go in the mum's favor or biased towards the mums. That's just how the system is set up.
You know what the joke is, though?
I'm going to keep repeating myself tonight because I'm going to say there's definitely times where they are against the mums as well.
You know what it is, though, MJ? They awarded him to have, that.
Yeah.
They discussed, right? That was fine. But when it came to the time, she's not sticking to the time. So when he's trying to take her back to court, the court's basically saying, oh, well, we've given the court order already. There's not really much that we can do at this point.
But there is.
There is, but they just don't want to send her to Ross Clark jail. Do you get it?
Well, and that's the only next step is the judge can put a breach order on the contact order. Right. And then if she breaks that breach order, it's automatic 6 months in jail. But who really wants to be doing that to their baby mum at the same time? It's a fucked up thing to be doing, isn't it?
The mother also knows that the child is more than likely going to go and live with like a grandmother, the grandmother. She likes her grandmother a bit more than she likes her dad. Obviously, it's a woman. She can relate more, all of this kind of thing. But she knows that she's still going to have access to her dad. And she don't want that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So she tries to keep him hanging by this string every now and again. Like, oh, yeah, you can see her. Then he'll set up a time to see her. Then he might see her once, maybe twice. Then she'll take that away from him. Oh, you did this. You didn't arrive here on time or whatever. She's always making some bullshit.
Always on the mum's terms.
Yeah.
Always. I hear that. And I think it's so unfortunate like that anybody needs to get to that point where they feel like they need to go to court or you're just unable to communicate with the person that you laid down and had sex with and create a child with.
You know what it is as well? Like, I've seen it in my cousin's eyes. He's reached a point where he's given up. He's just given up. Like, you know what? Fuck this. this is long. I'm not fighting to go and see my youth. And then when I've done everything that I'm supposed to do to see my youth, I still can't see my youth. And then I'm still fighting to see my youth. I get to see her every now and again. But then her mum's spewing some stuff in her head to the point where the daughter's coming back and be like, nah, you're this, that, and you said that, and all the you said this to mum in a text, and she's showing her texts like of the conversation that they're having, but she's not showing her what she said to her dad. You know what I'm saying? She's only showing what the dad's said to the mum.
And I think at that age as well, they're going to be sort of protective of their mums, innit? And it's maybe when the child gets a bit older, then she'll realise what it is for herself, innit?
Of course.
It's just sad that you're going to miss out on that vital time in between.
I started shouting, having an argument in my own house. My daughter went and defended her mum. Quick. Yeah, that's just how most girls are as they get older. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Let me press play.
Go on.
I see my daughter, and the problem I feel. Or let me not even get into the problem. You asked the question of, do I feel it helps? It does help. And I think that's why even part of the campaign that I'm actually wanting to do is to advise men more to try to go to court, because it's actually the better option. It might be a slow process, but it's the better option for your child.
However, you did say,
I don't know about that.
And this is the thing. I understand fully what he's saying. And to be fair, in today's times, he's correct. However, look how far we've come as humans, where the best option for us to raise our child harmoniously with the other parent is to go to through the court, through a third party, through the system. Let the system handle it. The systems they're the best mediators. They're the ones that can help you raise your child, and it's fucked, man.
Both party grandparents or something like that.
Yeah, the community.
You know
that's just not an option.
It's not the best way, because you're not only. It's not a simple thing of you're just going to court. There's procedures you have to go through before you go to court now, and then if you do get to that stage of going to court, it means that there's some issue between the parents. Then that's probably going to mean that CAFCAS is going to be instructed to be involved. Then that means they're going to approach your local social services to do reports and come do a home visit. And then that in itself can just open up bullshit in people's lives that you don't necessarily need, because these people come in with their own views and judgments of, I don't know, how you should clean your home or how you should raise your kids or feed your kids or whatever. And you just open up avenues.
Maria. They can even snatch your kids away from you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It could lead to anything. They could even say, these children are suffering emotional harm because of the acrimony between these parents, etc., etc. And then they're going to take your kids away because of that. You open up these eyes to now be on you that don't need to be on you, and you can potentially resolve these things yourself. And given that nowadays you have to go to mediation before you go to court in the UK, like for family court and that, if you can't get through mediation, then you're beyond hope.
Yeah, I hear
you. Is it? I think I'm subscribed to it, Sarah. And I think it just last like five videos he's made is about women. I think pretty much. Yeah, he's got like a little bit of an agenda. I like it. I like his little podcast. So I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I have a listen in, like but he's
well, listen in, Kingo, because this is when you're gonna hear us slating men potentially.
Softcast. This is a softcast, man.
I like it though. He's taking it. He's got sort of more of a social stance. He's more in touch. Get me with society. I like that. He's touching on different subjects. But
anyway, I want to hear what this guy has to say, because I don't agree it's the best option.
No, it's madness.
It's an option if necessary, but it's not the best option.
Hold on, I'm looking for the fucking screen. Let's go.
Where's Sarah? We need Sarah on this topic.
No, he's just gonna get cussed. Both of them.
No, but really, honestly, I think between each other and like the call, isn't it? So it's like obviously to certain individuals, in it. So it's not like I could even say anything. I don't know the person offline. That's also another factor. So yeah, it's no biggie. That wasn't a personal. That was just a general question. Just following, the couple last week or so, two, or what
Say that it's a time-consuming and money-consuming process.
It is indeed, yes.
So So what about people who don't have the money to be constantly?
But there are avenues. There are avenues because you can seek. I don't need to say to seek legal aid because I know normally that's with the women, but actually there's solicitors and there's actually organisations like Fighting Fathers that can and help fathers to actually go through those channels to try and get support in trying to help seeing your child.
So how long have you been going through the court process then?
It's been 2019, December 2019. So just say 2 years, but it's not in and out of court. So it's, so several times we went court.
So why couldn't what was going on with you, your daughter, and the mother of your daughter?
Because the mother was difficult to deal with. It was her way or the highway. So that's what the problem was. I didn't even want to go to court. It was first before court. I tried cancelling, as I think I've said on the Baby Father podcast. I tried cancelling first. I went tried to speak to elders, the family, just help, but that wasn't helping. Went to the solicitors, which weren't helping, and then the last process was to actually go to court.
Right. So what I'm going to do then is, you said the mother was difficult.
Difficult is a lighter way of saying.
The reason why I want to go into it is because a lot of the time we're told that fathers are difficult. We're told that it's the fathers that don't want to see their children. But a lot of the time, I think women are kind of given more of a leeway when it comes to children. You and I both know that that's not always the case. But we're going to play the audio that you sent me to see. Is this how difficult she can be?
Yeah, this is one of the examples of actually something that happened. Yes.
All right. So let's play this and hear it.
I was standing there, and Shaka was saying that how hit her. Well, I heard her say that to you. I've got her now. I asked her when did he hit her, and now she's telling me he didn't hit her. So I'm going to put you on loudspeaker. If she can tell you herself why she said that to you. What it is that, like I said to her, I had to rush and go because I've got clients. This is important. I know. Why is it that you're rushing off to go? Why is it that you don't want to address this? If somebody's beating your child, of course I will. Of course I think I heard her say it. Exactly. So why is it that you're not willing to address the situation with me? Okay, go and address it now then. I hit you. Why? No. Because Barbara can't.
Hang on, just for clarification. So your daughter has accused.
Yeah, so my daughter's on the phone to tell me to my daughter told me to come and talk to me. Come. She spoke to me on the phone and said, "Come and talk to her, her mother, new partner." So she told me to come because he's put his hand on me. That's the word she actually used.
Your daughter said the mother's partner's now put
his hand on me. That's what she said. That was her word.
And how old's your daughter?
And she was 5 then.
When she said this?
Yes.
Okay, so now you're calling the mother about that.
So no, the mother calls me.
Calls you about that?
Yes, okay. She calls me because that's why she started by saying I overheard the conversation. So she calls me.
Okay, let's continue. Hang on.
I hit you. Why? No. Because Barbara can't see you. I can't see her, so that's what I'm saying. That she's going to be under pressure. She's 4 years old. You can ask a child that. I mean, it's very difficult. She's still coughing. I asked her if she's feeling well still. She says she's sniffing. Of course, I naturally feel it's what she's saying, but she's there. She's under a microscope. No, she's smiling. Yeah, but I can't see. I don't know what she's doing. I only know what you're telling me. I can't see it for myself. Okay. Well, if you're saying that you can't see and that she's 4 years old and that she's still sniffing and she's coughing, then the same way that she's coming to tell you that somebody has put his hand on her and you're taking heed to that. I didn't take it. I take heed to it. I didn't say it's true or not true. So what do you mean I'm taking heed to it? See, now you're making things up. I didn't take heed to it. You just made something up there. I suspect your girl will speak to you later. Has hit you? Why did you hit you to your dad? Why did you tell your dad that? So in the room and you're in the room and you're speaking to her with him in prison. So he's come in the room. So he's around, you got around her, you're asking that question.
Excuse me.
So hang on. She's asking your daughter if the man's hit her, but the man's right there.
Well, yes, everyone could hear it and clear to hear, and which I heard as well.
Boy.
You said
it's like a little bit like a Jeremy Kyle said.
I'm not gonna lie, yeah. I'll be real with you. This is why certain man, like overly whatever, certain man that maybe don't have as much patience or whatever as this brother, they get on wicked.
Mm.
They get on wicked, so you know, okay, you can move like this, but it's actually gonna be problems.
Detrimental.
It's actually gonna be a problem. So like where it seems like it's just going to be down to a war of words or whatnot, and she's just going to try to badge you up on the phone. Sounds like an office phone call. He's not really a passionate man like that. He's more thoughtful than that. I don't know. She seems comfy. And all of that. I don't know. I get it. I think he played it smart, saying like, I'm not rushing down or whatever. He's not trying to alert nothing, but I don't know. But this is it's peak. It's actually peak.
Big up, everyone.
Big up, bro.
Big up, Sarah.
Big up, sis.
Jeez.
Big up, half day.
You all right? Yeah, you look tired.
Kingo said, "Big up."
You look good.
Let's go. Let's go.
Is this making you look depressed?
No, I'm just tired in general. But let's go.
It's making me frustrated.
I'm kind of feeling this.
Why have you got your new man?
I feel this man is too calm. I feel this man is too calm.
But sis, I think he's
wrong,
the kind of man that he's not going to want violence around his daughter. So he is probably just trying to keep it calm, you know, play Mr.
That wasn't
Cool and all of that, and deal with the
I mean-
situation logically rather than with emotions.
You're trying to build a case, boy.
She was trying to,
recording your baby mother. Yeah, you're trying to build a case.
She was trying
to trap her and trap him.
She was trying to
Well,
make
not
him
to
say
get
something or
evidence
do
of what's
something.
going on.
She's weird, man. Oh, that woman's good. I rate him though. He was very classy throughout the whole thing. I've seen the video.
Yeah, before he goes and kills someone. It's true.
Yeah. Because you can't do nothing for your daughter behind bars, innit? So let's keep it real.
That's facts, man.
You gotta play. You gotta play the game.
You gotta remember, yeah, like you can't say that to a lion. You can't say
that's
to a
what I'm
lion,
true.
oh, if you wild out now and bruck through this and bite me, they're gonna shoot you and kill you. You can't convince a lion that. You know what I mean? Like some people, they just got that thing in them where you're supposed to know. Like it don't really matter what it's gonna be bad consequences for everyone. Like, so it's not even worth.
She should have known that from the beginning, though. You know,
Yeah,
who
like
to play with and who not to play with from the get go.
This is what I'm trying to say. And
During the relationship, she should have known. Okay, if this relationship is dead tomorrow, I need to move a certain way in it because this man is
right.
still.
Some dad.
Yeah, I think he's just soft in nature. Anyway, he seems like
they say
soft.
Very soft. Yeah.
They say Duppy know who's the frightened.
Yeah, it would have been the engaged tone.
From the get go,
Daddy,
yeah, I agree.
Somebody abused me.
She should have known,
Daddy,
like, oh my god, if this
Daddy?
happens, her dad's
Yeah,
crazy.
Daddy's coming
Gonna
around,
catch a
man.
case.
Yeah, cause
So let
if
me, yeah.
If this was Ross Clark, Liam Neeson in Taken, somebody's getting fucked up.
So everyone, somebody has to die. Yeah. Off assumptions, you might die. Yeah. Off the
But also, I
assumptions
don't know how I feel about this
Better
guy.
man than Liam Neeson out here when it comes to their youth.
Also, why is this guy just sharing his information and his voice?
I was only 5 minutes away anyway. You know the one.
You know what?
I was only 5 minutes away.
I just happened to be outside anyway. Go in your room. You go in your room, get under the bed, and wait for me.
Proper things. You get what I'm saying? But daddy, don't put daddy me, man. It's real out here. Yeah, man, put his hands on you, yeah?
Even the kids should know, like,
what I want you to do, I want you to go in the shower, draw the shower curtain, sit in
don't
the
come out till I say
and cover your ears, cover your ears and don't come out till I say. Man.
No,
oh my god! And you know what? It's a murder scene, and you got to cover the kids' eyes to get them out of the house. Yeah, one of them ones.
That sign saying,
right.
No one was harmed using this version of Patois.
Nah, he's not even that.
Yeah,
he's not
here,
even
listen
gonna do all
to
of
this
that.
music and
He's not
just
even
sit
gonna
there.
do all that. He's gonna be like, "Do you remember what Daddy told you about Code Red?" Yes, Daddy. Okay. You know what to do, man. It's mad. Been practicing for this time.
Make your own situation.
I feel like
Mommy's got a new boyfriend and he's really nice and he bought me a teddy bear. Wow.
You can tell by her tone of voice she'd normalized walking over this man, like all over this man. It was just normal, like it was just part of the game for her.
Oh, Daddy, he hit me because I said that's not his bike.
People are talking about actually hitting people's children. You do know you could die off her assumptions. Like, no one's asking or trying to check if it's true or not. Everybody just has to die.
And I think, unfortunately, I think what this does highlight is everything's got pros and cons, right? And what this does highlight sometimes is the cons of actually being like a calm, not easily provoked individual. Like, do you know what I mean? Because I feel like those people that have got more, let's just be real, innit, violent tendencies or capabilities or anger issues, they don't like they liberties do happen, but they're just not like this.
Do you think it's the men have been made docile to rely on third parties outside of the house? Because you do know back home, if your daughter gets violated and you as a father do what you need to do, nobody's gonna bat an eyelid. Nobody cares. People be like, all right, it's your fault. Like,
remember, the man is
do you know what I mean?
Strategically
from school upwards to look to a third party. Tell the teacher, tell this person, tell that person.
Society is, isn't it?
Basically, man.
And all of that, you know,
it's what happens.
In modern day society, there's no place for violence except for when your governments and your law enforcement
tell you
need
to
use it.
Yeah.
Then it's cool. Do you know what I mean?
Man, still, I'm just thinking about H being a father. Still,
who?
H, yeah,
which
he's
one?
Gonna get around. H will get around there with the kill pan.
One.
Real quick,
as he chops up the money, one.
Say no more. If you're on the phone to his daughter, like, say no more. I'm trapped, man. Get me. I see you soon. Wow.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Talking to himself on the way there, calmly. Like,
I know.
Walk in the yard like,
not
sit in the corner.
Not spiritually shanked.
Oh, you guys are terrible. And just leave their bloody with it with a spiritual mission.
We talk to the boyfriend like, don't worry, Carl. Like, there is no knife. There's only guru. There's no blood. There's only guru.
There is
no.
That even scared me, bro.
Yeah, isn't it?
Like, oh shit, man. That could be a real situation.
Get me? There is no me. There is no you. I bow to you.
With you guys.
It will stab you. It will stab you.
You are me. I am you.
Yeah.
Myself. The one, because we are all the one.
Yeah. I bow to you.
One.
Teaching me this lesson. I'm. What did you say? He turns around and goes, I'm a despicable human being. I'm nothing. See? Yeah. I've let my emotions, anger, overcome me. But thank you for this lesson. And you're just
rocking in the corner with the next man's blood all over him. Mad thing.
One.
You know what I'm saying?
One.
Wow.
Yo, I repeat this, bro. I'm actually shook. That is actually scary. See,
on the phone as well.
Look. Surely you're God. You're reaching the Creator quicker than I am. I'm still cursed in this physical body. Wow, you've shown me.
Tell me what it's like. Tell me what it's like to meet the one.
Now. Wow,
I'm
sending you to the one. Express delivery.
Oh my God.
You said after like an hour,
man.
He's introduced you to
the one. There is no knife. There is no blood.
There is no knife. No, that's the one.
I'm done, man.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir.
Stabbing you is stabbing myself.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah. Stabbing myself is stabbing the one.
There's only one. Only the one.
Excuse me, sir. We just came to the murder scene, and you know.
I was just freeing him.
There's no murder scene. There's only guru.
Even the fecal matter your dog leaves behind.
There are no sirens.
I'm not even here. You know what that was? I'm not even here. This is for me.
You shouldn't have.
They don't exist. Nothing is
should
good.
have on you. I'm
We don't even exist.
The immortal juices of my victim.
Yo, don't play with certain people, man. I'm telling you. Don't play with
Himalayan. This is Himalayan Scotland.
The perpetrator's still here.
Minus 50, cuz. Minus 50.
Oh, retard, cuz.
Minus 50,
You don't even know it yet. You're already dead. You got me?
There's no death. There's
spirit
only
you
guru.
Yeah. I stabbed you already with a spear.
Yeah, but you won't be laughing one day. If you see that guy
spiritually.
levitating one day, bro, I swear you're
I
gonna eat
slit
him.
your throat
man.
spiritually.
That's judgment, I like.
If this was HDR,
Yeah, but levitates.
That's the whole joke. If
I
this
know.
was
Hey, bro,
HDR,
he's talking about
he'd
reason
be
for
on
it.
the next thing. He'd be outside. You look out your window, he'd be there. He'd be there with an elephant.
Nah, man, one thing we don't play with is crazy people, man. I like crazy people.
Nah, fuck
He'd be
off.
there with an elephant,
Definitely be
cannons,
there with
all
the
sorts of
elephant.
them.
Mad. You get me?
Yeah,
looking
he's not
up,
playing.
just looking up at your in your room and that. Mad.
You sure you
Or
want to go to war with me?
even in the lotus position on the pavement, rocking.
On the
shaking with
elephant. On the
with
elephant.
spear.
Fuck that. He's on the
On
elephant.
the elephant with the spear.
In minus 50
rocking.
degrees, yeah.
Right. You get me? No need for a fleece.
Are you sure you want to war with me?
Yeah. I can do this. I'm 50 below. Low. You get me? Nah.
I'm not sure you want this oneness.
This is not a knife. Nah, I'm done. I was done for dead. Get me? This is not a knife. It's true. Yeah.
No, he's like he stabbed you. Said there is no knife.
He's a good rapper, though.
There is no knife. There's only guru.
So he'll be stroking your head while he stabs you.
Yes.
You're
better than me, cuz.
Could be singing to you.
You're better than me, cuz.
I am just a function of the one.
Yeah.
You get me? And I'm going to send you to him quickly.
By this disgusting thing, anger. I am nothing. I am horrible.
I'm a retard. I am nothing.
I'm stupid. I don't deserve.
Come on, mate, walk for that fire then. Come on.
But look at you, cuz. You're moving closer to the source. Oh wow, guru. It's getting scary because you'd actually say it.
No, I like it, man.
As well,
Okay, hang on.
I tell you what, please, because the way it is right now, listen, I tell you what, let's just leave it right there, because at the end of the day, I understand children very well. So at the end of the day, right, I don't be questioning her, it is fine. I know how children are. I'm very aware of what, I'm very aware how children act, I'm very aware how you act, I'm very aware everyone acts.
Exactly what has happened.
Yeah, I'm not there, so I can't explain anything.
And you let me explain to you, adult to adult.
It's there.
Can I explain?
Oh, you're not answering the question, so just leave it there. I just want to speak about it.
Explain everything that was
there.
Was not in the room.
There. So you're asking her this question, and the guy is present.
I was not present when I asked.
But he's present in the house.
He's present right now.
Okay, so he's present in the house, and you're asking her that question. If somebody was worried,
he was present in the house.
If somebody is worried about being smacked or hit, even if it to be the case to be true, they're not going to admit it with the person who's present. They don't have to be
in the house. So this is what I'm saying to you.
Sorry, say that again.
She had this conversation with you whilst.
Hang on. So your daughter's there. She's asking your daughter, has he hit you? Is this the first time the daughter's come to you and said that?
That was the first time my daughter's come and told me that particular incident, yes.
So at the end of this, did you believe that happened, or what did the mother say? Or...
Oh, it comes to the end. It's actually coming to the end, so I could actually basically explain.
Was still in the house. It was.
Yes, I said he's in the house. That's what I'm saying. But you know what? Listen, it's fine. I have not made any drama about it.
Let me.
I have not made any drama about it.
Space to talk, please, because
listen, please. We'll talk. I can tell you what. Talk to me at 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. Talk to me. All right, because everyone's got time. 7 o'clock. Talk to me.
Okay. Cool.
All right. So did she call you back?
No.
So you didn't discuss it after that?
No. So what basically happened? And the emails, the evidence is there. I basically had to say to her to leave it. Don't say anything to her. She blocked me.
What?
The mother blocked you.
Yeah, so she blocks me. So this call of having a conversation, she blocked me.
So then how does that work now? Well, how did that work now? If she's blocked you, how does it work now with you seeing your daughter?
Exactly. So when she blocked me, what happened now? My mind, I was still concerned of the situation because for me, that was very guilty. As I said in the podcast, if that was me in position, I would have got the phone and spoke to the father himself and just let him reassure him what happened. But what had happened is that is what you heard just happened, where he's come in and basically to shout at my daughter and say, open your mouth and tell the truth. You see? So we're at the time, because I had concerns already because she has a son and she's also told me to come and beat her son. And she had an ex where me and the ex, where she used to say he was like me, stalker, abusive and all of this stuff.
So hang on, sorry. She said she's asked you to come to her house and beat her son.
Yeah, you know, when I was, you know, when
you were together.
Yeah, she went and asked me to come and beat her son because.
But you're not the son's father.
Exactly. Well, she shouldn't beat children anyway, but yes, she did. And these concerns I put up with social services. It's all on record.
Right.
And the problem also for me was even the ex had shown me, which were part of one of the reasons he broke up with her, was because he accused him of beating her son.
So she's told you that the ex beat her son?
No, she didn't tell me. The ex had evidence of her doing that, basically making out that he'd beat her son.
Right. So for instance, if you were to beat her son, she could have said, "Oh, this guy beat my son."
Right. Just
even
like
though she asked you.
Basically, just like when you said that I'm taking heed to it, and I wasn't taking heed to it. You saw the fact that she's called me up, and then that actually keeping me on the phone by saying, "What? Don't you care about your child being beaten?" The question is, don't you care? Because if you really cared, as I thought as a mother, you would then speak to your daughter secretly, not with the person also. Basically, they were ganging up on her.
Right, yeah.
Which I could hear and I sense it because I know my daughter. And like I said, I thought when I then emailed and then when I then WhatsApped, because it was a WhatsApp message I still have, she then blocked the whole conversation. So what I then done, because I couldn't be at peace, I then contacted the police to go and check to see if my daughter was all right that day.
Was she all right?
I was going to ask you, did you witness that conversation? But then I heard your voice in the background.
I was there.
So then my question was going to be, why did you not handle that conversation for you?
Why should I take the phone from? He just said in the podcast that he wants to deal with the mother and him, and I shouldn't be included. I should be quiet.
No.
So why?
That's today. That's what we.
That was my energy as well. I'm not jumping into nothing, my brother. That's between her, my wife, the child.
So why did you say something to the girl then? If you're not jumping into anything, why did you say anything?
Say that again, brother.
If you're not jumping into anything, why did you say anything?
What in the conversation?
Your voice is present in that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who were you speaking to?
To the girl, to the young lady.
So if you're not going to speak to the
Hold on. They're in the same room. They're in the same room right now.
It seems so, of course, yeah.
Seems like
I don't know what this is.
Okay, now what's with the just bait screw face? And what is that, a glass bottle on the table? Stay nizzy, man. Stay nizzy. Let's play.
He's thirsty. He's drinking water, man. He's drinking water.
Glass, though, yeah? Glass.
And just like the black Jeremy Kyle.
But wait, can we address the fact that she's calling like the man to come and beat up her son? Like, do you think that that's all right?
Well, let's see now.
Anyways.
Yeah.
But he's got a dad. Like, he's got a dad. So if you want someone to discipline him, call his dad. Oh, no, but then you're going to accuse the dad of beating him, but you're going to call the next man to come and beat him. I am so confused what kind of woman this is.
I feel like the woman's always been tapped, but he tolerated the tapness, so now he's dealing with the
white liver.
consequences.
This is white liver all over again.
Scripture, your mic is fucked. I don't know what's going on, bro.
Well, you can't hear me.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. Not really. We can hear you, but it's just mad. Like,
you want to try?
Muffly or something. What is it?
I don't know.
That's all.
A bit distant, yeah.
A bit distant.
Bruv, you need to talk, bruv. You're just getting quiet. So, like,
my man's talking. I'm talking.
Yeah.
That's why it's probably coming through the way it's coming through still. Because everyone's chatting.
like a, I don't know.
I don't know, bro. Can you
Is he
describe
on a
what?
phone or?
It's got a little something around it, echo or something. Distortion.
I don't know what it is.
So basically, I've got a water bottle. That water bottle's annoying me, right? That's the shit aesthetic ever. And then
No,
what
it's
are we
a
doing here?
glass
What?
one.
Is it empty as well?
Oh, they're gonna leave a glass one on the table.
Yeah,
and
man.
the guy who
Where's the cup to
supposedly
go
put
with
his
it? It's a bit
hands
silly, man.
on my ute. Yeah, I put his hand on my ute. He's sitting on
You're
the
not
other
getting what we're
side.
saying.
It's interesting. And who's mediating? That sounds like my man. It sounds like my man.
Oh, okay,
What's his
okay. I
name?
see what it is now. Okay, okay. All right then.
Yeah, like is that what we're doing?
Anyway, so
Yeah?
they're in the
hiding in
room,
clear view,
and
yeah.
the guy's saying,
Should have been
I
Saka.
weren't trying to get involved in him and his baby mother's thing. You get me? But then the mediator or whoever else is speaking is like, so
Said, I heard you on the phone.
Why did you speak up? You know, speaking to the young lady, meaning his daughter. What do you mean the young lady? All that talk is weird as well. I don't know.
And so you can
My
speak
wife,
to the child, not to the man.
my wife's girl or daughter. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's too much going on, man.
Jump up
There's-
moments.
yeah.
There's several jump up moments already.
Yeah,
and we
yeah,
only just
yeah, yeah,
started.
yeah.
Let's go. Let's get it in.
God.
But why can't I talk to the daughter?
Can you hear me now?
You said you're not jumping in.
Talking to her dad.
And they're talking to the dad.
Now this is interesting because when they went there, they went to the house and then said she was sleeping. But what happened? The mum then called me. So I thought, why is she calling me? You know, and then she said, and then I heard her say to the police, he always does this. You know, so I said to the police, I don't wish to talk to you with her in presence. I'd like you to speak to me after you tell me if my daughter's okay. I didn't hear back from the police.
So, in your household, the police have been involved and social services have been involved.
Absolutely, yeah.
And you're going to court.
No, I'd gone court.
So I'm just saying, like, for a father, it's just the ideal situation. Like, it's not the ideal situation that you want your children or child to be in.
Of course not. But unfortunately, that's why I'm saying that the court is now assured that I have access to see my daughter.
But could she break that court order?
Oh, she can, but there'd be consequences.
Right, on her side.
Yes.
All right.
Which has happened already. That's what I'm saying. You go to court, that's what happens.
All right. I'm gonna go into now the clip that I actually saw and made you think.
Right.
And I just want to discuss a little bit about that.
Because I didn't want to be in a relationship, my daughter further started to be used as a pawn.
Okay.
Right. And this is why I said I wanted to talk about a situation where I'm talking about parental alienation.
I find that. Do you find that it's more the men that are like are more passive, the ones that get shit on, like they're nicer to the women, as opposed to the ones that beat them up?
So what happened now was, I noticed if I'd come to the house, there'd be all little silly games played. If I didn't stay, or if I wasn't staying, I wasn't allowed to see my daughter. Or if I am picking up my daughter, she's naked in the room, trying to be flirtatious.
The mother,
and I'll shut the door. So I'm saying like I'll be coming at 3 o'clock, right?
Gay.
3 o'clock comes, I'm there. Oh, I'm not ready and all that stuff. And she's got nothing on, and I'll shut the room door.
Hang on. So are you saying that, because a lot of the time we hear that when it comes to mothers, they say the reason why they have a problem with the father and access to the child is because the father still wants to be with the mother.
Okay.
In this case, you are saying that when you would go to the house, she would like be flirtatious.
I mean, everyone in Rose Close was always aware of that. And yes, the flirtatiousness, that's why I said I shut the door. Or even at that particular time I'm even talking about, because I remember it happened at June, there was an event. And I remember her asking me for money and being all, wanted me to ask. And I said, I don't know why you're asking for money. Why don't you ask your friend, the guy she's seeing? So I found it quite peculiar. You're asking me for money, yet with all the story that you have about me. Do you understand what I mean? So I'm just trying to keep it, you know.
So do you think there was an element there of one of the reasons why she was making things so difficult with your daughter, that she actually still wanted to be with you, or?
Well, absolutely, yes, because I remember all of the problems that used to happen and the things that she would do. Like, hence why I said about the cancelling. Because when I talk about the games, I'm talking about saying if I'm not going to give, if I got to give her more money, I'm not seeing my daughter.
Right.
When I turn up, she's not letting me see my daughter.
Right.
You know, just being disrespectful towards my family, parents, and all of this stuff. You know, and saying it with my daughter around. you know what I mean? So, you know, it just got very, very, very toxic. Or pulling that knife in presence of my daughter. But if you leave, I'm going to kill you, know, and all of that stuff. Which again, social services are aware, because when I was there, all this behavior, I was so concerned, and I had to go and put videos, recordings in the house so that everyone could witness that I'm not doing anything here.
Hang on a minute, you've put
recordings in the house,
video secret cameras
in the house. Why should we carry on doing this?
So you've got secret footage of her.
Well, this is what I done. I already sent it to social services, all aware. So I put this there because to protect myself, because not only was she verbally, physically,
guys, I'm actually like getting anxiety. What? This man's doing a whole press run. He's putting videos up. What are you doing?
Man, fucked her up.
Listen.
How is this not enough for him to have custody? Or maybe he don't want custody.
Listen, I'm done.
Lady,
I can't do this.
Certain man ain't fucking around. Man put camera. Yeah.
That's long though. The whatever 5 minutes it took you to do that.
If you know that it's gonna be a problem otherwise, and it's gonna take you away and put you in jail and all these things. This is the things that you gotta do.
And he's got the evidence, so he's probably got something negative he's collected with using those video cameras. And you're still doing press runs. I'm done, man. The world's different, man. The world's.
But this is what I'm saying. My concern with this would be that you hand it over to social services, and social services just like, yeah, acrimonious relationship, emotional harm to the child, child protection, all of this bullshit now.
Something's not adding up.
I don't know. It's so sad that you have to go to these kind of lengths in it. But he did say that he tried to get family members and stuff like that to help. But it's like, oh, now man's got to be phoning the police to go and check on his daughter and make sure she's okay, because I'm assuming if he goes to the house, he's maybe breaching a court order or what they call them things, injunctions and.
I set up CCTV in the crib.
Did she know?
You don't know if it's CCTV still.
The time he was meant to go around, first time, and sort things out, he found the fed.
That's in the front room footage. That's in the front room of the Truman Show. Man hidden camera and that money. Made a blockbuster. These times she's there wilding out, being a mad gal, and he's like, yeah. And I bet you when she was being mad, he was extra passive. Like, but why are you acting like this?
even during the relationship, I bet you that was the case. This is these are habits that have been built over the years.
Don't you know I love you? I just want the best for our children.
That's what I'm saying. So this recording, the audio was not a new.
Exactly.
He's been building case from time.
I know, man.
He's been a victim of bullying.
I know, man.
During the relationship and after.
To record.
But I want to see more that interview where him and the other guy.
So gay, man.
I know men that like to record conversations and all them things there. Like, it's just like what they do.
Yeah, but I want to see that full interview of him and the guy talking. Like, how did that happen? Lippy and them. You use Lippy and them.
The moral of the story is set your boundaries early, man, from the get-go. 1 week into the relationship, they need to know what's up, man. Like, we ain't waiting.
True, though.
Yeah. What are we doing out here?
I forgot what the other dark skin one's name, but yeah. I mean, Lippy's brethren.
Towards me, like I said, the knife incident, just acting crazy.
What knife?
You know, telling I will men with my daughter in a room, in the house. In the bed, that's what she actually says. I'll F men with their daughter in the bed. So again, the social service were aware of this, because all of this stuff I've got to do this to protect myself, because she always kept saying, "No one's ever going to believe me." That was her thing. No one's going to believe me. No one's going to believe you.
So she said that to you repeatedly.
She used to say it to me all the time. And then apologize and then say this is why I'm like, basically using reasons with her childhood, why her behavior. Hence why I said about the whole cancelling thing.
So you said, that's interesting. You said things that happened in her childhood. I mean, do you think that she needs her own set of, I don't know, therapy or counselling? Or...
Well, I tried that, but I think to myself, if I'll be really honest, I think I might understand there's a mental health topic going on, but I also basically believe that there's people that are evil. I fully
that's a huge statement.
That's a very huge statement.
That's a huge statement.
Abrahamic.
I believe so. I believe people believe it as well.
Abrahamic,
You can become wise enough to know that not everybody has
You gonna join the
heart.
Abrahamic? The Sarah's already itching.
Is this guy from one of them little islands in the Caribbean?
Oh shit!
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Is he one of them white liver
mainland.
little Grenada?
White liver.
No, the chick is.
He's a white liver, Ron. He's a white liver.
Something's off, man. He seems bare slow. Something's off.
So my
The
question
physique
is,
doesn't match the voice, doesn't match the energy. Something's off. I don't know if it's just me.
He's a calm man. He's just a calm guy. He's a calm
island. Yeah, he's just a calm guy.
Nah, this is docile, man. This is borderline docile.
This is no. It's not even that. It's not even that.
Go on, what is it?
Hold on.
Go ahead.
There's enough, man. There's enough people that are like this. Then it's not a hype. They're not always on a hype. But when others that are hyped find these type of man and realize that you ain't really on shit. Get me, yeah? You ain't gonna do fuck all. What? Poke in your face, pull out knife. What you gonna do? You ain't gonna do nothing. You know what I mean? Poke in the forehead and that rock back. Once they realize that, then they try to dominate and ruin these men. Some of these men going to kill themselves. Some of these, like, trust me,
survival of the fittest, innit? Yeah, that's all it is.
These men, and because they love their youth, they love their they was raised in a certain way, and then there's other people that they'll be like this for a little while, and then you'll come up to the yard and be sitting on the porch, covered in blood, like, yeah, I just did it, man. I just did it. I just snapped it. Fuck it, man. Take me to the police.
I'm not gonna lie. During the apocalypse, he's quite useless, though.
These are the man. You don't know that. These are the man that kill everyone in the end.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, I said
quiet guys. Yeah, that's true.
No, he's the shotgun under the bed guy.
Yeah,
you know, practicing in the mirror. He's been bullied by other black guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. That's true.
Showed him, man.
Don't let him lose the fight of being able to see his daughter. You know, he's calm right now.
I agree, Jed. Yeah, I agree.
Don't let him lose the fight because he gonna go sick.
Yeah,
everyone. Yeah.
Like, if it was a thing where like her plan worked, he would have been in for some sort of M charge. Or
this is called pre-med. Right? Pre-med. Nah, he's pre-med. He's prepared everything correctly.
I've gone all the way down the line. I've done everything I should. I've been over backwards. I've been transparent.
Right. So when I snapped, it was a real surprise.
The daughter's so young, though, 4 years old, and you're going through all of this. Oh my god!
Yeah. Don't worry, man. The mum's who go on a holiday and not come back. Man. She just, she just abandoned the kids. Yeah, man. Went on holiday, and she never came back. And it's gonna be like,
you know, when there's a search party for her, and then he's crying on the camera.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
I saved up the texts. I sent them to social services. So, boy,
oh my god, you got the terrible.
Meanwhile, man's got both phones in his back pocket.
They're ringing it. His phone's ringing it. His pocket's vibrating.
So silent.
He's trying to switch it off in his pocket. It's mad, there, man. I told you all I know, officer. All calm.
Yeah, man. Oh, poor guy, man. I feel for him, though, man. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, that's what the police would be saying when they.
It's very heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking, man. I feel for him, man. Cool, man.
Yeah, I do.
Right.
I've seen this before.
It's better bumping into a mad H.
Yeah, this is Kaiser Sose.
This is the one.
He's just waiting for the judge to kick in. He's like, yeah, man.
It's mad. The dunya is mad, man.
That's good. I believe there's evil people, and he meant that, in his heart. You know what?
I might be
it was mental health. Like, but I hear what he's going to do to him. He thought it was mental health. He thought it was something to do with underlying. But he's come to the conclusion. He's come to the conclusion. She's so conniving and that, and so.
But have you heard her voice? Like, it's scary. She is quite scary. She's not even hollering. She's not screaming.
Hold on.
Yeah, because you got.
Hold on, man. He's come to the conclusion that, you know what? It's not just that she's nuts and that she's actually just bad mind. Because he played with the idea that she had some kind of disorder or something. Like, you know what? I just have to believe some people are just evil.
It's true, man.
It's evil.
And this is what I'm trying to say, yeah. They can talk so smooth to you.
Yeah.
Like, they got all the right things to say. It don't even look like they're doing anything. But your head is going bananas.
Because energy doesn't lie, though. You can chat all the shit in the world.
Wordplay as well. And wordplay as well. Knowing how to say certain things.
You can be passive aggressive, innit, and build up.
behavior.
Basically.
Hence why I said about the whole cancelling thing.
So you said, oh, that's interesting. You said things that happen in her childhood. I mean, do you think that she needs her own set of, I don't know, therapy or counselling? Or
Well, I tried that, but I think to myself, if I be really honest, I think I might understand there's a mental health topic going on. But I also basically believe that there's people that are evil. I'm fully
That's a huge statement.
That's a very huge statement.
That's a huge statement.
I believe so. I think people play on it as well. I think we can become wise enough to know that not everybody has good heart. So at the end of the day, the things, like I said, from the fact one of the points is when she actually called me up and to make out that my daughter said that I had molested her. And I recorded that, and I actually sent to her mother, my mother, and they were so concerned about her behavior. And this is why I'm saying, so that's why when even that thing that triggered me with the situation with the whole him hitting my daughter, it's like I thought to myself, this is a woman that would act like she was concerned if I would. So I realized it wasn't a concern, it was just something, a trigger, something for you to react.
Right.
Because again, speaking with the ex, I've realized she'd put him in situations like that.
So you know that the man she was with before?
Yeah, like, well, I didn't know him, but like I said, I got to know. We had to meet up and talk about this because she created conflict between us. Hence why, I don't know if we'll talk about it later, with this new partner, which she was letting me know like there's some new person. I thought it would be better to just meet him man to man because I could see she wanted to try and create conflict between us.
So she's now got a new partner?
Yes.
All right, and she's trying to create conflict between you, or no? Is it?
Well, I mean, that there was one evidence right there that we just discussed. I mean, and basically say things of stalker abuse. They're basically the same narrative of what she told me about the guy that she was with before. You know, it all goes into my the Baby Father podcast. But as I say, because I wanted to focus on the parental alienation and the situation my daughter, I understand more so when I hear a lot now. I listen to more women now when they tell me, and men, when fathers have abused children. Sorry, not just fathers, but you know, boyfriends and all that, children abusing children. But and the fact of the mentals is that mothers do it too, but they get away with it.
I mean, I believe so. I believe so. I think women get believed more so than men get believed. And I think a lot of the time when it comes to men and their like situations or what they're going through, they're kind of looked at with, they're not taken as seriously.
You know what it is? It's not they're taken me seriously. It's that it's always justified. So women can talk about a man even shouting and calling it abuse, but they can abuse their child with the same language and it's okay. It's past. You see, you know, the same, oh, I'm emotionally abused, or could they even say to you, sometimes it's not the physical, it's the verbal abuse.
And
but her mouth,
psychological abuse.
That I used to see, that's a concern, that to speak to her about her own son.
But then that's not to negate that there aren't a lot of women being psychologically and verbally abused.
Oh no, not one saying that. But what I'm saying is that whenever men are physically or emotionally abusing a woman, that's a, you know, you can get a charge sheet, you can go to prison. I mean, like I said, I've been locked up because of her, because something she said that wasn't true. So we know that these things happen.
When you say locked up, what do you mean? You actually went to prison or you got arrested?
No, I got locked. So one of the times this is actually after, obviously, with the Baby Father podcast, I happened to, I was at home and police knocked my door. You know, so what happened? They've come to arrest me because I've allegedly wrote threatening letters and almost like a line of, if you're not get over someone. So it sort of make like, oh, you look beautiful the other day, but your wicked ways. I can't even remember half, because when I was reading it,
I need to clarify this. So you're saying that the police came to your house, arrested you because she received some
a threatening letter to her home. Yes.
Right. Okay.
But this is me.
And she said it was you.
And said it was me. But meanwhile,
was it a handwritten letter?
No, it was typed. And she came with the partner. She came with her new partner. And basically wanted to say that I was lying about a podcast that I did.
Right.
Saying that about him hitting my daughter and the bathing incident. I'm not sure of the bathing incident because I like to have my things factual. But basically, I was lying on the podcast.
On the podcast?
But when I'd had all the evidence, the police also let me go and saw that everything I was saying was correct. told me to keep doing what I'm doing, as in going to court. What I did find interesting, he said to me that the partner looked like he didn't really want to be there. It was more of her instigating him to come to the court. I mean, come to the police station. But as I said, this was not the first time, by the way, and this is why it's a mention.
So, okay, so what actually, like, where did that go? Did they find out
no,
who?
they just let me, because there was no evidence, and they knew it wasn't me that done it. And what had happened is that, because, as I said, I've gone to court, and this is why I advised men to go to court.
Right.
Because she had also called on a couple occasions too, in fact, that she made out that I had done things. And the police then had concerns, and they handed it into the court to say that she's trying to make allegations against me, which they find concerning, which is not true. So this has now been a few times now that they have on record that she calls and makes lies up and allegations that things I haven't done.
I just find it very interesting that the two of you come together and you've made this child,
right?
And the child now doesn't become the focus of the two of yours relationship, and that's what I find troubling a lot of the time. In because I've had it with myself. Do you know what I mean? But people really do always lose sight of the fact that it's about the child or children. And
I have to interject. I don't feel I have.
Right. Okay.
Because I would have done things much differently if it wasn't about my daughter. You see.
What do you mean?
You said I wouldn't even gone to court. You see. Because obviously there's different things. But as I said, that's why I said, as fathers, there's a lot of things that have happened, violations, that a father will take things into their own hands. Right. And then you won't see your child if you do that. That's why I'm a
straight killer boy. Killer boss. You get me? Body in the trunk, boss. You get me? Straight Noriega on this one, though.
You won't see him. Whoever else said that as well. So, you know what I mean? So we're definitely, you know,
N-O-R-E.
Seeing it the same way. Yeah, he's doing all this court shit and all that and all this snitching stuff.
That's one side.
If that's what it takes, then yeah, at least you can say like, yeah, I've done everything that I possibly could.
Before I killed your. Oh, sorry.
What you gotta do, man?
All right, so I wanna talk about the new
big up, Born Rich. What's good?
What's up, family? Oh, I'm sorry.
Born Rich, why do you look like Chingy? Sorry.
Salute to the panel.
Whoa,
fuckery. You said Chingy.
Salute to the panel.
Yo, big up Chingy, man. Welcome Chingy to the show.
And that don't look nothing like Chingy. That don't look nothing. Stop.
We got bored.
I was thinking more.
This is better than the finger one. This one's much better.
Okay, Sarah. Okay, Sarah.
You
look like the light skinned Aunt Viv from Fresh Prince. Quit playing with me, Sarah. So no, what I was saying is the new guy. What do y'all do if y'all? What are y'all doing if y'all the new guy?
Big up.
What up,
Go ahead. Go ahead, Born. What you say?
I'm just asking the fellas, what are y'all doing if y'all are the new guy, man? Are y'all going back and forth to court with your new girl? Are you trying to tell her to just leave the whole shit alone? Are you supporting your girl? What are you doing, man? I think that's a weird spot.
I got back and forth to court with you for what?
Yeah, I don't think
you don't want to court for you don't want to go court for yourself.
Yeah, I'll go like maybe an important thing or whatever. I'll wait outside for you, or you know.
You wouldn't be allowed in anyway. Family court over here is closed. It's private, so you're not allowed in unless you're the actual parents or solicitors or representatives.
But do you tell her to leave the whole thing alone? Like, see, that's my vibe. I don't know if y'all have, but I've dealt with a woman who got a baby daddy before, and I'm like, listen, don't stress yourself out about him. If he don't want to fuck around, then he just ignore him. Let that man live his life. Like we don't need him. You feel me? That was my.
I don't do that. I would encourage you.
I'm not saying it like that.
I would always encourage her to have a positive relationship and try and do the right thing or whatever. If he's waste, still give him.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Give him a chance, though.
Keep that door open.
Yeah.
Focus on the you. Blah blah blah. But like, I can't tolerate you on no bad mind thing.
Man ain't trying to be stepdaddy still.
And then also you got to think, if you now have a child with that woman, is she going to behave like that with you in the future?
Yeah, Born.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I ain't worried about it.